Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Okay, Karma. What's confusing you? She turned back to him, ears lowered flat to her skull. Though she rarely showed any emotion on her face, Ash could feel her frustration in a flicker of purple-red from the barest beginnings of a stain in the back of his mind. Clicking three of her claws together, she connected their gaze and narrowed her eyes. Wraith was well across the wide clearing, and though he was practicing Dark Pulse, Karma had been mostly freed from his aura. It was visible in the more relaxed state of her shoulder plates and how her tail actually puffed out behind her and twitched occasionally. Karma swished her front right paw and something rose in the back of Ash's mind. Break. Ash frowned, scratching at the back of his neck. He hadn't anticipated gravity being such a difficult move to learn. It was classified as using psychic energy and wasn't technically an attacking move, so Karma didn't have to embed aggression into the energy. Then again, it was one of the Clefairy's line signature moves. Those fairy-type Pokemon had a knack for the unexplainable, such as with their crazy move Metronome. Gravity wasn't a common move found outside of the line, and even the Abra line had it listed as a special move, which required more effort to learn. Karma extended her paw, claws clicking, and Ash jerked back to attention. Right, sorry. You said break? She inclined her head the barest fraction of an inch, eyes still narrowed pinpricks of light. Ash had decided to spend a few days training without traveling. He had come over to help Karma when it was well before noon, hoping it would help her learn the difficult move. Psychic powers were often linked to sunlight, such as with the sunlight psychic type Espion. He was only a few days away from Pewter City and he wanted Karma to be a main player in the match. Okay, break. Break. What do you mean, break? This time, he could see how her ear twitched back far sharper than normal, and couldn't help the grin that spread over his face. Anger. Right? The flash of emotion across the back of his eyes was definitely exasperation, but he just kept grinning. Hey, I'm learning. If we keep this up, I'll be able to understand you when you can't talk to me. Karma merely stared at him until he backed down. Fine, fine. Break. So your psychic powers are breaking when they try to change the gravity? Or can you not find it without your concentration breaking? She twitched her tail on the first and didn't react on the second. He nodded at that, looking at the branch she was trying to influence. It was stuck in the ground at a slight angle, ready to be shifted by pressing gravity. So far, she had only managed to twitch it. Ash frowned, looking at her neck. Is it because you don't have a spoon yet? Do I need to go to Pewter City before we can do this? There, circling above her mottled brown chest plate, was a thin ring of silver. She had spent the entire time of Mount Moon searching for silver ore, but Wraith's aura had prevented her from finding very much. Rhyhorn had used his ground abilities to help her find some, but it wasn't nearly enough to create a spoon. Right now, she was relying on the red gem in her forehead to focus her powers, but it wasn't nearly enough to allow her to spend the full force of her power. She stored the silver by melting it down and keeping it circling her throat, sort of like a necklace, but much more important. In battles, it couldn't do much but distract her, so she molded it into a sphere and let Ash keep a watch over it when battling other Pokemon. Whenever he stared down at the small ball of silver, he dimly guessed that this was like holding a child. He didn't want to know what Karma would do if he lost it. However, Karma just shook her head. Her claws curled again, angling toward the stick. Whirl. Ash opened his mouth to speak but grimaced. A chill crept down his spine, teasing silvery fingers over his skin. He didn't have to look back to guess that Wraith had managed to form a semi-solid dark pulse. Whenever the ghost properly accessed the dark energy, his aura leaked stronger to combat the darkness. Karma flinched back, floating lower on her cocoon of psionic energy. World, right? He waited for her nod. So you don't know how to influence your environment. That makes sense. All of your other moves don't have anything to do with that. He shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, I think Rhyhorn's been buried for the past 2 days and hasn't managed so much as a pebble moving. Her ears snapped up and he blinked. That was a much more direct form of communication. I'm on the right track, then. Okay. So, without your spoon, sorry, shine, or any knowledge of how gravity actually works, you won't be able to use gravity right. Hey, that's okay. Her tail lashed for her, it was more of a gentle twitch, and her ears were flat again. Everyone struggles with a move. You don't even have a spoon yet, and you manage to learn reflect. Beside, I have an idea. She turned toward him from her flinched position, black eyes bright. Until we get to pewter, we can make a sort of gravity. A fake one until you can learn how to do it right. Hold on, give me a sec. Karma watched him quietly as he bustled off to his bag, a grin triumphant on his face. Despite his best efforts, he was left digging through the side pockets without a clue of where it was. Grimacing, he kept searching. I know it's in here. There was the feather-soft brush against his mind, his foremost thought reeled out like it was pulled by static electricity. The bag floated out of his hands, dimly glowing a soft blue. Ash watched as Karma easily found a folded piece of paper and pulled it out. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck as she rearranged the items he had shuffled around in his search. He yelped as the paper slapped him across the face. Karma's voice, a quiet, fluttering thing, made a sound not unlike a chuckle in the back of his mind. Catching it before it could fall, he directed a faux glare at her still form. You've been quite the prankster, haven't you? Don't think I haven't noticed you flipping all of my water bottles upside down when I try to reach for them or my mysteriously moving socks every morning. Her ears flicked back, but instead of anger, Ash could see the subtle nuances that showed it was a conscious movement. He leveled a finger at her. Oh, don't try and play innocent. I've already made plans for when you finally start trying to prank Rhyhorn. The gleam that flashed through her eyes could not be described as sweet. Stepping closer, he unfolded the paper, smoothing over the creases. Bill's handwriting was much neater than his way, and he let a flash of envy go through him before he read off a few of the things written there. Creating barrier after barrier, stretching, stopping projectiles with confusion, enhancing her vision with kinesis as well as other Pokémons, creating a more stable psionic bubble. He shot her a look. You promise you've been doing your psychic weight lifting with rocks? I didn't see much movement last night. Though Karma only knew what it was from watching him, she did an amiable impression of rolling her eyes. All right. Can you make a barrier, and then a reflect next to it? She stared at him for a moment, but he couldn't read what she was thinking. Twitching her claws, the gem on her forehead flashing, two gleaming circles slid through the air to be in front of him. One was barely more than a distortion in the air, a wavering afterimage, while the other was a brighter blue shine he couldn't quite see the edges of. When she was stronger, they would be visible as actual walls, only partially transparent, but she hadn't reached that yet. He went for reflect first. It was the more breakable one, and when he pressed his hand against it, he could feel the pressure. Her eyes glowed as she struggled to strengthen it, but he shook his head. It took him roughly 3 punches to break it, the clear pieces shattering and disappearing before they could fall to the earth. Barrier took a fair bit longer, nearly 15 strikes before it cracked as well. Karma seemed thoroughly confused, or, at least, that was what her twitching tail was telling him, but he merely asked her to make another barrier. This was horizontal and a bit above his head. She twitched her paw and it formed, albeit more slowly than normal. He reached up, it was only a few inches above his hat. Okay, start bringing it down, slowly. That took her a while. She had to actively reach out and reconnect the psychic energy from the barrier back within her before she could manipulate it, bringing her paws down as if she was directing it. He could feel it as a soft push against his head before it stopped. No, it's fine. Keep going. I'm testing something. She seemed far from convinced, one ear twitching back. Seriously. If it gets too much I'll sit down or something. Slowly, the pressure built up again. He grimaced as it pushed on, pressing harder and harder against his head. Karma kept her black eyes narrowed but twitched her claws faster, shifting it more and more down. Right before Ash was about to sit, the barrier shattered and fell around him. He blinked, shaking off the psychic energy to dissolve. Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. Look at this. Karma drifted a few inches closer, angling her head down to stare at the paper in his hand. He pulled out his Pokédex and took his third quick picture of the list written there. Hey, he didn't want to lose it, before holding it out to her. Tap the middle. Hesitantly, she extended her paw and touched it lightly with her claw. The paper bent beneath her but didn't break, which Ash was kind of thankful for. See, it isn't that strong. You can move it just by touching it, and if you put any sort of force I bet you could break it. But, if I do this, it's harder. He folded the paper in half, then half again, offering it out to her. When she touched it, there wasn't any give, even when she increased the pressure. What I think you've been doing is adding one layer to your barrier, but if we add more, I think you can make it a lot stronger. What do you think? He slipped the paper back into his pocket after she retracted her claw. Her ears perked up, and she was extending a paw before he could blink. A ball of psychic energy appeared above her palm, a sort of rainbow color that constantly switched around. As he watched, she tilted her paw from side to side, and the ball slid to follow her, losing its shape and flattening out before jerking back up to a full sphere. He frowned. So it doesn't have a definite shape. Karma spared a glance behind him, no doubt looking to see what Wraith was doing, before she connected their gaze. Her voice surfaced in his mind. Blue. Drip. Wet. Water. He said, grinning. 3 words were the most she had ever managed before. Though he knew she didn't understand every word, it was clear she was picking up how to describe them. When she twitched her ears in the sign of happiness, he continued. Your psychic energy is like water. Her tail flicked. So when you're controlling it, you're molding it like water. And when you want to use it for confusion or something, you guide it around your opponent and surround them. That works for most of your moves, actually. But what about barrier? Ash was almost giddy with excitement. He could ask Rhyhorn or Scorch how their elements worked all he wanted, but it would be almost impossible to understand. It had taken him almost forever to understand how Scorch accessed her ghost energies, and even now he only knew that she had had to kill in order to gain it. But with Karma, and maybe Wraith, he could actually begin to communicate. She narrowed her eyes, lifting a claw. The ball of psychic energy abruptly switched colors to a gentle silver blue, and stopped moving, going almost hard. He frowned, thinking, before it hit him. You freeze it? Her movement could only be happiness. Then this is great. Instead of adding more layers, you just need to add more water to make it thicker. Freezing it will probably take a while longer, because you have to detach it from yourself, right? That's how barriers work. But can you imagine everything we could do with that? Karma twitched her ears, but Ash was on a roll. You could have a lot of water around you, and when someone got close, you could freeze them in it. I wonder what that would do. Would it actually freeze them or be more like confusion, catching them in psychic energy? Or is that how disable works? And if your barrier survives, you could maybe melt it and get your energy back so you won't become as tired as normal. Oh, it's going to be so much easier to teach you now that I can understand Dash. Karma lifted his hat off of his head and hit him in the face again. While he was still spluttering, she dropped it back off of his head, and the purple red in his mind was most definitely pride. Yeah, okay, I deserve that. But wow! This is going to be incredible. He grinned, probably viciously, and rubbed his hands together. New plan. Here's how we're going to use gravity. XXX. Gale, you can't dodge these. Ash shouted, hands cupped to his mouth. The Fiero shrieked angrily in response. Rhyhorn had offered himself, both out of charity and also to stave off his own training, to be the helper for a part of Gale's training. He growled his own commands to the avian, holding up another rock threateningly. Several rings of smackdown and rock blast encircled him, ready to be fired. Ash shook his head, raising his hand. He clenched his fist and whistled sharply, the sound reverberating through the sky. Gale gave up his overhead circle and dove, landing roughly with an irritated clack of his beak. Rhyhorn huffed and moved back to Ash's side, rather neatly setting the dirt and rocks in a small pile. Gale glared at him, crest extending as he shuffled closer to Ash in order to listen to him. "I've explained mirror move to you before, right?" When he got a nod, he continued. "You can't dodge them. You have to try and flap them away." Gale shook his head and shrieked a warning. Ash grimaced at the sight of his wildly puffed-up crest feathers, the narrowed black eyes, his splayed tail. Gale was a proud Pokemon, and there were few things he hated more losing, and Ash telling him he had to lose was not any better. "Okay, new plan. Rhyhorn, pull up some rock blast here, please." Gale screeched testily as the rhino pulled up a small, fist-sized stone in front of him, holding it stiffly in between the two. "Gale, I want you to try and blow it away while Rhyhorn, try to throw it at him. You can't use Razor Wind, either." Rhyhorn nodded his agreement and began to push the rock forward. Gale shrieked and immediately clawed a better hold into the ground, extending his impressive wingspan and beginning to flap furiously. The rock trembled in midair, inching one way and then the other before being forced back. Ash frowned as he saw the exercise. Where it was going, it was more like strengthening Gale's wings instead of actually learning the new move. Mirror move was classified as a flying type move because of the energy needed to use it, as well as the motion. But he just didn't know how to teach it. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the rock move closer to Rhyhorn. An idea came to him. "Rhyhorn, release." The ground type dropped his control over the rock and it immediately sped back toward him, thunking against one of his spines. He rumbled, shaking off the few pieces that had splintered off, before looking back at Ash, who was grinning. In the last motion Gale had made when launching the rock back, he had seen gentle silver energy cover his wings. While weak, it had been the beginnings of the new move. "Okay, new plan." He walked closer, both Pokemon turning to him. "Gale, you're flying again. Rhyhorn, I want you to launch rocks, but immediately let go after you launch them. They might fall before Gale can get a hold of them, but that's fine. Gale, you need to blow them away." "Theoretically," he said, pulling out his Pokédex and flicking to the mirror move page he had tabbed, "you should catch it in some sort of funnel your wings create. That should launch it right back at Rhyhorn, though I don't know how strong you'll actually be able to just yet." Both voiced their agreement, Gale looking much more pleased with this agreement. Instead of Ash's vague commands beforehand, now he had an actual plan that, if he was successful, allowed him to hit Rhyhorn with his own rocks. His crest fluttered in the way Ash knew would be a smirk on a human face. Rhyhorn rumbled good-naturedly but threw up a small cloud of dirt in the avian's face, prompting a squawk. Ash shook his head, grinning, and moved back. "Break in 30. Get to it." Gale shrieked and took to the skies, wings pumping as he rose to his comfortable height of 20 or so feet off the ground, hovering there as best he could. Rhyhorn took his position below him, reaching for the pile of rocks he had already found and selecting one. With a rumble, he launched it quickly. Ash settled back against a tree. He technically was going to spend another hour with the duo before moving on to Scorch, so he might as well do some research into training Gale. Pulling up his bookmarked page on Fearow, he scrolled down to where he had last stopped and continued on. The Spearow line has incredible eyes, rivaling that of the Pidgey line. The idea that they are colorblind is a complete myth, and several scientists have proposed a theory that they might have more color receptors than humans, as many as 2. Most Spearow and Fearow have a special membrane over their eyes, beneath their eyelids, that blocks dirt, dust, and anything that can obscure their vision. They have been known to see straight through volcanic smoke as if it were nothing more than clear air, and sometimes have been known to hunt by kicking up dirt to confuse their prey before striking. Incredibly, they are not able to use the move Sand Attack, while the Pidgey line is. This is theorized much along the same lines of why the Pidgey line can use wind-based attacks such as Gust and Air Slash. The Spearow line evolved to use their bulk to use powerful physical attacks, while the Pidgey line, being smaller in their pre-evolutions, evolved to have more access to Mind Arts abilities. This also pulls into question the Spearow line's ability to use several categorized dark moves. Ash jerked back to attention as Gale squawked above him, leaning down with a curious look in his black eyes. "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was break. How did it go?" Gale shrieked proudly, crest extending. He stretched out his wings and waited. Ash got the hint and stood up, reaching down to grab a pebble no bigger than his fingernail. He tossed it lightly toward the bird, who instantly reacted. His wings gleamed white as he moved them forward, creating a cone of wind that abruptly launched the pebble back toward Ash. It slapped him across the chest, bouncing off. There wasn't exactly any pain, but it was most definitely progress. "That's great. I think with a few more days of training, we could really get your power up on that move. Then we could dash." Gale squawked and shook his head, beak flashing, before gesturing to his Pokédex. Ash frowned for a moment before it hit him. "Not yet, bud, you know it. You aren't grown enough to use that move." Ever since Ash had read out the list of moves he could learn, the bird had been addicted to the sound of Drill Peck. It was a dangerous move that involved the user spinning at high speeds before impacting with their beak, but the issue came with the strength needed to get back into the skies after attacking. If Gale wasn't strong enough, he would slam into his opponent and possibly break his wings. Despite the many stories Ash had to read to him, he seemed to think those rules didn't apply to him. Gale shook his head, stomping one talon into the ground. "Now," he seemed to say. Ash had promised soon, but that didn't seem to be what the avian wanted. "I'll give you a time," Ash said, giving in. He stood up, gently moving Gale's beak out of the way to avoid stabbing himself, and crossed the clearing to his bag. Karma glanced at him, eyes shining with psychic power, before turning back to her exercise. Ash searched for a bit before finding his tape measure, bringing it back over to where Gale was standing. "Wings, please." Gale widened his stance to help support him as he extended his wings, the primaries twitching in a breeze as he fought to keep them straight. Ash wrapped one end of the survival measurer as best he could and pulled it across, repeating the process a couple times until he managed to get a solid measurement. 9.12 feet. He read the number aloud, grinning at Gale's proud squawk when he remembered most Pidgeotto had wingspans of 6 to 7. "When you reach 10 feet across, we'll start learning that. Until then, stick to mirror move and training yourself to be stronger, okay? If you can learn it quickly enough, we'll try agility, too." Gale still didn't look too pleased, but at least he had a goal to work toward. Pokemon grew faster when they were working hard, and Ash didn't doubt that Gale would throw himself into training. Ash grinned and swatted his wing. "Brakes up, bucko. Back to the air." Gale shrieked back and took off, wings crowning the sun. "XXX. I promise, I'm ready," he said, kneeling down next to Scorch. She whined, unsure, but he stroked her behind her ears and reassured her. "Besides, it won't hurt me too bad. Everyone else is working and I don't want to pull them from training." "You got this," he said soothingly, standing back up. Scorch had finally mastered the energy of extrasensory, including the actual attacking aspect of it. With enough concentration, she could successfully overwhelm her opponent's senses to cause them to flinch. But she hadn't been able to test it yet. So here he was. Scorch backed up a few feet, staring into his eyes with her gray-brown gaze. He smiled, steadying himself as she started to reach out with tendrils of psychic energy. For her, she didn't have a focal point, so her powers would always manifest slower. As a Ninetales, she could use the tips of her tails, but she didn't have the power yet to use them. He could see her eyes gleam a bright blue before the shade slowly crept over his own vision. It was as if someone had flicked a switch. Suddenly, everything swarmed his vision in impeccable clarity, everything as bright and bold even in their dull colors. He swatted at a piece of dust that he could see every crater on, every imperfection despite it barely more than a speck. His gaze flicked sluggishly down and he could see Scorch, her reddish-brown actually a mix of an impossible amount of colors, each strand of fur a different shade, her iris swimming with hues. He could see the pores on the tips of her tails that she released fire from, the gleaming silver-white gray cloud steam mist of her claws, the knots tying together along the insides of her cream-tan brown-red undercoat, He blinked, his vision returned, and found himself lying on the ground. Scorch leaped the distance between them in a single bound and pushed her nose against his side, yipping in concern. He shook his head, blinking away blue spots as the world crept back into focus. It was boringly, blissfully, normal again. "I'm fine, girl. Just a bit startled." He grinned. "That'll definitely work. I wasn't able to fight you in the slightest." She seemed miffed at the very thought, flicking him in the face with her tails. That seemed to happen a lot. He was just happy she avoided his hat. He took a few seconds to straighten himself out, testing each limb. His muscles were stiff and his eyes were dry, but half a minute and he was back to being good. "Are you ready for your next move?" Scorch immediately perked up, ears twitching as she focused her whole attention on him. He pulled out his Pokédex to the 3 moves he had saved for her, the 3 finishers she so desperately needed. "I've already told you them, Fire Spin, Flame Burst, and Iron Tail. Are there any you really want to learn?" She shook her head, though he had seen her attention peak at the sound of the new element. Scorch was his most curious Pokémon, though Karma seemed to be vying for that role. "Personally, I'd like you to learn Iron Tail. You only have 1 physical move and while you aren't meant to get too close, if another Pokémon does you need to be prepared. Besides, it'll help you out a ton for fighting rock and ground types. What do you think?" Scorch curled her tails over to see them, staring as if she was imagining them being metal. After a moment, she nodded her head and yipped. Ash smiled and pat her head. "I need to do a few measurements first, okay?" His tape measure was still wrapped around his arm and he pulled it out, gesturing for Scorch to sit in his lap. She did so, peering back curiously as he stretched out of one her tails, being incredibly careful with the rather fragile part of her. Holding one end at the base, he found it measured a little less than 2 feet long, though the tip normally curled up, reducing it by a couple of inches. "That's plenty for Iron Tail. See, what we have to do for that is get you to access steel energy, despite the name, it isn't iron-like at all, still steel, and spread it over your tail. With Karma always on the lookout for metal and Rhyhorn able to dig it up, we should be able to find you something to compare to. But before then, we need to dash." She smacked him in the face again and he jerked back, looking down. Her eyes were wide and he immediately let go of her, springing back and standing up. She shuddered for a few seconds before sneezing. And lit herself on fire. Deactivating flash fire, she yipped an apology. He shrugged it off, brushing aside the still warm fur on her forehead. "Thanks for the warning. An extra crispy trainer doesn't sound too nice." She stared him down, utterly disappointed in his joke. He chuckled, sitting back down here. "Alright, here's how we use Iron Tail. In order to do that, you have to cut off the flow of your internal flame to your tails, otherwise it'll melt the steel energy. That's going to be a bit difficult to do, but I've got some ideas. First thing, a bat of some sort. If we get your tails wet, it should be easier to cut them off." Scorch seemed entirely unimpressed with that idea, and he understood it. The Vulpix line were famous as being one of the few fire-type Pokémon without an external source. Instead, they had their internal fire, which burned directly above their stomach and a bit below their trachea, connected by tendrils scientists were hesitantly calling furveins to their tails and other extremities. They didn't have the fear of, say, Charmander, who would become incredibly sick with a chance of death if their tail flame was ever put out, but they were also weaker to ice moves because it lowered their body temperature, much like how water did. But the system of metabolizing heat was what allowed them their ability of flash fire, but it was something else in their biology that allowed them their armor of living flames. The Growlithe line, which also didn't have an external flame, was far different. They launched their fire attacks from their mouth, and as such, they had a fire-producing organ called the Kasoodo instead of an internal flame. Their body temperature was actually quite regular because of it. Their flash fire was activated at all times, as it worked through a secondary layer of skin that funneled all flames they were hit with into energy to feed the Kasoodo instead of harming them. Both flash fires had their pros and cons. Scorch could use hers to burn her opponents, but if she was distracted or too wet to activate it, she could be hit by fire attacks. The Growlithe line was just always protected, but it didn't have the possibility of burns with physical contact. Funnily enough, it was her internal flame that forced her to need a fire stone to evolve. Fire stones were magma trapped inside solidified stone, only found near active volcanoes. Thunder stones were formed when lightning struck sand, trapping the powerful electricity inside glass. Water stones were actually the easiest to find, as they were simply purified water pressurized enough the outer layer froze. The point was that each evolution stone had a part of their element inside of it, which was what Scorch would need. She would eat the fire stone and her internal flame would be expanded beyond anything she had ever had by the magma, forcing her to evolve. In the wild, suitably powerful Vulpix would try to evolve by basically swimming within magma, but fire stones were much safer. Scorch shook her head at Ash's blank expression. Her trainer thought so hard about training them that he sometimes forgot to get started. XXX. What do you think? Is your head more of a triangle or a rectangle? Rhyhorn didn't answer. Ash leaned farther back along his spines, attempting to draw his starter on the back of Bill's piece of paper. So far he had managed a roughly Rhyhorn-shaped thing, but now that he was adding details, he was feeling far less confident that anyone would recognize the graphite scribbles. Seriously. Triangle, right? The ground type twitched from where he was buried in the ground, and Ash could swear he felt his bright scarlet gaze even though he was sitting on his back. Rhyhorn had been less than pleased when Ash had suggested adjusting to the power of the earth. Asking him to dig a hole with rock blast had been easy, situating him inside of the Davut had been a little more difficult, but actually convincing him to bury himself? Hard. Rhyhorn had tried to dig himself out with rock moves beforehand, but Ash had stopped him. In order to gain access to the ear of the earth, Rhyhorn had to first acknowledge its power before his. The rhino wasn't nearly as prideful as Gale, but he was still well aware of his power and his only few loses. Ash was fully expecting it would be a while before Rhyhorn finally relented. The issue wasn't that he was actively trying to not train. He just wasn't used to giving up control in order to ask the earth to move. Wild Pokémon learned from a young age that they were not at the top no matter their position on the food chain. Rhyhorn had just been captured by Giovanni too early to learn that particular lesson. Few other Pokémon besides dragon and fairy types had to work so hard to gain access to their element, and ground types were high on that list. He reclined farther back, rearranging the Pokédex under the paper to have a flat surface to draw on. His pencil was slowly wearing down and he didn't have a sharpener. He'd need to fix that in pewter. Drawing was actually a fun pastime while his friends were training. Rhyhorn roared in frustration, trembling under Ash. His plates clanged against each other as he tried to almost shake his way out of the earth, scarlet eyes glowing with anger. Ash stood up, getting out of the seat. He knelt by his starter, placing the paper and Pokédex to the side to place his hands on Rhyhorn's faces on either side of his horn. Come on, bud. Tell me what's wrong. His starter looked sad and lost. He was buried up to his chest, only his head and upper spines actually showing through the newly turned dirt. Rhyhorn was visibly upset with his lack of progress and was a strange mixture of frustration, sadness, and anger, at least what Ash could read in his eyes. I need you to relax, Rhyhorn. You won't be able to do this when you're upset with it. Do you remember what Earth power is? He touched behind his Pokémon's horn, who reacted neither to his words or his touch. Ash sat fully down, leaning against the ground type's head. He closed his eyes, mind pulling up the image of the Pokédex page he had found. Earth Power is often the second or third ground-type move Pokémon learn, but for those among the Nidoran, Geodude, and Onix lines, it is often one of the few ground moves they have access to. It involves fully integrating with the Earth, very different than other moves such as Sand Attack or Drill Run. For those where it is the second or third move, simply teach them to emphasize their connection to the Earth. It is better to have them overestimate rather than under, so have them offer more of their energy before teaching them to restrain themselves. Ash scratched the back of his neck before continuing speaking, the only sounds the distant shrieks of a training gale and the ambience of the forest. For those just beginning to train their ground type, it is very important to get them to know the Earth is there. Better. Show them records of how little we have shaped the Earth in the many years we have been here. Ask them to attack the Earth, let them destroy one section, then show them how much more there is. Teach them who truly rules. Rhyhorn grunted at that, turning his head as best he could and closing his eyes. A ground move is a suggestion. It is asking the Earth to move for you command. It is a request, an inquiry, an appeal. But whatever it is not control, and you must teach your Pokémon that. Ash gave up on the Pokédex entry and began speaking himself. I think I know your issue, bud. Do you remember when we first met? Rhyhorn blinked at that, turning toward him and rumbling a question. Ash settled deeper against his exposed spines, thinking back to the best moment of his life. The time he met his best friend. The time he became a trainer. The time he started toward the overarching goal of his life. You only had one move back then, and you were so short I had to sit down to look you properly in the eyes. Everyone else was going for the Sandshrew because it had a special move, but I went right to you first. All you wanted in life was to get out and explore the world, to grow strong and be powerful. But I didn't ask you to be strong for me. I didn't ask you to fight. I didn't ask you to follow my commands loyally. I asked you to be my friend. We became friends that day, no matter whether you won me battles or listened to me. We're a team. And every time we caught a new member, we became friends with them, too. Friends. He moved back to stare Rhyhorn fully in the scarlet eyes. What you're doing is telling the Earth to do what you want. You should be asking it to be your friend, just like I did, just like you did. Ash opened his mouth to speak more, but Rhyhorn bumped against his side and he shut up. Standing up and grabbing his paper and Pokédex, he hurried away from his trapped starter and out of the danger zone. Rhyhorn shut his scarlet eyes and pressed his chin against the ground. He relaxed his muscles and seemed to sink deeper into the earth, appearing as just a gray mound on the brown dirt. Ash frowned as something trembled beneath his feet. The pebble Rhyhorn had been focusing on beginning to rock against the ground. Rhyhorn's eyes snapped open and he roared, the earth shaking beneath him. Ash gaped as dirt began to fall off of Rhyhorn's form, his spine slowly rising from the ground. The earth matched his low, deep rumble as he finally made a connection with the quiet spirit who owned the ground they all lived on. He had only a foot left when the earth suddenly buckled, cracks spreading as a hump appeared below him. Rhyhorn's eyes shot open as, with a shaking roar, the earth erupted beneath him and shot him nearly 3 feet in the air. Tears in his eyes, Ash doubled over laughing as Rhyhorn bellowed in surprise, tumbling through the air to land sharply on his stomach. The earth gave one last rumble of protest before falling silent once again, lying quietly but almost smugly beneath Rhyhorn's still form. Ash moved forward, investigating the hole Rhyhorn had left. It was perhaps 3 feet deep, an inverted dome carved into the hardened stone. Deep fissures were etched into the surrounding areas from where the earth had exploded beneath Rhyhorn's heavy form, almost looking like an earthquake contained in a very small range. Which, in its most basic form, earth power was. But what had happened was impossible to ignore. However small it was, no matter how it had gone poorly, Rhyhorn had finally touched the earth. Ash turned back to see Rhyhorn tiredly pull himself to his feet, visibly sagging from the effort that it took to send his energy into the earth. The ground type looked like he wanted a nice, long nap. But when he and Rhyhorn made contact, both grinned, or did their impression of it. They were far from done. XXX. Wraith bobbed closer to him as the sounds of Pewter City finally reached their ears. He had refused Ash's help during training but had been uncharacteristically clingy outside of it, which Ash was hopefully taking as a sign of his arriving evolution. Ghastly, much like Abra, had little personality in their first stage while their brain was still developing, much like a child. When he evolved, he would really be able to figure out who he was as a Pokemon. Ash turned to him. You want to stay out? It's not a super big city, but you'll need to bring in your aura as best you can. Wraith hissed quietly at the idea, but one of his pupils flicked back to stare at Karma, who was making up the rear of the group to be as far away from the ghost as she could. She met his gaze unflinchingly, the gem on her forehead glowing slightly as she extended her powers to counter his own. He turned back to Ash and shook his head, gases retreating to press mere inches away from this center. Ash smiled and Wraith's permanent grin seemed to brighten somewhat in return before he returned to the quiet frustration that seemed to be plaguing him. He was seriously struggling with Dark Pulse, only managing to successfully form dark energy one time out of every 5, but whenever Ash had tried to lend his assistance he had been chased away. The ghost was going through the mood swings associated with evolution, though it was far different from the sheer aggression Gale had only shown during that time. The stain in the back of his mind flashed with interest before fading again, and Wraith carefully diverted his gaze to the route ahead before Ash could catch him staring. Despite his moodiness, he had been rather good recently in order to earn a spot for the next gym battle, and he knew that it hurt Ash to reach out to him in his unevolved state. Ash smiled at the thoughtfulness. Thanks, Wraith. The ghastly pretended not to hear him. What, him, a ghost, doing good? Never. And Ash gave him the small victory and continued walking on. Pewter City was nestled between two hills, loosely contained in a vague, circle-like shape. The main part of the town was brighter than the others, streets lined with lampposts and paved, and Ash could see the red-domed roof of the Pokemon Center from his aerial position. He could swear that the large, warehouse-esque building was the gym, but he didn't have a way to prove it from this distance. Waiting for the last of his Pokemon to catch up, he started down the hill toward the city. The second he was level with Pewter, a far different mood than excitement filled him. What he had seen of the center of the city was nice, if not high quality, but everything stretching away from the center grew more and more gray, arching like an Ariados web. He could see grime splattered over stone houses and the few, flickering lamp posts were either broken or in bad shape. Graffiti was splashed across numerous brick walls, brightly colored paint covered up innumerable times in names or strange symbols. The sterile glow from a lamppost cast a dying shadow over his face as he entered through the lower entrance of the town. His first thought was that he should have come in through the main entrance. But he had seen a shorter path to the Pokemon Center this way and had decided to take it. The several abandoned buildings loomed over him despite being only several stories tall, and he could feel the sharp wind snaking through the streets, the only sound in the dead street. It was only early afternoon, but he couldn't help but draw his jacket closer around his arms, Rhyhorn speeding up to be by his side. Flashes of light hit his face from closed windows. "Everyone, you're being recalled," he said a bit tightly. Gale, who was flying overhead, made a sound of protest, but everyone else was recalled quickly. Rhyhorn stayed by his side as he moved through the cold streets of Pewter. Within only 20 minutes, however, the sun seemed to return and he felt warmth on his face. Buildings revived themselves into good repair and the broken and missing bricks of the path were suddenly flawless. He noticed the change by the time it was too late. For him, it was as if he had been afraid of the rather nice, gentle city that was now around him. He could see the Pokemon Center ahead, surrounded by a neatly kept garden blooming with flowers. Rocks lined the side of the road, large boulders that served as sort of benches, smoothed over by years out in the elements. The pavers were gray and most of the buildings had neutral tones for their coloration. It seemed Pewter took itself as the city of rocks quite seriously. But Ash could see past the nice interior. Pewter City was not a place to wander alone at night, at least not in the outer reaches. The Nurse Joy inside was just as pleasant as any others he had met, though there was a sharpness in her eyes he hadn't seen before. Rhyhorn accepted being recalled without so much as a low rumble, and Ash handed over all of his friends but Karma, who hadn't been in very many battles and was fine. Besides, he wanted to go find her the rest of her silver. Joy gave him directions to a gift shop that sold all sorts of rocks and metals, where he would no doubt find enough silver to satisfy him. Sliding his trainer ID under the scanner to rent a room for the night, he thanked her and went off on his way. Thankfully, it was within city limits. By reading the various pamphlets Nurse Joy had given him and looking over the maps, he was able to realize that there were only certain parts of the city that were legally classified as Pewter City. Over the past 100 years, as Mount Moon grew less and less promising to travel to when compared to the much safer routes between other cities, Pewter City lost much of its tourist population and, as such, fell on harder times. Crime grew as people fought to survive and the League drew its attention to the more popular, larger cities. The previous gym leaders had all attempted to save the outer reaches, offering schools for education and jobs for those without, but it only served to make a dent. At least until the latest gym leader, Brock, came along. He was only a teenager but he had grown up in a hard world. His father, Flint, was the previous leader of the gym and had to spend nearly all of his time there trying to save it, only arriving back at home far too late and leaving far too early. Brock's mother, Lola, was officially reported as having left to explore other interests but it was heavily assumed something far more suspicious had happened. None of her powerful water Pokemon had ever been seen or reported. Brock had seen everyone trying to save Pewter City by feeding it more and more and had said no. Many tried to convince him but he stood his ground and cut Pewter City in half, giving funding to only the center. For those that looked in, it might seem cold-hearted, as if he was trying to starve out of the bad instead of healing it, but Brock spent a fair amount of his time fighting criminals and helping those without jobs attain them with the city limits. Every year, he was able to extend the limits slight more, a street here, a building there, and he prophesied that in nearly 30 years he would have nearly 3/4 of the original Pewter City back within safe keeping. There were those that disagreed with his methods, but there were none that could consider the teen soft. He was, as cliché as it sounded, as tough as the rock types he trained. Ash could see the difference between Pewter City and the outskirts as differently as two sides of a coin, and was extremely thankful that Flint's Rock and Blocks was within the limits. It was a humble little shop, the small glass window covered in shelves stuffed high with different hued rocks. The tiny bell chimed pleasantly as he entered, the aroma of copper and salt filling his nose in a far subtler way than celadone. Inside, it was mainly full of waist-high units neatly organized with both neatly cut and rough-surfaced stones. A man jerked to attention from behind a bar, quickly stowing a magazine behind the register and standing up. "Hello." "Hey," Ash offered, flicking his gaze amongst the different rocks. More than a few were interesting and while the price wasn't too bad, he could only imagine his back if he added 20 pounds of pretty rocks to his bag. "I just caught a Kadabra, but she doesn't have a spoon. Do you have any silver?" The man silled around the bar, seemingly very pleased Ash actually had something to buy. "Of course. Does she have any standards?" "We have a few different types we use for focal points, all with their own pros and cons." Ash blinked. He hadn't considered that. "Am I allowed to release her?" "Sure." The man pointed to a relatively clear area. Ash pulled out the pokeball and released her in the area, the red flash reflected off of the flecks of mica in the surrounding rocks. He blinked the scarlet out of his eyes and focused on Karma, whose own eyes were wide as she took in her surroundings. Almost instantly, her gaze snapped to the back, where Ash could see gleaming silver. The man chuckled. "She's definitely ready for a focal point. Do you know how much silver she has right now?" "Little. Less than a palm full, or something." Ash frowned. He hadn't exactly measured it. "I think it's pure silver, though. Karma focused on his words, blank gaze flicking to the man when he began to speak. I guessed. We have three main forms of silver for focal points: pure silver, sterling silver, and coin silver. He turned his back for a second, digging through a drawer before producing 3 silver bars about 2 inches long. He gestured to the first. This is pure silver, found by our ground types. It technically is slightly stronger than other silvers, but it's our most expensive option and is rather malleable. See? The man twisted his grip and the bar bent slightly. Ash nodded and Karma twitched her ears in response. He held up the second, setting the first down. Sterling silver is around 93% silver, while the rest is copper. It gets a little less power because it's not pure, but a fair bit less expensive and can survive for a lot longer. Pure silver gets scratched or dented while sterling silver mostly avoids that. Last is coin silver. It's around 90 to 10 for silver and copper and, as you can see, lacks a lot of the luster of the more pure silvers. It's our cheapest option and lasts a long time, though it doesn't have quite the punch. Karma made eye contact with Ash, ears perked fully forward. She clicked her claws together and stared at the man, who nodded and set the 3 bars of silver down. Her gaze slid slowly from each to each, eyes flashing blue as she tested each one. After a silent minute, her gem gleamed and the first bar rose a few inches into the air. Pure silver. Ash mentally grimaced at his crying wallet but forked over his trainer ID. Swiping it under the scanner, he couldn't help the sudden bout of darkness that closed over his mind. The cost of the silver was enormous, dipping heavily into the bucks he had stashed here and there to try and buy more TMs. While he still had around 1,000 in emergency funds, he wouldn't be pulling those anytime soon. The numbers steadily clicked down in his account. At this point, he wasn't sure he would have enough for food. But Karma's eyes when Ash offered her the silver, the purple-orange gleam of happy pride, made it worth it. The ring of molten silver flowed off of her neck, the silver ball melting immediately as her psychic powers touched it. She smoothed it out, shaping it out and making the basic spoon shape Ash knew. Karma paused, eyes flashing, and added a slight curl to the end. It cooled the second she wanted it to. It touched her claws and Ash could feel the psionic energy build up, sliding across the room like a living thing and making the hairs on the back of his neck rise up. He couldn't help the grin that rose across his face as the psychic stain in his mind picked up. You ready for the gym? Her grip tightened around the spoon, or shine, as she called it. Yes. XXX. Ash had been right. The rather dull warehouse, at least, from the top, was the gym, situated right in the middle of the town. When he looked at the map, he could almost describe it as shock waves spreading through the city, with the gym in the middle. The city limits matched the wavelength effect, expanding outward in a sort of circle hugging the edges. The gym was rather striking from the front. It was covered by a thick wall of stone, some sort of dark granite that glittered as Ash moved his head. He paused by one of the many tourist signs, relics from the old, prosperous age of the pewter, and read more about the history of the gym. The sign SCKED him in with well-written language and pictures, even though the plastic in the corner was peeling. It was covered, both inside and out, by something called Verde Butterfree granite, which was known for its green-gray hues and for being heavily infused with mica as to shine every time the sun hit it. Only found in Hoenn, Pewter had had to spend nearly a year paying for all the stone and then all the shipping to get it covering their gym. But in the end, it was striking. The building glittered like a diamond in the light and Ash could only imagine what it had been like Pewter was at its prime. Now the granite was chipped and the mica had lost a fair amount of its luster, but he could still see the spirit of the thing beneath the cover. He took another moment to stare at the imposing gym before heading inside. The door, despite being covered in a slab of granite, was surprisingly light, and he nearly fell from the effort he had been used to try and open it. A blast of cool air hit him before he had even stepped inside, the cool undertones that smelled almost like a cave surrounding him. Inside, it was dark, though hidden lights along the tops of the walls still let him see. It had a much more rustic feeling than the outside, ancient wood carvings along the walls and thick wooden pillars supporting more granite to cover the walls. The stuff on the inside wasn't kept in quite as good condition as the outside, probably because the gym leader spent more time in displaying a proud appearance to the city he was wrestling back from the edge. Ash could recognize some of the carvings. They were simplistic, and Ash could see the imperfections that showed they were hand-carved. It took him a moment to pick apart the flat images, but he saw they were mainly of rock Pokemon, a callback to the Nibby clan, who formed the town and gym within it. Though Brock and his family weren't part of the clan, they still obeyed much of the same traditions, and there had rarely been a member of the family that didn't at least partially specialize in rock types. He walked past the front entrance room, following a wide path of granite to the battlefield. It was surrounded by seats but no one occupied them, the stadium-shaped field sloping downward to meet a wide, rectangular area. For the most part, it was flat, hard-packed earth, but randomly dotted around were piles of rocks, tightly packed a soft gray. They seemed to mimic mountains, grouped together in a very rough imitation of the range Mount Silver was located on. On the other side, sitting cross-legged on a wide platform rather casually, sat a teen. He was taller than Ash, with deep brown skin, black spiked hair, and almost ranger-esque clothes, finished off with multitudes of pockets and buckles. Who he presumed was Brock raised his head as Ash approached, revealing narrow brown eyes. "Who goes there?" His voice was gruff but it didn't have the gravely tones his father Flint was well known for, more warm. "A challenger for the Boulder badge," Ash replied, stepping carefully toward his own platform. As far as battlefields went, it was one he would have to plan his strategies around, unlike Surge's or Sabrina's. No doubt Brock's Pokemon knew their way around the deceptive small stone mountains much better than his own. "Are you Ash Ketchum?" When the trainer nodded, Brock suddenly perked up, almost like Scorch when food was brought out. "Finally. Daisy told me about you almost 2 weeks ago. What took you so long?" He blinked. "Well, I had to get through Mount Moon, and I stopped along Route 3 for a little more training." "Ah, well." Brock waved it off, a grin on his face. "My real team has been training up for you, and they're all as ready as can be." "Forest." Another boy appeared from a side room, shaking off what seemed to be an afternoon nap and trying to hide his yawn behind the palm of his hand. "Am here, Brock. You got a challenger?" he asked, making his way toward the referee panel. Brock didn't do anything to hide the proud grin on his face as what had to be his brother began reading off the basic rules. Both of them had been briefed on Ash, no questions of badge numbers given. Ash was a little concerned about that. He hadn't exactly faced anyone who had prepared for him, even though he and Gary had been planning their fight since they were in diapers. It was also a 4-on-4, which he had prepared for, but it was still a little nerve-wracking. He shook it off and readied his Pokeballs. Brock released his first Pokemon, which immediately flew upward before the red gleam had even begun to fade. Ash frowned at that, trying to think of rock Pokemon that could fly, when the scarlet faded and revealed a proud Crobat, who stretched its wings in a truly impressive aerial show. Surge's words returned to him, not every gym leader would use Pokemon within their type in the higher levels. Ash would just have to adapt. He analyzed the Crobat. It was a good size, nearly 5.5 feet, but Ash couldn't help but compare it to Gladian's Crobat, the behemoth that had hovered while barely flapping its wings. But despite that, it had well-groomed purple fur and its red eyes were remarkably bright for the time of day. This would be a real battle. Gale would be able to make it an aerial battle, but he hadn't fought enough trained flyers to make it a good one. Besides, it was Scorch's turn for a gym battle. She hadn't been able to defeat the Dugong and wanted to prove herself after that. She appeared with a howl, tails curling over her head. Brock's eyes lit up. "I've always admired the Vulpix line," he called across. 5 tails is pretty good. But how well have you trained her when compared to my Crobat?" "Well enough." Ash grinned. The teen's cheerfulness was infectious, and he couldn't contain the adrenaline that began liking through his veins. I'll let you see that. Scorch barked her agreement, activating flash fire with a roar of flames. The excitement of the battle ignited the fire more than normal, tongues escaping to lick around the ground and pump heat into the air. Crobat let out a shrieking call in response, the sound lilting, and moved lower. Ash knew the Zubat line had bad eyes that never went away, which means light show probably wouldn't do much, but their well-adapted ears would make roar a viable option. Ash looked down at Scorch, who stared back at him. She yipped before turning back to the battle, tails curling above her. Forrest swiped his hand down. Vulpix vs Crobat. Begin. Crobat waited in the air, bottom wings staying still while its top two circled slowly to keep its position. Brock raised a hand, narrow eyes fixed on his Pokémon. Ash frowned, waiting. Scorch padded around on the ground, eyes flashing blue to make sure she could keep Crobat within her sights. It was a battle of speed. Scorch narrowed her eyes. She wasn't about to lose one of those. Brock dropped his hand, Crobat dove, and the battle began. It immediately leveled out a couple of feet above Scorch's head, skimming above the mountain ranges. Scorch bounded away whenever it got too close, but neither attacked each other. Ash frowned, watching the two carefully. Crobat had 4 wings, but Ash noticed it only used its upper 2 for actual moving while the lower 2 circled quickly, displacing the air currents in order to change its direction. He guessed they worked almost like rudders on boats. Brock still hadn't made a move yet, seeming to be the type of trainer who waited to check out the other Pokémon before starting to attack. Crobat was also taking its sweet time analyzing the Vulpix on the field. Ash frowned, scanning the field once more, before giving the first command of the match. Scorch, extrasensory and roar, then burn its lower wings with ember, Ash said softly, trusting her powerful, psychic-enhanced hearing. She yipped in confirmation and her eyes relit again, a much brighter blue than before as she harnessed the more deadly power of the psychic move. Crobat, on one of its low sweeps, began to hum with the same color. It jerked in midair, lower wings freezing up as its eyes suddenly took in far too much. Ash couldn't see her, but he knew Scorch was baring her fangs in a grin as she slammed her front paws into the ground and curled her tails over the ground. The sudden movement drew Crobat's overly sensitive gaze and she threw her head back, releasing an otherworldly screech. Both he and Brock winced, but Crobat was much worse. It tried to drown the noise with its own screech, shrieking its pain to the ceiling, but it only managed to distract itself more and start to fall toward the ground. Scorch blitzed forward with quick attack, tails flicking up to release a spray of embers. Only a few connected. Crobat shook off the attack much better than Ash would have thought and took to the air, trailing smoke from the actually quite nasty burn on its left upper wing. He frowned. While it was clear Crobat could be distracted, Brock had trained it well on fighting past such things. He'd have to get more creative. Ember and Heat Wave. Try to box it in, you won't be able to hit it while it's flying. She barked back, eyes flashing again as she began to trot around the battlefield, ducking around the full mountain ranges as best as she could while still keeping an eye on Crobat. Brock leaned back against his railing, a smile on his face. "You've got a good Pokémon," he called across. "But Crobat has a few tricks up his sleeve." Haze. Crobat immediately flew upward from its low circles, wings flashing in the light of the gym. It opened its fanged mouth and a stream of blue-white smoke came out, glistening with particles of frozen water. Crobat shivered even as it breathed out the chilled mist, but its training far overreached the cold from the ice. It beat its upper wings rapidly, forcing the haze until it covered a good half of the field, before it dove into the mist. It was just like in the Cerulean gym, but this time he didn't have the advantage. Every now and then, he could hear the chirp of echolocation, and knew that Crobat was right at home being blind in the mist. Heat Wave. Try to get rid of the haze. He called, leaning forward with gritted teeth. He didn't hear a bark back, and right as he was about to make sure she had heard him, he heard a pain-filled yip. The haze stirred, twisting as something within moved rapidly, but neither Pokémon emerged. Brock offered him a shrug of his shoulders. Crobat likes to simulate caves as best he can while hunting. Your Vulpix is working blind in there. The gym leader was surprisingly talkative, but that didn't change the fact he had just given Ash a useful bit of information. In caves, there wasn't smoke. Scorch. Extrasensory, and find it through the burn on its wing. It was a waiting game, but at least Ash had a plan. Crobat were notoriously clean groomers to hide their scent while hunting at night with more sensitive prey, and would often give off no more than a faint whiff of poison. But with the burn right on its wing, Scorch would have a much easier time finding it. His thoughts struck true. A squeak of pain flitted through the battlefield and a plume of fire escaped the haze. Scorch yipped and Ash could see her find her way to the edge of the haze and make it out. Crobat flew upward, another vicious burn on one of its lower wings. Even though it wasn't too injured, its flight pattern jerked as one wing tried to do the work of two. It settled for hovering above the battlefield, the haze slowly disappearing beneath it. Scorch searched, but couldn't see it above the cloud of mist. Extrasensory, Ash called. She only had to land a couple more hits to ground it, then she could go to town. He could see an impressive bite over her back, but it didn't seem to be bleeding too much and she barely seemed to notice it. I can see I'm going to need a different approach to your Vulpix, Brock called. He raised his hand, instantly drawing Crobat's attention back to him despite its wobbly flight. Screech and Supersonic. Ash whitened. Scorch, stop. Crobat threw its upper wings forward, diving fast and flying faster. It released a piercing, high-pitched shriek that rattled its way into Ash's bones, the sound echoing off the walls and only coming back stronger. He cried out, jamming his hands over his ears and closing his eyes. The pain was both high and low, fierce and rough, and so unlike any other noise Ash had ever heard. When he managed to pry his eyes open, he could see actual sound waves emerge from Crobat's mouth, shooting toward the twitching Scorch. She was barely able to move, overpowered because of her acute hearing and extrasensory. There was no way for her to dodge when the rays slammed into her. She shrieked, writhing and falling on her side. Brock didn't look exactly pleased with the pain she was experiencing but gave his next command nevertheless. Cross poison. Defend with Iron Tail. Ash shouted, and he knew she could hear him by the weak twitch of her ears. Supersonic didn't truly confuse, but it did confuse the opponent. Only Confuse Ray could summon the otherworldly energies that made confusion so incredibly dangerous. Supersonic and others simply made the Pokémon unbalanced, losing their most basic motor controls. Her longest tail, the middle, flashed silver briefly, but she just didn't have a good enough mastery of it to defend herself. He winced as Crobat dove, still jerky from its burnt lower wing, and slammed its upper wings into her. The edges released a wave of poison that was immediately absorbed into her skin. It flew off, avoiding the flaming armor of flash fire as best it could. Scorch twisted, tails flailing as she fought to right herself. She shivered, the poison making its due course through her body, but she didn't have time to worry about that. Her trainer was counting on her winning this battle for him, for the team. Growling as lowly as she could muster, she rose back to her paws and settled into her battle stance. Ash cheered. Will-O-Wisp hit its other lower wing. She flattened her ear back and extended her tails, still twitching randomly from the poison. The time limit wasn't something Ash was used to, but he trusted Scorch. 5 bluish flames emerged, immediately taking to the skies. Crobat swerved, wings flapping furiously as it dove between the mountain ranges. It was too tall to be completely hidden by the piles of rock, but it successfully managed to avoid the hovering fireballs. At least until it emerged on the other side of the field, coming face to face with Scorch and another set of Will-O-Wisps. 3 slammed into its lower wings while the others went wide, but she had done what she needed. Crobat tried to take off, to flee, but it could only manage to go straight up. Scorch circled beneath it, tails flexed, but Ash knew the poison was multiplying, and quickly. Brock guessed it as well. Venoshock. Swift if you need to distract it. Crobat squeaked its approval and hacked up a glob of shining green poison, drops dripping from its wide fangs as it spat the mixture at Scorch. She barked and dragged herself out of the way, but Crobat was already falling. It relied on its second set of wings as not only direction but also height, and without them, it was steadily losing altitude. Scorch yipped, backed up, and released a barrage of embers. They hit their mark despite Crobat shooting off rays of light of Swift to try and combat them. It screeched in pain and began to truly fall, wings writhing as it tried to regain its balance in midair. Brock recalled it before it could hit, and Ash let out a breath of broken air he hadn't been aware was stuck in his throat. While it hadn't been the most intense battle he'd ever had, he'd never had one of his Pokémon be so outclassed so quickly. Crobat was a fully evolved Pokémon and that accounted for a lot of it, but Ash was used to having an ace in the hole to combat that. Scorch only had one close-range move and she could only barely use it. He only took another second to recall her as well. She shot him a truly grateful look, still hunched over with the shivers of poison racking her. Form. He had to train them to combat that, as well as other status conditions. In fact, he really just needed to train his Pokémon on more than just moves. Brock cleared his throat and Ash jerked, realizing Forrest had already announced the next match and the gym leader had another Pokeball in his hands. With a grin, he released the next Pokémon. Ash couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as an actual rock type appeared on the field. He hadn't prepared for a poison-wielding flyer and it had nearly cost him Scorch before the match was even beginning. The Onix usually wasn't one that inspired relief. It was enormous, nearly 30 feet long and made of interlocking boulders. The crest on its head gleamed with old battle scars, including one particularly nasty one that seemed like it had been bitten off, though Ash knew it could regenerate its rocks over time. It let loose a low, rumbling roar that sounded like an avalanche, thumping its tail against the ground. When it was fully stretched out, Ash guessed it would take up all but 10 feet of the length of the battlefield. But he knew which of his friends he could use to combat that. Matching Brock's grin with one of his own, he released his own contender. Karma stared fearlessly at the behemoth in front of her, ears perked up and twitching. Ash could almost see the psychic energy floating off of her form, her eyes gleaming bright despite her not using any move. She had slept for nearly 22 hours yesterday, only waking up to eat, and had completely recharged her energy. Brock nodded, impressed. Ash could understand. With the full force of her shine, Karma was a threat to be recognized and impressed with. Onix rumbled its own challenge even as Forest began the match, black eyes narrowed and rocks grinding against each other as it slithered to more safely tuck itself behind the mountain ranges. Rock tomb, rock polish once it's trapped, Brock said quickly. Onix growled its approval and thumped its tail against the ground, dispersing a wave of energy into the ground. Karma stared blankly out, disappearing in a crack of thunder just as soon as the earth trembled beneath her. It exploded upward, creating wide pillars of stone that should have pinned Karma in a tiny rock prison if she hadn't gotten out. Rock tomb and the like weren't true ground moves, though they did share characteristics. The move only required a forceful wave of energy to push rocks upward instead of moving the earth properly, similar to Stone Edge except with intent to trap instead of just attacking. A gentle touch of red-purple brushed against his mind. He directed a grin at Karma and gave a command. Box it, Psybeam, confusion. With a psychic type, she could pick up the intentions in his mind and only needed the most basic commands. She inclined her head regally before turning back to the battle. Onix glowed with a gleaming white light, and Ash could see bits and pieces of rock falling off of its body to let it move faster. Karma capitalized on its distraction with the move and raised her shine, the silver beginning to glow. Onix finished rock polish, leering down at her with a rocky grin. Brock frowned, but there didn't seem to be any signs of what Karma was using her psychic energy on, which Ash had worked very hard on. They stared at each other for a moment before Onix made a movement to slam its tail into the ground again. A barrier flickered to life around its thin boulders. It roared in confusion, trying to thrash around, but Karma had molded a significant portion of her energy into wrapping around Onyx. A thick layer of barriers was wrapped around its body, keeping it frozen in its position even as it writhed and bellowed its frustration to the heavens. If she was hit a single time by the monster that was the rock and ground type, she would be severely injured. So the first plan was to trap it. The second part came to life. Ball of light began to appear around her, similar to her first encounter with Ash. But now, there were nearly 24, each much larger than they had been before. She closed her eyes and Ash could feel the green-purple of smug pride a moment before they launched. Barriers collapsed a moment before the Psybeam slammed into the rock type, getting rid of its protection. Onyx bellowed in pain, managing to thrash enough to break the leftover walls of psychic energy as each of the beams slammed into its rocky armor. Brock winced but shouted his own command. "Rock slide!" Onyx roared and lunged forward. It slammed its tail along with a significant portion of its body into the ground, triggering a concussive boom and cloud of dust. Nearly 5 of the nearby mountains exploded, the rocks bursting into the air and raining toward Karma like a thunderstorm. She teleported with a crack but that hardly did anything, the rocks still falling too heavily to teleport out without getting too close to Onyx. 2 struck her across her shoulder plates, throwing her to the ground. Ears fully pinned back, Karma rose back into the air, creating her bubble of psionic energy to float on. Onyx rumbled down at her, slithering around the mountain ranges to get closer to its opponent. Karma had enough. She didn't like getting even touched on the best of days, and being slammed into by a wall of stone was far below that list. Raising her shine, she narrowed her flashing eyes and hovered higher above the earth. Barriers flickered to life above Onyx, but they were horizontal instead of the regular flat. Ash grinned and settled back. Unlike when most of his friends got angry, Karma became more focused instead of uncoordinated. While she had a tendency to use more power than needed, that was fine for facing an Onyx. Brock opened his mouth but paled as the barriers began moving downward. Onyx thrashed, making to move, but Karma launched a weakened Psybeam to distract it. By the time it had shoved off the pain, the barriers had touched its crest and were shoving downward. Onyx bellowed, slamming its tail into the ground. Ash winced from the sound but Karma pressed resolutely on, shine beginning to melt from the sheer force she was powering through it. The barriers moved downward, becoming fully visible with the strength Onyx was pressing against them. One cracked directly above Onyx's crest, but Karma just formed another one and kept pushing. Brock shouted but Ash couldn't hear what he said. He did, however, see the results quickly. The rock-type's eyes flashed a brilliant red, shining with an inner light like the brightest of all flashlights. Its muscles tensed and it stopped struggling, letting itself be pressed downward. Ash frowned for all but a moment before the ferocious bellow echoed through the gym. Rage. Not nearly as powerful as outrage or close combat, but absolutely deadly in the hands of the behemoth Onyx. It immediately began thrashing, even though it was almost lying flat against the ground with Karma's fake gravity. 2 barriers shattered instantly and more quickly followed. Karma's ears flicked up before being pinned back once again, shine redoubling its glow. Psybeam. Ash shouted furiously. Instead of her widespread, weak ball of light, this time the glow was focus directed in the center of the melting shine. It fluctuated with a rainbow hue, gleaming brightly, before firing. The Psybeam slammed directly between Onyx's eyes, exploding powerfully enough to throw chips and splinters of its rocky armor away. Onyx's eyes flashed once, the red gleam of rage flowing away and being replaced by pure shock at the pain it was feeling. Then, with a throaty groan, it collapsed on its side. The thud from its fall sent another cloud of dust into the air. Brock sighed and recalled it. Your Kadabra is powerful, Ash. Onyx isn't quite up to snuff with my team, but my other 2 have earned their spots with pride. He flashed a grin. You keeping in your Kadabra? Ash angled his stare toward her. She met his gaze unflinchingly, ears twitched. Her shoulder plates had a crack from the rock and the Onyx had sekked a fairly amount of her energy, but she could fight on. Fight, she whispered in his mind. She's staying in, he agreed. What's your next one? Brock grinned. Come on out. He shouted, clicking the release of his Pokeball. Ash recognized the Pokemon instantly. Nearly 5 feet tall and 4 wide, it stood powerful on the rubble of the rock slide and bellowed its arrival. Most of its body was a spherical stone made up of connecting pieces, a head smirking out from the front and powerful arms on the sides. A golem, one with smooth rocks from battle use. This would be a difficult foe to face. Forrest jerked his hand down. Brock forcibly took the first move. Metal slam. Golem rumbled, the sound like grating rocks, and lowered its body. Its large, wide claws dug into the rock and then it was off like a shot, barreling towards the motionless Karma. She didn't teleport. While the Abra line was evolved to bend space and time to effortlessly move, it required high levels of energy when they weren't in their first or last form, because of the large difference in size and power levels. Instead, she froze psychic energy in a reflect a dozen feet in front of her. Golem slammed into it and it immediately shattered. Its speed was only diminished slightly as it continued on, gleaming with silver energy. Karma's eyes widened, ears flat, before she was forced to teleport out. Golem continued on and crushed nearly 4 mountain ranges beneath its charge. It reappeared, shaking away fragments of rocks off of its head and focusing back on Karma. It didn't seem even scratched after ramming through hundreds of pounds of rock. Ash frowned. Karma would have to do some heavy working to injure the rock type for his next Pokemon. Psybeam, he called. Karma held her shine out, glowing blue. It wasn't a Psybeam but a confusion, and he knew she must be exhausted. Trapping Onyx twice had taken a lot out of her and Golem was hardly making it easier for her. Golem grunted annoyedly as it was lifted into the air, flexing its arms as it tested the boundaries. Karma flattened her ears and closed her eyes, focusing the last dredges of her energy into keeping the Pokemon contained with the prison. Hissing audibly, pupils glowing from behind her eyelids, she twitched her claws and slammed Golem against the ground. It actually made a hollow sound of pain, one leg buried into the ground from the strength she had managed to throw it in. With a grimace, it reached down and yanked its leg out of the hole. Rock polish, Brock called. Roll out. Golem began to glow, the extra growth on its rocks crumbling off, before it retracted its head and limbs. A growl emerging from seemingly nowhere as the rock type began to roll, shaking the ground beneath it. Karma didn't move. Her psionic bubble was barely keeping itself together and she was in no shape to actually run. Instead, she started to glow with an inner light, the same glittering blue-white that defined most of her psychic powers. Her eyes glowed and so did the inner section of her ears, light appearing from her mouth and nose as if she was only full of light inside. Golem grew closer and closer but Karma actually screamed, the high screech echoing both through the gym and Ash's head, and released a brilliant beam of light. Ash recognized. It was the blue of Psychic. Golem was sent flying, crashing through a faux mountain and digging a divot into the earthen floor. It groaned with frustration, hauling itself to its feet, but it was obvious the move had done its damage. There was a burn from the energy right where its chest was, parts of its rocky armor ripped away. She immediately passed out after, collapsing against the ground. There wasn't a flicker of conscience in her. Ash recalled her, congratulating her as best he could but the Pokeball was entirely unresponsive. Brock blinked before a wide grin split his face. Okay, your Kadabra knows its stuff. Who's your next? Ash palmed along his Pokeballs. Rhyhorn might be able to overpower Golem with his beginnings of earth power but with its speed boosts, he didn't want Rhyhorn to be unable to react while Golem slammed into him over and over again. Grinning, he tossed his other Pokemon out onto the field. Wraith hissed as he was released, gases fluctuating as his fanged grin was filled with malice. He took to the air, keeping one pupil trained on the stomping Golem while attaching his other to Ash's gaze. Ash nodded, grinning, and the ghost returned it. His mood swings always seemed to disappear in battle. Brock nodded approvingly at the ghost. They were an impressive sight on any battlefield, and though Wraith wouldn't likely be able to handle more than one or hits from the stocky rock type, he would be difficult to hit and Golem was already heavily injured. Forrest announced the match. Wraith twitched at the voice but readied for battle, gases thickening and extending off of his body. Ash had noticed they were darker than normal, as well as more potent. He had managed to poison Eradicate on Route 3 just by touching it. Daze! He barked. Wraith cackled with glee and dove, gases extending like a million tendrils of death. Golem snorted, unafraid, and waited calmly for its trainer command. Brock told it to use Rock Blast and it did so, kneeling quickly to grab a handful of rocks. With an almost uncanny aim, it threw its arm back and began tossing. The ghastly dove and ducked around them, hissing in an almost mocking tone. Golem didn't take the bait, continuing to throw the rocks as Wraith approached. It scored a clean hit on one of the outer layers of his gases, jerking him back. His white eyes glimmered with rage and he dove more intensely, enveloping Golem's face in poison. The rock type growled, swatting at the gases, but staying steady. As Wraith got too close, getting cocky, Golem pet its arm back and slammed a flaming fist into the ghost's face. Wraith wailed, flying backward. Several of his gases caught flame but he exercised his will and squashed the fire, glaring darkly at the rock type. Golem met the gaze but didn't seem to realize it was anything other than a glaring match. It was proved wrong when Wraith's eyes gleamed pink. Golem realized what it was too late. It grunted, trying to step back, but the hypnosis hit it right before it managed. Stumbling back, it raised one more flaming fist before collapsing backward. Brock shouted for it to wake up but Wraith rose, gases gleaming. He readied Lick but Brock recalled it before then, sighing. I haven't fought a lot of ghosts types, and neither has Golem. Brock sighed, but he was still smiling. I hope you're ready for this last one. Something tells me you won't expect it. Ash prepared for anything, but he never though an honest to Arceus fossil Pokemon would appear. The Kabutops was nearly 5 feet tall, mainly covered in a mottled brown armor. It hissed, sliding its sides together to produce a screeching sound that nearly covered its challenging growl. The beady black eyes deeply set in its armored face stared unwaveringly at Wraith, who hissed back. How the hell did you get a fossil Pokemon? Ash gaped, unable to rip his gaze away from the water type. Brock grinned. The museum had some extra DNA samples and the revival lab owed me a favor. He's adjusted well enough to modern life but he's still a bit aggressive. Forrest abruptly had to cough, hiding his face in his hand. Brock shot him a glare but it was softened by humor. The referee recovered and announced the match, swiping his hand down and stepping farther away from the field. Ash was feeling less than confident, but he wouldn't back down now. Brock rather dramatically swept his hand, Kabutops twitching its sides in response before it even knew what the command was. Foresight. Ash paled. Kabutops growled, standing to its full height and extending its scythes. Swiping them downward, it released a wave of energy. Wraith tried to avoid it, but the energy readjusted its course to slam into his center. The shadows that always lived by his form disappeared, his gases brightening until he looked almost like a caricature, brilliant colors of purple and blues and his eyes shining an unseeable white. Wraith howled in confusion, but the sound only echoed into the gym, not in Ash's head. Slash, Brock commanded. Kabutops chittered, making it sound much more threatening than Ash ever thought it could be, and lunged. Ash desperately commanded every move Wraith knew, but the ghost was far too confused about being pulled entirely into the living world. He writhed in midair, gases flying. Kabutops barely noticed it, scythe gleaming as it carved straight through Wraith's center. Half of him exploded. Another slash dissolved the rest. Ash immediately recalled him. He had seen neither a fossil Pokemon nor Foresight coming, but he knew he should have. While the moves that could pull ghost Pokemon forward were far from common, they were something he should have prepared for. He made a movement to congratulate the ghost when a shiver crept up his arm. Ash glared at the pokeball. Though he knew that Wraith's sheer ghostly energies leaked through the metal casing and always sent a chill up his spine, now they seemed more pronounced. The pocket of ice in the farthest corner of his mind he had started to understand was Wraith twitched, growing colder. Rhyhorn roared his arrival, snorting out puffs of dusty breath. Brock raised his eyebrows and grinned. A rock type of your own. My starter, Ash offered, analyzing Kabutops as best he could. It was fast, but he hadn't seen much emotion in its movement. Just cold. It sliced Wraith in half and then quickly stalked back to Brock's side, waiting for the next fight. Even now, it stared quietly at him, scythes glittering with leftover poison. Neither trainer made a move, watching each other just as carefully as their Pokémon did. Rhyhorn pawed at the ground, silver claws ripping up chunks of dirt. Though it looked like a challenge, Ash knew he was preparing for smackdown if needed. Forest re-emerged, letting the fight commence. Spite, earth power, Ash said softly. Rhyhorn needed to slow Kabutops down if he was going to hit it at all. Don't get too close. Those scythes can do a lot of damage. The ground type rumbled and began to gather shadows, pooling the energy in his throat. Kabutops stared at it unflinchingly, head tilted to the side and making the same low, chittering noises that sent shivers up Ash's spine. That was the sound his ancestors would hear right before they died. Iron defense, Brock called, eyebrows lowered. While he had seemed very laid back during the beginning of the fight, now they were both down to one relatively fresh Pokémon and the stakes were higher. Then ancient power, disguise style. Kabutops didn't hunker down like most Pokémon did, a silver glow spreading over its armor. Ash could see it had pride, a fair amount of it, which probably came from being one of the top predators of the past. Rhyhorn sniped off the spite, nailing Kabutops along its chest. Most of the energy bounced off the defensive move, but though Ash knew it connected, Kabutops didn't so much as flinch from the loss of energy. It hissed at him, rattling its back spines almost like an Eakin's. Ash couldn't help his own wince at the sound. Kabutops slammed its two scythes into the ground just as Rhyhorn started to gather energy for earth power. The entire battlefield rumbled, several sections of dirt glowing a dark, rotten silver as they trembled violently in place. Ash frowned a moment before entire chunks of solidified stone began rising into the air. Rhyhorn bellowed in confusion as he was boxed in by cold tomb walls, the dirt rising up to surround him. Ash blinked as nearly 24 walls emerged from the ground, all around 6 feet tall and completely blocking off any sight he had of the battlefield. He shot an incredulous look to Brock, who shrugged it off with a grin. It's a strategy of mine, he said, grinning. How well have you trained your Pokémon to react when you're blind to their actions? Ash cupped his hands over his mouth. Rhyhorn, if you can hear me, he shouted, find it. Use the vibrations it makes and then nail it with whatever you can. Earth power, horn attack, anything, I believe in you. He dimly heard a low rumble in response. One of the walls shuddered, the dirt trying vainly to hold itself together with the silver energy, but the bulk Rhyhorn was shoving against it wore out and it collapsed with a groan. Ash could hear the thumping footsteps of his starter as he made his way through the maze of dirt walls. Kabutops never made a sound. He could imagine it stalking through the walls, scythes raised and glittering in the dim light. It was at home here, having come from swamps long ago where it would hunt in manners eerily similar to this. Rhyhorn wouldn't have much time to react to an attack if he didn't sense it first. A pause, lumbering footsteps, a pause. Ash gritted his teeth and waited. There was a startled roar and then the crack of an attack. Rhyhorn bellowed, but it was more victorious than in pain. Several of the walls trembled as their owner lost concentration, though they stayed up. Rhyhorn barreled through one of the walls Ash could see, for there was only one Pokémon on that field that could make a wall implode like that, and he could hear the dark screech of scythe on scythe. Brock raised an eyebrow. Water pulse, he called. Mud shot if you need to. Only a few seconds had gone by when Rhyhorn roared in pain, no doubt hit by the incredibly effective move. In his anger, he became aggressive. Two more walls imploded, leaving only the barest remains of the once impenetrable defense. Kabutops made a startled hiss, and then Ash could see its wide, domed head appear above one of the walls, appearing having climbed up it using its scythes. It perched on top, spines raised and back hunched as it stalked Rhyhorn from above the field. Rhyhorn rumbled and the earth trembled with him. With a shriek, it burst upward, cracks appearing as the uncontrolled earth power tore through the remaining walls and sent Kabutops careening toward the ground. It landed hard enough to crack one of its plates. Hissing with pain, it rose back to its clawed feet and stared down Rhyhorn. The ground type looked worse for wear. Several long cuts ran along his spines, slivers removed and chunks outlined in scratches from charging down the walls, and no doubt using such a widespread earth power had tired him. Water dripped from his plates. But his eyes gleamed in satisfaction at his enemy that was finally before him and couldn't run away. Metal sound. Brock shouted. Kabutops raised its scythes, each edge gleaming silver, and jammed them together. It produced a hair-raising shriek that pounded along Ash's ears, forcing him to cover them or lose them. Rhyhorn had never been known for his good hearing. Roaring a challenge to drown out the mildly irritating sound, he charged forward. Kabutops tried to deflect him with glowing scythes, but few things could stop a charging Rhyhorn, and it was not one of them. It went flying backward, scythes flashing as it landed in a crumpled heap near Brock's side of the field. The gym leader peered down, but when it was clear Kabutops wasn't getting up, he recalled it with a sigh. "You did it, Rhyhorn." Ash shouted, earning a pleased rumble before the ground type sagged and moved sluggishly back toward him. He took pity and recalled the exhausted Pokémon. "Thanks." Ash looked up to see Brock offering his hand. He shook it, feeling the teen's heavily calloused palm. "That was a great battle. I haven't had one nearly that fun in a long while. Maybe when you train your team up a little more you could come re-challenge me. That Rhyhorn is going to be powerful when he reaches his prime." Ash returned the easy grin on the gym leader's face. He accepted the badge and ran his fingers over it. It was a light brown, some sort of smoky quartz carved in the shape of a gem. He slipped it into his safest pocket. "Thanks." He made a movement to leave but couldn't help how his mind went to his trainer ID and far too low numbers to travel again. "Actually, do you think you could help me out?" Brock made the universal gesture for, "Go on," leaning casually on the railing. "I spent a lot of money buying my Kadabra a focal point, and I don't really have enough to go traveling. So I was planning on staying here a couple of days, challenging some trainers. When I'm not fighting, do you think I could come and do some work around the city in order to save up?" Ash couldn't help the shudder that went down his back at the sight of the teen's grin. "I'd love that. Don't worry, I've got plenty of work for you." Well, he might pick up some tips from Brock. He smiled hesitantly back, which only made the gym leader grin harder. XXX. Ash had avoided releasing his Pokémon for the rest of the day. Nurse Joy had stared disapproving at him when he handed Karma's Pokeball over and said it would take her a fair amount of time to help her regain her energy. He didn't want to congratulate his Pokémon without all of them being there. He had spent the day lounging around his room in the Pokémon Center, researching some of the moves Brock had used. Foresight was added to his tab of those he had to find a defense against, and some of Brock's strategies he would definitely try to recreate. The teen had brought up a point. He had mainly trained his Pokémon on situations he could control, seeing everything with an even field. But once Rhyhorn truly accessed his ground typing, the field would become his to manipulate, and he needed to teach his Pokémon how to react to that. Nurse Joy smiled at him, though she still frowned a bit as she told him how Karma wouldn't regain her full energy for several days. He grinned, thanked her, and bolted. Ash skidded down Route 3, searching for the closest clearing he could find. It took him less than 15 minutes to find one that was big enough, only a little distance away from the route, and he tore through the trees. Setting down his bag and catching his breath, he released his team. He barely waited for his team's after-release days to wear off before shouting, "We won." All five blinked at him before the words sunk in, and then there were rumbles, shrieks, and barks of excitement. Gale sulked for a bit at being left behind before everyone's joy at winning got to him, and then he celebrated just as much as them all. Wraith had anger brimming in his white eyes, no doubt from his cheap takeout, but Ash shrugged it off to his raging mood swings and talked to everyone. "The next gym is going to be a poison type, so we're going to need to train up some more on how to avoid being poisoned. Scorch, you can tell everyone how bad it was, right? I've also given some thought to maybe have a few of you try some double battles together, just to get a taste for it. What do you think?" Rhyhorn rumbled his agreement before nosing at Ash's bag, pushing it towards his friend. He wanted to go, to keep working on Earth power, especially against Pokemon that would be weak to it. Ash sighed and knelt next to his starter, tapping behind his horn. He should have told them earlier. "We can't leave Pewter yet," Ash said softly. All of them looked at him, heads tilted. "I spent too much money, and don't have enough for food, guys. So we're going to stay here for a bit, challenging people and working with Brock when we can." He already agreed. Karma seemed to realize what he had spent the money on, and her ears flicked down. Her grip tightened around her shine and she averted her gaze. He turned to her. "Hey, Karma, it's fine. You earned that, you need it." Something cold touched his spine like a fleeting kiss, sending shivers over his back before it left. But still, it lingered. "On that, I've actually got an idea for a new move you should learn. It's called Dash." The temperature dropped. Karma flinched, eyes wide and ears pinned. Wraith let out a high, unworldly howl and lunged for her. Ash stumbled back and shouted for Rhyhorn. The ground type moved to attention, trying to get between the two trio Pokemon. Wraith bared his fanged grin, a hiss echoing like a gong through Ash's skull, and simply floated higher to avoid it, gases thickening and trickling from his body. Karma raised her shine and made to teleport, shoulders heavy and eyes half-lidded from the ghostly aura, but Wraith roared his disapproval and gases flooded the clearing, streaming endlessly from his center. Ash choked and covered his mouth with one sleeve, eyes watering from the sting of poison. He stumbled backward, reaching back with one searching arm. His finger skimmed off the surface of his bag. He lunged back once more and managed to grab an exposed shirt. Folding it over, he immediately wrapped it around his nose and mouth, breathing as lightly as he could to avoid pulling in any more toxins. Wraith launched a shadow ball, the ghostly energy exploding against Rhyhorn's spines and releasing a shockwave of energy. The ground type barely noticed it, gathering the leftover energy to launch a spite. Sneering with his eyes alone, Wraith dodged them and spat a nightshade at Scorch, who yipped and blurred out of the way. Rhyhorn realized his physical moves wouldn't do much more than annoy the ghost and kept up with spite, firing it out and scoring a clean hit along Wraith's underside. It fazed him, but he pushed off the energy drain, focusing instead on trying to poison Karma. The Kadabra was looking terrible. So far, she hadn't gotten more than within 5 feet to a calm Wraith, and now he was actively coming for her, leaking ghostly energies and infusing the entire clearing. She had raised as many barriers and reflects as she could, but he could see pieces and chunks of the psychic energy melt off around the edges, her concentration unable to combat the ghostly aura and her exhaustion only yanking her further down into passing out. Her claws trembled. Ash took command. "Scorch, burn Hex." Rhyhorn, distract him with Spite and Rock Blast, while Gale, trying to keep his gases contained. Karma, just try and get away. Wraith gave him a look of betrayal as his own teammates moved to attack him, pure white eyes twitching as his gases thinned slightly. But he seemed to brush it off, lunging for the closest Pokemon, Scorch, with a roar. An extension of his gases swept toward her, more potent than the rest, and though she dodged it, Ash could see his eyes beginning to gleam pink. He was going for days. There was no way he could fight the ghost off if he managed to take out some of his teammates. Gale, just like Vermilion. The Fiero shrieked his understanding and took higher into the air, wings gleaming with razor wind. Rhyhorn and Scorch both fell back, leaving Wraith alone the second before the blue-flecked wind slammed into his center. With a howling shriek, the ghastly exploded into a puff of smoke. Ash scrabbled for the pokeball, ready to have Nurse Joy sedate him to figure out what the hell was going on, when Rhyhorn growled a challenge. Pausing, he looked up just to see the gases not coming together. When Wraith reformed and passed out, it had never taken more than a couple of seconds. Now, his gases were spinning around each other, twisting like a purple vortex. With every passing heartbeat, they darkened to a rich violet black, growing thicker and thicker as they all watched nervously on. Karma flinched violently just as the gases began to solidify. Wraith had only been 2, maybe 3 feet tall, but these kept expanding, lengthening out while not losing any of the opacity. Ash frowned as something thick formed around the outside, keeping the gases contained, and 2 smaller parts splintered off. By the time he realized what was happening, a haunter floated before him instead of a ghastly. Wraith was big. Nearly 6 feet tall, with his added 2 feet from his levitation, he was a fearsome foe to face. His bloody eyes twitched, focusing, pupils sliding back into view. For the first time, the ghost type was able to close his fanged grin. He stretched the jagged claws on his detached hands and moved them around, a hiss bubbling up through the air as his eyes slid to Karma. With a howl, he disappeared. Ash jerked back. A wind crawled around the clearing, stirring up the leftover ghostly energies. He could have sworn he saw a glimmer in the air, like a heat mirage, somewhere above Scorch. There was a flash of violet and Wraith appeared. His hand separated from his body and stabbed downward, glowing with shadowy energy. Scorch was thrown to the ground, reddish fur obscured by shadows, screeching in pain. It took her far too long to rise again, eyes unfocused and moved sluggishly. Wraith had finally accessed the thing Ash had wanted him to, but now he wasn't on his side. His non-corporeal form was invisible to the human eye and most Pokemon's eyes, and while he couldn't attack in that form, he could sneak and get close. And Ash didn't have a way to defend against it. Scorch. Extrasensory. Try and find discrepancies in the environment, it might be Wraith. Rhyhorn, protect her. I need you to use your eyes, Gale, find where he could be. Ash commanded, stepping back. He made eye contact with Karma, who was trembling. Wraith's aura had been reined in by his evolution, but his aggression was leaking it around the clearing. She was being crushed by the energy and had no way to combat it yet. Ash made a silent apology for putting her through this and clicked the button on her Pokeball. Scarlet energy drenched her exhausted form and pulled her into the relief of her Pokeball. The Haunter appeared again, claws dripping ghostly energy as they swiped through the area where Karma had been just moments ago. Ash tensed and got a hand on the ghost's Pokeball, but he didn't recall him. He had prepared for this with Gale, but hadn't had to use it. Wraith had to respect his strength instead of thinking Ash had just escaped the battle. He tightened his grip on the ball. Wraith only had a few more minutes before the adrenaline wore off and he was reduced to being stumbling and confused. Gale, Scorch, Border. Circle them both, don't let Wraith escape. Rhyhorn, front and center. Get ready, he said tightly. Rhyhorn roared and stomped forward, tremors racing through the ground. His bad vision would only be accented by the fact he couldn't home in on Wraith through his weight because he was levitating, and most, if not all, of his attacks would be useless. But Wraith had respected Rhyhorn before, and Ash was going to capitalize on that. Spite, keep him corporeal. The ghostly energy would hopefully confuse him enough he would stay solid. Wraith attempted to phase out, but Rhyhorn had plenty of ghostly energy to draw upon to charge a Spite. The ghost hissed, a deep baritone echoing inside Ash's head, gray arches of lightning emerging from beneath the spines on the back of his head. A shadow ball appeared in one of his hands, clenched between the hooked claws. Rhyhorn tensed, ready to dodge, but Wraith simply detached the hand from its close orbit around his body and swept it forward. It spun around Rhyhorn's horn to slam directly between his eyes. The ground type bellowed in rage, temporarily blinded. He summoned the one thing he didn't need to aim, Shock Wave. Reaching deep with him, hunting for the cells he needed to activate, he struggled before suddenly feeling the crackle of electricity in his horn. Roaring, he released it. One of Wraith's hands was struck cleanly and ruptured, the ectoplasmic skin breaking and releasing the gases that made up his body. He yowled like a Meowth, poisonous spines bristling as he felt the sharp pain. After only a few seconds, he shrunk an inch or two, a lump detaching from his side and forming a second hand. Ash guessed he had a finite amount of gas inside of him and could only reform that many times, but he remembered reading about energy too. By the time he focused back onto the actual fight, Rhyhorn had reared up and thrown dozens of pounds of dirt and rocks at the ghost. Wraith wailed and cleanly disappeared from view, his non-corporeal form sending waves of wind to crash over the clearing. Scorch's eyes flickered sluggishly blue, fighting to contain the psychic energy in such a ghostly environment, but she managed to turn and launch several embers towards an innocent shadow. Wraith appeared, unhurt but startled as the embers passed through his invisible form. Rhyhorn took the opportunity and launched a flamethrower. The fire roared through the clearing and Scorch leaped behind Wraith, taking the leftover flames to prevent setting the forest on fire. Wraith wailed in pain but wasn't used to his body enough to break up. After nearly a minute, Ash saw the tendrils of gas escaping upward. He clicked the button and recalled the fainted ghost. The ball barely shook, so exhausted as Wraith was. Ash sagged. The clearing still rang with the fading song of death and he was both sweating from the flamethrower and freezing from the chills of Wraith's leftover aura. Rhyhorn rumbled sadly and nosed at the dirt blackened from the fire. While he and the ghost hadn't been best friends, they had respected each other's power. Gale swooped down and landed roughly, his normal typing helping to disrupt the energies. Scorch padded forward, making a chuffing noise deep in her throat. He waited a moment for the aura to disperse before releasing Karma. She flinched as the shadows settled over her golden fur but adjusted quickly, still twitching occasionally. Her gaze, as calm as ever, met his and the question inside. Why did he attack? He said quietly, drawing everyone's attention back on him. There was silence as Karma gathered her power to answer. She had still only managed around 5 words at a time with her shine, and Ash didn't expect it to increase for some time. Her shine gleamed as she drew it into active form, readying her answer. Me. Lose. Battle. Promise. Break. Her voice spluttered and popped on the final words, but she managed to get them across. Ash frowned as he tried to piece them together, speaking aloud for everyone's benefit. Well, I can see he'd be upset from his loss. Foresight is a nasty move to deal with. But why would he be upset with you? And what promise was dash? He stiffened. Because he had made a promise, and he had broken it. Long ago, in the one-way glass room of Vermilion's police department, he had wanted a fiery powerful ghost type and had made a promise to get it to join him. A promise to do everything in my power to let you fight Team Rocket like you never could before. Ash closed his eyes. Wraith had seemingly been fine with the lack of criminals at first, Team Rocket couldn't exactly be found everywhere. But Ash hadn't once brought it up beside a single conversation in Mount Moon and, to make things worse, had left him behind once Karma joined the team. It wasn't the fact she was a psychic type, or part of the trio, or even her somewhat mischievous personality, it was that Ash had devoted his time almost completely to her instead of his promise. Was Wraith being entirely reasonable? No. Ash did have to train Karma up to be on par with the rest of his team, but he could admit it. He liked being able to communicate with one of his team, liked being able to understand answers to his questions. Ash had ignored the promise he made to make Wraith strong enough to fight back like he hadn't been able to when he was trapped. Everyone, I'm recalling you. He held up a hand to stop their protests the moment they started. No. I made a promise and didn't keep it. I'm going to make this right. Karma seemed relieved to be pulled away from the shadowed clearing, but he felt the green-blue flash of worry across his mind. Scorch protested vehemently and Gale was only a moment behind, but Rhyhorn seemed to understand. He rumbled his warnings before allowing himself to be SCKED into the pokeball. Ash took a moment to breath. He unwrapped the shirt from around his mouth and nose and tested the air slowly. It was still slightly sharp and almost tangy, but there wasn't much he could do about that now. He'd have Nurse Joy check up on him when he went in for his Pokémon. He tried to relax his posture, untensing his legs and rolling his shoulders. Though it didn't do much, he managed to force himself to calm down. Clicking the release on the coldest Pokeball around his waist, he waited. Though the red faded, there wasn't a Haunter in front of him. Wind kicked up and stirred the burnt grass, the same baritone howl flicking through his skull. It wasn't very loud, though, and he guessed Wraith was too exhausted to really try and scream at him. "Wraith," he said, not having to force the rough note in his voice. "I'm sorry." The wind stopped. "I made a promise to you and I haven't kept it. But that's going to change, alright? You're a Haunter now. There are more techniques I can teach you to make you strong enough to fight them." He could feel a puff of something chilled against his exposed arms and felt bumps rise up his skin. Team Rocket isn't everywhere. I don't know where they will be. But we know where to look for them, and there are other criminals who steal and enslave Pokémon just like what happened to you, too. We can fight them. Ash shivered and knew Wraith was directly in front of him, could feel the creeping tendrils of shadows picking at his loose clothing. But he stood his ground and continued talking. "I won't make the same mistake again, Wraith. You deserve better. But if you want to fight Team Rocket, you need to listen to me. Attacking Karma just because I helped her is not how you become strong. That's fighting something that can't fight back." Wraith heard the hidden undertones and Ash had to hide his flinch as the stain in the back of his mind crept to life, sliding frozen fingers around his thoughts. He stared straight ahead. "You know it, Wraith. You know that wasn't right. I will fight Team Rocket with you but not at the cost of my other friends." Wraith hissed then, the sound coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Ash did grimace, the sound reverberating through his head until the ghost cut it off. "I don't know whether there is Team Rocket here. But I do know something." He was struck then by a moment of quiet remembrance. Though Rhyhorn wasn't out, though the walls weren't full of watching police officers, though he couldn't see the one he was talking to, the scene was still similar. He waited, a wind brushing against his side as Wraith moved again, though he didn't know to where. "Brock said he has some work for me. Part of his duties is chasing away criminals. If I can convince him, we could find people who steal Pokémon from others, just like Team Rocket. It won't be easy. You might not be strong enough. But we can try." Ash blinked as a sound like escaping gas reached his ears. He guessed it was Wraith becoming corporal once again but he couldn't see the ghost, looks like he hadn't been in front of him. Little awkward to consider he had just been talking to an empty clearing then. Something brushed the back of his ankle. He turned around to see his shadow, lying against the flat ground. But it wasn't flat itself, full of wide bumps and jagged spikes. Wraith stared at him from it, fanged maw closed and eyes searching. Ash hoped they found their answer. "Are you with me?" Wraith hissed without moving his mouth, and Ash could see his two hands detach from the shadow in order to move up. They tilted forward, almost like a nod. Despite that, the message was clear. "Yes. XXX. Hey, Ash." Brock greeted. "What are you doing? Oh, hello." Wraith had half risen from Ash's shadow, trailing darkness from his fanged maw. Some deep part of Ash thoroughly enjoyed as the teen's face blanched as Wraith fully rose to his towering height of nearly 8 feet while hovering, hooked claws twitching and eyes narrowed in a toothy smile, but Brock shoved it off quickly enough. "Well, I'm not sure Kabutops could have stood up to it now, that's for certain. Did he learn any new moves when he evolved? The trio's well known for it." Ash nodded. "Yeah, Sucker Punch. He's pretty rusty with it but it's coming along. I read his league entry, I'm excited to see his lick now. And he really was. A Pokemon that lives in total darkness, hunting its next prey. It slips through solid walls and shadow in order to catch its prey by surprise. If it manages to lick them, their life is slowly drained away. Yeah, but be careful. They can do some serious damage if too strong. You remember the whole issue a few years back when some kid in a battle had his Haunter lick a Nidorino and it died a few days later? They're nasty business. Ash nodded. I hadn't read that story but I know the danger. Wraith's going to have a lot of training before I let him use that move in battle. Wraith, huh? When Ash nodded, Brock seemed impressed. That's a good name. You don't see too many ghosts in the conference, yours will definitely stand out. But are you here for training? I told you most of my jobs are for the weekdays, but I might have a few spare jobs, your Rhyhorn should be able to help for most of them. The Haunter hissed, although Ash guessed he was the only one that could hear it. Wraith had gotten better at restraining his voice and the stain in Ash's head was only growing with every passing day. Ash could pick apart his sounds now, although this one didn't need much work. Actually, I have a different request. Are there any, Arceus, he hadn't realized how awkward this was going to be to ask, criminals I could help get rid of? With Wraith? Brock blinked. What do you mean? Well, criminals. Bad guys. Air. Ash rushed to fill in the silence. Wraith was a Team Rocket Pokemon that I helped rescue and now that he's evolved, I want to help him fight some more bad guys or help get rid of them so he feels like he's free, or like Dash. Brock held up a hand, and Ash cut off, blushing from the part confused and part humorous smile the gym leader had on his face. Well, I can't entrust you with some of my more serious duties. I'm a trained professional, he said a bit self-deprecatingly, though I know I don't look it. But I do have a couple of leads, pretty minor ones. You should be able to investigate at least one of them, if you're up to the task. Forrest, Brock's younger brother and his main referee, trotted over at the gym leader's command. He produced a large map from his pocket, one, well scribbled with different rings around the city. Ash recognized one as the city limits and another that was probably Brock's plan for this year. The team pointed to a large box just outside the plans for the next year. This building is supposed to be abandoned, but a few people across the streets have reported lights inside. Just go inside, check it out, see what's going on. Shouldn't be too much trouble, and if it's clean over the next couple days I've been thinking of making it a sort of open market for people. Think you could do that? A pleased chuckle echoed in Ash's head. He grinned, scanning a path across the map. Maybe a 20-minute walk. I can do it. XXX. Ash frowned up at the building. While he hadn't expected any 5-star hotel outlined with Anovian gold or a barely held-together clump of rock, he had guessed it would be slightly more. It was a boring 3-story building made of gray stone with boarded windows and a "no entry" sticker on the closed front door, nothing defining about it in the slightest. Wraith hissed from his shadow as if urging him on, but he didn't emerge. The ghost, now that he had evolved, despised sunlight, as it heated up his trapped inner gases and made them expand, if slightly. Ash guessed it was like having eaten way too for dinner and feeling a too small piece of butter on toast, and he let the ghost stay beneath him while he walked through the streets. He ducked under an overgrown tree that was already mostly dead and walked toward the front door, pausing only to kick over an old bag. Something chittered, but it had already buried under the ground by the time he got there, the bag hiding the entrance to some burrow. He shuffled the covering back over it and kept moving. Brock didn't exactly have a key to a building abandoned nearly a decade and a half ago, but Ash barely had to jiggle the handle for it to pop open. He was hit from a wave of dust, gagging before he had the sense to cover his face in his coat and wait. Eventually, it settled down enough for him to go inside. Wraith immediately peeled himself off the ground and rose through the air, humming in excitement. Ash smiled as the ghost blurred around the room, exploring everything, though he couldn't help the wide grin that spread once he realized how well the Haunter blended into the shadows. He had to purposely try and track movement instead of the violet coloration of the poison type. Wraith had adjusted rather well to his form. His body was by a broken fireplace, one hand touching along a cracked table, and the third was poking some boxes to Ash's left. The haunter couldn't see what they were doing but seemed capable of understanding whatever sensations they were sending back, adjusting their destinations according. In the time it took for Ash's eyes to adjust to the gloom after shutting the door behind them, Wraith had explored the entire first couple of rooms. They were wide, several walls having been knocked down, and completely full. Storage units from probably everyone in the entire city, it seemed like, endless boxes and broken furniture lining the walls. A hardy coating of dust was littered along shattered bottles and pieces of twisted plastic, and he was suddenly very grateful for his extra thick protective boots. "Anything?" he asked, his breath kicking up a small cloud of dust. Wraith shook one of his hands in a no before moving on quickly. His gases thinned, his ectoplasmic skin dispersing slightly as he prepared to pass through a wall. Ash winced as Wraith stuck his head up through the ceiling, turning around as he surveyed the upper level. An idea struck him. He looked around the rock, finding a decently sized rock that seemed to have shattered one of the boarded windows, and picked it up. "Catch," he said, before tossing it to Wraith's closest hand. It reflexively closed around the surface as soon as it touched the skin, but it was clear Wraith couldn't exactly see through his hands. The ghost hissed audibly and re-emerged from the ceiling, spines raised and looking for a threat. When he noticed that he had only been attacked by a rock, the glare he sent at Ash was impressive. "My bad. But can you take this with you when you phase?" Wraith hummed in the back of his mind, staring at the rock. He called his other hand back and stuck in through the center of the stone, wiggling it around as he got used to it on a more molecular level. After a moment, he seemed satisfied, withdrawing his hand and sending the other up toward the ceiling. It took a moment longer, but Ash could see the same effect happen to the rock, growing almost slightly transparent. Wraith frowned, fangs grinding together as he shoved it through the ceiling. It was gone. He withdrew his hand, sans rock, and turned to Ash. It was clear it was taxing, his previously proud spines were lowered and his claws drooped, but it was possible. He grinned. "Just a possible attack. Did you see anything up there?" From Wraith's suddenly gleaming eyes, yes. He led Ash through the first floor, going in front of him. Ash didn't take out his flashlight, trusting the ghost in the barely lit decrepit building. Once or twice, Wraith had stopped him from stepping on several parts of the floor, and though Ash couldn't see it he could guess that the supports were failing. Dust settled over his skin and though he tried to scrub it off, he only ended up dispersing more and covering the area in a gray haze. Wraith tried to help blow it away, but he did more harm than good and stopped. Eventually, they found the staircase. It looked several levels above rickety, railings on the ground and whole sections missing, but Wraith deemed it sufficient. Ash had to take nearly 5 minutes getting up it safely, following the 6-foot shadow. The light grew almost darker as they went higher, the window boards switching from loose planks to securely nailed down boards of higher quality. That was strange. He took note of that even as he leaped across a hole in the stairs. The second floor wasn't much better, but Ash could see what Wraith had meant about seeing something. There was the rock they had brought up, another enormous pile of cardboard boxes, even a pokeball broken in half and covered in pounds of dust. But there was also a desk that looked far newer than anything else in the house. He frowned, stepping closer. While it hadn't been dusted, there was less gray on it than everything else. The wood was still stained, a light brown red, and the brass knobs showed far less wear and tear than the stairs. He opened each drawer and found nothing but blank papers and sharpened pencils. Again, not the thing to find in the middle of a room in an abandoned building. He opened his mouth to speak but paused. Wraith reacted at something, hissing quietly in the back of Ash's mind. He frowned, looking at the ghost, only to see his bloody eyes staring at the ceiling. They weren't focused, however, on the old stone, it was as if he was seeing past it, like it was opaque. The staircase to the third floor was in better condition. Ash hopped awkwardly up it, both of Wraith's hands hovering behind him in case he lost his balance. He thanked the ghost and looked around. 8 chairs circling a wide wooden table, each twisted like someone had been sitting there. An old lantern sat in the middle, turned off, several empty batteries lying next to it. Dust was heavy over its surface but inches lighter than everything else in the house. Wraith, however, didn't focus on anything else. He ducked low, sinking partially through the floor to jab one hand beneath the table. Ash walked closer, watching his step, before kneeling and looking beneath. A folder was pinned beneath the table, hidden in a sort of attached pocket. Ash would never have found it without Wraith. He reached and grabbed a hold, pulling it out. Only a few papers were inside, and he laid them all out on the table. They were diagrams, printed out on graph paper and covered in pencil marks. Ash could recognize all 3, however, having seen 2 and read about the 3rd. The Pewter Pokemon Center, the Pewter Gym, and the Pewter Museum. It showed a piggy's-eye view of the buildings, transparent to see each of the rooms on the lowest floor. Red circles stood in certain places, names scrawled within, Nurse Joy, Forest, Brock, others. Red dotted lines showed paths from several different rooms, each connecting to one of the circles. Blue lines showed the windows, green the doors, and yellow was etched in a strange pattern Ash guessed was the ventilation. He frowned, reading more carefully. Each diagram had a series of notes that corresponded with the page, with the Pokemon Center one having a bright, bold stamp on the top saying completed. Wraith hissed, one hand sliding forward and pointing to a section of the diagram. Ash looked back and saw an orange line tracing along the line of the ventilation, curving around where any of the red lines were. He frowned, tracing his finger along with. Every couple of rooms, there was a black dot next to the orange line. Keeping his hand on it, he looked back to the list of notes and found what black meant. Fire starters. His heart skipped a beat. He read through the list of notes faster than anything else he'd ever read, skipping jerkily across lines and having to go back up. In the end, he sucked in a deep breath and leaned back. Something cold touched his back, one of Wraith's hands, and he realized he was swaying. Last time he had read something like this, he had panicked. Not this time. Sucking in a deep breath, he forced himself to slowly read over the document again, reading through the other 2 as well. The Pokemon Center was dated to nearly 6 months ago and had the stamp of being completed. Neither of the other 2 had dates and the plans weren't as well finished, question marks lining the outside of the diagram. Ash took in another lungful of air and scooped up the papers, turning to Wraith and nodding. The ghost mimicked the motion and retracted his hand, twitching his claws and pointing toward the paper. Ash began to read it aloud, pausing frequently to show what he was talking about on the diagram. By the time he finished, Wraith's spines were quivering, claws falling away from his body to scratch against the stone floor. Ash flinched at the grating sound and the ghost stopped, but it was clear from his narrowed eyes and bared fangs that he was furious. The trainer watched in interest as a drop of actual venom emerged from the tip of Wraith's fangs. Most likely just solidified gas, but that would be dangerous if it was injected into a Pokemon. Come on, Ash said quietly, sliding the papers back into the folders. The tremor in his hand showed the anger he was trying to hide. Let's show this to Brock. XXX. The teen was perched in his usual position on his platform, seeming to be meditating, but Ash knew he was watching the field avidly. On it, Crobat was seemingly testing out its wings, the edges still missing fur from Scorch's fireballs. Golem lumbered beneath, making new rock formations for the next challenger, its chest still looking tender. Hey, Brock! Ash called, the teen's head jerking toward him when he announced his presence. Brock unfolded from his position and loped toward him, a grin on his face. His Pokemon looked up at Ash, but beside narrowed eyes from Golem, they had registered him as not a threat, though he guessed there might be a few bruised egos. What did you find? He asked, stretching out his hand for the folder. Ash handed it over quickly, glaring down at the plain manila. This was the second time he had found incriminating evidence, but he wouldn't panic this time. He wouldn't be of any use then. Wraith twitched his spines, emerging to float quietly behind Ash. Though Ash could see his gases writhing beneath his ectoplasmic skin, he seemed almost remarkably calm. The ghost was good at controlling his emotions. Ash tried to take a leaf from his book and stood still as Brock read over the papers. When he finished, the gym leader let out a low whistle. DMN. I didn't Garza went to this much planning, he's kind of a one-trick ponita, you know. Garza? Oh, my bad. Brock shuffled through the papers as he talked. Damien Garza. He's a little older than me, lives in the outer levels, real leader, or tries to be. For about a year or so, he's been trying to replace me as gym leader. Ash jerked back, eyes wide, but Brock waved it off. Don't worry. No one likes what I do, he's just a little more vocal about it. About 5 months ago, a fire started in the Pokemon Center, and he took the opportunity to blame me for not being a good enough leader to stop it. I had my suspicions that he caused it, but this proves it. He shuffled the papers back into the folder. Thanks. I'll just take the building down now, not much use in keeping it if Damien uses it as some sort of meeting place. Did you see anyone in there or was there just this folder? Just the folder. He frowned. Why don't you use that to get him arrested, or something? If he started a fire in a league building, that should be plenty. Brock smiled self-deprecatingly. Doesn't work like that, Ash. What you found are just plans, there are no names beside mine on there. Sure, we could try and catch them in the building, but even that wouldn't prove anything. Lots of people use old buildings as storage. I can know that he started the fire, but I can't prove it. Damien isn't the sharpest honage in the pack, but he knows how to cover his tracks. Ash stared at the folder, eyes narrowed. This was too close to the game corner for him to feel safe. What about if they attack the gym? Like the diagram says. Brock shrugged, bringing out the diagram. He splayed it flat over the folder, tracing several of the lines with his fingers. They've got the right idea, but I've got a team of Geodude constantly running security here, as well as other measures. If anyone gets in here or tries to destroy anything, I can blow up certain parts of the gym to stop them while leaving the important parts safe. The museum has its own team protecting it and their security is pretty top-notch. The League wouldn't leave all that important DNA and fossils alone with just anything, though there's been talk of moving it to Cinnabar. Like I said, I defend this gym. I've been here since I wasn't old enough to talk and I'll be here long after. Damien thinks I'm driving this gym into the ground, but I'm the only one actually bring it and the city back into the light. If he took over, the League might completely pull funding, not that they aren't making an effort already. I'll go down long before I let him take over the pewter gym. Ash could feel the power and strength the teen was practically vibrating with. Brock was the youngest League gym leader in Kanto, but he acted far older, doing better with pewter than any adults before him. He nodded. What can I do to help? XXX. Ash woke to the sound of a voice in his room. It was still dark from behind his closed eyelids, and when he twitched the tips of his fingers he could feel the silken sheets of the Pokemon Center. Too many wild Pokemon attacks still left him lying quiet, keeping his eyes closed as he reached out with his other senses. Something cold touched his shoulder and he couldn't restrain his flinch. But as it kept touching it, he could recognize the almost slippery ectoplasmic skin of one of Wraith's hands. It didn't try to shake him away, simply let him know of its presence, keeping its hooked claws away from his skin. He could hear the rumble of Rhyhorn, though it wasn't threatening, and a quiet baritone hiss echoed through his head. Beyond all that, however, was a warm, if gruff, voice speaking quietly. Brock. Deciding that Brock was probably very far from a threat, he grunted and opened his eyes. The room was pitch black, but a sliver of light came in from the open door. Rhyhorn looked back, acknowledging him with a bob of his scarlet eyes, but he kept most of his attention on Brock, who stood in the doorway. Wraith stuck to the shadows, his other hand tight to his body. "Wha' you doin' here?" Ash yawned, barely forcing the words out. Sleep clunked his eyes shut and he rubbed sluggishly to get them to open properly. Wait, time, it dash. 5 in the morning, Brock said, and Ash could hear the grin in his voice. If you want to earn some cash, we need to get started. Come on, I've been awake for an hour. You know, Ash grunted out, stumbling behind the teen as they walked through the deadly silent city. When I heard all that stuff about you working from dawn to dusk to save Pewter, I kind of took it as a metaphor. Brock's laugh was rich. I can function pretty perfectly on 5 hours of sleep if I need to. Don't even need caffeine, I've been waking up this early since I was almost 6. Besides, there's always something to do. My official gym hours are 12 to 6 and so I have to get everything else done around that time. I'm not a big enough gym leader to have a thing where challengers have to sign up days in advance, so I can't leave during that time. I won't deny it isn't the best system, but I work around it. Ash was finally awake enough to consciously look around. They were in a less prosperous side of Pewter, though he'd guessed they were still within the city limits. Lamp posts gleamed as best they could, spread too far apart, but he was able to make out most of the things around. A good number of the buildings were nicely made, mainly houses, but Ash could see a few more decrepit ones hiding amongst the rest. Brock kept walking, and Ash could now see he was wearing shorts despite the chilly morning air and some sort of exercise shirt, arms cut loose and almost eerily similar to what Lieutenant Surge wore. You never actually told me what we're doing. Brock nodded. From what I can tell, Ash, you don't exactly seem like the type to back down. The issue comes with the fact that very few people respect what I've signed you up for, and I like to be safe rather than sorry. I don't know if you were expecting more sneaky missions like yesterday's, but I have a very different task in mind, and I'll tell you when we get there. Ash accepted that. He lived to go his own route, both figuratively and literally, but whatever Brock was peddling didn't exactly sound like it was the thing trainers who only stuck to the safe routes would do. He straightened his shoulders and marched on. Eventually, they arrived at a site very different than those around it. The stone building that had been there was completely shattered, almost like a bomb had gone off inside it. Broken metal rods twisted out of the earth like roots and he could have sworn he saw the spark of electric wires farther in the back. A week or two ago, this building collapsed. Faulty piping, the people living here didn't pay for an annual checkup and it exploded on them. They've been staying in the Pokemon Center while they look for a new house, but I still have to do something with this, Brock said, gesturing toward the rubble. Pewter doesn't have very many trainers, so I rarely have much Pokemon help with this. My team helps out as best they can, but I really only use them to eat the broken cement. It's a bit like candy to them, honestly. Most of the time I have to do it by myself. I used to have a league team stationed here to help me out with things like this, but the league recalled most from me and left them at the museum with strict orders to stay there and defend it. A bitter note had entered its voice before the teen chased it away. Brock looked up at him. Call your team, please. They should be able to help. While he was waking a few of them up, namely Gale, Brock had strode off to a farther corner, disappearing easily into the darkness, before reappearing with a wide sort of wagon, large with towering walls that could probably fit a Dragonite or two and still be comfortable. He patted the side. You guys will be using these. I think I've got 3 spaced out around the property, go find them and start clearing the rock. If it gets full, tell me, and I'll have Golem take it back to the gym. All of Ash's Pokemon looked back at him for permission and, when he gave it, moved off. Rhyhorn immediately used Rock Blast and began loading up the wagon. Karma's ears perked up and her shine glowed, focusing on a large wall and beginning to wrench it from the ground with the wail of rending metal. Wraith detached his hands, sending them off to gather stones, while he went off in search of something he could grab in his mouth. Gale took to the air, grabbing the metal rods in his talons and beginning to pull. Scorch couldn't do much, lacking opposable thumbs or psychic powers, but she managed to use her beginnings of Iron Tail to place rocks on her tails and launch them into the wagon. Ash barely bit back a snicker at that. When he focused back, Brock had pulled out something from a bag slung over his shoulders. It was a wide lantern, similar to the one in the abandoned building, and he clicked a few buttons to leave the site flooded with a warm yellow light. Ash nodded. It was ridiculously dark, and made to move toward his Pokémon, but Brock held up his hand. "When I said I did them by hand, I wasn't kidding," he said seriously. Ash just noticed the empty Pokeballs around his waist. "I've released the only Pokémon who are really able to walk around here and not destroy the site more, a few Geodude. But other than them, I would do this myself." Brock moved around the lantern, heading toward the wagon. Hitting a switch, a door popped open that allowed much easier access to the inside. Already, several rocks littered the inside. The teen knelt down by a pile and grabbed a rock, his hands wide and heavily scarred in the light. He tossed it easily inside the wagon, turning to Ash. Ash was lost in thought. He could Brock spending imagine endless days crouching under the uncaring sun, ripping up broken buildings with his own hands, trying to stem the bleeding of a city the League had already given up on. He thought back to the old days, before they had Pokémon, before they had the technology, when those that wanted to survive didn't rely on their starters' bulk and power to muscle through any challenge life gave them. Brock raised an eyebrow, but it was clear to see there was apprehension on the gym leader's face. He didn't expect the trainer to actually help him. Ash nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. XXX. The first day had gone rather well, but neither of them had said very much. Ash had been exhausted, both physically and mentally, and he had had a 6-hour break in the middle. Wraith had partaken in a few battles with the trainers he could find around the city with Gale taking the rest, but there wasn't enough. If he wanted to battle in order to get all the money for food, he'd be here for weeks. Not enough trainers came through. At 6, he had been at the gym, as hunched over and sore as he was. Brock had laughed and set him on Rhyhorn for the walk there, and then they had worked for another 4 hours, clearing an impressive part of the site. Brock had been very thankful for karma. Psychics made the whole thing much easier. Ash had stumbled to the Pokémon Center like he was 12 shots in and a lightweight before promptly collapsing on his bed and snoozing away without changing. Rhyhorn had learned to read the time on his Pokédex pretty early on as a starter for the notorious sleeper in that Ash was, and had woken him up 5 minutes before Brock was going to arrive. Ash had peeled the sticky clothes off, jumped in for a record shower that only served to take the bite of sleep off, and was leaning against the wall like he could sleep there as well by the time Brock knocked. The second day, however, had broken down a few barriers they had had. Ash started it by complaining about a sore muscle and Brock added something and then they were actually talking, holding a conversation that lasted as long as each of them could hear each other. It was very interesting, and Brock was nice to talk to. He was a treasure trove of random bits of knowledge, learned from his years of studying in order to take over the gym, and Ash learned a flood of things about Rhyhorn he hadn't known before. Eventually, the conversation turned to more personal things. Ash didn't remember what had led to it, but he had mentioned Celadon and Brock's face had immediately gone stormy. He had hesitatingly pressed and the teen had only been so willing to continue talking. About 2 months ago, the League pulled another chunk of my funding. I barely get anything now, Brock groused, ripping up another chunk of stone and all but throwing it into the wagon. Celadon apparently needs it more, now that their game corner is out of commission, they need some to get back on their feet. As if. His shoulders were tight as he tore through the rubble with increasing vigor. In 3 days the Celadon department store earns what I get for funding in a month. Celadon already got nearly 7 times what I earned from the League itself. An actual growl rippled its way up his throat. But of course, DMNFNG Pewter doesn't need funding, it lost its potential decades ago. Mount Moon disconnects us from the rest of the world. Then they refuse to acknowledge Damien Garza as a threat against Ash. Brock stopped talking. Ash waited a moment before glancing over, seeing the teen almost awkwardly pick up a piece of rock and add it to the wagon. I'm sorry. You don't need to hear this. I'll just dash. Brock trailed off, seemingly not knowing where to continue. He knelt again, tilting his head away from Ash and focusing very intensely on the ground. Hey, Brock. The teen turned to him. Seriously, it's fine. You deserve the chance to rant. The league shouldn't have reduced your funding nor pulled their teams from your sites. If anyone should say their mind, it's you. Brock still seemed a bit hesitant. Serge trusted me to not say some pretty important facts he discovered to people. I won't say anything, I swear. He was granted a true smile from the teen, who began talking again, hesitantly at first before picking up steam again. Ash smiled, though Brock couldn't see it, and continued working, making sure to agree at the right moments and mentally mark everything down. That night, when they finished up, Brock ruffled Ash's hair like an older brother. Ash, in return, flicked water at him from his bottle and tried to bolt. Brock's infinitely longer and stronger legs nabbed him before he could get anywhere, and he was on the ground trying to break free from the noogie Brock had successfully pinned him in. He laughed so hard tears were streaming down his face, and the smile on the face lasted all the way through the night. XXX. Did you know I might be replaced? Brock said almost casually, kicking aside a lump of rock and grabbing it. They were still working on the main collapse area, the Pokemon a bit away to at least give them a chance to make a dent. Ash stiffened. What? By Damien? Well, yeah, there is that. But no. The leader shook his head. Not just me. The whole gym. Not enough people are coming here and tourism is declining even more, apparently, even with all the work I've been doing. The Nibby clan was one of the founding fathers of the Indigo League, and just because the clan died out, their gym is being ignored. You bet the Cinnabar gym won't ever lose founding despite Blaine taking off just because he was an old member of the Elite Four. Ash didn't know how to process, gritting his teeth as he tried to dig a piece of stone from where it was half buried in the ground. Did the League tell you that? Course not. Brock scoffed. The kid they might replace me with sent 101 apologies when he realized his name was in the bidding. You heard of the Seafoam Islands, yeah? When Ash nodded, he continued. The gym there's pretty small, but it's not struggling too much with the nice amount of tourism there. Kid's name is Jonathan. Uses ice types, of course, and he's gotten a fair amount of training from Price, so he's pretty confident. There was a smile on his face, however wan. Nice kid, really. Really wouldn't think that the grandkid of old cold-hearted Price would do that, but he does. Wait, so Jonathan had to tell you they were thinking of replacing you? Not the League. Brock looked at him like he was insane before his expression smoothed over. My bad, forgot you weren't working for them. He chuckled. You're quite easy to talk to, you know. He cleared his throat. But yeah. The League does a lot of good, everyone knows that, but their best interests aren't always the best for those working under them. They have to focus on the public show and how they present to other regions before they can really get all of their flunkies' issues fixed. I've reported Damien and his gang a dozen times or so, and the only person to help me out has been Serge and Daisy. Gym leaders stick up for each other, except for Blaine when he suddenly went cold on all meetings. Serge came in and busted one of their meetings with his Raichu, Brock said a bit blissfully, settling back as he remembered the memory. Damien used to have these big meetings outside of city limits about why he would be a better gym leader. Had me a bit worried, but I asked for help and Serge teleported over within the hour. Showed up and gave everyone 30 seconds before electricity would start flying. Damien tried to stand up to him, or so I heard, and no matter what he did, his hair wouldn't stop crackling for nearly a week. They don't have those meetings anymore, at least not in public. His grin went away to a scowl. I don't have the funds to hunt them down and check. Ash couldn't think of anything to say and settled for working on a piece of windowsill. The whole site seemed dead, but they were clearing it enough to show deep brown beneath it, and he could see where the beginnings of grass were going to grow in. It added another life to the destruction that had happened here. By the time the second day was over, Ash felt extremely at peace despite the aching cries each one of his muscles gave. XXX. The issue with Mount Moon tourism is that there's actually very little to show them, Brock complained. The so-called Moon Stone has only been seen by one person, a telepath named Mina with a clefable, and despite all the popularity it got, we haven't been able to find anything about it. Ash narrowed his eyes. He had heard a ton about the moon stone from Professor Oak, who had been giddy about the sighting, and would have thought people would have been excited over it. What do you mean? Well, there's only one confirmed sighting of it, around 15 years ago, and there's absolutely nothing about it that we can find in anything here. The Nibby clan, who explored every inch of that mountain, let me tell you, never found anything like it, and since Mina apparently tested it with her Jigglypuff, it doesn't evolve Pokemon like an actual moonstone would. But she swore up and down that it was the moonstone, no matter whether it was like any of the other moonstones we know. He sighed, scratching the back of neck in the gleaming heat. She went back to Alola and we haven't been able to reach her for comment since, but the pictures she painted were blasted online for a couple of years. Ash nodded. I see what you mean. And not a lot of tourists want to try and find something that only one person was actually able to find, right? If they aren't handed something, they don't want it, Brock groaned, swiping a hand over his face. Honestly, I swear, they're only a few steps away from demanding we just bring the mountain to them. XXX. See, Golem is absolutely awful at powering through attacks. I swear, Arceus was going to give him the ability Sturdy, but knowing him, Golem probably told him off for even thinking about giving him that. He likes his rock head, but mainly so I don't expect him to try and run through a hydro pump or anything. For as much as he is a towering, powerful, 700-pound being of power and strength, he is so prissy about being wet. Ash smiled. What about ice? Oh, don't even get me started on how he hates water, frozen or not. Honestly, you'd think he was raised in a volcano for all he isn't used to being cold. XXX. I thought you were kidding, Ash said a bit faintly. Rhyhorn, from his sprawled-out position on the ground, rumbling happily before taking another bite of the cement. Told you. Brock patted his shoulder. All those added chemicals make it like candy, not necessarily healthy but very tasty. He stared at the ground type, who had eaten at least half a wagon and didn't look to be stopping. Though that's a little excessive. Rhyhorn didn't react. Golem, who was picking through the pile much more carefully, gave him a haughty stare. Vermilion uses some sort of special recipe to help protect against the sea, right? Apparently, it's delicious. Did I ever tell you the story where Golem tried to start eating the sidewalks? Ash laughed. Golem tried furiously to wave his trainer off with a panicked expression, but Brock was only too happy to tell the story in full. XXX. Hey Brock, what's the difference between a regular gym and one that's league-sponsored? The gym leader frowned, standing fully up and switching the weight of a rock between his hands. Well, any city can have a gym. They sign some papers, turn it into the league, and they get a small amount of money a year to create their badges. The league usually sponsors 8 gyms, the Big 8, and they basically appoint the gym leader to be the one in charge of the town, funneling all funds directly to their pocket so that they can keep the city alive. There's been a few cases of corrupt gym leaders, but they're crushed pretty fast. Ash blinked. So you're the mayor of Pewter? Well, not quite. Brock grinned. I prefer your Lord and Savior, but Your Highness works fine, too. XXX. Ash had not been looking forward to when they were going to finish. As the hours slipped by, the stones faded more and more. All of his Pokémon had swept the field and were clearing it very intensely. Brock and Ash had managed to clear a small piece themselves, with Brock's Geodude circling around them and helping out. Golem had had to take back many wagons and, when they were getting close, he had used a couple of brick breaks to take down the larger remaining walls. But Brock, once he had warmed up to him, had talked about the lack of funding for both his gym and his city. And Ash had only signed up to help him out because he needed money for his own journey. A prickle of guilt went down his spine. Brock grinned and stretched, leaning down. Rhyhorn rumbled and stepped a bit closer, nosing at the half-full wagon between them. Ash could feel his shoulders pop as he mimicked Brock stretching before taking a step closer, looking at the last chunk of broken cement on the ground. The gym leader grabbed it and tossed it easily to him. Here you go. With a smile, Ash caught it. The rock gleamed blue and Karma made a teasing attempt to throw it into the wagon, but Ash managed to catch it before she could manage. Her ears perked innocently and he settled for flicking her shoulder plate before she teleported away. Grinning, he tossed it into the wagon. It clanged against the metal and other chunks, upsetting the pile, but the job was now done. Golem, from where he had grabbed a hold on the front, made a low rumble and began his journey back toward the gym, easily lugging it behind him. The site was now bare. Without the broken gray cement, all that was left was smooth brown earth, waiting for the next building to come along. Brock grinned at it, brushing dust off of his bare shoulders. Another one done. I've got some building plans cooking so I should be able to get it started pretty soon, though construction might take a while. Weather's been pretty unsteady for the past month or so. Ash could agree. Brock shifted over to him and slung an arm over his shoulder, smiling. Come on. Let's get you your reward. And just like that, he was nervous again. They began walking back through the town. It was a little before 11 and was still warm outside. Ash didn't exactly have the best grasp on days, despite having spent nearly a week in Pewter, but he guessed it was a weekday since only a few people were out. Several greeted Brock warmly, which the gym leader returned. Ash gritted his teeth and made himself speak up. Brock, Ash said hesitantly. I can't accept you paying me. It's not fair. I'm going to stay here for a week or two more, I can challenge enough trainers then and be out of your hair. He spared a glance over at the gym leader when he didn't reply. To his surprise, Brock was smiling softly. Thought you'd say that. Haven't you wondered why we're heading to the Pokemon Center instead of the gym? Ash hadn't, but now he was able to see the route was different than normal. Why? I could see it in your eyes as I talked to you, you wouldn't want to pull my funding, right? So I struck a deal with Nurse Joy. We're still renovating the Pokemon Center from Damien's attack and I agreed to give her another operation room in return for a full set of supplies for you. What? But an operation room must cost thousands, I just need some Pokemon food, I swear. That's even worse, he said, shaking his head. Seriously, I'll just challenge some trainers along Route 2 or it shouldn't take me that long. Brock laughed. Ash, it's fine. I was already planning on adding another room and Nurse Joy knows it. She knows you and all the work you've done to help me out, and she was going to give you the supplies for free but we're adding this deal so the league doesn't think we're giving their items away willy-nilly. Don't worry, he said almost soothingly. Ash punched his shoulder. You could have told me that. Hey, I did. XXX. Nurse Joy had already gathered most of everything Ash could need. Nearly a month's worth of food for each of his Pokemon, 12.5 potions, as well as a new flashlight and protective blanket. Ash tried to give most of it back but she refused, threatening to throw in a new survival knife if he kept protesting. Brock had only 30 minutes before he had to go back to the gym, but he stayed by Ash's side while the boy gathered up the rest of his supplies. When Ash made to say goodbye and leave, he stayed there, a nervous expression on his face. I do have something for you, Ash, Brock said, and he withdrew a thin disc from one of his many pockets. It was covered by a protective casing, a small label on the corner. He took it carefully, reading over the piece of paper. Rock Polish. It's not a very commonly used move, but it's incredibly useful. You saw me use it, it helps remove extra growth to allow them to move faster. Brock grinned. It's a favorite of mine. Rock types are notorious for their slow speed, but this changes things. Besides, I think you're going to need it when your Rhyhorn evolves into a Rhyperior. Ash nodded. You think I can? Yeah. Brock had a softer smile on his face. You've got a lot of potential, Ash. Anyone can see it. If anyone can manage to find a protector, you will. Ash thanked him profusely, which the gym leader accepted with a smile before having to head off toward his gym. They exchanged numbers and then Ash was off, pokeballs proud on his waist. He would wait until he was out of pewter to release them. The outskirts of pewter were still far from comfortable, but Ash wasn't that scared of it anymore. He took a short detour to stare at the building Damien had made plans to burn the Pokemon Center in. It was just as cold and dull as it had been before, but now he knew that Brock was going to be tearing it down. Route 2 wasn't too long, but what interrupted it in the middle was the Viridian Forest. He had gone through a section of it before, armed with only Rhyhorn and Gale, and now he had almost a full team to fight his way through the depths of the bug-infested forest. He couldn't help the grin that went over his face. While he would be going through the Diglett cave again to get to Fuchsia faster, but now he would be able to challenge threats in both trainers and Pokemon. Ash turned to take off his bag and grab his water bottle when something caught his eye. A small package attached to the side, partially hidden behind a buckle. He removed it, frowning at the wrapping. After only a moment of examination, he laughed. Looks like Nurse Joy had added that survival knife after all. There was a reason the Viridian Forest was listed as one of Kanto's best landmarks. It enveloped him from the moment he stepped inside, the same thick, almost stuffy smell he remembered from his first entrance entering it. The trees crowded him, barely restrained by the flat dirt path, and when they couldn't stop his travel they settled for extending their reach above. Constant shade covered the path to the point where it felt like the sun had given up. All he could see was green and brown. Flashes of Pokemon constantly moved around him. Pidgey and the Lion shrieked warnings from branches, though they shut up quickly when Gale screeched his own challenge from above. Bright purple tails bounced around in the bushes, the bark of trees gnawed down by endless waves of Rattata. The dirt was occasionally scorched on the path or surrounding area, caused by released electricity from the wild packs of roaming Pikachu. Countless Weedle and Caterpie stared quietly at him from branches. Once or twice, he had heard the clicking of Ariados pincers and had stayed close to Rhyhorn until they passed. A horde of Beedrill passed through one time, far more than the one or two scouts he remembered hearing with Leaf. The memories hit him harder than he expected. Rhyhorn was quiet as they passed, more so thinking back to his old friend Machop than any sort of fear of them. The other side of the forest had been the same when he first passed through but, as he was closer to the more populated side of Kanto, there were more trainers to challenge. A few had started toward him before abruptly leaving when they saw the bulky Rhyhorn by his side, but most were up to the challenge. He fought all that accepted, using the excessive amount of poison types to help train his team for Fuchsia City. While a few Pokemon had stood out to him, most fled immediately or couldn't actually fight well. He idly wondered whether he should try and find Gideon's farm. The man had said it was nearby Viridian, though he didn't remember where it was. Gideon had given him a priceless bit of information about the Diglett cave, which he was going to use again whenever he managed to find it. Besides, Brock had taught him that breeders knew all sorts of things about Pokemon and he might know some special hints. Scorch would do well to absorb some knowledge from the Rapidash he remembered, and Gale could always touch up on Heat Wave. If the man even agreed. If Ash could even find him. Rhyhorn rumbled, pawing at the earth. Ash stopped, grinning as his starter dug slightly before unearthing a wide rock. He swallowed it quickly, rumbling happily. Though Ash didn't exactly have a supply of concrete to carry around as a reward, he had started to pick out which minerals his starter liked best. Though he didn't know their names. He was a trainer, not a mineralogist. Most of his team was recalled right now, though Gale was still flying overhead to keep an eye out for threats. Ash sometimes caught sight of a bulky shadow on the ground through a break in the trees, but the avian was enjoying the wide open skies that only the brilliant sun could provide. The others were resting from their battles, though Ash had had to practically force them into their pokeballs for that to happen. The peace and quiet he was enjoying didn't last very long. Gale let out a warning cry, though he didn't dive down to attack, and while Ash tensed he didn't release his team. He placed his palm behind Rhyhorn's horn, eyes narrowed. A crackling hiss from some Kakuna echoed through the forest, but it wasn't close enough to be feared. There was the sound of pounding, heavy footsteps, the brush rustling as something charged through the leaves. Ash frowned. Most Pokemon weren't that loud nor obvious, when a kid burst through. He was dressed in a strange sort of faux garb, a golden helmet over his head and protected by a sort of scarlet chest plate. His hand clutched a dull katana barely worth using, though it was still shined to perfection. Several pokeballs were on his waist. Ash relaxed. A trainer, however odd he was. "Are you prepared to face the master of this forest?" The boy said pompously, puffing out his chest. He must have been at least 2 inches shorter than Ash. "That's you?" Ash asked. While it wasn't outright said, it was implied that most gyms had to be in towns. But there were still a few that were in smaller places, such as a budding one near Tojo Falls. It made sense. The Viridian Forest, a well-known if not a well-traveled landmark, would have a gym. He was treated with a scoff. As if anyone else could be. "Now, knave, do you challenge me, the fearless samurai, or do you wish to scurry off back to pewter?" Ash exchanged looks with Rhyhorn, both confused. Samurai? Was he a fighting-type trainer? He could hear Gale's wing beats growing closer and closer, though there wasn't an easy enough break in the leaves to come through. "Sure. How many?" he said, stepping back. His starter followed him dutifully, using Smackdown and Rock Blast to help clear away much of the clumps and rocks covering the path. Ash was thinking about coming up with a combo name for those together. "1-on-1. I hardly need more to defeat you." The boy's chest inflated further. Ash was mildly concerned he would explode. "My Pokemon will destroy any chance of you leaving this forest under my watchful eye." That sounded vaguely like a threat. Eyebrows lowered, he watched as the boy released his Pokemon. It was a Pinsir, which was rare in these parts, healthy but not overly grown. Bearing the strange, horizontal teeth over its gaping mouth, it clicked its pincers and prepared for battle. Samurai, if that was his real name, seemed to be expecting more awe. When Ash didn't comply with his wishes, he scowled and flapped his hand. "Either release your Pokemon or leave my forest." Ash had about 3 Pokemon that would end this quickly and another 2 that would definitely win, but he rather wanted a demoralizing victory after the boy's arrogance. With a glance, his starter lumbered onto the field. Rhyhorn rumbled, shaking his heads. His plates clacked together threateningly. "Quickly. Seismic toss." Samurai said, fists clenched. Pinsir warbled and moved forward, bearing down with its enormous pincers. Rhyhorn narrowed his scarlet eyes and waited for the bug to get close enough. "Horn attack." "Fury attack if you need to," Ash said. Pinsir had just managed to touch Rhyhorn by the time the ground type had attacked him. His powerful horn punched straight through its exoskeleton, releasing a crack almost like breaking bones. Pinsir made a shrieking noise, thrashing, but Rhyhorn managed to lift him into the air. He made a move as if he was just to throw Pinsir off, but Samurai spooked and recalled him quickly. "How dare you? Your Rhyhorn must be using X-Drags. There is no other way it could have beat my Pinsir." Samurai raged, taking a better hold on his katana as if he was about to threaten Ash with it. "What?" Before he could be answered, he just shook his head and grinned. "Whatever, kid. I won. Move on." Samurai puffed up in rage like an irate Pidgey. "Kid? How dare you? I am the master of this forest. The protector. The fighting force that keeps it together dash." He sighed, pushed past him, and walked off. Samurai continued to mutter threats and commands as he stomped back into his hiding place, swinging his katana like he imagined Ash was in its path. Ash shrugged, faced Rhyhorn, and burst into laughter. He loved the Viridian Forest. XXX. This time around, the sign for the Diglett Cave was much easier to find. Rhyhorn remembered its location, even though a bush had begun to grow around it. Scorch had carefully burnt away the crawling vines to let others be able to see it, Rhyhorn protecting the surrounding undergrowth from the flames. He took a moment to check his bag before going in. The food from Nurse Joy was still more than he needed, which meant there was plenty for the tunnel and traveling afterward. Rhyhorn had been able to charge his batteries for his flashlight, though his control was still a work in progress and he had fried one of the rechargeable batteries. Scorch had practiced lighting only the tips of her tails in case he did run out of electricity. Gale shrieked testily at the yawning maw of the cave, but he had been left behind before and wouldn't accept it this time. The time in Mount Moon had helped him to adjust to walking instead of just flying, which Ash was going to try and use if he was ever grounded in battle. He grimaced, shouldered his bag, and began the walk inside. XXX. Sheet, Ash muttered, furiously digging through his bag. Karma was floating by his side, but barely. Her eyes were clouded and unfocused, shine sloppy and unpolished around her neck. The poison coursing through her veins pumped stronger and stronger with every passing second, and Ash couldn't find a DMN antidote. Finally, he found the pale green vial. Tearing open the lid, he rushed over to her side and offered it. She couldn't muster the psychic strength to lift it to her mouth, forcing Ash to pour it in, trying not to miss. Almost instantly, he could see it begin to work, taking a minute burden from her shoulders, but it was clear she was out for the count until he could get to Nurse Joy. He clicked her recall button, placing the cold pokeball on his waist. "No more fighting Arbok for a while," he said, sighing. He couldn't believe the snake had been so fast for a 15-foot creature. It had managed to dodge around almost all of her attacks and landed a wicked poison fang into her chest. Her ability synchronize had made it pause as waves of poison-tinted pain swept through its mind, but even then she had been too weakened to harm it. She had nailed it with a psybeam before being poisoning and Wraith had been able to clean up, but that had still been a far too close battle for Ash's liking. "Wraith, you fine?" The haunter in question rose out from his shadow, form perfectly made. He had only had to reform one of his hands from an attack, the Arbok not having the best reach up, and had taken out the following Raticate well enough. His energy was barely depleted, but Ash hadn't put him in too many difficult battles. Recently, Wraith had taken on a different role. For the majority of the time he was out of his pokeball, he was in Ash's shadow, watching for threats. With that, he had been battling the most out of Ash's Pokemon, popping out of his shadow ready to go with every bit of eye contact Ash made. That wasn't quite fair to his other Pokemon, and Ash had struck a deal with the ghost to make up for that. Wraith was only allowed to fight 5 Pokemon a day, maximum, and then Ash would cut him off. The haunter had balked at that. He was used to 7 or more, but Ash had let him choose which battles he wanted to fight. The Arbok and Raticate had been his last 2 for the day, but he had given up consoling for more after being shut down the first 10 times. Karma was out for the fight now, though. Rhyhorn rumbled at the bare speck in the distance Ash knew was the trainer, eyes narrowed. Ash still hadn't figured out a way to safely practice being poisoned, and every encounter with it just showed him how out of his range he was. Koga was going to be annoying to fight. Even Wraith releasing minute traces of smog into the air while they trained didn't seem to be doing much, judging by Karma's reaction. He swatted at an offending breeze, prompting an annoyed grunt from the ground type he was riding on. He rolled his eyes, leaning back farther. "Come on. Just a day or 2 more, you'll be fine for that." Rhyhorn rumbled again. He hadn't been in too many battles, but had enjoyed walking beside, or beneath, Ash for most of the last 2 weeks, though he kept spooking whenever Wraith twitched from Ash's shadow. As another Pokemon, he could feel it whenever Wraith switched between their 2 shadows, and from Ash guessed it wasn't exactly pleasant to have a ghost type in your shadow. He couldn't feel anything, his mind was about as close to the trio as could be, but other Pokemon felt it. He took a deep breath and leaned back, cracking his back against the spines. Rhyhorn had been going strong and Gale wasn't exactly about to slow down, so Vermilion City was most likely only a day or 2 away at their pace. That was close enough, and after healing up at the Pokemon Center and maybe visiting Lieutenant Surge, he'd begin his trek down to Fuchsia and fight. "Hey, Ashy boy." Ash stiffened before a grin broke over his face. "Gary." The red-headed boy grinned and waved furiously as Ash urged Rhyhorn toward him. He dismounted quickly, almost catching his ankle in his spines. They both admired each other's starters. The Wartortle by Gary's side looked extremely close to evolving, the white tufts over his ears extending far past normal, and hugged. Hell Ash, I didn't think I'd actually catch up with you. Leaf told me way back in Cerulean how you'd gone to Vermilion and I didn't know whether I'd catch you. Wait, why are you here? Don't tell me you've been trying to get the badge for this long. Ash narrowed his eyes and punched for Gary's shoulder. The boy dodged, laughing, and then they both sprang into a mock fight. Wartortle and Rhyhorn exchanged exasperated looks, sighing. Gary whined pathetically from an accidental hit Ash landed on his shoulder. He complained so much that Ash made a move to leave the clearing before he gave it up, taking his friend's offered hand to stand fully up. Both of them knew what was going to happen. Gary knew where a big enough clearing was, only a 5 or 10 minute walk. Ash tapped along his pokeballs as they moved, keeping one hand on Rhyhorn's forehead. Wraith twitched in his shadow but he knew he had already battled 5 times today, and so settled for wary caution. They found the clearing fast, walking off the main path. It was wide enough that Ash felt comfortable with letting Gale and Rhyhorn have his free rein, and the earth was already mostly torn free of grass from the last battle that had taken place there. It was even mostly flat, which was a bonus. 3 on 3, Gary offered, touching along his 6 pokeballs. My newest member isn't really strong enough for battles and I've been working 2 others pretty hard. My other 3 are fine, though, that cool? Ash nodded. Yeah. As much as he wanted Wraith in the fight, it wasn't fair to his other friends. Despite him being one of Ash's strongest Pokemon, he wouldn't go back on the rules he had made. Ash trusted him to defend both him and Gary on the trip to Vermilion, no matter how annoyed he was at not fighting in the battle. There was a baritone chuckle in the back of his mind, and he knew that his shadow was twisting. Gary frowned. Is that a dash? Wraith, down, Ash said softly, and his shadow subsided. He knew the Haunter was picking out the thought he was thinking as loud as he could, surprise him later. Another chuckle, deeper than before, echoed through the stain. His rival nodded his head. Okay. Ghost type. No idea where the hell you got one, but questions afterward. Questions after, Ash agreed, tapping along his pokeballs. You want to actually fight me or just keep admiring my Pokemon? Gary barked out laughing. You go first, he said, grinning. Let's see what kind of team you're putting me up against. Ash rolled his eyes but obliged. He had won the last battle. It took him a moment before he released his warmest Pokeball. Scorch appeared with a loud yip, almost turning toward Ash before she caught sight of Gary and the Wartortle by his side. She growled, tails flicking into her battle-ready position. Gary whistled. 5 tails, huh? Not bad. Let's see how well it does against this. With an earth-shaking roar, a Kangaskhan appeared on the field. Ash gaped as the nearly 7 feet tall behemoth leered down at Scorch, enormous tail twitching. It clicked its dull silver claws together, narrowing its dark red eyes. Though it didn't have a baby in its pouch, Ash knew its protective spirit wouldn't be diminished. Judging by the way it turned toward Gary and tapped him lightly on the shoulder, it had probably taken to seeing Gary as its own child. It grunted lowly across the field as it stared at Scorch. How the hell did you get a Kangaskhan? Picked her up in the safari zone, Gary grinned, reveling in the awe Ash was giving him. Scorch narrowed her eyes, tails twitching as she paced in front of Ash. Gramps has a few connections with Bayoba and he was able to let me get one of the younger members. That's young. The Pokemon in front of him was fully grown, muscles large and developed, and by the thickness of the dome over its forehead Ash would have guessed 10, maybe 15 years old instead. Gary tapped his pokeballs. You're welcome to give up, if you like. Scorch shook her head, growling low in her throat. She had won against a Crobat, a Kangaskhan would be no issue. Her tails flashed with life as she activated Flash Fire, a surge of warmth hitting the other Pokemon. Rhyhorn rumbled encouragingly before moving back to stand behind Ash. He knew better than to disturb his trainer's battles. Not good, he muttered before whistling lowly, drawing Scorch's attention. Your attacks won't do much, so you've got to hit it a bunch to make it count. Hex won't work, burns to the feet will slow it down. She yipped back just as quietly, but he knew she wasn't trying to disguise her response. There wasn't a point. If Kangaskhan could land even a few hits, she would be out. Both trainers made eye contact and nodded. Mega punch. Gary commanded just as Ash shouted, extrasensory. Scorch's eyes gleamed blue just as Kangaskhan lumbered toward her, fists glowing a pale white. It stopped only several feet from her, ears twitching before pinning themselves as it stumbled resolutely forward despite the overload of senses. Scorch blurred out of the way with quick attack, circling around to launch a wave of embers toward its back. Kangaskhan grunted, circling slowly to try and find the Vulpix in the wild array of colors filling its vision. But before it could manage, Scorch doubled her power and Kangaskhan staggered, claws going wide. It twitched and groaned in pain, clutching its eyes. Ash was just about to tell Scorch to get close for Iron Tail to finish it when the glow on its paw abruptly began to darken, shadows thickening despite the strong overhead sun. The blue in Scorch's eyes tried vainly to stay strong, but the activation of what had to be dark energy threw any chance it had away. The normal type threw off the last of its confusion and charged. Scorch tried to dart out of the way, for igniting again with flame charge as she blitzed backward. Kangaskhan had an infinitely longer reach than she had expected and tagged Scorch's side with Sucker Punch. Scorch went flying. She twisted, flailing her tails to try and land upright, a graceless mass of scarlet barely managing to catch itself on the ground. A trickle of blood from Kangaskhan's claws ran down her fur, dripping onto the ground. Ash grimaced and tried a different approach. Roar, light show, will-o-wisp. Kangaskhan bellowed to try and drown out Scorch's powerful shriek, only to stagger back once the bright light hit its eyes. Scorch launched 2 will-o-wisps, the blue flames exploding against its chest. The flames barely burned anything past its fur. Kangaskhan shrugged it off, dousing the flames with a thump of its wide paw. Mega punch. Scorch reignited her fur, using the boost of flame charge to start to run around Kangaskhan. The normal type merely snorted, pinged back both of its fists. They glowed softly as it scanned the field in front of it for Scorch, who didn't seem to know what to do. Ash tried another command. Keep up quick charge, hit it from behind. Kangaskhan was struck twice, roaring in pain as it tried to swipe at the fire type. Scorch nimbly bobbed and weaved around the hits, but they were getting closer. Kangaskhan had speed a Pokemon its size shouldn't. It finally managed to hit her. Its punch hit her side and threw her nearly a dozen feet, tails thrashing as she tried to stand. Scorch managed to rise to her feet, legs shaking and parts of her fur shining wetly. But her flash fire still crackled menacingly even as she limped away from her 7-foot-tall opponent, ears flat against her skull. Gary grinned. You've got some good moves, but I think you need a little more Ash. Let me show you how it's done, Storm Break. Ash could almost swear Kangaskhan smirked. It roared, raising its left hand. Electricity began to crackle around it, sparking off of the black dome on its forehead, some sort of mix of Thunder Punch and Thunderbolt. The sparks ran over its brown fur, giving it an almost ethereal image as it poured more and more electricity into the air. Its other hand began to flash on and off with a reddish aura. He could almost swear its claws began to extend with what Ash guessed was fighting energy surrounded its entire arm. With a bellow of excitement, it slammed the focus blast into the ground. The earth buckled beneath the hit, spiking upward almost like an earth power. Dirt and rocks flew outward, wrenched free from its earthen prison to explode heedlessly into the air. Dust choked the air, thick and roiling. Kangaskhan made a pleased grunt before slamming its second paw into the earth. The electricity immediately burst down, jumping from the minute iron deposits buried beneath the layer of dirt. Through every crack in the earth, through every iron vein, through every hole, electricity crackled before exploded upward in a shriek of rage. Scorch, who had only just barely managed to avoid the bursting earth by jumping roughly with quick attack, was struck by over a dozen bolts of lightning. She collapsed instantly. Kangaskhan rumbled, a pleased expression on its face as it looked around at the destruction it had caused. There was a sag in its shoulders and a bleeding gash on its fist from where it had hit the earth, but it didn't seem too worse for wear. That had been one of the most impressive things he had ever seen in a battle. "Wow," he said quietly. How had Gary managed to teach a normal type moves like that? The sheer cost of a focus blast TM was incredible, and learning so many electric moves without the help of lightning rod or a secondary typing was beyond difficult. Gary grinned back rather smugly. "Wow indeed, Ashy boy." Ash recalled Scorch even as she struggled to try and stand. Electricity crackled off of her form like a living thing, and every movement she made was with locked muscles and spastic twitches. She looked up just before dissolving into a cloud of scarlet mist and gave a half-hearted whine to stay in, but it was clear. Scorch had been out of her league there. Holding back his disappointment at himself, he settled for raising his eyebrow at Gary. "Stormbreak, really? A bit pretentious, even for you." "I think Kangaskhan warrants that," he said, sniffing with a faux upturned nose. Ash snorted and raised his next pokeball. Karma would probably make mincemeat of such a stationary fighter, but she wouldn't be in these battles with the still active poison in her veins. His next Pokemon would be plenty strong enough. Gale shrieked as he was released, taking to the heavens with one sweep of his powerful wings. Kangaskhan eyed him warily, claws tucked to its chest. Gary whistled softly, only serving to boost Gale's ego even further. "That's a pretty impressive Fiero you've got there," he complimented, nodding. Pride unfolded in Ash's chest as Gale gave an answering shriek, but he wouldn't make the same mistake of just assuming Gary was about pure power. "Don't underestimate it," he called up. "It already took out Scorch, but it mainly stays in one place and goes physical. It could have Thunderbolt, so be prepared to dodge. Stay high and get in when you know you can get out. A tried and true method." Gary grinned and raised his gaze upward, grimacing as the sun got in his eyes. "Kangaskhan. Fry it." Its head dome began to flicker once again. With electricity, although not nearly to the amount it had before. With a bellow, it released the energy in the form of a jagged streak of lightning that rose the hairs on the back of Ash's neck. Gale gave a mocking chirp as he tucked his wings in and dove to avoid it. Flattening out, he corkscrewed around another hastily launched thunderbolt and slammed into its shoulder with his beak glowing. It bellowed in pain and Gale made a JRK to move away, but not fast enough. It ped back its fist and slammed it without move or energy into his side. He was immediately flung backward, scarlet-tipped beak flashing. It started toward him, but he shoved away the shock and took back to the sky, though this time without a victorious shriek. Kangaskhan felt its shoulder gently, claws coming away smeared. Its scarlet eyes flashed with anger at that rather deep wound, tail thumping against the ground hard enough to release a cloud of dust. Thunderbolt again, then Sucker Punch when it's grounded. Ash grinned. He knew this strategy, too many trainers tried it against Gale. Gary would soon find out just why that wouldn't work against the Fiero. "Gale. Pin and flurry, don't get close unless you want to." Gale shrieked. Kangaskhan rumbled in response, head dome flashing. It was noticeably weaker. TMs didn't enhance Pokemon's natural electricity capacity, and the normal type would need time to recharge if it was going to keep firing thunderbolts. But it didn't give up, bellowing alongside the clap of the lightning. It was closer this time, nearly clipping several of Gale's primaries. He squawked annoyedly, wings gleaming a bright blue as Razor Wind took over. Kangaskhan roared in pain as it was abruptly thrown backward, only its tail managing to keep it standing. Gale merely clacked his beak and redoubled his efforts, the energy brightening and growing in strength. Too much training time with Rhyhorn wouldn't let him lose to something with its center of gravity nearly 5 feet off of the ground. Gale abruptly cut off the attack and swooped to the side, blasting a more powerful Razor Wind at its side. Kangaskhan, without its tail to support it, bellowed and jerked a wild fist in his direction, helpless even as it charged a third thunderbolt. The Fiero shrieked with pride as Kangaskhan toppled, wings beating more powerfully as Ash could feel the air warm. It began with a single spark, a flash of smoke, before ribbons of flames poured from his feathers and joined the razor wind. Kangaskhan roared as the heat wave struck its chest, singeing its fur and releasing a plume of smoke into the air. It thrashed, slamming its tail against the ground as it fought to stand up. Its head plate began to spark, so intensely that it lit the normal Pokémon in a glow of hazy yellow. Ash narrowed his eyes. Flurry, end this. Gale cut off Pin, wings flapping once to gain him a bit of altitude before tucking close to his side. With a predatory growl, beak shining the fierce shade of aerial ace and wings glowing silver, he fell. Kangaskhan never stood a chance. Viper's Tauros, a drugged Team Rocket Pokémon, had gone done to Gale's beak, and now that same weapon was enhanced with 2 moves. He slammed into Kangaskhan's chest, puncturing the thick fat, only a moment before 2 steel wings cut into its shoulders. Gary clicked the recall, sending Gale stumbling awkwardly as his perch disappeared from beneath him. The Fiero clacked his beak, tossing his head and smoothing down his crest. It was impossible to ignore the gleam of pride in his eyes, and it was well earned. Kangaskhan were powerful, if stationary, Pokémon. Not bad, Gary said, nodding his head. Your Vulpix needs work, but that Fiero knows what it's doing, but I noticed it wasn't too fast. I think I have a combat for that. A shriek, eerily similar to Gale's own call, split the air. 2 wide 10 wings and a bright red crest, scarlet and cream tail feathers streaming behind. Talons scrapped the ground as the Pokémon took to several feet above the earth, black eyes bright. Ash could practically feel Gale's glare. The Fiero spread his own wings, crest fully extending back up and beak glimmering. He released a grating scream that tore at Ash's ears like grinding metal. Gary laughed. Ah, the famed rivalry. According to the general idea of evolution, your Fiero should beat my Pidgeotto, but some part of me doubts that. Your training seems to be lacking in one specific area. He stared up at Pidgeotto, who chirped back. They both swung their gaze toward Gale. Give it a taste of a real flying type speed, Gary called, grinning. Pidgeotto squawked fiercely, crest flashing in the sun. With nary a flash of light, it took to the skies and disappeared. Fly! Ash shouted, jerking his Fiero into attention. Spreading his wings, Gale took off, managing to get only 10 feet off the ground before a cream blur slammed him down into the earth. Pidgeotto let loose a mocking shriek, slowing just enough so that Ash could see it circling overhead, feathers ruffling in a soft wind. That's just agility, Gary shouted over the field. Not even tailwind nor quick attack. Let's see how well you can manage with just that. Gale dragged his wings back up, feathers twisted from the brutal wing attack he had been hit with. With a shriek, he took back to the skies, gaining altitude as quickly as he could. Pidgeotto circled overhead, staying 24 feet away at all times. Fiero were known for their vicious attacks, but they had to get close for them to work. It wasn't going to let him. Pidgeotto dove at Gary's muffled command, wings shining. A weak gust thrown Gale off balance and 2 more wing attacks slammed into his back, though they thankfully missed his wings. He managed to JRK his head upward and jab his beak at Pidgeotto's head, stabbing lightly into its chest before they broke apart and regained positions. Ash cursed. Gale was outclassed here. He was too slow for another flying type and built for close-range fighting instead of long, but he wasn't just going to let Gary knock out another of his Pokémon. Heat wave, try and burn it. Embers drifted away from Gale's wings, popping and snapping in the wind as he started to fly in quick circles around the clearing. A glittering stream of scarlet followed his path, fading once he left but warming the air to uncomfortable standards. Pidgeotto squawked, annoyed, and started to bob and weave through the flames, focusing on dodging. Gale saw the opportunity and took it. A steel wing sliced through Pidgeotto's primaries, cutting off their edges like warm butter. It shrieked, flying upward and through a patch of fading fire. Smoke trailed from its crest, but Gary was grinning. He had a plan. Twister. Ash paled. Pidgeotto took higher and higher to the skies, going well above the remaining heat wave. Its wings rose, almost crowning the sun, before launching a blast of wind that circled around itself to form a tornado. Dust ripped itself up from the ground, wailing as it turned the cyclone a murky brown. The last remnants from the heat wave was swallowed whole by the unstoppable dragon attack. Ash coughed and jerked a sleeve over his mouth, eyes watering as he stared at the battle. This was it, their chance to win. Ash waited another second to let the already devastating attack gain strength, Gale shrieking as if he could stop the twister through the sheer force of his voice, before shouting, "Mirror move." This time, Gary whitened. Dodge! Gale began to furiously beat his wings, slamming them against the sky as wind kicked up around him. Slowly, the funnel began to form, a horizontal tunnel of screaming air that hit the twister right in the middle. The tornado slowed, almost pausing, before beginning to move in the opposite direction. Pidgeotto immediately blurred into agility, form almost disappearing as it shot upward. The twister reached for it, wind screaming a challenge, but it was too fast. All the tornado managed to do was to ruffle the avian's feathers. The cyclone died down, target lost. Gary laughed, eyes closed and hand on his chest. "All right, you had me worried there. Guess that won't work, Pidgeotto." Fast wing. Gale shrieked, still desperately pumping his wings as he tried to follow his sworn enemy up. Pidgeotto squawked pridefully, barely a blip in the wide sky, before beginning to soar downward. Its feathers glowed with agility as it flew, wings spreading for wing attack. Gale wasn't going to accept that. The Fiero waited until the last second before jerking backward, exposing his talons. Pidgeotto slammed its wings into his chest, ripping through the feathers and exposing torn flesh, but Gale reared past the pain and slammed his talons on the joints of its wings. Both Gary and Ash jerked. Pidgeotto couldn't fly, wings pinned, and there was no chance an injured Gale could support them both. The Fiero gave one last vicious shriek before they both began to plummet, twisting as they fell through the sky like twin dying stars. Pidgeotto worked to stretch its wings, trying to use them as parachutes to slow them down, but Gale's talons kept them firmly pinned outward, his own being thrown around and buffeted. Incredibly, he began to thrum with the glow of aerial ace, increasing their speed even more. They landed on the ground with a crunch. Gale gave a high shriek of pain, one wing collapsing awkwardly on the ground and twisted in the wrong angle. Pidgeotto was merely knocked out, having been above Gale when they fell, but it was clear it wasn't going to get back up. Ash recalled the thrashing Gale. The pokeball in his palm twitched for only a second before going cold, the stasis knocking him out fully past the pain. Gary followed suit, reattaching the pokeball with raised eyebrows. "Your Fiero has some pride, doesn't it?" Ash scoffed past his worry. "That's one way to describe it. He hasn't done anything like this before, though." Gale really hadn't. At most, he had begrudgingly accepted help from Scorch, whom he seemed to like the best out of the team, in order to defeat a powerful member of the Pidgey line, but now he had injured himself far beyond the norm to defeat one. Ash could only imagine what that fall had done to his far more fragile bones. At least Pidgeotto had been spared the brunt of it. Both trainers made eye contact. "One left," Ash said. Wartortle playfully snapped his jaws, his almost beak-like mouth creating a hard sound. Gary grinned and pointed at the field. The water type marched forward, pounding his fists together with a low grunt. With a rumbling roar, Rhyhorn lumbered out onto the field. He avoided the slight crater Gale and Pidgeotto had left, raising his horn up and glaring at Wartortle. They remember each other. Gary grinned, shifting his weight between his feet. The last time these two had battled, Rhyhorn had had only one move and Wartortle could do little else than tackle. It had been heavily in Ash's favor then, despite the typing, as the small water type could do next to nothing to damage his starter. Wartortle didn't look nearly so small now. Nearly 3 and some change feet tall, he was proud and bulky. The ear-like fins on the side of his face twitched constantly, blue tail swishing as he stomped on the ground. Rhyhorn rumbled back, age-old instincts against water types rising to the forefront. "It'll hit you hard with water," Ash said quietly. "You need to get close and keep it there, blast it then go in. It might have a few close-range attacks but your bulk should carry you through." Gary finished his own pep talk and focused back on the battle. After a moment or two, Ash took the first move. "Shock wave." Ash barked. Gary jerked. "Damn it, iron defense and withdraw." Wartortle flashed silver, popping his limbs and head effortlessly into his shell and falling to the ground. Ash could see his stubby claws and tail keeping the shell from falling over, but Rhyhorn's powerful blast of electricity shook through him on his side. The shock wave only lightly touched the water type, frying along the tip of his tail before he popped back out of his shell. In the time he took, Rhyhorn was already charging, horn poised. He slammed against his shell hard enough for a wave of energy to hit the clearing. Wartortle grunted in pain, sliding back a few feet, but he righted himself quickly and charged forward with eyes narrowed. Aqua tail. Wartortle grunted, his damp skin beginning to weep moisture. The water gathered by his tail, extending it nearly a foot with the thick covering of swirling blue. He grunted proudly at the difficult move as he started his spin. Rhyhorn was given a moment's chance to either backpedal or take it. He chose to use the time to slam his front claws into the earth. Earth power reached Wartortle a second too late. Aqua tail nailed him on his side, the water instantly cutting through his thick plates and ripping into his skin. He bellowed with pain, almost falling on his side before he managed to catch himself. Wartortle was thrown nearly 4 feet upward, limbs flailing as he tried to catch himself. There was a grunt as he tried to withdraw but didn't manage it in time, his legs being caught under his shell as he fell. He grumbled at the pain but jumped back to attention, narrowing his eyes as Rhyhorn righted himself. Spite attack. Double team. Rhyhorn bellowed, gathering shadows, only to rear back. Half a dozen Wartortles roared challengingly, pounding their fists together. Each had slightly fuzzy images, not perfect, but they were worryingly close. Rhyhorn let the spite writhe in the back of his throat, staring confusedly at the 6 Pokémon surrounding him. Ash hadn't fought double team before, and it was beyond irritating. Rhyhorn looked warily around as the 6 Wartortles began to slowly circle him, charging water in their throats. Whatever move they were charging, it was going to be powerful. Rhyhorn wasn't a psychic, so he couldn't tell which one he was just by their brain, but he could feel his weight. Shock wave wouldn't work until he found Wartortle. He wasn't advanced enough to lock it onto Pokémon's heat signature. Feel him out, and shock wave. Gary narrowed his eyes. Water pulse, launch it. The ground type stomped once, sending a ripple over the earth in the weakest form of earth power he could muster. It passed cleanly through 5 of the Pokémon but jerked against the stubby legs of the 6th. Rhyhorn turned and released a ray of lightning from his horn. Wartortle withdrew well before it reached him, the other illusions fading away as he concentrated. Rhyhorn roared, charging forward with his horn glowing even as he shook the earth beneath him. Wartortle popped out, jerked his head downward, and released a throbbing ball of water. It hit the ground and exploded. Water slammed into Rhyhorn and immediately threw him onto his back. He writhed, silver claws flashing as he desperately tried to right him. Ash cursed. Rhyhorn was as immobile as a Magikarp on dry land when he was flipped. Widespread. Rock and dirt wrenched themselves up from the earth, trembling in midair as Rhyhorn tried to calm his frazzled nerves well enough to control them. He managed to get a hold over himself and launched them in a wide circle, hitting Wartortle squarely on his head. He squeaked, brushing away the dirt covering his eyes and temporarily stopping his attack. "Come on, Rhyhorn!" Ash shouted, breaking his composure. If he could just flip himself over. Gary shook his head. Wartortle, water pulse. Finish it. Another ball of water exploded against Rhyhorn's side just as he managed to roll over. He bellowed in pain, trembling as his skin was shredded by the water attack. Ash could see thick pebbles of blood emerging from between his plates, staining the water scarlet. And then his eyes rolled up into his head and he collapsed. Ash closed his eyes. His thumb found the recall button without needing to see it, the scarlet light hitting him through his eyelids as the slumped figure of Rhyhorn was recalled back into the safety of his pokeball. Gary cheered, pumping a fist. Yes. There was a pause where he celebrated, but it was only a moment. After that he came over the slightly fried battlefield to clap Ash's shoulder. "Hey," he said warmly. "Don't worry about it. Your team is going to be badass, it's just not fully developed yet. I've trained my team to handle any attacks thrown at them. When they evolve, they're going to be tanks that deal out big damage. Your team is more aimed at the sneaky side of things, focus on tricks and traps, really. Poisoning would always be good, you seem to be geared toward kind of residual damage type, right? Although that Rhyhorn of yours is going to be more suited to my style of training." He smiled, and it broke past the quiet anger Ash was feeling. "No hard feelings." Ash smacked his shoulder. "Of course not, you twat. We're 1-1 now anyway, don't think I'm going to let you win next time." They were, at the heart of things, best friends since birth. No fight, no loss, nor win, would change that. Ash and Gary called each other a few names, mocked their dirty appearances, and congratulated their captures. The last time they had seen each other had been in Pallet. Both agreed to walk each other back to Vermilion. Gary had just challenged the lieutenant and won, but was training up a bit before going for Sabrina. Ash was going to be smug about having more badges, but Gary had already gotten the soul badge when he caught Kangaskhan, had bummed a ride off of his grandfather's Alakazam when he had been called for his monthly checkup of his Wartortle. Being such rare Pokemon as he was, Professor Oak often checked up on his health and growth, recording it for his studies. The man was well known for calling in other trainers he sponsored to collect notes on their Pokemon as well, and Ash knew it would one day come for him as well if he captured a suitably rare Pokemon. None of the ones he had now would qualify as that, although Scorch and the trio Pokemon were close-ish. Professor Oak's psychic type was known to be powerful enough to teleport to Sinnoh if needed, though she couldn't make the return trip without a fair bit of rest. Maybe he could get the man to teleport him to his next gym as well. He wanted to wait until Karma really knew what she was doing before he let her teleport him around the region. Vermilion was a breath of fresh air, the salty sea not as overpowering as Celadon's scent but more present than other cities. It gave it a memorable touch, something gentle that instantly brought him back to the other 2 times he had been here. He could feel his shadow peak up in interest, Wraith no doubt recognizing the same city he had been forcibly brought to. Ash had thought about this, and was ready to bring Karma out if he needed to calm the ghost down. But Wraith seemed only cautiously angry, sending pieces of his shadow to spike upward in mockeries of the Haunter's own poisonous spines. Gary looked curiously upon him, but Ash had given a very brief explanation of Wraith's history and the trainer had accepted it. Not every Pokemon was from quiet pasts. Gary yawned, folding his arms above his head. Wartortle grunted, poking his side. The trainer swatted him on the shell, prompting another annoyed grunt and a spray of mist. Gary yelped. Ash snickered, only for Wartortle to douse him in a blast of water as well. They both entered Vermilion with dripping hair. Scorch avoided the same fate by snarling at Wartortle when he gave her a curious glance with gleaming eyes. Nurse Joy actually remembered Ash, but barely. Rhyhorn had to be put in a heated tank. To regain his proper body temperature as they healed below his plates, Scorch had to be injected with high-level potions, and Karma had to be pumped full of antidotes, but Gale wasn't nearly as bad as Ash would have thought. It seemed Erica's gift of iron nutrients had done more than he would have ever thought. Gale's wing was only fractured in 2 spots, which would take a day or 2 max to heal up in the Pokemon Center. He would be stuck to light battling for a week or so after, but it wasn't the worst. Gale would be pleased, anyway. For Gary's team, only Kangaskhan needed a lot of intense healing. Gale had managed to do a number on her. Nurse Joy accepted them, smiling, and then sent them off. Gary had asked for accelerated healing, with a less thorough job. Ash guessed what that meant. Triple X. Ash roared with laughter hard enough to get several of the other patrons in the restaurant to look over. He did what? You should have seen it. Gary grinned. So there's my little Squirtle, trying to hit Pidgeotto, right? You know Pidgeotto, he's a beast who hits hard and can shrug off most everything. Squirtle's water guns were barely dampening his feathers, 'cause they lost a lot of their intensity since Pidgeotto was so high up. And he keeps mocking him. Gary spoke louder to power through Ash's peals of laughter. This little baby starter is practically out of water in his reserves, but he doesn't give up because Pidgeotto started running through my acrobatic trainings instead of focusing on dodging Squirtle's water guns. He's getting so upset I'm thinking of sending Magnemite to calm him down when FNG evolves and snips Pidgeotto right out of the sky. They were both cackling loud enough that their waiter came over to ask them to quiet down. They did so, but Ash had to keep a hand over his mouth to contain his sporadic giggles. And he had thought how Gale evolved was cool. That must have been hilarious to see. Gary grimaced, popping his back against the wooden chair. They had traveled fast to get here to heal up their Pokémon and it hadn't been nice on either one of them. Ash was only slightly better, having cheated on Rhyhorn before he had run into Gary. He polished off the smoothie he had ordered. The restaurant knew their way around berries, that much was sure, and set down the glass. Gary was still finishing his sandwich and they sat there in comfortable silence, hearing the distant sound of crashing waves. Both of them had wanted to rent a ship to explore the bay, but waves had recently been extremely intense and inexperienced sailors weren't allowed out, no matter the clout being Professor Oak's grandson brought. After maybe 5 minutes of quiet, Ash made eye contact. You're leaving, aren't you? Gary sighed and set down his drink. Yeah. Sabrina ain't going to challenge herself and I'm going to be facing her real team. My team needs a lot more work and I need to get them going on it, any tips? She's not mean, I guess, Ash offered, thinking back. She gives you a fair match but she's just very powerful. My best guess is that you should have at least some way for your Pokémon to shake off psychic influences, even if it's just barely. A dark move is great but you might not have time. Honestly, just try to prepare them to fight psychics. You're going to try and fight the wandering Drowsy around Vermilion, right? He nodded. My only chance. I've only fought a few Golduck and Hypno and they weren't easy battles. I'm giving myself another week on the road before I try but I need to get started. Gary grinned. You're wasting my daylight, Ashy boy. Ash reached across the table and shoved his shoulder. You have any tips for me about Koga? Oh yeah, him. Gary winced. He SCKS to fight, I'll give it to you straight. His Pokémon aren't the strongest, so my team could mostly stand up to him pretty easy, but he loves to poison and trap you. Seriously, any possible way for his Pokémon to get their poison out there and he'll somehow use it. Once you get close, though, he doesn't have too many defenses. Same for Sabrina, Ash said. Though she does have teleport. Gary groaned. I've heard stories, annoying as hell. For a team that's built to just hit hard a few times, that can really exhaust them. Maybe I'll just skip her, if that stupid samurai kid in the Viridian Forest can ever get his stupid hands on a stupid badge, I can claim that. You met him too, huh? Did you beat him? Gary rolled his eyes but grinned. Course I did. Kid was about as strong as a damp paper bag, but he's making enough clamor in the right circles that he might be made into a real gym, no matter how sucky he is. His grin widened. Did he do the whole, if I beat you, you have to leave my forest thing to you too? Ash groaned and set his head into his arms. And his pincer barely put up a fight. I see what you mean about just nabbing the badge from him. I've got backup plans for the other difficult gyms, too. I'm going to try Blaine and Giovanni, but if I can't get them on the first or second try, I'm not going to potentially not make it to the league if I can't win their badges. There's a budding flying gym near Celadon and a well-established normal gym that's been around for a couple decades. They both don't have nearly the reputation of the big three, Sabrina, Blaine, and Giovanni. When you go to Cinnabar, send me a message, Ash offered. Maybe we can fight again. I won't lose, either. Gary grinned and promised to. Ash paid the check, he had lost the battle, after all, and walked his friend back to the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy was a bit iffy about handing Kangaskhan over and made him promise not to battle with her for maybe a week with the normal type. The rest of his Pokemon should probably only lightly train as well. Ash stood on the edge of Vermilion and waved goodbye as his friend disappeared into the distance, Wartortle trotting quietly by his side. He stayed there for a while after, watching the sky. XXX. Ash grinned, reading over the entire note page Gary had written out for him while ordering food in the restaurant. Pidgeotto's aerial training methods were going to whip Gale into better shape, and he was planning on adding a hint of Kangaskhan training to supplement Rhyhorn's own methods. Gary had been a bit of a wake-up call, but he'd much rather have it be Gary than any other trainer. While they were rivals, they also didn't want to throw each other down. At least until it came to the conference. Ash refused to lose there. Gale had been released to him in 2 days, which wasn't too long, but the Fiero was an odd mixture of being proud he took down the Pidgeotto but also upset he couldn't stand conscious long enough to gloat. When Ash released him, he stumbled over to one corner of the Pokemon Center room and perched on the back of a chair, head tucked beneath his wings. It had taken Ash 2 more days to get him to eat properly, but he had purchased another supply of iron to give to him. That had probably been the only reason his wing wasn't broken. He walked through the city, enjoying the atmosphere. Few people were out, though it was the afternoon, but the city was alive enough to hum with the whisper of voices and stomp of footsteps. If he remembered right, the gym should be only a 15-minute walk from the Pokemon Center. Vermilion City, a voice boomed. Ash jerked, bag almost flying off of his shoulders. He turned quickly but saw no one, at least until he saw the speakers clicking to life underneath the lamp posts. They were tiny, almost impossible to see, but now that he knew where they were he could see them easily. It crackled again before beginning to speak in a familiar female face. All civilians must evacuate to your closest shelter, Code 9A. I repeat, all civilians must follow Code 9A. All trainers with more than 2 Pokemon must report to the southern shore as soon as possible. I repeat, all trainers to the southern shore. At this moment, a large amount of water types are coming from the sea. Vermilion City will be attacked in less than 30 minutes, repeat, less than 30 minutes. Experienced trainers report to the harbor while others spread evenly near the shore. I repeat, experienced trainers to the harbor. Ash could feel the shiver creep down his spine as the words sunk in. Something was coming toward Vermilion City, big enough that Officer Jenny was calling in all trainers. He knew it happened occasionally, more so by seaside cities where traveling pods of Pokemon could come near shore in their migrations, and he knew that Vermilion employed trainers to chase them back to sea. He had just never been a part of that before. All of his Pokemon were healed. He straightened his hat, twisting the cap around to block the glaring sun. Vermilion City needed trainers, maybe not him, but the extra power he could add behind his step would be helpful nonetheless. He made a move to start toward the southwestern shore before jerking to a stop. Ash had 5 badges. In the eyes of the League, he was now an experienced trainer. Swallowing a breath of air down his dry throat, he moved toward the harbor. On the edge of the horizon, water thrashed and howled its fury at the fierce sun above, clouds vainly trying to protect the sea from its wrath but only managing to make the water angrier. As he grew closer, it only became louder, the rocks that protected the town rattled in their sockets from the force of the waves. He jumped almost 30 feet in the air as something touched his feet. Glancing down, he could see a layer water creeping along the stone streets, only a centimeter or 2 tall. The tide wasn't just rising, it was being brought it. He increased his walk to a run. The shore came into sight quickly. A wide beach extended out in front of him, lifeguard posts every 100 yards or so and several large umbrellas dotting the surface like wildflowers. Fishing docks stretched out as fingers against the wild surf, only visible for seconds before being swallowed by spray. Waves pounded against the stone, several streams escaping upward into the town. On either side, the thick stone walls that made up the protection of Vermilion shot sprays of mist nearly 15 feet up. But farther out, in the curves of waves, in the rising crash of mist, in the whitecaps slamming toward shore, there were Pokemon. Dozens of them. It couldn't be a pod, he could see every shade of water type, many from Kanto but far more exotic ones mixed up in the writhing mass. Green and blue and silver and white and tan and navy all swirling together in an impossible pool of colors. He had run before. Not this time. Ash released Rhyhorn. The ground type rumbled annoyedly at the sand that sunk several inches beneath his bulk, but immediately stiffened as he beheld the scene before him in the waves. He took the comfort of seeing his starter, seeing his friend bristle his spines and prepare for battle no matter how daring the prospects seemed. The rest of his team joined him on the sand. Together, they quietly took in what was quickly approaching. Ash could see movement from the corner of his eye, another trainer taking position on the shore, stationed a good distance from him, but didn't pull his gaze from the sea. "There's a lot of Pokemon coming for Vermilion, and we have to stop them," he said quietly. "We're going to keep them from pushing on this side, but only focus on here. There are other trainers too, and we don't have the strength to fight them all. Don't try." His voice was raw. "We aren't strong enough. Gale and Wraith, you're the only two that can get close. I need you to fly overhead and stick to close range when you can. Most water types don't have too many close attacks. If it's bigger than a Seadra, you don't get anywhere near them. Shadow Ball and Aerial Ace." He turned to his next friend. Karma floated higher on her psionic bubble to meet his gaze head-on, Shine in its active form. "I need you to run interference. Use Flash, Box, Psybeam, and then teleport away when you need to. Is there any chance you could teleport one of us?" Karma narrowed her eyes, ears flicking. "Yes. Early on. Energy." Scorch yipped, 5 tails curled above her head. "You can't get close. Stay close to the shore and hit them with everything you've got, aim for the eyes and mouth. Extrasensory if they get too close, run away." She yipped at him, but he could see the worry in her gray eyes. The loss against the Kangaskhan had weakened her self-confidence and now he was pitting her against an army of water types. He knelt next to her, scratching behind the back of her ears as she leaned into his touch. "You've got this, Scorch. I believe in you." He turned toward his first Pokemon, who stared up at him with a quiet scarlet gaze. "Rhyhorn, you're at the biggest disadvantage here, but you've got our best weapon. Use Shock Wave at every chance until you're depleted, then Rock Blast. If they ever get near land, nail them with Earth Power. Please Bud, stay safe." A piercing shriek rose over the ocean, some distant part of Ash's mind registering it. As Seadra. Rhyhorn snapped to attention, rumbling his own commands to the team. Karma's eyes flashed blue, Wraith hissing at the psychic energy as his ectoplasmic skin thickened, hands emerging to orbit his body. Gale spread his wings. "Let's go." Cries of affirmation answered him. Scorch blurred away with quick attack, flash fire searing against the seaside humidity. Karma raised her shine, glowing almost as bright as her eyes, and disappeared. Wraith and Gale barely glanced at each other, pushing off the ground and taking to the sky. Ash and Rhyhorn made eye contact, scarlet and brown. Electricity crackled off of his horn as he turned and charged. 100 yards away, a Seadra rose its spiked head above the crashing wave. It spat a burst of water toward shore, reddish eyes shining with confused rage. Before it even got close to the sand, a wall of wind slammed into it and forced it back into the harbor, a resounding splash of water erupting upward. The Seadra shrieked. Gale answered it, wings shining as he tucked them in and pulled into a tight loop before diving. His beak and talons slammed right past its scales, throwing it downward. It didn't resurface. Towards Ash's left, a dark blob surfaced from beneath the surf. The red Omastar-like Pokemon flexed its tentacles, snout releasing a spray of mist as it flicked its dark gaze around. Karma flashed before it with teleport and jerked her paw forward, clutching her shine. It groaned at her. Its tentacles thrashed against the water, like blood against the blue. It reared its head back and fired a thick stream of inky water, almost like a shadow in liquid form. A gleaming barrier erupted in front of the shore. The murky water slammed into it, exploding but barely managing to even bend it. It groaned in rage, firing another blast of water. Karma teleported out of the way, an almost mocking hum filling the air as she raised her shine. The Pokemon was surrounded with a blue glue, groaning in panic as it was raised into the air and flung nearly 100 yards back. Its scarlet form sunk beneath the waves. On the beach, Scorch barked defiantly as an angular head poked up near the shore, having successfully disguised itself from Ash's other Pokemon with its thin blue feathers. The Golduck quacked darkly, reaching out with a clawed grip. She whirled around, blocking the attack with 3 of her iron tails, using the other 2 to nail it across the beak. It squawked again, this time angrily, and reared back with a blast of water. She blurred out of the way of most of it, yipping as the splash nailed her across the chest. The Golduck used her distraction to spin around with Aqua Tail, slamming against her side. Scorch gave a low, keening bark as she was flung, dripping, and retaliated with a barrage of embers. They flew true and hit its eyes. It screamed in pain, thrashing, and Scorch shut it up with a vicious hex that immediately burst to life in writhing ghostly flames. The Golduck reached out with its webbed hands, but the hex was too much and it passed out. In the air, Wraith cackled, bobbing around a thrashing Tentacruel. It reached upward, blue tentacles extending as it absorbed water to supplement their instant growth, hissing. The Haunter separated his hands away from his body, letting a blast of acid harmlessly fly past. He brought his 2 hands together, opening his fanged maw as well as he let out a low, shrieking howl that echoed across the harbor. 3 Shadow Ball flashed with gray lightning, charged in his hands and mouth, but he only launched 2 toward the poison type. It slumped toward, red orbs going dim as the other streaked over the waves to blast a Seadra about to sneak up on a distracted Karma. Neither looked at each other, but Ash knew Karma had said her thanks telepathically. Their relationship, while rocky, was improving. Back on the beach. Rhyhorn rumbled, stomping against the sand as a small pod of tentacles swam closer. They twitched above the water every now and then, the red orb embedded in their forehead flashing, but they always retreated beneath the safety of the waves. Unfortunately for them, Rhyhorn's weight wasn't for them to come out of the water, but for their range. As soon as they came close enough, he released the blast of electricity he had been hiding in his horn. It streaked through the air in a jagged blast that left sparks behind and slammed into the water. Muffled groans echoed through water, a few weaker tentacle descending into the depths. Several others rose fully from the water, beginning to release pulses of water, eyes wide. Rhyhorn barely spared them a moment of thought, releasing another enormous shock wave that blasted the rest of them back. The ground type sagged, most of his stores depleted in those 2 attacks, but he dutifully returned to his wary pacing against the shore. A deafening roar echoed across the bay. Ash paled, reaching desperately for the stain in the back of his mind, shouting commands as clearly as he could. Karma jerked, psychic energy touching him before her ears flattened. She understood the threat. With a roar that shook the sand beneath Ash's feet, a Gyarados erupted from beneath the sea. It shook its gleaming coat of blue scales, barbels twitching as it homed in on the Pokemon near it. Ash bolted. His Pokemon could work without him, he couldn't help them when he was too focused on escaping the DMN Gyarados near the shore. When he finally turned back around, he was completely off the harbor and nearly halfway to Vermilion. Rhyhorn, despite the gleam in his eyes Ash could see from here, stayed back. He began to gather electricity but didn't fire it, he'd only have one chance. Gale instead took over, giving a fierce squawk to alert Wraith to the strange shark-like Pokemon he had been dealing with before taking off toward the Gyarados. It spun to face him, fangs gleaming. Gale was barely a third of its size. He shrieked his own warning, pulling into quick circles over the water type. It eyed him furiously, trying to find an opening to attack. It found one. Head lowered, it spat out a throbbing ball of water that exploded the instant it touched Gale's tail. He shrieked, knocked off course, but he used the blast to duck into a tight loop. Another water pulse sped past him, but he dodged it and returned the favor with a wave of fire spreading across the sky like a curtain of flames. The Gyarados bellowed in pain, nearly thrown backward, and Gale used that to dive forward with aerial ace and steel wing. It roared again and fell, where a flurry of Shadow Ball met it. The other trainer on the shore recalled his knocked-out Dodrio with a panicked expression. As if it was smelling fear, the Gyarados swung in his direction, snarling loud enough for Ash to hear it all the way from the street. It lunged. With a flash of light, Karma appeared in front of the raging water type. Her shine melted from the sheer force she was pushing through it, but the Gyarados was unable to hit them both with another exploding ball of water as a barrier covered the shore. It roared in rage, thrashing against the water, but Karma touched the man with her paw and teleported them both out with a crack like rolling thunder. She appeared next to Ash, paws nothing but an inch above the ground, psionic bubble nearly depleted. The other trainer stammered out a thank you before sprinting back toward Vermilion. Wraith fired another Shadow Ball, covering Gale's escape from a vicious bite. When it swung toward the Haunter, Gale slapped a second heat wave onto it, keeping it safely pinned between the two of them. With a snarl, it swatted away a dark pulse and ducked underwater, retreating. It didn't seem to think them worth it. Ash let out a wild cry of relief. Back on shore, Rhyhorn growled and kept his electricity in his horn. A small pod of Shelder crept closer to shore only to be met with an enormous flamethrower that stopped them in their tracks. Scorch barked furiously as the Poliwhirl facing her gurgled. It pounded a fist against its side, spitting a water gun. She dodged it quickly, turning to face it with 3 will-o-wisps primed. The moment she launched them, the spiral shape on the water type's chest began to hum a soft pink and swirl. She staggered. The hypnosis was particularly potent, part of the Poliwag's line hunting strategy, and even her proficiency in the mind arts wouldn't help her. Slowly, her legs began to give up beneath her, eyes drooping. Karma teleported next to her with a crack, blasting the Poliwhirl with a powerful Psybeam with a low thrum of anger. It was thrown backward, but not without a parting shot of a bubble beam. Scorch was hit and sent flying, but she dragged herself back up and yipped determinably to her friend. Karma nodded back, eyes glowing as she scanned for more opponents. Ash started closer to the shore, Gyarados gone. His Pokémon might need instructions and he couldn't always ask Karma to focus on fighting and listening to his instructions, and even though his adrenaline sung sharply through his veins as he grew closer to the shore, he didn't stop. His team needed him. He caught sight of a strange shadow under the surface of the water. Karma's ears snapped toward it, raising her shine. Whatever it was, it had definitely attracted her attention. It came to the shore, jabbing its head through the water. He didn't recognize it, it wasn't a Cantonese Pokémon or even a Jatian one, but he could guess it was at least a water type. It let loose another roar before hauling itself out of the water, using 2 powerful flippers near its front. The Pokémon was similar in shape to a dugong, but it was very different. Instead of white, it was a pale blue with a cream chest. Bright white whiskers were basic of its mouth, twitching wildly, 2 sharp fangs poking out. Ash guessed it was 3 feet tall but nearly 6 long, and when it raised itself fully up it was almost staring him in the eyes with its own gleaming black gaze. Its thick tail, almost like a Vaporeon's fin, slapped against the shore, releasing a spray of water. It made a sound that Ash could only classify as a bark, but it was so incredibly different than Scorch's happy sound that he didn't know what to make of it. The sound was a deep, vicious thing that sent shivers down his spine and immediately activated his fight or flight response. This was the sound of a predator, the sound his ancestors had learned to respect or die. Ash guessed it was probably part ice type, judging by the crystals around its slick fur. Gale and Wraith were distracted by a powerful dugong and Scorch didn't have the firepower. Only Karma and Rhyhorn were able to fight. Her eyes flashed blue as she pulled instructions right out of Ash's thoughts and quickly relayed them to the rhino. Rhyhorn rumbled and charged forward, horn primed. It growled, flippers slapping against the ground hard enough to indent it, and released a blast of wind. Ash shivered, ducklet flesh prickling up his arms even from Vermilion, taking a step backward. The wind was edged in snow flurries, skimming the warmth from the air before it slammed into Rhyhorn. The ground type bellowed in pain, legs freezing up as his body temperature plummeted. Wartortle's water attacks could cut beneath his plates and slightly lower his body temperature, but ice energy had a far different style. His charge slowed, legs locking even as he tried to go through with horn attack. The Pokémon barked angrily and slid away, flippers pounding against the ground as it moved out of the way and focused on the next Pokémon. Karma threw her shine up as its cold eyes slid to her. The silver trembled, edges melting and reforming at the same time as she forced power through it. With a hiss, ears pinned, she moved it out and released a blinding light. The flash nearly knocked Ash back despite him being prepared for it, but it did its job. Rhyhorn was able to shake off the cold and charge forward with another horn attack. Gale shrieked with pain after the dugong managed to tag his wing. Wraith swooped in to cover him, two shadow punches slamming directly against its eyes. It howled, falling back, and Wraith did his best to keep it that way. The Fiero had seen better days. Frost coated his primaries and his flight was jerky, even as he pumped his wings furiously to get back to shore. Wraith finished with the dugong and swooped in to try and cover them both. Rhyhorn bellowed, thrown backward from a truly impressive body slam. Karma tried to hit it with a psybeam, successfully distracting it from them, but its gaze only trailed to the side to see the weakened flying type. The seal-like Pokémon roared, blasting out a fluctuating aurora beam that snapped and crackled through the air. Scorch blitzed forward, taking the ice attack to protect the retreating Gale, but the cold was too much for her to handle. She was thrown back, flash fire forcibly deactivated as her inner flame couldn't handle the sudden change in temperature, ice crystallizing over her fur. Scorch forced herself to stand. Her paws trembled beneath her. Wraith swooped in to deal with the Pokémon, trying to give her an escape route. Scorch's eyes flashed a pale blue, trying to reach out to Karma. The Kadabra shook her head, her energy was too low to teleport the fire type out, barely able to keep herself up. With a whine of pain, the tired Vulpine began to start limping toward Ash. Wraith gave an angry hiss but he wasn't able to dodge the aurora beam that swept cleanly through his center. He exploded in a burst of gray, trickling down toward the ground, gases writhing as he tried to reform. Ash's team was being picked apart. He called out for Karma to try and box it, for Rhyhorn to use Rock Blast, already pulling off Scorch's Pokeball to recall her. The fire type valiantly stumbled toward him. Rhyhorn ripped up the earth around them, growling a challenge to get the roughly seal-like Pokémon to turn towards him. It did, barking, but spat out a beam of icy energy that changed color with every second. Most of the rocks were stopped by the aurora beam but a few others smacked into the Pokémon. It bellowed in pain, eyes narrowed in rage, but Wraith, having been able to roughly reform, though without his hands, blocked it with a shadow ball. The sky darkened. Ash grimaced, hugging his jacket closer to himself and pulling the brim of his hat down as a chilled wind crawled through the clearing. Rhyhorn roared, spines rattling, but the seal-like Pokémon barely reacted. It cranked its head back, maw gaping, and fired a brilliant beam of icy white energy. It slammed into a pale cloud, lighting it up from the inside like a lantern. Immediately, the cloud thickened, growing darker and darker. It split up into more clouds, covering the sky like a blanket. Something hit Ash's arm hard enough for him to notice, some sort of stinging pellet. He looked down to see a tiny chunk of ice melting into the ground. Hail! The Pokémon had summoned a DMN hailstorm. It didn't seem to be experienced with it, the clouds were breaking up on the outer layers and he was shivering instead of freezing, but even that was deadly. Rhyhorn was already trembling, spines rattling against each other as he vainly tried to charge forward once again. The seal Pokémon was still recovering from the energy loss and Rhyhorn had a clear shot for horn attack. It did damage, managing to puncture past thick layers of fat to draw blood, but it hadn't done much. Hail as large as pebbles bounced off of his plates, chilling him further, and by the random locking of his limbs, Ash guessed this was as close to paralysis Rhyhorn was going to experience. Karma blasted it with a Psybeam, but most of her strength was sapped by the winds. Wraith, in his weakened state, was focusing on not being blown away. Flamethrower! He shouted. The Pokémon's eyes slid to him. It barked again, flippers slamming against the ground. Sniping off another twisting beam of icy energy, it knocked Rhyhorn back and charged, ignoring the flames. Ash sprung to the side, trusting the Pokémon's lack of 4 limbs or terrestrial build. It slid past him, bellowing in anger. But it redoubled over again, whiskers twitching and eyes bright, and went for him. It managed to clip him on the chest with one of its flippers. He immediately went flying backward, head bouncing off of the ground. Ash groaned, head spinning. A fierce, pounding pain took presence in his chest, thrashing like a living being, and he could still hear the eerie howl of the Pokémon. He struggled to rise to his feet. A sudden brilliant blinding light spun through his eyes and he tried to focus, stumbling. Before he could take a step, thick arms wrapped around his torso and legs and picked him up. What felt like cold stone pressed against his skin, a dull warmth pounding beneath its coarse surface. Ash shook away stars from his eyes just to feel the ground tremble beneath them. The seal-like Pokémon let loose another threatening bark, flippers thumping, before a massive spike of earth exploded beneath it, bursting equally through land and sea. It was thrown almost 10 feet up to land with a dull thud, eyes rolling back in its head. Ash managed to jerk a finger toward the rest of his exhausted team. "Catch it," he said. Karma twitched her ears, floating limply over to his bag. She glowed softly at it, psychically grabbing one of his empty Pokeballs from his outer pockets. Karma tapped it between the Pokémon's eyes, dissolving it into a burst of scarlet light. The Pokeball writhed against the ground for nearly 2 minutes before clicking complete, settling back against the sand. He felt the arms tighten around him, pulling him tighter to its chest while the Pokémon holding him let loose a puff of angry breath at the stationary Pokeball. He rolled his head back, eyes still blurry. But what he saw was impossible to ignore. Rhyhorn let out a fearsome roar, shaking the earth beneath his feet. Ash laughed. It made his ribs hurt and breath catch in his throat, but he couldn't stop, his starter was here. His starter was evolved. Rhyhorn snorted, clutching him tighter before carefully setting him down. Ash almost stumbled before craning his head back to look at the near 6-foot-tall behemoth that was now part of his team. Their victory was short-lived. The hailstorm was still roaring overhead and Ash could hear the shriek of Seadra growing closer and closer. "We're not done yet, bud. Earth power." He could almost swear Rhyhorn chuckled. Rhyhorn bellowed, stomping his foot onto the ground. The earth swelled and buckled beneath him, before abruptly shooting forward and buckling beneath the water. The waves above meant nothing for protection as the 3 Seadra went flying, fins flapping furiously before they thudded to the ground. Rhyhorn rumbled, tail thumping against the ground. A ripple spread over the earth, pushing the twitching water types back into the water. Karma pulled her gaze away from the behemoth ground type, but it was clear she was in awe. She tried to raise her shine to attack but trembled violently. Before she could protest, Ash recalled her. She'd only end up more injured. His stain twitched but she didn't fight back against it. Wraith flew forward to blast a creeping Golduck, but before he could get there an earth power rippled beneath it and exploded it near 10 feet in the air. Rhyhorn roared his approval, scarlet eyes flashing to the next opponent. He was on an evolution high. Ash had no idea how long it would last but even evolution wouldn't remove the injuries he had already received. More Pokémon were coming. Wraith and Rhyhorn were the last ones left, Gale and Scorch had been recalled, being far more up close in the battles than the others, and Karma had exhausted herself with the endless teleporting, and the water types were coming at the same rate they had been before. But they were also at the advantage. Ash winced as another chunk of ice slammed into his side. The hailstorm was picking up strength. Without the seal-like Pokemon there to contain it, it was spreading out of control, winds roaring. Rhydon's flamethrower kept the cold at bay, but his heat reserves would fail eventually. Another earth power pounded through the land, ramming into a distracted Poliwhirl. Rhydon lowered his horn, preparing to charge, when a voice broke out of the fighting. Pyroar, flame it! The sky was suddenly lit up by what seemed like another sun. A burst of fire so bright Ash could hardly look at it shot upward, slamming into the hailstorm with a crash like stars exploding. It burst straight through the cloud and Ash could see it begin to evaporate, breaking up like it was a mere mist instead of a fully fledged hailstorm. Within seconds, Ash could see the sun. A Pokemon blitzed over the shore. He could hardly see anything but a blur of red and black as something ran in front of all the approaching water type like a bolt of lightning. Flames roared behind it like a cape. A Gyarados reared, orange particles of light swirling in front of its gaping maw. The Pokemon barely gave it more than a moment of attention before firing an absolutely enormous blast of fire. The Gyarados should have resisted it, but it just screamed, high and sharp, its failed hyper beam exploding in its face as it flopped against the surface of the water. It sunk below and didn't resurface. The fire type, Pyroar, the voice had said, bathed the shore in liberal rivers of fire, steam billowing upward in clouds. Water types retreated before the type they were supposed to dominate, though only few managed to get far enough away before Pyroar baked them alive. It stayed in one place for only a moment before running off, flames spilling off of its enormous red and gold mane. Pyroar blurred forward, paws thumping against the ground like a heartbeat before stopping in front of him. Ash stared up at the behemoth. It was covered in black and brown fur, long tail lashing behind it for both balance and power. Huffing in amusement at him, it turned and blasted the Shelter that had been giving Karma trouble, swinging its head to get them all. They shrieked, shells flapping uselessly as they were blown backward. With the hissing crackle of rising steam, the entire shore erupting into a cloud of mist that almost hid the sun again. Giving a low rumble, Pyroar loped back to blast a final retreating water type. The sand that had been beneath its paws was now splintered pieces of glass, pads imprinted and well-formed enough that he could see small lines from fur. Ash knelt and touched one of them, quickly retracting his hand, still burning. It hadn't even been touched by the external flame on the fire type, though he had felt the heat from its mane from nearly 20 feet away. Pyroar leapt nearly 20 feet forward, landing proudly on an exposing mound of sand. It roared, lashing its tail and blasting another wall of fire into the sky. Without so much as a last cry of defeat, the rest of the clouds in the sky disappeared, leaving the brightest blue possible, even though the sun was near the horizon. From nearly 100 feet away, Ash could hear its pleased purr. A trainer walked up to it. They patted it behind its enormous ears, saying something Ash didn't have a chance to hear. But he did see them turn toward him, or, more importantly, at the spot where the seal Pokemon had been. Pyroar strode next to its trainer as they walked along the beach, bright blue eyes flashing like it was a psychic. Its trainer, while tall, only came up to a bit below eye level. With every breath, Ash could see heat waves ripple outward, sand hardening under its paws. The trainer was a fair bit taller than him, wearing protective black and red clothing. She was around 20, maybe older, with pinkish red hair contained in a long braid. Tilting her bright red sunglasses down at him, she exposed sharp orange eyes. A grin spread over her tan face. "You the one that captured that Celio?" Her accent was something gentle, almost lilting, which didn't work with her harsh appearance and sharp edges. "Celio?" he repeated. "I think so. I don't know its name." She nodded, reaching without looking to touch Pyroar's side. It huffed at her, keeping its sapphire eyes on Ash. "I thought so. It has a powerful hail but doesn't know what it's doing. What are your Pokemon?" Ash was more than a little confused at the questioning, but the woman exuded a confidence that made him answer. Rhydon, Fiero, Vulpix, Haunter, and Kadabra. As if he was summoned, Rhydon roared and lumbered forward. He managed to disguise his unsteady footsteps well enough, but it was clear to see he was unused to his form and only running on adrenaline. His tail dragged behind him and he was heavily hunched forward. He glared at Pyroar with a scarlet gaze, rumbling a challenge. The fire type looked mildly amused. A Vulpix, non. How many tails? Her eyes flashed at the ground and fire type. 5. The woman hummed, interested. I'm sorry, but who are you? Her smile broke for a moment before she laughed. Malva. And you are? Ash Ketchum. Ash decided that he had to ask. There was no way he was getting out of here without finding out what type of Pokemon that lion was. What kind of Pokemon is Pyroar? Where's it from? She took a step backward, scratching behind its gently flickering mane. When it wasn't actively in a fight, the mane seemed to die down to just reddish-orange fur, though Malva's avoidance of the front and the heat pressing against Ash's face showed it was far from dormant. He's a Pyroar, a fire and normal type. My starter, actually. Malva grinned, turning back to Ash. He's pretty hard to find in Kalos, as they hunt in packs. I had to work to get him to join me. Ash blinked. Kalos? You heard me, she said calmly, but there was a bright gleam in her eyes. Kalos, while one of the largest regions in the world, was absolutely closed doors on most everything that went on inside. About 20-30 years ago, they had gone steadily quieter and quieter before just shutting up entirely. The results from their conference was always published, and their professor, someone named Sycamore, reported his findings, but other than that they kept silent about most things. It was rare to meet anyone from the faraway region, but now that he was focusing, he could place her accent. He didn't know too much about it, though their champion had been replaced only 2 or 3 years ago, which had caused a big stir. He remembered the Elite Four had one dragon-typed member, who he had researched. There was also a... Wait, are you Malva Pachira? The Elite Four member? Who trains fire types and is rumored to have crushed Blaine at one time around 7 years ago. She laughed. Not bad. I'm not normally recognized outside of Kalos. I am a member of the Elite Four, yes. Before you ask, I am in Kanto as my conference isn't for many months. I am a fan of traveling and my tasks do not require much, and many of my friends are away. Kanto is uncentered a life and passion, there is much to report here, and Kalos likes to hear of the world. She didn't mention that no other region was allowed to hear of Kalos. There was a pounding that almost made Ash look around to see where Rhydon was, but when he looked up, it was just Lieutenant Surge stomping his way over to the two of them. The man was as tense as a board, hair out of place and scratches lining his army clothes. He glowered down at both Ash and Malva, but his anger wasn't directed at either of them. The enormous burn scorching his exposed arm might have something to do with it. Ketchum, he said gruffly, eyebrows raising in surprise. The hell you doing here again? Before Ash could answer, the man swept on. His voice was nothing but concern wrapped in so many layers of sharp fury that Ash could barely hear it. Is your team injured? Recall your Haunter, it's 2 seconds from falling, and that Rhydon isn't much better. Your other two, Vulpix, Fiero. Are they hurt? He held up his pokeballs. Wraith disappeared without a complaint, visibly sagging with exhaustion and body losing its sharp edges, but Rhydon growled lowly at him when he held up his oldest pokeball. Ash accepted it. The ground type had never taken his eyes off of the obviously powerful Pyroar and likely didn't want to leave Ash online. Good, Surge grunted. Are you hurt? Ash opened his mouth to say no, but his ribs gave a painful twinge. Surge saw his expression and narrowed his eyes, honestly growling when Ash tried to protest. You aren't going to say sheet, Ketchum. I'll send Joy after but if I don't see you in the Pokemon Center by the end of the day. The man looked haggard. Even as he scolded Ash with the same powerful, gruff voice as before, his stiff shoulders couldn't hide the exhaustion present under his eyes nor the multiple wounds over his face and arms. Ash agreed to his demands. Surge nodded tersely, eyes drawn back to scanning the surroundings. How many? Malva said quietly, drawing Surge's attention. He just stared at her, incomprehensible emotions running through his eyes. Phil's depute, she swore. Go. I will alert less dirigents, they will come if they are able, they are our version of your ACE trainers. I will search for more trainers on the shore, go yourself to the harbor. With another gruff snort, the lieutenant turned and walked toward the next trainer, shoulders less tight than they had been before. Malva gave a small smile. He has never been one for emotions, Ash, and I knew him long before he earned his title. Surge is not heartless, but now his actions, however indirect, may have caused the loss of lives. What? She pointed to the distance, far over the wild horizon, where Ash could see nothing but the crash of waves. The League had given him the order and he must obey, but neither could foresee the consequences. Ash wasn't getting it. Pokémon do not attack for no reason, Ash. Pyroar didn't have to do much to chase them away and then they did not attempt to come back. If I had thought this was a true battle, this shore would have been left far more touched than it is. They were scared but not angry, confused but not aggressive. Ash wanted to disagree on that last point, but couldn't find the words to speak to the Elite Four member in front of him. Malva withdrew a slip of paper from her pocket, popping a pen from a slip on her side. She scrawled something on it and handed it over to him. He took it, not looking at it yet in his focus on the horizon. That Celio will need an experienced hand to teach it how to properly use hail. I know a captain that can give you the help you need. Fergus Yumio, he runs one of the old Sea Gallop ferries. I know he's worked with the Spiel line in his frequent runs to Hoenn, so he should be your needed assistance, though he will require pay. He should be around Fuchsia now. He looked down at the paper, it seemed to be her business card, but in scratchy penmanship on the back was Fergus' number. Slipping it into his pants pocket, he looked back over the ocean. There was still nothing to see. Parfois, the world does not understand itself. She clucked her tongue to Pyroar, who rumbled back in response. His mane faded back to the bare fur, seemingly flat against the inferno it had been before, and she easily climbed onto his back. Crouching, he leapt away in a blur. Ash didn't even see Malva twitch from the wild jump. He stayed staring into the distance, where he could barely see a creeping pillar of smoke. XXX. Nurse Joy pounced on him the second he came within eyesight. Once the thrill of the fight had left, he was now positive something was wrong with his ribs, and his hunched-over posture only displayed that to the rest of the world. The nurse was patrolling on the border of Vermilion, avoiding the water while also sweeping up any other trainers retreating back. Once the battle was over, Ash had came back into the city only for the pink-haired woman to charge at him like a Tauros. In the next second, he had an assistant by his side asking him multiple questions about what had occurred on the field. Ash managed to answer most everything, but now his worry was over his Pokémon instead of himself. They accepted the 6 Pokeballs, listening carefully to his worry over his newest addition, and promised to heal them quickly. But for the moment, they laid down Ash in a Pokémon Center room and set to examining his ribs. 2 were bruised from where he had been hit, which only served to make him excited about the strength of the water type. It was more than difficult to properly splint them, so Ash would take it easy for a bit less than a week and let them naturally heal. After a night of just laying in bed, he was allowed to see his Pokémon, at least those that were healed. Gale and Scorch were still under stasis. Ash pushed the small chairs and bedside table as far against the wall as he could to get as much space as possible. With that done, he released his starter. Rhydon, the fierce friend that had been with him since day one, was now a behemoth to match his protective personality. He rumbled his arrival, hunched over on all fours like he was still a Rhyhorn. With a growl, he forced himself to rise to his back legs, occasional spasms twitching over him as he tried to hold on to his balance. But he found it and, when he stood fully to proud attention, he was magnificent. Rhyhorn was nearly 6 feet tall, incredibly bulky even without his plates. Except they weren't plates anymore. Now, they were a set of immensely durable scales, smoothly fitting over each other in an impenetrable set of armor. He had actual ears, large sheets of stone-like material extending upward to funnel the sound downward into his eardrums. Ridges ran along his back, almost like his spines but smaller, edged in sharp points. His underbelly was a light cream and he had opposable thumbs, though they seemed so protected by his armor that Ash guessed he wouldn't have the best dexterity. Besides him now being upright, the second biggest change was his tail. It was nearly 3 feet long, wrapped in overlapping scales and looking heavier than Ash's entire body. Even the slight twitches he could see, presumably from Rhyhorn trying to figure it out, showed the muscles beneath the surface. Rhyhorn before had always been strong, his charges were enough to show that, but now he seemed to be about as strong as members from the Mach-Hop line. Rhyhorn noticed his admiration and spun his horn. Ash gaped as the whirring noise filled the examination room, the horn spinning like the world's most powerful drill bit. He couldn't even begin to comprehend how powerful horn attack would be now. His Pokédex beeped quietly as he scanned his starter, the red beam connecting with his chest and bringing back the information. The page opened and began to display the text trainers before him had discovered. Rhyhorn, the drill Pokémon. Even by lightly spinning its drill, it can shatter pure diamond. Its rugged armor can protect it from extreme heats, even magma straight from a volcano. Its tail has been known to destroy solid steel with a single blow. Ash frowned, peering through the available buttons. He wanted to know more. Eventually, he found the extra information and pressed it. Its armor is made up of a type of stone-altered keratin. The plates it had as a Rhyhorn have fused together to form its set of armor, though it is still very different from the Gyarados or Kingdra scale types as they regenerate instead of growing new scales. Their armor can keep them healthy in temperatures of up to 3,600 degrees, and several more powerful specimens of the species have been known to spend up to 12 hours a day in the heart of a volcano with no negative side effects. In the ancient times, Rhyhorn were used as a second defense behind charging Rhyhorn, and their armor could deflect cannonballs with only light scratches. Their horn never stops growing, though its growth slows after 5 years. It can only spin clockwise, and despite several investigations, it is unclear how the lightning rod aspect interacts with the spinning aspect. It is hypothesized that the lightning rod has been split into 2 sections, with the largest in the center of the horn and the other absorption center in the smaller, unspinning secondary horn further back on their head. Males possess a longer horn than females. Despite the large and usable fangs in its mouth, Rhyhorn are still herbivorous like their pre-evolution. As they can now dig into the earth, they will develop much more specific tastes in minerals, and have been known to dig immense tunnels that rival those of the onyx line in complexity to find the right mineral. They have incredible defenses and their attack prowess is immense, but have still not developed proper defenses against cold temperatures nor high-pressured water blasts. In the Rhyhorn stage, they are often much more loyal to their trainers or their herds. Rhyhorn, that would take some getting used to after 3 and some change months, snorted and leaned down as best he could to Ash. The cramped room prevented him from leaning too far down, but more out of a sense of not wanting to break it than any real sense of restrainment. Ash knew his training regime would be changed incredibly. Rhyhorn would have a very different attacking style. Though he'd still stick with his charges, he wouldn't have to just turn and charge again and again. He could learn punching attacks now, or simply grab his opponent and stab them with his horn. In fact, he might want to learn some things from Gale about having a longer horn, at least in comparison to a beak. "You're incredible," he said softly, reaching forward to press his palm against the smooth armor over his chest. The ground type rumbled, reaching awkwardly to touch Ash's shoulder. Smiling, he put his own hand over the gray plating. A moment passed in quiet happiness. He rolled his head forward, thunking his forehead against thick chest plates. "Are you sure you don't want a nickname?" Rhyhorn snorted. "XXX." Ash was forced to spend the next day alone in the Pokemon Center. Apparently hugging Rhydon had upset his ribs, and used that for research. Malva had pointed to the sea, Lieutenant Surge had been given some sort of order, and the Pokemon had attacked. He found the answer soon enough. The SSN was a powerful ship that had been sailing for decades. In all that time, there had only been a few incidents, mainly with wild pods of Pokemon. The N had become quite popular as it was large enough to host Pokemon tournaments, which was exactly what was happening. Lieutenant Surge had been given 60 tickets to give out alongside his gym badges for an annual tournament, the first time they had been available for not just purchase. All 60 had been given away within a month of arriving. The SSN, on the website, was listed as lost. There was no official report, but it had probably only happened a few days ago. The pictures of the ship looked bright, including a promotional photo of everyone gathered on board for the tournament. Several important people were up front on a podium, but Ash couldn't recognize them. Almost 1,500 people were on board, most with their own teams of Pokemon, from all over the world. It had only left about a week before Ash had arrived in Vermilion. Now it was lost. Sinking ships had been known to stir up wild Pokemon into a frenzy, searching to destroy what was ruining their environment. Johto had had the most recent incident of that, after a fishing boat crashed in their Lake of Rage and a Magikarp evolved to escape. Ash sked in a deep breath, setting his Pokédex on his chest and staring at the sterile white tiles of the ceiling. No official report yet. He didn't know whether he wanted to read it when it came out. XXX. Gale shrieked proudly as he was released, thoroughly shaking himself of loose feathers and lifting his crest. He had been kept in the Pokemon Center for 4 days, rehealing all the damage that hadn't had time to heal after his battle against Pidgeotto, and was beyond glad to be free. He turned to Ash, squawking fiercely as he prepared to hear the plan for their next battle, when his black gaze slid slowly to the side. Rhydon, from his vantage point of nearly a foot above Gale's head, rumbled. Ash almost laughed his way all the way back to the Pokemon Center. Scorch took to it much better. She yipped happily, bounding forward to look up at him. He grunted back, leaning down somewhat, and she apparently took that as a challenge. Tensing, muscles flashing with quick attack, she leapt nearly 4 feet up and landed on his shoulders. Rhydon jerked, but Scorch had planted her paws between his dull spines and was secured. She crawled forward to pap him on the snout, chuffing warmly in her native tongue, no doubt congratulating him. He rumbled back, reaching upward to light tap her head with his claws. Scorch yipped, bracing off of his forehead and leaping down easily. That was adorable. Scorch was Ash's most agile Pokemon, it was obvious to see, and she was very comfortable in it. Rhydon would probably have to get used to more shoulder-stealing moments later on. Karma drifted forward, ears perked and tail twitching. Rhydon rumbled, eyes flashing blue as she reached out with her psychic abilities to communicate, though it didn't last long. They nodded at each other. Wraith was busy exploring Rhydon's shadow, his best way of comparing each other. The ground type let him, standing strong. With a hiss, the ghost flew upward to poke at Rhydon's horn, examining the tip. Rhydon, a smug gleam in his eyes, spun it quickly and imploding Wraith's hand. The ghost hissed and flew backward, regenerating it quickly. Ash scolded him half-heartedly, leaning forward to punch at Rhydon's side. The ground type barely seemed to notice the contact, but he did look over and let out a puff of dusty breath into Ash's face. He coughed. "Alright, you guys," he said, still attempting to hack out the dust while his team hooted their laughter. "We've got a new teammate, a Celio, ice and water type. It's pretty strong, but Nurse Joy didn't tell me it was overly aggressive." They nodded at him, getting into ready positions. Rhydon lumbered over to Ash's side, horn spinning idly with a low whirring noise. Ash took a step forward to be his new Pokemon's first sight. Nurse Joy had given him a light description of Celio, as it was called. It was found mostly Hoenn, but lived most of its life out in the ocean, even migrating to Unova every now and then. Because of that, they could be found most everywhere, as long as there was water and a decent food supply. They didn't come to shore often, migrating alongside the enormous ice floes in the middle of the sea. But while that prepared him, he hadn't been ready for knowledge of its evolution. Walrein were dugong on steroids. 5 feet tall and nearly 11 long when they evolved, they had 4 limbs. They let them move around on land just as well as in the water. There was little that their tusks couldn't stab through, and their thick fat protected them from everything else. They were tanks that dealt far more damage than they could take, even with their weakness. Sea Leo were hardly weak either, and its strength to be able to change the weather of the environment showed that. Ash couldn't wait to train it. He waited a second before releasing the Pokémon. Sea Leo appeared in the center of their wise circle. It rose upward, blue fur ruffling in the breeze and twitching its whiskers. With a low grunt, it turned fully toward Ash. He could see its eyes narrow. Its first attack, a blast of water, went toward the Pokémon it thought was weakest against it. Rhydon hunkered down, bracing himself, and snapped a shock wave almost twice as big as his regular through the stream of water. Sea Leo barked furiously, whiskers frying with the amount of electricity. Rhydon growled from the water, pushed back a foot, but he recovered fast and readied himself. It turned fully toward Rhydon, launching a quick barrage of aurora beams, quickly learning to avoid water when facing the ground type. A flamethrower melted the ice into water and continued onward. Sea Leo spat more water to try and reduce it, but the flames hit it hard and covered its back in a thin layer of soot. It barked, slamming its flippers against the ground, and reared its head upward. Ash knew what was coming. He shot a glance toward Karma, who twitched her ears in response. The second a beam of light began to grow in its mouth, she created a barrier directly over its mouth. The hail exploded an inch from its face. It howled, falling backward and thrashing its tail. Wraith clicked his fangs together, claws twitching, but everyone stayed back and let it recover. When it did, it just stayed there, glaring at those around it but not fighting back. It trembled from the pain of its own attack but refused to vocalize it, thumping its tail against the ground. Ash walked forward, crouching slightly to be close to it. Karma twitched her shine, ready to prepare a barrier if needed, but Sea Leo just grunted lowly as Ash grew closer. "You done?" he said, earning a dark glare but no sound. "I understand you didn't want to be captured, but I did it, and that makes me your trainer." Sea Leo huffed, breath cold enough it brought bumps over Ash's skin. It twitched its gaze away but brought it back quickly, tail thumping against the ground. A crackle of electricity swept over Rhydon's horn. "You like to fight, I can see that, and you're strong enough you probably don't lose too often. But my team is stronger. Being a trainer's Pokémon is all about becoming strong enough to stop losing. That's why Rhydon is so strong." Sea Leo glared at the ground type but seemed to acknowledge its strength. Ash waited for it to turn back to him before talking. "If you join me, I can make you strong enough to fight him." Rhydon rumbled but he seemed to find it more amusing than threatening. Sea Leo jerked at that, black eyes flashing before it barked, bobbing its head in almost a vicious agreeal. Ash grinned, a bit in relief. Water types that lived far out at sea were known for being more high-strung, having far less contact with humans, and could become violent if offended. Thankfully, Sea Leo seemed to be more upset with itself at losing than at the ones that had beat it, and having a rival would help Pokémon to grow as long as they didn't take it too seriously. Rhydon would take it down, type advantages or not, if it got too serious. "Mind if I scan you?" he asked, tapping his Pokédex. Sea Leo didn't react, but it did stare curiously as Ash aimed the red beam at its chest. Sea Leo, the ball roll Pokémon. They are known for balancing things on their nose to learn their scent and shape. Using powerful flippers, it shatters ice to hunt in the deep ocean. They are territorial and will defend their pod against anything. The Sea Leo knows the moves Defense Curl, Powder Snow, Water Gun, Ice Ball, Body Slam, Aurora Beam, Headbutt, and Hail. Its ability is Thick Fat, which protects it from fire and ice moves. That was a good move set. Celio, as it only had 2 flippers, was more of a stationary fighter that had a nice mix of close range and distance moves, but his research on its species showed that it was incredibly hard to catch in water. Its impressive water storages would allow it to fight for a long time, and its ability only increased that. This was a Pokemon Gary would be hard-pressed to beat with enough training. It seemed to see his impressed expression, letting loose a pleased bark. Rhydon growled, narrowing his eyes, but Ash snapped his fingers and he subsided. Celio turned to him, black eyes shining. "You'll be a part of my team now," he said. "That means you'll be trained harder than you've ever been before, and you'll fight battles harder than you've ever fought before. My team works hard. If you don't think you're strong enough for that, if you don't think you're strong enough to fight against Pokemon you've never seen before, against trainers who want nothing but to knock you out, against odds that seem impossible, then I will drop you back in the ocean right now to spend your time relaxing." Ash had nailed the right approach. Celio's eyes darkened and it barked again, this time low. It was a prideful Pokemon, one content in its power if its hail said anything, and Ash had defeated it. With any luck, it would throw itself wholeheartedly into training in order to claim a spot on the team's register. He frowned, pulling open its page once again. Male. It made sense, male Celio were often lonesome hunters, which explained why he wasn't with a pod. Ash didn't worry about having pulled the ice type away from a family. Male Celio generally had to evolve to Walrein, if they could manage, to attract the females needed for a pod. Celio barked roughly at him, his breath carrying a drop in temperature intense enough to make Ash shiver. He shrugged it off and turned to the water type, catching his gaze toward the rest of the team. "Scorch," he offered, pointing to the Vulpine. She yipped back, not fully relaxing from her wary stance. The Aurora Beam he had nailed her with was still strong in her mind. "Gale." The Fiero shrieked defiantly, but Ash could see the gleam in his black eyes, another sparring partner. "Wraith." The ghost hissed, claws spinning from their detached position, but he was staying close to the shadows with the powerful sun. "Karma." "And this is Rhydon," Ash finished, gesturing unnecessarily toward the bulky ground type. He rumbled his welcome to the ice type, scarlet eyes narrowed, but he didn't immediately launch into a stringent about his pack's rules. Ash appreciated that. He'd like to see Celio's moves before giving him the expectations for being on the team. Celio barked. Ash took that as a sign he was ready and brought up the question he'd been thinking about: would you like a nickname? Every trainer had water names prepared, and so did he. They were the second most common Pokemon and were useful against so many types it took a fool not to at least consider one. Ash had honestly thought he'd hunt down a Horsia to have the powerful Kingdra. He had also pictured a team of Dragonite, Scizor, and Nidoqueen. His journey had taught him pretty early on not to expect anything. Celio let out a higher bark than before, as if he was trying to sound cheerful. He made the sound again, this time with a low chuffing in the back of his throat. Ash grinned, beginning to spout his pre-planned names. Wave, Torrent, Tsunami, and Glacier were quickly rejected. Celio paused more on Abyss and Current, but eventually said no to those as well. Ash ran through more and more, reaching more for the ocean things. He realized he wasn't doing it right. Celio was a prideful Pokemon. He needed a name with power and strength behind it, not like Karma, who wanted something with meaning, but something that had tangible fierceness behind it. He knelt in front of the ice type. "You lived in the ocean, so you should know what the tides are. They are the rise and fall of the ocean, bringing entire feet of water up every day. It is a powerful, unchanging force that humans have no control over, and riptides can drag anything out to sea in seconds. It is rumored Kyogre itself controls them. But if you grow strong enough, you could change them." Celio's eyes were wide, whiskers twitching constantly as Ash spun him the tale. He wasn't done. The ocean is affected by many things: currents, storms, waves. But those change, the tides don't. They are the result of multiple legendaries: Kyogre, Cresselia, Lugia. Not every Pokemon can claim this name. Do you think you're up to it? Celio fiercely accepted it. He almost seemed to covet it, protecting it from the others. Tide didn't quite roll off the tongue like Ash's other names, but it fit him well. He barked quietly at the name, flippers slapping against the ground. His 6th Pokemon. Now he had a full team, one that covered a large range of types and powers. If he caught any more Pokemon, he'd have to send them back to Professor Oak instead of working with them. He wasn't sure what to do with that. Now wasn't the time. Ash turned back to the team, keeping Tide in his line of sight. Nurse Joy's only keeping me here half a week, and we're going to spend that time training. Tide, he said with a grin, turning the Pokemon's attention to him. Let's see how strong you are. XXX. Ash looked at the thoroughly battered tree and nodded approvingly. Tide had a solid grasp over most of his moves, although he mainly used his bulk instead of any actual finesse for his physical attacks. If Ash could give him a few strategies, he'd be a force to be reckoned with. But he had no clue how to train Hail. The most his Pokemon had to do with changing the weather was how Scorch could heat up her environment with flash fire. Other than that, he had no skill in it, and Tide was hardly any better than he was. The Ice type had beaten the basics into himself but didn't know anything beyond that. Captain Fergus, whoever that was, he still hadn't had time to look him up, was supposed to be docked in Fuchsia around this time, going on his ever-present loop from Pallet Town to Cinnabar to Fuchsia. If Malva was correct, Ash could hitch a ride and pick up some priceless tips and tricks to training the powerful move. Tide deserved it, even if he had only just joined the team. With the way he had thrown himself into training, Ash knew the captain would be good for him. His other friends could use it as well. Avoiding a stretch of frozen grass from an aurora beam, he walked closer to Tide. The Celio stared at him, obvious pride gleaming in his eyes. The moves he had demonstrated had chilled the air so much Ash had put on his jacket. You're strong, he said, grinning. We can't put you in any mock battles until Nurse Joy, the pink-haired lady who helped you, finishes healing you up, but basic move training should be okay. Come on. Let's go to the team. Ash made to move but frowned when he heard the whistling winds of powder snow. Turning around, he saw Tide blowing cold gusts of wind onto the ground, adding a thin layer of ice over the grass and dirt. The Celio looked up at him, barking almost defensively before slapping his flippers against the ground and beginning to slide over the frozen earth, releasing more powder snow as he went. That was actually really smart. Ash trotted behind him, actually having to up his speed to keep up with the ice type. Tide slid across the ground, cutting off his powder snow and drifting to a stop. Scorch eyed the trail of frozen dirt and activated flash fire, walking over the path to melt it quickly. She then walked over to him, beginning to yip instructions in her native tongue. Rhydon snorted and lumbered over, adding in occasionally. Far from being intimidated, Tide accepted the rules, even barking questions. Ash pulled out his Pokédex, opening the page of notes he had made while recovering in the Pokémon Center. Seeing Tide's moves had changed a few things, but his overall plan was the same. He waited until Scorch finished, idly scratching behind Gale's crest as he watched his team interact. They turned to him, forming their normal half-circle. Tide looked a bit confused but Wraith tapped the top of his head with his detached hand and waved him over. Tide slid into the circle between Wraith and Gale, turning toward Ash with a low bark. His team knew how to be welcoming. A bright spark of pride popped in his chest. Last time we fought Gary, we lost, he announced, pacing around the slight circle of his Pokémon. It felt a bit like he was giving a military speech. We weren't weak, but we weren't strong enough either, that showed us it. So what we're going to do is get far, far stronger than he could ever imagine. Shrieks and roars of approval met his words. Scorch, ever the second in command, had slammed her annoyance at Tide down and had given him a rundown of the past months of their journey. He took to it fast, growing almost angry at the trainer that had beaten the Pokémon that had beaten him. Ash guessed it was probably going to be a stepping stone of some sort, beat Ash's team, then beat Gary's team. He just hoped he could find the boy. All of you are going to get a specialized training reign. Most of the time you will be working in pairs for your major area, then splitting up or getting new partners for other things. Here's the groups. Karma and Wraith. He ignored the flattening of ears and vicious grin sent his way. You both are the trickiest Pokemon here, but you both have weakness that others can exploit. Wraith, you're going to be learning new strategies from Karma, and Karma, you're going to be learning how to defend yourself against ghost and dark energies. His hat abruptly glowed blue and slapped him across the face. Karma twitched her ears, mock angry, but the orange flash in his mind told him she was excited to learn how to counter her worst enemies. Gale and Scorch. Both of them peered at each other, but neither seemed upset. Gale, you lost to the Pidgeotto because you weren't fast. Scorch, you lost to the Kangaskhan because you couldn't hit it hard enough. Gale, you know all about hitting things hard. Scorch, you know all about speed. They accepted the praise, but both had narrowed their eyes when Ash brought up their losses. Scorch, you're going to teach Gale agility. You know enough moves to increase your speed that you should be able to teach him the basics and he can finish it off, and then you're going to nail him every time he doesn't go fast enough. Gale, you're teaching her how to increase her power, both with physical and not. She needs to break a tree this journey and you're the best one to teach her. Scorch blinked at the thought. She was the tiniest on the team as well as a mostly ranged fire type, the thought of actually making a tree fall was comical to her. But Gale had broken trees before, a fair amount with Aerial Ace. He was the best to teach her. Rhydon had too much natural strength to teach anyone else how to break things and the trio Pokemon just used their mental abilities. She barked determinedly at Ash. She would prove him right. Gale looked pleased at the thought of beating strength into another Pokemon's head. And finally, Tide and Rhydon. The ground type rumbled, but he had been expecting it. Tide, Rhydon is my most experienced battler, and he's going to teach you the works of trainer battles. You'll learn a lot from him about dodging, charging, gathering power, all the things that can end a battle. Rhydon, you need to learn to take ice and water moves. You can zap him with Shock Wave if he gets too strong for defense training, but I don't want you to fight back otherwise. When you're recovering, you can start teaching Scorch Flamethrower, but the majority of your time is going to be on this. Rhydon rumbled again, scarlet eyes narrowed. He was not going to enjoy this, even if he knew it was necessary. Tide, on the other hand, looked positively delighted. Triple X. Karma hummed at him, ears twitching back as she drank some water. She and Wraith had been going hard for the past couple of days, getting a better understanding of each other's skills and types. But that wasn't what they were both watching. Roaring, Rhydon shuddered from another powerful blast of ice. He zapped Tide back with a weakened shock wave, a reminder to not use full power, but Tide launched another with the same strength. His fierce bark was more of a challenge than an encouragement. How many fights has he tried to pick? Ash asked, popping a few more raspberries into his mouth. Karma twitched her tail, practically full belly laughter for her. For today. Ash blinked. That few? Is Rhydon's flamethrower finally getting through to him? She shook her head. They took break. Leader fought back twice. Okay, that's more realistic, Ash said, leaning farther back on the tree. But there was at least triple that yesterday, and he hasn't given up yet. He shot her a grin. I bet he'd be good weight training for confusion. Her left ear twitched. Perhaps. After all, you were the one that captured him, so you're technically his trainer. So really, you should be the one to train him. Something hummed from behind him, and he turned just in time to see his chocolate bar begin to float out of his bag. Karma. No. She made a mocking JRK, but he snatched it before it could get too far, leveling a raised eyebrow at her. I get you don't like regular plebeian Pokemon food, but this is mine. Tide and Rhydon are already costing me an arm and a leg to feed, and chocolate is the only thing that is keeping me alive, surrounded by all of you heathens. Dash. Karma stole his bag of raspberries, twitched her ears at him, and teleported the second he tried to get them back. She sent him bright red flashes of laughter as he chased her around the clearing. XXX. This is a pretty simple move, he said conversationally, loading the disc into the TM machine, but it'll help you get more used to your body. It's supposed to give you connection with your plates to the point where you can cut off extra growth, which should be helpful. Theoretically, you could use it to increase growth, but let's not focus on that now. Brock had given him one of the most useful tools in a ground, or rock, really, types moveset. Rock Polish was a dreadfully underlooked move, but with it, Rhydon could run at a speed that might make Scorch impressed. He would never be a Jolteon, or really even a Vulpix, but it was a surprise tactic that would double the danger of his charges. Rhydon grunted as he was recalled. His Pokeball flashed a pale gray-brown, switching through the different shades quickly as it worked. Within a minute, it was done and he released his starter. The ground type rumbled, examining his body with new interest. He whirred his horn almost in thought before pausing, one of his chest plates beginning to glow. Rhydon snorted, flexing his claws, and a small sliver of rock fell to the ground. Ash grinned and picked it up. It was stone keratin, the same that made up Rhydon's protective armor, and he had cut it off successfully. That's great, bud. I'll leave you to it, remember not to cut too much. If you don't know, just call me over. He turned to leave, but Rhydon rumbled, releasing a tremor through the earth with his tail. Ash turned around again, frowning, but Rhydon just crushed his claws and looked at him. You want to show me something? Ash asked. Rhydon nodded, thumping his tail against a small rock. Rock blast? Rhydon nodded again, letting out a low growl. Ash grinned and stepped back. Some moves could evolve alongside evolution, as their hosts changed shape, so would they. Rock Blast wasn't overly known for it, but Rhydon had seemed excited. Rumbling, Rhydon brought his hands up. With a roar like grating stone, he jumped and slammed his tail into the ground. The earth rose around him, for enormous chunks nearly the size of Ash himself. Rhydon growled and they ripped themselves into a dozen more pieces. Each was as hard as stone despite being dirt only a moment ago, the size of Ash's head and floating flawlessly. Rhydon has unlocked his transformation abilities, able to turn dirt into hard rocks. The ground type rumbled lowly, turning around to prod at the rocks with a silver claw. He seemed very pleased, letting them tremble in the air before gently dropping them back to earth. Once his control was released over them, they began to slowly erode back to thick dirt. Ash grinned widely. Now that was a tool a powerful Pokemon like Rhydon deserved. Well, if you had enough time to figure that out, then you should have plenty to figure out Rock Polish when you're training with Tide. The ground type rumbled. Nurse Joy checked him over every night, though they were leaving tomorrow, and while Ash could see the defense training was working, he still hated every moment of it. Tide didn't make it any easier by trying to pick a fight with every attack. You're doing great, bud, he said softly. Rhydon rumbled at that, patting Ash lightly on the shoulder. Now go be a leader. Rhydon let out a challenging roar that shook Pidgey from the trees. From nearly 100 feet away, Tide gave an answering bark, immediately charging toward the ground type. Ash trotted out of the way, content to watch his newest Pokemon try to prove himself. XXX. Gale shrieked from overhead, trying to access the psychic energy needed for agility as he flew overhead as security. He was always out in the forest, keeping a constant eye on Ash as he flew overhead. Wraith was in his shadow, Karma was floating behind, Scorch was a little in front, and Rhydon loomed protectively by his side. Tide stayed in his Pokeball, not exactly built for long travels. There had been a few trainers that had seen his small army of Pokemon and scampered on by, including one holding a tiny Metapod in their arms. Karma's eyes flashed and one of Wraith's hands was hit by a lance of psychic energy and exploded. Wraith chuckled, reforming it quickly, and thickened his natural aura to the point Karma's psionic bubble deflated. As revenge, she cleared the leaves from above and let a beam of sunlight hit the ghost, chasing him back into Ash's shadow. They traveled quickly. There were 5 routes they had to travel to get to Fuchsia, though most of them didn't have any landmarks to investigate. A small town with a Pokemon Center was halfway between the 2 cities, and they were pretty contained without much outside interference. It was nice to set up a campsite again, passing out food and eating his own. Tide ate his pellets quickly, but slid under the cover of the trees to eat his berries. It had taken Ash a few days to figure out why. Tide was called the ball roll Pokemon for a reason. In order to figure out what things were, he bounced them on his nose to figure out their smell, look, and texture. The first time Ash had seen it, he understood why Tide hid it from the others. It was kind of hilarious. He bounced it expertly on the tip of his nose, spinning like the highest trained circus Pokemon. For such a prideful Pokemon, it would instant humiliation for his team to see. But Tide was almost operating blind for a fair amount of this. He didn't have the best senses and bouncing things on his nose was his way of investigating them. Ash would have to work with him to open up enough to do that around his friends. That was for another time. He was just working on getting the ice type to not attack every Pokemon around him for a good fight. The sleeping bag was less comfortable than the bed at the center, but hearing the quiet chirp of Pidgey and skitter of Rattata instead of the hum of air conditioning was relaxing. His friends scattered around the clearing, taking their usual positions. Gale had to search a while to find a branch strong enough to support him and Scorch was a little too attached to the fire to let it die to reasonable standards, but they all enjoyed the ambience of the forest. Rhydon let out a low growl, and Ash looked up from his sleeping bag to see his starter reaching out awkwardly with his arms. He wasn't used to his form yet, but he had mostly figured out how to move. The issue came with sleeping. Ash normally recalled him at night, as the Pokemon Center was too full for him to have gotten a large enough room for the ground type, but the forest had plenty of room. That wasn't the problem. He didn't know how to lay down. Ash bit back another laugh and shed off his sleeping bag, standing up. The ground type turned to him, rumbling in his throat. "Come on. Arms out," he said, going to his side. "Like a push-up." Rhydon pushed his arms out, dull claws shining, and shuffled. Growling lowly and closing his eyes, he fell like a tree. Scorch let out a startled bark as she was launched a few inches into the air from the hit, flash fire activating. She spun around, ears flat, before seeing it was just Rhydon. Spitting an ember at his prone form, she curled back up to sleep. The ground type rumbled angrily, sprawled out like a fallen log. He clawed at the earth, thumping his tail as if to summon an earth power to lift him upward, ripping the dirt. Ash walked to his front, dragging his sleeping bag behind him. He crawled back inside, leaning against his thick stone armor. With a grunt, he lifted his starter's head and put it into his lap. Rhydon rumbled, sending vibrations through Ash's leg, but he did seem more comfortable. Ash took a moment to finish rearranging the both of them, leaning up against his starter's side as best he could. "Good night, bud," he said softly. Rhydon shuffled his tail before fully relaxing, scarlet eyes closing. Ash slumped over his friend, resting his head on his forehead. They fell asleep quickly. XXX. Gale had made good progress with Scorch and Rhydon had taught her the basics of flamethrower, but she was still struggling. No matter how much training she did, her body wasn't built to take hits. The fight with Kangaskhan and the water types had proven that, he wasn't fight with her correctly. At least, not in the way she was going to be at her prime. She needed to hide from her opponents, to confuse them and strike when they least expected it. That normally wouldn't be an issue, as most fire types could learn Smokescreen, which covered the entire field in thick oily fog. But not Scorch. The Vulpix line couldn't learn the move Smokescreen because of their inner flame. Anything that came down their throat was instantly purified by the heat and they weren't able to keep the chemicals needed for the smoke alive long enough to leave their mouth. At most, they could create a thin stream of smoke, but that wouldn't be able to hide Scorch well enough for a proper hunting method. But Ash knew that the Vulpix line was built for hunting under the cover of darkness and the landscape, whether on the most tropical route in Kanto or on the slopes of Volcano. The Growlithe line, often considered the counterpart to the Vulpix line, was built for physical, fire-only attacks. Scorch, however, could access the trio and other elements, which means Ash didn't need Smokescreen. Instead, he looked up his notes on Scorch. The Vulpix was strictly a carnivore, and her food reflected it. Magikarp were mass-bred for purposes like feeding predators and, as such, most of her food was made of the water type along with other vitamins and things. But the important thing here was that Magikarp were full of a specific chemical called iodine. Iodine actually survived Scorch's inner flame, as it was pulled into the many so-called tunnels before her stomach that she absorbed vitamins into. It was used by the thyroid gland to produce hormones, but she didn't use all of it. The important thing about iodine was that it burned purple or, in high enough qualities, almost black. The problem was that Scorch couldn't simply ask her thyroid gland to release her latent supply of iodine into her inner flame to burn. But she could, theoretically, draw it out and even learn how to produce it through sheer energy alone if it was connected to a move. The good thing was that iodine, in too large of amounts, was poisonous. Not overtly so, but large enough amounts could even lead to death, though it was rare. A far more common consequence would be nausea, weakened heartbeat, and an almost burning sensation. Ash grinned as the dots came together. Scorch could learn the TM toxic, which he knew for a fact would be available in the poison town of Fuchsia, and, if he supplemented her diet well enough to start producing the massive quantities of iodine needed, she could theoretically use it to create a burning purple-black flame similar to but far more dangerous than Smokescreen. Wraith? He called. The Haunter hummed in the back of his head, deep baritone echoing even as he focused on harnessing the energy needed for Dark Pulse. Karma sagged once he stopped, barriers dropping tiredly. Come over here for a second. You too, Scorch. She yipped curiously as she padded over. Scorch knew he had been working on finding her a new strategy for attack, though she hadn't been able to learn too much about it before he sent her off for training. From behind her, Gale flew down to a perch, almost instantly tucking his head under his wing and resting. Agility was taking a lot out of him. Wraith, release a bit of smog, will you? The Haunter hissed, holding one of his disembodied hands out. A bit of his ectoplasmic skin thinned just enough to release a trail of dark purple gas, thickening immediately after to avoid losing all of the gas, giving him a stable form. Scorch eyed it warily, all too aware of the poisonous training Ash had been putting his team through. Ash pulled out his Pokédex, sliding it over to the record function. He heard the low chirp that showed it was active, pointing it toward the slowly dissipating fog of poisonous gas. Once he was sure he was going to get it all on camera, he stepped back to let his Pokémon come forward. Set it on fire, he said, gesturing toward her, before adding almost as an afterthought, Wraith, get back. Wraith didn't argue on this one, drifting far enough back to slide partially into Ash's shadow, though he was still out enough to see. Scorch yipped, tails rising before she released a blast of fire toward the gas. It immediately exploded, releasing a cloud of thick gray smoke. Scorch barked and blurred backward with quick attack, eyes wide and ears flat as she took in the writhing mass of smoke slowly rising toward the sky. Ash could see through it with only a little difficulty, but Wraith's diet wasn't nearly the same as Scorch's. When she was able to implement iodine with such a powerful move as Toxic, the cloud would be almost impossible to see through. He pulled up the recording and watched it at half speed. For only a moment, in the middle of the cloud of gas, there was a flicker of purple flames. Scorch would be able to learn how to HRNSS them to the point where she could possibly mix them with Will-O-Wisp, creating a poisonous enchanting flame. Oh yeah. We can use this. XXX. Ash grinned, looking up at the wide gates that marked the entrance to his next city. Fuchsia stood tall in front of him, almost purple hues glimmering from the sun's harsh gaze. His next gym battle awaited. Rhydon rumbled next to him, tapping his shoulder. With a grin, he strode forward with his starter at his side. Fuchsia City was wide, brilliant, and purple. The latest of the day had the city turning on their lights, and that lit up the dark sky and made a wide line of contrast between the black overhead and the violet underneath. The sun still had its gaze turned on the city, visible as a burst of orange-white, but even without it, the colors of the city were incredible. Everywhere he looked, they were just there, fierce and bright and unashamed. Despite the size of the city, the houses within it were rather small. Each had different colors painted onto the walls, varying shades of blues and purples and greens, and their roofs sloped outward past the buildings themselves. Everything seemed calm, even the wind that had been rip-roaring through the route slowing down and giving him a chance to hear his own thoughts. Rhyhorn rumbled by his side, the tip of his tail flicking. He eyed the town curiously, head tilted, and he dutifully lumbered next to Ash when his trainer started moving again. All of them were tired and it was late, it would be best to sleep the night off before challenging Koga. This time, the Pokémon Center seemed almost muted, despite its warm orange and whites. The wide, tall roofs of the surrounding buildings cast a shadow over its glass top, letting the gray swallow the path up. Rhyhorn rolled his eyes but accepted his recalling. While he could fit through most doorways, that didn't mean it was easy, and Ash kind of assumed that Nurse Joy didn't want a 6-foot-tall ground type stomping all over her Pokémon Center. He slipped the Pokeball back onto his waist and walked inside, heading straight for the desk. Nurse Joy smiled warmly at him. "How was your journey?" "Good," he said non-committally, handing his Pokeballs over. "I think they're mostly okay. The Celio has a burn over his left whisker though that won't heal, though." He hadn't yet used Tide in an official battle with other trainers yet, but Scorch had started to help him dodge ranged attacks. Whiskers are rather delicate. They'll take longer to heal because they're connected to so many nerves, but I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. I'll give a potion injection just to be safe. Thanks. He turned to walk away when his attention was caught by the side of a tall, lanky boy sitting in the Pokémon Center, flipping through a thin magazine. He recognized him. "Derek?" The boy looked up and made eye contact. "Hey, Ketchum. You here for the badge?" "Yeah. I haven't challenged Koga yet, but I'm planning to tomorrow." "What about you? Have you already won it?" Derek scoffed, setting the magazine down. "Of course. I only needed to use 2 Pokémon. Sandslash and my newest addition." His smirk was proud. Koga was weak compared to them. "I'm only here for the Safari Zone, really. He wasn't worth my time." Ash perked up at the sound of such a strong Pokémon. He wanted a real battle, unlike their last one. Rhyhorn was itching for a fight and Derek's Sandslash had always known what it was doing in battles. "You want a battle? My team should be healed up in time for the gym challenge tomorrow." "Why?" He hadn't expected that. Derek's face was full of honest confusion. "I'd like to test our strength against each other again. Last time it was only a 1v1, now both of us have new Pokémon and it should be a lot more entertaining than last time," he offered. "But I've already beaten you." Ash blinked. "Well, yeah, but that was my newest Pokémon. Now I think we could have a real battle." Derek flapped his hand, already going to pick up his magazine again. "Ketchum, you're getting upset that I beat you. Don't keep trying to get me to battle you, you already lost. Move on." The obvious dismissal sent Ash back to the other side of the Pokémon Center. They hadn't ever been friends, but Ash had thought he knew the other Pallet Town native well enough to know what he wanted. Apparently not. XXX. The next morning dawned bright, and once he had gathered his Pokémon from their various sprawled positions around his room, they were en route to the gym. Gale flew overhead. He probably wouldn't be in today's fight, though Ash hadn't quite told him yet, to stretch his wings in preparation, Scorch by his feet and Rhyhorn at his side. Wraith was in his shadow as always and both Karma and Tide were in their Pokeballs. Rhyhorn, Karma, and Wraith were going to be the main players in this match. That had been his lineup from the last gym battle, but they all had the advantages he wanted to have a tighter control over this match. The gym was large compared to the buildings around it, but it wasn't much when Ash thought of the others he had seen and fought in. It was a clear, bright purple, sharp against the olive and turquoise on either side. He liked it. There was a simplicity that none of the other gyms he had been in had, a kind of elegance that came from the fact there wasn't much of anything else added to it. Fuchsia City was one of the most isolated cities in Kanto, and it showed. Despite sea access and a gym, they thrived in the quiet of their own boundaries. He pushed the door, recalling his team before the wide wooden door had even begun to creak open. It was a bit like he hadn't gone inside, the lights that were warm and specifically altered to look like sunlight, yellow bulbs humming softly in every corner. There wasn't a desk but instead an open doorway at the opposite side of the room. Feeling out of his element, he squared his shoulders and marched through the room. Through the doorway was the battlefield. Wide and made of stone, it was the kind of empty flatness he had seen with Surge. Enormous windows lined the walls, and there were still those sunlight bulbs that made the area even brighter than before. The moment he walked through, he could see the gentle shimmering of the air that spoke of a psychic barrier coming up. It surrounded the entire field. On the opposite side stood Koga. He was in clothing the same color as his gym, rigged in a way that covered him in multiple layers that didn't seem to have a beginning or an end. A red scarf, narrow, was tied around his neck. Bushy eyebrows seemed permanently narrowed over black eyes. "Were you just waiting for a challenger?" Ash asked. Koga inclined his head the barest of an inch. "There are security cameras surrounding the perimeter, and Miss Joy sends me updates of new challengers arriving at the Pokemon Center." Ah. That made sense. He hadn't seen the cameras at all when he walked in, but Koga was known to be a master of disguise. Ash pushed his shoulders back even further, trying to portray the same confidence that Surge did. Gary's words on Koga had unnerved him more than he would have liked. "Either you will leave today with your 6th badge, or you will not." Koga's voice, despite the rasp, was controlled. "My daughter, Janine, will serve as referee." There was the hiss like escaping gas, and when Ash looked over, there was a girl standing there in a cloud of fading smoke. She didn't look much older than him, clad in black clothing, and despite the similar carve to her face and Koga's, there was an excitability in her eyes that didn't match the cool slates of Koga. She looked like the type to bounce. Ash wasn't judging, but he was a little concerned about her ability to referee. "I'm Janine," she introduced herself. "Good luck with my father. Poison types are hardier than most people believe, and you can't bust through here with sheer power alone." "Janine," Koga warned, eyes narrowed. She sighed but straightened again, oblivious to Ash's inner plight. Security cameras. He had had his whole team out in front of the building for moral support, and they had all most likely been seen. If Koga had been watching, when he didn't doubt the man had been, at least a good chunk of his surprise would be gone, while he was still in the dark. "This will be a 4 versus 4 and I will throw first." "Arbok. Serve me well." The hissing snake that emerged from the pokeball was large and knew it. It bared fangs as long as Ash's fingers and rattled the end of its smooth tail. Ash guessed it was 13 feet long, smaller than the one he had faced near Vermilion, but it was sleeker, most likely faster. Karma hadn't done very well the last time she faced one of these, and while Wraith had fared well, Ash didn't want him to face one that looked so much faster. Arbok were mainly physical and poison moves. Rhydon slammed onto the field hard enough to make the ground quake. He rumbled his arrival, claws clicking against his others and tail thumping against the ground. Koga didn't seem very surprised, which only served to make Ash annoyed. Rhydon didn't like the lack of awe at his entrance, narrowing his eyes and spinning his horn. The thrum of rotating stone keratin filled the air, accented by the crackle of electricity. Rhydon had gotten far too attached to letting a shock wave charge in the interior of his primary horn, though Ash could admit it looked intimidating. Yellow flashes emerged from the tip as it slowly spun. Janine swiped her gloved hand downward. "Arbok versus Rhydon, begin." Arbok, Test its defenses with Poison Sting. Avoid getting close. His orders were cool, but his eyes were narrowed. Ash didn't blame him. Rhydon was a formidable foe. Box it with Widespread, Shockwave, Horn Attack. He kept his hands by his sides, trying to mimic Koga's relaxed position. Rhydon rumbled, lifting one of his legs and thumping it against the ground. Earth trembled and wrenched up from the ground, surrounding him in an orbit of circling tan. Arbok started to slither around the circle, tongue flicking out constantly beneath narrow black eyes. Its hood flexed outward, revealing a snarling face alit with orange and red. Rhydon growled at the attempt to intimidate him and launched the rocks. Arbok did its best, curling around most of it, but the wall going toward it was too much to dodge. Several solid hits around its midsection and it was blown back, mouth open in a hiss, and Rhydon had enough time to finish charging up the crackling electricity and launch it. The poison type was thrown viciously back, leftover lightning crackling over its scales. It wasn't enough to paralyze it, but it was strong enough to throw it back. Arbok hissed, trying to fight off the pain, and Koga's shout shook it out of its jerky motions enough to let it dodge Rhydon's charge for Horn Attack. He rumbled annoyedly, turning around to face the snake, only to be met with an array of thin poison barbs. Most bounced harmlessly off his armor. The few that didn't were lodged in his stone keratin, but they hadn't managed to get past it. He crushed them with a claw and snarled. Arbok wasn't advanced enough to make them get past his armor, but they had still managed to stick into him. Koga hummed. Acid Spray and Iron Tail. Earth Power. Though he couldn't see his starter's face, Ash liked to imagine he had grinned. Arbok opened its mouth and released an untold amount of purple sludge, immediately sending Ash's noise crinkling from the awful stench. As it streaked through the air, the ground buckled beneath Arbok's still form and threw it a dozen feet in the air. The air was filled with a wailing hiss. Arbok hit the psychic barriers with a crack and slid to the ground. There was a moment of silence before it slowly reared again, eyes shining with fury. Rhydon, for his part, was struggling. The acid spray had hit him straight on, covering the majority of his chest. Ash could hear the hiss of the corrosive liquid. Whatever the poison type's poison stings had lacked in strength, this well made up for it in toxicity. Rhydon rumbled in pain as they managed to get past the cracks in his armor. It wouldn't take much longer to actually poison him. Ash narrowed his eyes. Brush the worst off, then all in. Stomp, Horn Attack, don't let it use Iron Tail. Claws scratched against stone and Rhydon flicked the acid spray to the ground. There was a moment and then his chest glowed, using rock polish to shed the outermost layer of his stone keratin armor off, forcing most of the poison off his armor. Ash grinned. That was a brilliant use of a relatively flexible move. It bubbled against the dirt, spitting like an Arbok itself, but Rhydon paid it no mind, lowering his shoulders and beginning to charge. His bulk showed him down, but once he picked up speed, his steps thundered the ground. Arbok did an admirable attempt at wincing and rushed to the side, but even its speed couldn't carry it far enough. An iron tail smote Rhydon right in the face an instant before his horn bored into its hood, stabbing clear through. It jerked backward, but Rhydon's horn prevented it from leaving. When Koga finally recalled the serpent, there was a hole through its scales, weeping scarlet even as it was consumed in the red light of a pokeball. Janine swiped her hand downward, calling Rhydon as the victor of the current match. Ash grinned, but his eyes were narrowed. That had been a good battle, but it was more along the lines of something he'd expect from another trainer. Arbok didn't have high enough defense to stop a solid hit from Rhydon's horn, even without spinning it, and its dodging skills were decidedly lacking. Koga confirmed his thoughts. Arbok is newly evolved and still testing his abilities. Your next opponent should put up more of a fight. Koga nodded to Janine, cracking his neck with the soft movement. Let us see how you fare against my next ally. With the air of a man who had done so many times before, Koga pulled the scarf from around his neck upward, wrapping it over his mouth and nose. It made him seem wholly more threatening. Ash gagged the moment the Pokemon was released. It was a mook, one wider than Rhydon was tall. Thick purple and black and violet wrapped up in a sagging mass of goo. His eyes watered fiercely. When he looked over, Janine had her own scarf around her nose. She gave him a sympathetic look. Mook's ability is stench, which gives her a unique presence on the battlefield. Koga's voice was slightly muffled by the scarf, but the rasp was still clear. A true test for you is how you react under these difficult circumstances. Janine. Begin. Rhydon seemed mostly unaffected by the smell, most of it unable to get into the narrow slits in his armor. Mook wouldn't be hurt by most special attacks, physical it would have to be. Charge. Get in close and try to use horn dash. He broke off into coughing, throat burning. Koga seemed almost amused. Harden and sludge. Get it poisoned. Rhydon spun his drill with a whir that echoed around the psychic barriers. He clawed the ground for traction and launched himself forward with the force of a speeding train, shaking the battlefield. Mook coughed out a glob of purple sludge an instant before Rhydon slammed into it. Ooze flew everywhere. Rhydon shredded the outer layer of it, only splashing more poison over his weakened body. It had definitely corroded past his armor, even if it was just from the sheer amount of it, and Ash could see it in his slowed movements. But even then he launched punch after punch into the gelatinous body of the poison type, throwing it back even as he charged to meet it. Koga shouted muffled commands, but Rhydon didn't let up in his attack, single-mindedly throwing hit after hit in his attempt to knock it out. One of Koga's commands got through. Mook reached up with one roughly formed hand and slammed its fist down Rhydon's throat. It was ripped off when Rhydon stumbled backward, but Mook seemed less than caring. It watched carefully as Rhydon thrashed, trying to rip the poison out of his mouth, but Mook was the perfect predator to infect its poison in any way possible to its victims. Reforming its arm in a manner eerily similar to Wraith, it slid farther away from Rhydon and launched another blast of sludge. Rhydon, in a desperate try to both stop the new-coming attack and get rid of the poison, released an enormous flamethrower. The mook in his mouth was destroyed and so was the sludge in the air. Ash opened his mouth to cheer when he suddenly saw Koga's eyes crinkle in a smile, head tilted somewhat to one side. He searched the field. All of the poison Rhydon had hit had turned into gas. Time limit. Ash screamed, jerking his starter's attention back to him. His blood ran hot through his veins. Earth power. Break it up. Rhydon bellowed, slamming his foot against the ground. The earth rippled outward, the ground type's control weakened in his pain from the poison. But it was still enough to buckle beneath Mook, bursting upward. For a normal Pokemon, it would have thrown them upward, disoriented to the point Rhydon could reach them, but it was a different story for the poison type. This time, the earth power merely stabbed upward through Mook, splitting it into two different parts. The first hint of actual panic reached Koga's eyes. Mook blinked sluggishly, one eye on the opposite of the room as the other. It sagged even as the halves of its body rebuilt themselves into more stable blobs, a gaping hole separating the two parts. Reconnect. Koga shouted, voice unhindered by the scarf. Together. Don't let it. Ash screamed. Right back, fists by his side. Crater. Hit the one on the left. Rhydon bellowed, jumping into the air as best he could. When he landed, an earth power ran outward, but it didn't attack. Instead, it merely buckled the earth beneath the left half, dropping it into a hole nearly 5 feet deep. It didn't make a sound of protest, being the smaller side and holding less of Mook's mental capabilities. The right, which seemed to be more aware, began to slide toward the left. Flamethrower. The ground type had stopped thinking. He listened only to Ash's command and the thrum of the earth beneath him. Fire exploded from his mouth as if a storm, evaporating the right side's outer layer, destroying some of the poisonous gas in the air but also making more. Ash could see the dark shapes of internal organs moving around in the inner layer of Mook, but there was still too far to go. The flamethrower hadn't slowed it down enough, and soon it would be rejoining its other half, and Rhyhorn wouldn't be able to finish the fight in his weakened state. Just a little more, Rhyhorn. Ash felt as tight as a bowstring. Charge and horn attack. Finish this. Rhyhorn roared in pain, every breath he took in burning with the sharpness of poison. He staggered even as he ran, horn crackling with energy, but his charge was enough to spear him directly through the outer layer of the slime. Mook screamed, its mouth opened impossibly wide, as actual pain reached through the dull nerves it had. There was a click and then it disappeared, recalled into its pokeball. It was strange to look at what was counted as Mook's essence. Both halves disappeared, along with some of the sludge on the ground and even a little of the gas in the air, but there was also a large amount still left on the ground that Ash could see no difference between that and the stuff that had been recalled into the pokeball. Mook secretes a layer of toxins over her outermost layer as she battles, and that is what you see is left behind, Koga said, pulling his scarf off of his face. Disappointment in himself seemed to be on his face. Rest assured, while your attack has damaged her, she will not be injured permanently. Ash nodded, but his attention was elsewhere. In the middle of the room, Rhyhorn was hunched over, horn twitching on and off in its spinning. Thick, hoarse breaths rang through the battlefield, and when he tried to pull himself fully up, his leg nearly buckled beneath him. He clicked the recall on his pokeball. His starter, as strong as he was, couldn't handle the sheer amount of poison running through his veins. The ground and rock typing was the only thing that kept him going as long as he did, as well as the frequent flamethrowers burning away the poison in his mouth. But Nurse Joy would have to pump him straight full of antidotes for a couple of days to fully purge the remnants from his system. He whispered his thanks to the dented pokeball, burning a thrum of heat before it fully turned cold. Rhyhorn would need all the rest he could. Janine announced it, swiping a hand down. Koga nodded his head. A good choice. Your Rhyhorn was strong, but Mook's poison is just as so. Nurse Joy has a specialized poison for her on hand, and that should assist it to heal faster. However, our battle still commences. I will release your next opponent. A Beedrill appeared on the field. It was already flying, wings buzzing like the hum of electricity. Twin needles shone like silver in the light, flashing as it held them up. Multifaceted red eyes gleamed, but all Ash could see was the massive conical stinger at the end of its abdomen. It must have nearly 6 inches long. A bug type was annoying, and Beedrill were fast. They had powerful weapons, even if they didn't have access to the most powerful of moves, and in order for Koga to have one at this level, it had to be very powerful. He needed a fast counter, one who wouldn't be affected by the copious amounts of poisonous gas in the air. After thinking it over for a second, he tossed a pokeball out, whispering a command to the rising shadow in his mind. Wraith didn't appear when he was released. He stayed in his entirely intangible form, only visible by the slight shifting of the visible poisonous gases, which he made an effort not to move too dramatically. Koga seemed confused, though there had been the red flash of light, he couldn't see the Pokémon. Ash couldn't help the wide grin that spread over his face, and he could feel the deep thrum of laughter in his bones. Koga stiffened as the echoes reached him. Ah! I see. Janine was still peering at the field, confused, but when Koga gave her a look she swiped her hand down. Beedrill vs. Ghost, begin. Beedrill was still hovering on Koga's side, eyes flicking around the field. It couldn't see where Wraith was, but it could sense the ghostly energies better. Raising its needles, it made a low buzzing sound, which was surprisingly threatening. Ash heard another low chuckle in the back of his mind, good to know that Wraith was less than scared. He hadn't considered the relatively fragile bug type to be at such a high-ranked gym, but if it had gotten this far, it had to be powerful. He gave his first command. Daze. Do it quickly, then get back. Attach yourself. Don't let it hit you. Beedrill's legs were trembling, but it stayed frozen in midair. Koga had trained it well, Beedrill were wild, vicious Pokémon, and the gym leader had apparently taught it not to move unless given a command. Pursuit. Dark energy immediately surged to life over its wings and abdomen, blackening the yellow present. Wraith hissed at the color, waiting for another moment, but he eventually came back to the mortal plane. Koga narrowed his eyes at the sight of Haunter, but Beedrill sprung into action nonetheless, Stinger coming forward into position to stab. Wraith danced around the hit, hands pressed to his sides before abruptly pulling loose. His enormous tongue snapped out of his mouth and managed to catch Beedrill on its wing, immediately sending a wave of ghostly energy through its exoskeleton. It jerked, legs twitching, and that gave just enough of an opportunity for Wraith to lock eyes. Soft pink glowed through the crimson and Beedrill sagged in midair, its clawed toes scratching the ground as it sank to the earth. Maybe the creepiest thing was that it didn't close its eyes, Beedrill didn't have eyelids, and so slept with their eyes open. It was that simple fact that made Wraith take so long to react, waiting patiently for Beedrill's eyes to close, that gave Koga enough time to make a move. The man's eyes crinkled, the slightest of smiles building beneath it. Sleep talk. Beedrill snapped upright as if a puppet on strings, wings buzzing jerkily. Wraith flew backward, eyes wide and fangs bared, but by then Beedrill had already raised its needles and swung them forward, gleaming with pale green energy. Twineedle. Wraith howled as he struck, more out of surprise than pain, but he recovered quickly and dropped to the ground, fading into a shadow and racing away. Beedrill lunged clumsily, still reaching out with its needles. Sleep talk, Koga repeated, voice calm. Beedrill's needles abruptly lost their glow, fading into a dark purple. Something poisonous. It jerked forward like it was being pulled and surprised Wraith, managing to jab its needles forward. Wraith sacrificed his hands, both of which exploded under the attacks. He reformed them an instant later and used Shadow Punch, eyes still wide with surprise at the sleeping Pokémon. Not for much longer. The Shadow Punch snapped Beedrill's head to the side and Ash could see when it woke up, wings switching from uneven flapping to an invisible buzz. It hissed and spat, raising its needles, but Koga clicked his fingers and it immediately flew back to his side, waiting tensely. Ash waited as well, letting Wraith fully recover from the attack and drift back to his side. Beedrill was still occasionally twitching from lick, though being asleep had knocked the worst of it away, and he wanted to see what Koga would do. He probably wouldn't fall for days again, but a wave of dark pulses could. Solar beam. Ash gaped. Koga had said it so casually, but Beedrill's eyes flashed with barely restrained hunger. It raised its two needles, holding them on either side of its angular mouth. Highly advanced Pokémon could just fire the dangerous attack, but it seemed Beedrill still had to stabilize it with its glowing needles. With how many windows were in the room, the ball of throbbing green energy formed quickly. Get away! Ash screamed. Wraith jerked at the voice, but he didn't look back at Ash. His bloody eyes flashed and then he was diving, hands absorbing into his body to avoid slowing him down. A nearby shadow of the railing stood just inside the battlefield, and Wraith waited no time getting into it. His spines had just faded into the black by the time an emerald beam carved a hole straight through the shadow. The solar beam was too powerful. The shadow exploded and Wraith along with it, wispy purple-black gas drifting softly into the air. Beedrill sagged as the energy drain hit it, but it knew the battle wasn't over yet. Ghost types could survive a lot, but Ash was a little less sure. That solar beam had been strong, and Wraith hadn't been hit with anything like that before. Slowly, the gases began collecting. Beedrill hissed and snapped off a poison sting, but it passed cleanly through the gas. It didn't get close yet, watching the spiraling gas. Wraith took a horribly long time to reform. His eyes emerged first, half open and smaller than usual. Even when he fully reformed, he was tiny and looked exhausted. He wasn't even able to form his hands, so drained of energy as he was. Ash bit his lip, but Koga didn't give him the chance to come up with a strategy. Pursuit, Twineedle. Finish this. Shadow Ball. Wraith hissed, drawing himself up as fully as he could in his smaller body. A blob of shadowy energy formed between his fangs, crackling with gray lightning, but he didn't fire it. Beedrill began to flicker again with black and flew forward, jerking its abdomen forward, but Wraith didn't make a move. He heard a soft touch from the shadow in his mind, whispering words in a voice he couldn't seem to remember after it spoke. Ash wanted to fight it, but the voice was already fading, energy drained. A plan formed, built half from him and half from the Haunter on the battlefield. Wraith launched the Shadow Ball, which exploded in Beedrill's face. It hissed and spat, but its charge was thrown just enough off course that Wraith was able to drop to the side and dodge it. Ash steeled himself. Explosion. Koga jerked, eyes flying wide behind his cool exterior. Beedrill. Retreat. Ash could hear Janine shouting commands in the distance, and could feel the psychic barriers protecting the gym grow in strength, becoming a visible wavering wall. It grew thick enough that Ash could barely see what was going on inside the battlefield, just vague shapes moving beyond the pink haze. His last vision was of Koga's furious face across the battlefield, eyes narrowed and mouth open. Minutes passed. Koga's confusion was obvious from across the field. There had been no surge of heat and light, no incredible boom to signify the move that put his own Pokémon's life on the line, no resulting wail of Beedrill. Ash let Wraith's humor dance in the back of his mind and smiled. Eventually, Janine took a chance and commanded the psychic Pokémon of the gym once again, letting the barriers fade back to the clear they had been before. When the haze was gone, it was clear what had happened. Wraith floated over the downed Beedrill, bloody eyes bright as he cackled inside Ash's head. Beedrill was collapsed against the ground, grey lightning flashing over its veined wings. Ash guessed it had taken 2 or 3 Shadow Ball to fully knock it out, but once it had been told to retreat, it had given Wraith full access to its back, and that had ended the match. Koga's sharp eyes flashed over the battlefield even as he recalled his Pokémon. A ruse. Ash nodded. I knew you'd panic if I called for explosion, and that would give Wraith enough time to recover and take on Beedrill. That hyper beam really took a lot out of him. The gym leader nodded his approval. A good strategy. I do hope your Haunter cannot actually use explosion, or you arranged this beforehand. He can use it, but he was able to reach out to me, Ash explained. I have a psychic type, and that's opened up my mind to trio Pokémon, and he was able to get the basics of his plan over. He raised his voice. You did great, Wraith, but I'm going to recall you. The Haunter hissed, raising his spines, but it remarkably tame compared to his usual fights. He faded from sight even as he was recalled, recovering in the ghosty state he came from. For what it is worth, Ash Ketchum, you have a mind for battling, Koga murmured, clicking the release on his Pokeball. With a flash of red, an Ariados appeared on the battlefield. It was large and healthy. Bright red and black, yellow and purple over its numerous limbs, it clicked its mandibles together and scuttled closer to Koga's side. It watched him through wide purple eyes. Ash narrowed his eyes. Fast, dangerous, but fragile. Much like a Beedrill, except without the advantage of height. A grin split his features. After the battles of before, it was nice to have a perfect Pokémon to pick. Scorch appeared with a howl, 5 tails curling above her head. She almost turned to Ash before catching sight of Ariados, a snarl escaping her throat. The long-legged Pokémon hissed back, clicking against the ground with its clawed legs. It jabbed its horn upward, but stayed still. Koga had a softer expression on his face. Ariados, Nightshade and Venom Drench. Get it poisoned. A beam of shadows snapped across the field, catching Scorch in the lower front leg even as she tried to dodge. She yelped, jumping backward, and only barely managed to dodge the 3 next attacks. Ariados spat them one after the other, even as it built up a glob of poison. Koga clicked his fingers, and the poison type launched 2 more Nightshades to box Scorch in before releasing the wave of toxins. Scorch, under Ash's command, let herself be hit by one of the Nightshades. It struck her on her side from where she had positioned herself, throwing her back just enough that the Venom Drench missed her. Koga's eyes darkened from across the field, Ariados was far from a ghost type and so its night shades were little more than mild attacks, while its venom drench would have weakened Scorch greatly. Ash was playing it on the more dangerous side of things, letting her get hit, but he also wasn't letting Ariados do anything to her except for a few minor hits. Heat Wave. Ariados scuttled backward, clicking claws against the ground, but Scorch merely walked forward, keeping her tails aimed solidly forward as she patted around the still hissing venom drench. Even as it pressed itself against the wall on Koga's side, she kept getting closer, and the heat wave hit. It hissed in pain, unable to flee. Koga barked another command. Agility. The poison type blurred into action, running through the flames in order to escape the worst of it. When it emerged on the other side, its exoskeleton was heavily damaged, blackened and dusted in soot. It carried one of its legs awkwardly, a burn scorching the joint. Scorch cut off the heat wave, turning to face it with a low growl rumbling in her chest. Toxic thread. A hint of frustration had entered Koga's voice, which was exactly what Ash wanted. Scorch, while not the perfect counter, was about as close as he could get, and both of them knew what to do. Ariados spun around, its spinneret opening up and releasing a burst of shining purple string. It launched nearly a half a dozen of them, all gleaming with potent poison that would trap whatever it hit. Ash couldn't help the grin that spread over his face. Scorch, light em up. Ariados barely had a moment to land the toxic threads over her before she was firing off 5 precise embers, landing neatly on the exposed threads. Poison dripped onto her, sinking into her pores slowly, but they also acted as an inflamer for her fire. Koga's eyes closed as the toxic threads burst into flames while still attached to Ariados. The spider shrieked, its sensitive internal organs being burned, and collapsed against the ground. It twitched, hurriedly detaching the toxic threads, but the damage was done. The gym leader sighed, dropped his head, and recalled Ariados once it had finished twitching. The last remaining toxic threads popped and crackled in the silence as they finished catching fire, but the Vulpix had positioned herself far enough away she wasn't affected by their last hurrah. Scorch barked her approval, slapping her tails against the ground. Ash let her celebrate for a few more seconds before recalling her as well. Nurse Joy needed to check over the whole team. Janine's eyes were wide but she still announced the match. Victory to challenger Ash Ketchum. He still didn't know how they knew his name. You have done well. Koga stepped forward, psychic barrier melting away with his movements. The psychic Pokemon must have been watching, but Ash could only assume it was invisible. Your team was strong and your strategies well made. For that, you have earned yourself and your team the Soul Badge. Koga snapped his fingers at Janine, who came trotting over. From a silken pouch at her hip, she pulled out a pale pink heart, divided in two. She placed it ceremoniously in Ash's outstretched palms, a wide grin on her face. There you go, Ash. Great job. Her father sighed but didn't say anything. Janine kept the smile on her face even as she bowed to Koga and walked out of the room, purple scarf snapping behind her as she moved. Koga sighed again but turned to Ash with a perfectly calm expression. If you should return to Fuchsia City, I would welcome a rematch. Are you to head to the Safari Zone? Maybe. Ash shrugged. I did just catch a new Pokemon and I sort of have my hands full trying to train him. Maybe when I come back for that rematch. A smile broke over Koga's face. I await the day. His gaze slid outward. But for now I must heal my Pokemon and return to training. The next time you return, you will not find such an accessible target to face. Ash grinned. I'll be ready. XXX. He scanned the card once more. Malva's business card was simplistic, just her name, occupation, and work number. Ash took several pictures on his Pokédex just in case he lost the card, he was not losing the chance to possibly talk to Malva Pachira. Her handwriting was legible but not neat, spiky and sharp in a way that matched her clothing. Fergus' number was written over the back along with his name, and a quick question to Nurse Joy had told him where his boat was located. Fuchsia City didn't have city access to the sea, but on a short path near Route 19, he could find the port. It was a short trip. Rhyhorn kept him company, chest still tender from the poison and having extra vitamins to help purge the remnants from his blood. Gale flew overhead, still annoyed at his lack of use in the gym battle, and Karma was by his side. Scorch and Wraith were still in the Pokemon Center, though Nurse Joy hadn't been worried. Rhyhorn had only been released because he needed exercise to pump the blood through his body, allowing the chemicals to work faster on getting rid of the poison, although battling was strictly out of the question. Route 19 was wide and covered in foliage, seemingly carved out of the center of a jungle. It was still a rather tame thing, but he guessed it was only so well kept because of its close proximity to Fuchsia City. He ran into a couple of other people, but they weren't trainers, just regular citygoers on their way to the trade center or the Fuchsia trade port. Barely 30 minutes away and he was greeted to the sounds of people once again. The hustle and bustle of port, and immediately the smell of Magikarp hit his nose, along with Spikees. With Rhyhorn holding away the last of the branches, Ash emerged into the docked area. The Spikees were stronger now. A fierce tang. He guessed they were from Hoenn, which made sense. Lots of ships came from Hoenn ever since they had emerged as one of the land's greatest trading areas. He couldn't help the grin that spread over his face as he took in the dock. Only a few areas were actually covered with wooden boards, the rest free with golden sand. It had 3 large docks extending out into the bay, pillars made of a sturdy stone he couldn't place. Dozens of places for ships to dock were all over the port. He was reminded fiercely of the Vermilion Harbor, just on a smaller scale. Pokemon flew overhead, mainly large flying types. They were used as a defense for the large ships, as well as the numerous water Pokemon he could see, though they weren't the only ones. Ash guessed he had just missed a shipment coming in. People were commanding a series of the Mach-Hop line to haul boxes over to a clear section of wooden boards. They'd be transported by the waiting Kadabra once they were all ready. On the dock, a boat was strapping up to leave. He could tell it had been a sea gallop before. It had the distinctive red stripes over the side and the bulk, but the name had been painted over, now proudly bearing the Gyarados tooth. A rather detailed picture of a Gyarados maw was detailed over the front, wide scarlet eyes glaring balefully over the bay. Ash straightened his shoulders and marched up the dock. Rhyhorn thudded next to him, but the dock was expertly made. It didn't so much as creak when the bulky ground type stepped on it. He stepped around a Mach-Hoke carrying a wooden box and stood near the entrance of the boat. Ash skidded his feet against the ground, looking around and pretending he knew what he was doing until someone from the ship noticed him. First impressions were what counted. Ash sucked in a deep breath, trying to pin one last strand of hair behind his Indigo League hat. He had washed these clothes twice before Nurse Joy kicked him out of the laundry room and brushed his teeth double that. Whatever captain that had been recommended by an Elite Four member was bound to be high profile. The sailor was heavily tanned, wearing a blue shirt with the sleeves cut off and thick cargo shorts. He was well past a 5 o'clock shadow and his hair was untamed, but there was a grin on his face. "What are you doing?" His voice was thick and raspy. "I was told to talk to Fergus Yumio." "That'd be me." Fergus scratched at his jaw. So far, this conversation was not going how Ash had planned. "Who sent ya?" "Malva Pichira. I caught a Celio recently but I don't know how to train it, and she said I could pay you to help me train it." Fergus laughed. "Malva, eh? She'd be one to pawn ya off on me." "Yeah, I could train your Celio, but it wouldn't be cheap. My next stop is Pallet Town, so that'd give ya, 'bout 2 weeks on board. We're talking 3,000, maybe more if your Celio puts up a DMN fight." Ash sighed. Expensive, but he needed it. Teaching a Pokemon to influence the weather was not an easy task, and training water types who were much more used to the waves and currents than land required skills he didn't quite have yet. It would be worth it. "Do you accept trainer ID?" "Do I accept dash?" Fergus dragged a hand over his chin. "Kid, that's the only way you trainers know how to pay. If I didn't accept it, I'd never get paid. But before you start shelling out your life savings, are you prepared to travel with me? The sea's been having a right tantrum recently, a warm front's been coming through and tossing everything into a mess. Lots of Pokemon are being disturbed, probably helped cause that mass of water types that attacked Vermilion. Let me guess, that's where you caught the Celio? Ash nodded. How dangerous? Fergus shrugged. Nothing bad. Kupla waves and ticked-off serpents, but we can handle them. It's just not going to be the same sort of pleasure ride you'd get from an actual sea gallop. You still up for it? Yeah. He nodded again. Come back the day after tomorrow, you can pay then. We're leaving in the morn, so be as early as you can. What's your name? Ash Ketchum. Fergus nodded, a grin spreading over his face. See ya in 2 days, kid. We'll see how your Celio matches up then. His gaze twisted upward. If your Rhydon can be compared, this should be an interesting trip. Ash grinned and offered his hand. Fergus took it, his grip much stronger than Ash's despite his best attempts to match it. Then the man leaped back onto the boat and shouted to one of his crew, commanding something Ash didn't hear. He marked down the appearance of the boat in his mind and turned back to the dock. Rhydon thumped on Claw on his shoulder, rumbling encouragingly. The ground type had appreciated the compliment, even if he eyed the tossing sea with contempt. He didn't like the water on principle, but the attack in Vermilion had only hardened his dislike. Ash hoped the trip might help him get over that. Dodging another blank-faced Machop, he walked down the dock with his starter. Time to find where to buy that toxic TM. XXX. Ash's account was going to be weeping. The toxic TM hadn't cost too much, though it was still a little more than most TMs were, but the issue came when he subtracted 3,500 from the remaining total. Not a lot left. Rhydon was itching for a fight, and he wanted to try and release some of his team's stress before the trip. The dock always brought a goodly amount of trainers, and the Safari Zone should have enough trainers to get his fix. There were a lot of trainers with the Nidoran lines. Many came from the Safari Zone and surrounding routes, though he never saw a fully evolved one. Tauros and Persian were just as common, and a few of the more exotic Pokemon from the depths of the Safari Zone. He kept a grin on his face, fighting them mainly with Gale and Scorch. The lithe fire type had been growing more and more aggressive as of late, and Ash was hoping for that to come into play soon. And Flame Charge. He grinned. Scorch gave a prideful bark and reignited her fur, flames flickering off her form like the sun. The Persian yowled, extending claws enhanced by shadow, but Scorch just zipped around it and nailed it across the back. It fell with a whine of pain and didn't get back up. The trainer sighed, recalling his Pokemon. She had put up a good fight, but her Persian just didn't have the agility yet. Nice job. Thanks, you too. Ash accepted the prize money, kneeling to pet Scorch, but she hadn't deactivated Flash Fire. Her eyes gleamed with her internal flame. When he turned to her, she yipped loudly, flaring her tails behind her like a cascade. Fire burned at the tips, fierce and growing. Yes. The other trainer jerked, but Ash was too concentrated to notice. Gale was released in a flash of light, squawking. He tucked his wings by his sides to avoid hitting the small crowd of milling trainers, turning to Ash. Go to the forest and get branches, dry ones from the ground. As many as you can carry and as fast as you can. Gale's beady black eyes slid downward to Scorch, who had started to burn the ground beneath her paws. With a shriek, he threw himself into the air and immediately took off for route. Another trainer had noticed what Ash was going through and had started to push the confused others back, understanding what the Vulpix was about to do. Ash was thoroughly grateful, but he didn't have time to thank them, releasing Rhydon for protection from the blaze. There wasn't enough space to have his full team out, but he could show her off when this was finished. Rhydon rumbled, flicking his tail back and forth and running a perimeter. Scorch whined, kneading at the ground as her internal flame built up stronger and stronger. A shadow crossed overhead, and then Gale was diving. He dumped a bundle of sticks in front of Ash, landing smoothly on the ground opposite of Rhyhorn. Gale spread his wings, providing a wide barrier for Scorch to hide behind. Rhyhorn his best to match it, spreading out his arms and rumbling at anyone who got too close. Ash knelt in front of Scorch, offering one of the sticks. There wasn't a fire nearby, like what he had done last time, and so branches would have to do. She lunged forward, canines slicing through wood and scarfing it down. Ash could feel sweat prickle on his brow. She ate through the pile of branches in record time, barely visible beneath the glow of white-yellow fire. Ash backed up, halfway crouching behind Rhyhorn in order to avoid the heat, but in an instant, it was gone. Scorch coughed out a thin plume of smoke and shook herself. Ash wiped the sweat from his face and grinned at her. She was still too hot to touch. Behind her, 6 beautiful tails fanned out. XXX. The morning was far too early. The alarm he had set did almost nothing, and Rhyhorn practically had to pick him up for him to wake. He had stayed up late last night with Scorch and was now regretting everything. Nurse Joy gave him a sympathetic smile as he dragged himself out of the Pokémon Center, heading toward Route. Rhyhorn bumped his back frequently to keep him from dozing off. The dock was still covered in that salty tang as before, and it helped him wake up a little more. The Gyarados tooth was docked in the same position, the crew bustling over in various degrees of business. Ash trotted up to it, greeting Fergus as he unsteadily hopped onto the deck. The numbers in his account clicked down steadily as he swiped his wrist under the scanner, but there was enough and Fergus clapped him on the shoulder. "Welcome aboard, kid. I'll show you your cabin in a sec, and you can show me the Celio once we get going. Ash watched as a couple more people paid, all in varying states of wakefulness. There were maybe 15 of them in total, which made sense with the ship's size. Fergus gave them each an introduction, turning to Ash last. "You're the only one who paid me for training, but y'all get the same treatment as the others. Kitchen always has something cookin', there aren't any meal times but I trust you can feed yourself. Pokemon over 500 pounds can't go on the upper deck, but your Rhyhorn should be less than that. Damage anything and you pay for it. Come along." The cabin was pleasant. A little smaller than the average Pokémon Center room, but there was a circular window that provided a beautifully close view of the ocean. The waves were tamed this close to shore, but Ash could see nothing but the little line of the horizon. Rhyhorn could go in the space between the bed and the wall, as long as he laid down. Scorch on the foot of his bed, Gale perched on the headrest of the bed, Wraith in whatever shadow he chose. Karma would probably float in the corner. Tide would take up the majority of the floor space most likely, which would make getting up in the morning entertaining. His 5 feet of length would put his head near Karma, which would be fine if he didn't try and pick a fight. Karma could always box him if needed. Ash smiled and settled down on the bed to wait. Rhyhorn joined him, determinedly pushing his head onto the bed no matter how it creaked. His friends could wait a bit. Captain Fergus would most likely be grabbing him soon and for the moment, he just wanted to relax for a little while. XXX. He's not bad, Fergus admitted, scratching at his stubble. Good size, good build, and he's kept up with his grooming. You picked a good one. Tide visibly puffed him, slapping his flippers against the wooden deck and barking. One of the other passengers on the ship gave a curious stare at the Celio, but quickly turned back to their own thing. I don't have a member of the Sphere line myself, but I've dealt with plenty. Tons of flows around Hoenn I need to get through every time I travel there, and there are a few Walrein BSTRDS that know my ship. My team can handle them. A glimmer of pride entered his voice. They're tough. Tide grunted as soon as the attention was off him and Ash sighed. Fergus chuckled, a raspy sound that matched his salty breath. So what's giving you trouble with him? He doesn't want to attack you and he looks dead ready to train. Ash looked over at Tide, who was trying to push himself higher and higher up onto the deck. His whiskers twitched in the air. When I fought him, he managed to use the move Hail, but it wasn't in control. Malva had to shut it down herself, even after he was captured. I need to know how to train him both for his other moves and hail. There was silence as Fergus stared at the ice type. You could have figured it out. Over time, Fergus said, eyes narrowed. It might have taken you a while to train him, but you already have 2 trio Pokemon and it would have been about the same difficulty. Hail could have waited until you were ready. So why come to me and pay over 3,000 to train? Ash paused. Why had he done that? If he was really desperate to train Tide, he could have gone to Professor Oak or looked it up online. It came to him slowly. I've gotten all of the badges I can get on land right now, he admitted. Giovanni is going to take a long time to build up to and, well, Malva recommended you. I'm going to listen to a member of the Elite Four, no matter which region she's from. Fergus snorted. DMN right you will. She knows what she's talking about, and I know what I'm doing. We'll get that Celio of yours ready for land combat by the time we reach Pallet Town, although I hope you don't use hail too often. Thanks. Ash grinned. Tide flicked his tail, eyes narrowed at the lack of attention. Fergus rolled his eyes, cracking his knuckles. He was wearing a white shirt today, sleeves still cut off. Even Tide's freezing breath did nothing to the sailor. What other moves does he have? Ash frowned, racking his memory. Defense curl, powder snow, water gun, ice ball, body slam, aurora beam, and headbutt. I've been working on a combo between water gun and aurora beam, as well as one for defense curl and ice ball. That's a good start. He's developed enough on his own to get some other advanced moves beside just hail. With the Spheline's bulk, headbutt is a useful tool and aurora beam is always good. Tide flicked his whiskers, large brown eyes narrowed. His chest stayed puffed out. See, you've got a good ice type to start training. The Spheline, along with the Seal line, don't have gills like most water types. They have large and developed lungs which allowed them to survive sometimes a day or two without breathing, but they most often live on the surface of the waters. Because of that, they're used to being in the air. Celio have large enough lungs and thick enough blubber that it actually cuts into their water storages, which is why they don't have access to hydro pump. They have water gun and brine, but their body won't let them shoot off the massive amount of water needed for that move because of how easily it can deplete them of their needed moisture. Ash blinked and nodded, trying to absorb it all. He had been wondering why Tide wouldn't be able to learn hydro pump. Even as a Walrein. Fergus scratched his stubble. Yeah. Their increased lung space, however, allows them to have even colder ice attacks. When he was talking, Ash could hear the intelligence that only came from years of experience. The image wasn't decreased when the man spat over the railing into the waves. Life experience, not book smarts. So how are we going to train him? I'm going to test his boundaries for the first couple of days. You are going to sit in your cabin and wait until I know what he can do. A bit of trainin' is fine, but nothing destructive. I'll give word when I'm ready for you. Ash bristled. This was his Pokemon, he wasn't going to just let any man take over training. Tide could handle himself but that didn't mean he should have to, Ash should be there to help him. He opened his mouth to protest when Captain Fergus popped one of the Pokeballs out of his pocket and released one of his Pokemon into the waves. The Gyarados reared out of the water with a snarl. Hot breath rolled over the ship, salty and warm enough to make Ash's skin tingle. Its barbels twitched in the breeze, tattered fins around its mouth still gleaming a fierce blue-white. His mouth clicked close. Tide released a challenging bark, flippers slapping the ground as he spun to face the behemoth of a water type. Fergus grinned and unlatched a little chain near the ledge. With a groan, the railing over the side of the ship opened up and swung to the side. The second he was given an opportunity, Tide propelled himself off the side of the boat and dropped to the tossing waves. I know that face, kid. You think you need to protect your Pokemon. Don't get me wrong, you do, but trust me with your Celio. He's got his heart in the right direction, even if his mind doesn't want to follow it, but Thrasher has dealt with Pokemon like that for years. Besides, he's not going to be fighting her. Your Celio isn't close to ready. My Vaporeon is going to be plenty enough of a challenge to start with, and he'll be reining himself in a fair amount. Thrasher is here to make a boundary and scare off any wild Pokemon. Ash didn't have an argument. Tide bobbed to the surface, barking furiously at the enormous Gyarados. It leered down at him, scarlet eyes fierce and deep-set in its skull, but didn't react to his threat. That's an apt name, he offered, watching the behemoth of a sea serpent. Fergus laughed. She earned it more as a Magikarp than now. I'll be back tonight, Ash tried. And dash. Celio'll be healed up and back in your hands by tonight. Fergus grinned. One of the sailors cursed, a loose coil slipping free from his grasp and flapping in the wind. The captain shouted back his own curses and sprang forward to grab at the other end, a released Pidgeotto coming in from its perch on the sail to try and help. Ash took the chance to slip back to his room. There wasn't any chance for Scorch to train with her toxic TM, and he didn't want to give her the knowledge without a chance to practice it. The rest of his team laid or perched or floated in their various sections of the room as Ash pulled out his Pokédex and started to flick through his notes. It would be a long day. XXX. So, how do you know Malva? I know most all of the Elite Four, Fergus shouted back, ducking under an aerate spray of water from Tide. Mainly those from Kanto and Hoenn. I've transported many of their trainers across more dangerous waters. The champions keep their distance, but I'll wiggle my way into their good graces eventually. Ash frowned, turning his attention back to the waves next to the boat. Tide was only visible for a few seconds at a time, but when it was exhilarating. Current, Fergus Vaporeon, was teaching him all about dodging and how to do it right. Blasts of water that were so powerful they could still attack under the waves went everywhere, seemingly unending, and Tide's chances to attack back were few. He was getting frustrated, but that was what Fergus wanted. The first week was for his own moves, and then the second for land combat. And they were only 3 days into the first. But why would they use you? What about the Sea Gallop Fairies? Fergus rolled his eyes impressively. I'm not connected to any of the leagues. I'll keep their secrets if they want. I don't hide that, but the leagues understand I'm not getting trusted with anything too dangerous. That makes sense. Ash nodded, though Fergus wasn't looking at him. He was just still amazed by the fact that someone he knew was friends with a member of the Elite Four. It wasn't one of Kanto's, which was a little strange, but Ash didn't exactly hold Will or Agatha over the other regions. Maybe a little. They were the same 4 people he'd been watching since the moment he was born. A burst of laughter jerked him to attention. Fergus leaned farther over the railing, a grin splitting his scraggly face. And here we go. Tide fully pulled himself out of the water, tail thrashing beneath him to keep his head above the water. His head jerked backward, neck swelling up as a silver glow built behind his fangs. Current stopped his attacks, padding smoothly around the still Celio. Fergus leaned on his elbows. Current knows Hail, and he's going to help Tide learn how to focus it. Thrasher is going to break it up before it ever reaches the sky, because having weather conditions while on a boat ain't the best option. Fergus' grin was tangible in his voice. But then how are you going to train him? He scratched his stubble. Weather moves are tricky. How do you suppose you can use it inside buildings? My Golduck is going to build Tide a fake barrier roof to use it in, but for now, he's just gotta make it properly. Getting him frustrated is the best way to get him to use the power needed. Look, Current's helping him now. Current barked a command, ears pressed against the white frill around his neck. Tide paused, still holding the energy in his mouth. He barked again, paddling smoothly close in the water. Tide shifted part of his mouth before his brown eyes narrowed. Some sort of perceived insult. Ash sighed just as Tide cranked his head back and launched the hail into the air. It streaked upward, a gleaming line of silver. Thrasher reared out of the water and launched a blast of fire. It hit the hail and immediately ripped it apart, blowing ice-type energy around. Ash felt a chill, at least a moment before the heat from the flamethrower hit him. Tide roared a challenge to the destructor of his hail and started throwing aurora beams at the Gyarados. Thrasher was shifted back by the storm of icy energy, bearing fangs as long as Ash's arm, rage flickering in her scarlet eyes. Tide's aim had gotten substantially better over the past couple of days, but his moves still didn't do so much as annoy Thrasher. Tide took that as another challenge, and he closed his eyes, for shining as the pores in his skin opened up to release ice crystals. Slowly covering himself in ice, he lunged for Thrasher, using his line's signature move of Ice Ball. Thrasher pulled her tail out of the water and flung him away. The aqua tail sent him flying almost completely back to the boat, but this time he stayed beneath the water, only visible as a blue blur beneath the tossing waves. Fergus whistled sharply. Current dropped beneath the waves, wide tail slapping the water before he disappeared. A random burst of energy exploded from the surface. Fergus narrowed his eyes, watching. Thrasher rumbled low in her throat, keeping an eye over the deceptively still water. Current knocked some sense into him. It wasn't a bad hail, but he needs more DSPLN. Go off and find something, ta do. They'll just be doing dodging practice again. I'll send Carlson ta pick ya up if we're ready to start hail trainin' again. Ash sighed and nodded his head. It was time for something else he wanted to do anyway. Captain Fergus had given him no reason not to trust the grizzled sailor, and Tide could get away if necessary. Besides, he needed to do some training. Neither Rhyhorn or Scorch could practice on the boat. There wasn't exactly a lot of earth available for ground-type moves, and fire moves were too destructive. The Gyarados Tooth wasn't one of the fancy liners run by the League that had specific safety measures to let Pokémon practice their moves. But those were only on the SS line of ships, which were mainly cruises. Scorch had been using extrasensory in his room as well as Iron Tail, but she couldn't do much else. Rhyhorn had been practicing Spite, but for the most part, he had just been relaxing. And by relaxing, that meant Ash forcing him to lie on the ground and sleep. As his starter, he had been the one constantly by Ash's side, which gave him little time for rest. But Ash would make him sleep, DMN it, no matter how much the ground type whined. Scorch had been set guard over him, and Ash wasn't going to let him out of the cabin room until the end of tonight. He had seen the improvement already. The tension in Rhyhorn's neck had been decreasing with the passing days, and his eyes were brighter. While Scorch and Rhyhorn couldn't practice, that didn't mean the rest of his team couldn't. Wraith had found some corner in the ship and had been working on something he wouldn't let Ash know. All he had been given was a wide, fanged grin and a wagging of a clawed finger. The ghost had had this project for a couple of weeks, and Ash didn't want to stop him. Karma just worked on teleporting from one side of the boat to the other, trying to increase the speed and ease of both. Ash had received more than one annoyed complaints from the other passengers on the ship about issues with gravity around the area she was training. Though he had scolded her, she didn't seem too chastised. But it was Gale he was most interested in. The Fiero had worked his feathers off in training after his defeat by Gary's Pidgeotto. Ash knew it was time to bait him with a secondary prize. Gale, while he hadn't been interested in it at first, had significantly warmed up to the idea. Carrying Ash, both as a friend and a trainer, was one of the highest honors for flying types. As a rule of thumb, most flyers didn't hang around with others outside of their species, staying with their flocks or being solitary. But to carry another, Pokemon or person, on their back showed both their strength and the willpower they had to hold another that weighed nearly as much as they did. Beside, Ash knew it would look awesome. Gale wasn't large enough to hold him on his back, but that didn't mean they couldn't start small. He grinned and pulled the Pokeball off of his waist, climbing up to the top floor of the boat. It was and more open, with an even higher raised section for the steering cabin. Ash moved to the back of the cabin, exposing a wide-open ocean and powerful breeze. He had only just gotten used to the rocking of the boat, but here it seemed more pronounced, and he leaned against the railing to try and regain a bit of his balance. The Fiero shrieked his arrival, taking immediately to the air. His wings beat powerfully and his beak caught the light, reflecting it directly into Ash's eyes. He sighed, reattaching his second pokeball, and waved to grab his friend's attention. Gale tilted his head to the side, still hovering as best he could. Ash held up his Pokédex. "Hey, bud. I think it's time we try something." The gleam in his black eyes was both heartening and concerning. XXX. Captain Fergus Golduck stared up at the sky with impassive maroon eyes. Up above, a hailstorm raged. It was contained within a psychic barrier nearly half the size of the ship itself, forcing the storm to rebound off itself and grow stronger and stronger. Hail thudded against the barrier only to get swept back up in the wind, giving the whole bubble a swirling color of silver blue. Clouds roiled above. "It won't be as strong when used in battle, but he's come a fair way since he started." "Now," Fergus said, jerking his head, "tell him to shut it off." Ash whistled, trying to mimic Fergus' sharp tones and coming close. Tide turned to him, brown eyes reflecting the storm above. "Stop it." Tide growled low in his throat, still fighting the waves to stay above the water. With a bark, he reared upward and made a peculiar chomping motion, fangs shining. He had cut the energy connection between him and the storm. Slowly, it began to dissipate inside the bubble, the clouds decreasing and wind retreating to its previous bluster. After a minute or two, the Golduck squawked and released the bubble. A wave of cold air spread over the boat, though it quickly faded under the dying sun. Ash cheered. Tide added his own bark to the sound, and even Current swam forward to cheer congratulations to him. It was the first time he'd properly shut off the storm, which was the second most important step in summoning them. He spat an aurora beam in celebration, only barely missing Thrasher's head. Ash guessed it wasn't an accident. "Thank you," he said to Fergus. The captain waved him off. "We ain't done yet. He's got a few more days to get it under the wraps and then there's actual battling to be done next, but for now, I'd let him rest. You both have a big old day tomorrow and it's getting late-ish. Go to your cabin and sleep. I'll get you in the morn." Ash nodded, quickly recalling his ice type. Gale was pulled back a second later and he sent a shouting thought to both Karma and Wraith. By the time he made it down to his cabin, both were waiting for him. Tide barked when he was released, beginning to move his tail and flippers before realizing he wasn't in the water. Pride glimmered in his brown eyes as he settled down onto the carpet. Ash grinned when Tide shot him a look. "Go on, brag about it. You've earned that." Immediately, the ice type began to bark his story to the rest of the group, slapping the ground and twitching his whiskers fiercely. Ash settled back on his bed, stroking behind Scorch's ears. She purred beneath his hands as she listened, occasionally yipping questions to Tide. When he finished, Rhyhorn lumbered over and rumbled his congratulations. He had been on the receiving end of Tide's many attempts at hail, and knew how hard Tide had worked to get it working. Tide puffed up even more. Rhyhorn was the leader of the team, and any good words from him only made the Celio feel more powerful. Scorch, not to be outdone, hopped down from the bed and patted him lightly on the forehead with her paw. It was eerily similar to what Ash did when she did well in battle. Ash felt a little bubble of warmth spread through his chest. "I love you guys," he said suddenly. They looked at him, scarlet and brown and black and gray eyes. "Seriously? You're the best team I could have ever asked for." Rhyhorn was the first to move. He carefully stepped around Scorch and walked over to Ash, putting a claw on his shoulder and crooning softly. Gale ruffled his feathers and leaned forward, tapping Ash slowly on the head with his beak and accidentally puncturing his hat even at his softest. Scorch curled up next to his side. Karma floated closer, eyes flashing, and fluffing the pillow beneath Ash. Wraith hummed, rising up from his shadow and baring wide fangs in a mocking grin. Tide was too short to do much, but he reared and blew a chilled breath over the whole group. Ash tried to wipe the sudden blurriness from his eyes, but the wide smile over his face made up for it. XXX. Current shook himself, ruffles sending a spray of water everywhere. He padded up the side of the boat, bumping his tail against the railing. Tide watched him with narrowed brown eyes, staying still on the deck. Ash rolled his eyes, placing a hand on the top of the ice-type's head as if that would keep him contained. It was time for their first real battle with Captain Fergus, and he didn't want him to be too angry. On the sideline, Fergus Golduck stood next to Karma. It squawked instructions to her, still looking very bored. Gesturing with one webbed claw, its gem flashed and creating a wavering barrier. With another movement, it surrounded the entire battle area, including the bottom. Karma narrowed her eyes, ears twitching, and raised her shine. A second wall of psychic energy covered the battlefield. They were there to keep the battle from damaging anything on the tooth, and Wraith was hidden in the shadows of the crew to break up the first if Tide went too far. He was young, headstrong, and powerful, not necessarily a good combination. With a grunt, he clambered up onto the psychic barrier, which was situated a few inches above the wooden deck. Current leaped daintily onto it, flicking the last remaining water droplets off of his long ears and curling his tail around his front legs. He was the calmest of Captain Fergus' Pokémon, in a way the ever-silent Golduck wasn't. Ash still hadn't learned its name. Current'll handle himself, and you're going to direct Tide in battle. Tell that haunter of yours to come in if he uses hail. Wraith hissed, the spines on his back rising up. The crewman whose shadow he was in yelped and jumped away, face pale even under the permanent tan. The ghost cackled in the back of Ash's mind. And pulled himself out of the ground, hands ripping off of his body to float in front of his mouth. Ash sighed, fixing him with a glare until he subsided and dove into his trainer's shadow. Okay Tide, we're going to take it easy today. The Celio barked at that, still staring at Current. Your water attacks will make him stronger and ice isn't strong against him, but if you can hit him yourself that'd be the best. No hail. Ready? Current yipped as Fergus turned to him, nodding his head and settling into a battle stance. His paws were braced against the psychic barrier, tail curled over his head with the fins extended. The ruff around his neck snapped tight, dark eyes narrowed. Ash made the first move. Powder snow. Slow him down. Tide barked and bitter cold winds poured from his mouth, filled with snowflakes, picking up in streaks of white as a blizzard. Current narrowed his eyes and dodged, tail flicking even as the echo of cold air struck him across the chest. His kind was built for more tropical waters, so he wasn't able to resist the cold as well as other water types, but it still didn't do very much. Ash grimaced. Body slam, he said, feeling one of Wraith's jagged claws bump against his leg and calming him down. Hit him hard. Current still did attack, simply blurring into quick attack as Tide slid closer. The Celio growled his frustration, turning slowly, but he wasn't built for going fast. There was no way he could catch up to the speedy Vaporeon. Unless he could slow him down. Lance! Ash shouted. Tide snapped out his maw, firing a high-pressure water gun. Before it ever reached Current, he quickly spat a weakened Aurora beam. The water gun was frozen solid almost instantly, still flying toward Current. The Vaporeon's eyes widened comically and he attempted to flee, but the lance of frozen water speared him in the back left leg, puncturing cleanly. Current yelped. Turning to the side, he assessed the damage for a split second, making a decision. He leaned down and grabbed it in his teeth, pulling it and cracking it sharply. With a flick of his tail, the shards of ice floated into the air, even as blood began to slide down his slick fur. Tide was already charging, sliding across the psychic barrier and seeming to barely be able to control himself. Current used its meager psychic abilities to launch the shards of ice, 2 of which embedded into Tide's thick skin, but none made it past his enormous reservoirs of fat. Current tried to run, but the wound in his leg made it difficult, and by the time he was turning around the corner of the field Tide was on him. The ice type reared up, fangs flashing, and smacked Current with his front flippers. He went flying like a rag doll, tail nearly hitting Tide back when he was thrown through the air. Current hit the opposite psychic barrier with a crack, struggling to his feet a second later. Black eyes narrowed across the field, hackles rising. He spat a couple water guns, each one's aim perfect and rocking Tide back a few feet. Current took advantage and blitzed forward, leaping into the air and still launched forward. He tucked into himself and slammed an iron tail on the top of the Celio's head. Tide went rolling, the super effective move breaking the layer of ice crystals he always wore as protection. He yelped, struggling to right himself, but Current was already running right back toward him, water swirling around his fin tail. Tide reared and slammed his head into Current's. Ash cheered, pumping a fist as the Vaporeon skidded back. The water type wasn't built for such physical combat, but he didn't have the right type of distance moves to hurt Tide enough. Current knew it too, rising to his paws with a snarl building in his throat. Dark eyes flashed over the field. He began spitting thick clouds of smoky gray-blue, filling the psychic barriers. Golduck grunted as it wasn't able to see inside anymore, its gem beginning to glow as it searched for the opponents. Captain Fergus settled back against the railing, a grin playing over his features. Current's trying out a new strategy, but I think he's running out of options. You've got good instincts in that Celio's head, he called out. The crack of another iron tail ran through the boat, followed by a distinctive pained bark. Ash winced, but Current's haze had done its job, given it was so tightly contained, there was nowhere for it to dissipate until it started to heat up under the sun. Water splattered against the barriers, exploding on contact. Probably a water pulse, a dodged one at that. Tide barked fiercely and there was a soft thud. Golduck immediately dropped the barriers, letting the haze begin to trickle outward. Karma followed his example, drifting slightly forward to stare at the field with her ears twitching, though she didn't get too close. Ash trotted forward, eyes searching. Tide was perched proudly over a struggling Current, who was trying to stand even while pinned underneath Tide's great weight. The Celio barked again, slapping one of his flippers a bit too close to Current's face. With a sigh, the Vaporeon flopped fully over, waiting to be released. Ash pushed at Tide's side. "Come on, you big lump. Let him out." Tide grunted but did so, shifting his weight until Current was able to pull himself out. The Vaporeon immediately went to a corner and began grooming himself, brushing back the upset, spiked fur covering his entire body. Fergus chuckled, earning a narrow glare from black eyes. Tide stared proudly up at his trainer, whiskers twitching. 2 lines of bruises ran over his head from the iron tails and water dripped from his fur, but he seemed very pleased with himself. Ash grinned and scratched at the point where his neck met his body, which was his favorite spot. Tide made a move to try and escape it but soon settled into the petting, a purr rumbling in his throat as he closed his eyes. "You did great, bud." Tide opened one eye and barked. "XXX. Gale, if you don't take it slow, I swear to Arceus I'm sending you back to Professor Oak and catching a Pidgeot," he shouted up to his Pokémon. Gale clicked his beak together and chuffed his own laughter. Ash couldn't see him but he knew his black eyes were shining. The flying type was enjoying this. Ash stood on the edge of the railing, clutching at the metal bars like his life depended on it. Gale, overhead, readjusted his talons from where they were wrapped around Ash's shoulders. He had covered his upper arms in as many pieces of cloth and clothing as he had, including digging out the old Spearorai pad, but even with that, he could feel the sharp points of Gale's talons around his armpits. But this was good training. "Okay, bring me down to the lower deck. Karma, are you ready?" The Kadabra looked less than convinced about this whole training ordeal, but she held out her shine nonetheless and twitched her left ear. "Yes. Is this a good idea?" Her sentences were much more complete now, even if her voice was still soft and whispery. "When have I ever decided to listen to whether it was a good idea or not? If anything goes wrong, you can catch me. As long as I'm not too heavy." Both of her ears flattened, but her tail twitched to show her humor. "You look like you weigh more than Leader." "Hey!" Ash barely had more than a second to be offended before Gale snapped his wings down and took off. Immediately, his arms flew upward, leaving him dangling beneath the flying type like a cut puppet. Gale pumped his wings, lifting him fully off the balcony, and slowly began to fly forward. He was working overtime to keep Ash in the air alongside himself, and Ash guessed it didn't look nearly as intimidating as he had hoped for. Blue flickered over his vision, but Karma didn't try and catch him. The lower deck was only 15 feet away, but Ash didn't look down, he looked out. The ocean stretched before him, aqua and turquoise and navy, and covered in more waves than he could hope to count. Gale shrieked overhead and Ash jerked, shoulders popping upward, but then the Fiero regained himself and opened his wings fully up, letting the pair of them glide down to the deck. The shadow beneath them looked strange, wide, outstretched wings with a sort of lumpy body beneath. Ash tried to straighten his legs for the landing, clenching his arms tight to his side, and braced. He still stumbled and nearly fell when he touched down. Gale launched off his shoulders, shrieking annoyedly and landing on the closest railing. He started preening his out-of-place feathers, keeping one black eye on Ash even as he worked. Karma teleported close to him with a softer crack than it had been before she got on the boat, head tilted to the side and twitching her ears. "Not bad," Ash sighed, rubbing at his shoulders. He twisted his gaze up to meet hers. "How do you think? Was it intimidating?" Karma gave an honest effort at rolling her eyes, tossing her head slightly, before hovering closer and settling dull claws on Ash's arm. In a flash, he couldn't see her anymore. A blurry image appeared behind his eyes. Wide brown cream wings spread out, crowning the sun, with a body hanging beneath. One of the legs was tucked to its chest, the other twitching in slow motion. A beak with a hooked tip flashed in the sun. And then he was back. His breath heaved through his throat, sharp and painful, but when he looked up, Karma had a smug expression on her face even with the tired lilt of her ears. "Was that me?" Another remarkable attempt at rolling her eyes. "Of course." She teleported away before he could fully start celebrating. "XXX. Ship ahoy!" a voice bellowed. Ash jerked upright in bed, eyes going wide, before he abruptly set his Pokédex to the side and jumped off. Scorch barked as he nearly kicked her but sprung next to him, yipping to wake Gale up. Karma blasted Wraith's hand before he could finish sneaking it up on her, only to dip near the ground as Wraith expanded his aura and weakened psionic bubble. With a grunt, Rhydon lumbered in between the two of them. Wraith scratched at his plates but ducked into Ash's shadow when electricity sparked over his horn, hissing softly with the distinct sound of his poisonous gases pressing against his ectoplasmic skin. Ash sighed and threw his pillow at the ghost. It passed through his chest and hit Rhydon's shoulder, who barely seemed to notice it. "Come on. Let's go see what's going on." Various sounds of Agriel traveled quickly, and soon Ash was tromping out of his cabin with a parade of Pokémon behind him. As soon as he reached the water, he released Tide back into the water, who dove beneath it immediately to cool down in the hot sun. Captain Fergus was on board, staring over the water with the kind of grim expression Ash had seen in movies before. Current sat by his feet, tail curled over his paws, but even like that Ash could see the tensed muscles in the Vaporeon. He followed the man's gaze. Near the horizon, a tiny blip of a ship was visible. He could barely see it, but even from this distance, the sharp red lines of a sea gallop ferry was clear. Ash frowned. Mostly they were used for cruises, and Pallet Town wasn't the most desirable of places, and he didn't think this was the path to get to Cinnabar or the Seafoam Islands. "What's that ship doing?" Fergus grunted, but he didn't seem surprised Ash had come up. "Hunting for survivors. The Seagalops are combing the area now, and I bet they'll be for a couple of weeks at least. Lot of important people were on that boat. Wouldn't they just want to focus on the ship's base?" Ash tried. "I mean, we're pretty far from where it sank, and no storm would have thrown survivors that far away. They could have floated away. But then wouldn't it be easier to just send Pokémon? Ships have teams of water and flying-type Pokémon," Fergus explained, but there was an edge in his voice. "They're there to collect any survivors found and heal them up, as well as to let the Pokémon rest." Ash nodded, but he couldn't shake the niggling feeling in the back of his mind. But aren't they concerned about the storm that sunk it? And for the matter, aren't you worried about it too? Don't be so naive, boy, Fergus spat, anger hot in his eyes. The SSN was brought down. A ship that big wouldn't just sink without a hurricane on board. There's no possible chance they wouldn't have at least a dozen weather-altering Pokemon on board in case anything happened, and the chances of them encountering a world-sized storm with it somehow not spreading to the rest of the regions is impossible. That DMN boat was pulled under. Ash didn't know what to say to that. Fergus seemed to realize how stiff he was and stalked off, barking a command to his second-in-command. Current gave Ash one last look before padding off after his trainer, tail flicking. He shifted his gaze back to the water, watching a twisting shadow he guessed was a Pidgeot. Tide rose above the waves, his bark echoing off the boat. Gale narrowed his eyes at the member of the Pidgey line flying, but he knew it was too far to fight over water. It didn't stop him from shrieking a soft challenge. Puffing up his crest. Ash had guessed something had happened to the SSN, but it was different to have it confirmed. As much as Captain Fergus could confirm it. The League report burned false in his mind. XXX. This is where we leave ya, kid, Fergus said, a grin over his rapidly growing beard. Have fun in Pallet, and if you need a ride again, I'll be in Vermilion next. Ash thanked him again, accompanied by the shriek overhead from Gale. The Fiero had never been happier to see land, where he could fly free and not worry about running out of energy. He was not quite as used to the sea as the others of his kind were. Current yipped a goodbye as Ash clambered off the Gyarados tooth, legs stiffening as soon as he got off the boat. He was one of the first off, the other passengers filing off after him, but he took a long moment to get ready to stable ground beneath him. Glee raced through him as the dock didn't rock and shake beneath his feet. Pallet Town was remarkably close to the dock, unlike Fuchsia City, but it was on a different section than where his house and Professor Oak's lab was at. It would be less than half a day to get there, maybe 2 or 3 hours. Ash hadn't called his mom in a little less than a month. He was hoping this surprise visit would make up for it, and Professor Oak would probably let him help around the yard while he let his team recover before they started training again. Ash walked a bit unsteadily off the dock, heading out of the main area to release the rest of his team. Rhyhorn rumbled annoyedly when he was released, preparing for wooden boards and rocking floors, before his eyes went wide. He thumped his tail against the ground and immediately the earth rippled outward, a weakened and different version of earth power seeping into the ground. Ash yelped and nearly fell, but Rhyhorn spun and caught him before he could fully meet the ground. With a laugh, he pulled himself together and released the rest of his friends. Scorch yipped happily, darting over to Rhyhorn. The ground type rumbled and cupped his paws together. Narrowing her eyes, Scorch flashed with quick attack to strengthen her muscles and leaped upward to land neatly on them, rearing up and bracing her paws on Rhyhorn's chest to happily bark to him. Karma actually stretched, arms and legs extending and tail flicking. Wraith immediately ducked away from the sunlight, wanting to avoid having his gases expand in the heat and press uncomfortably against his skin, but Karma's eyes flashed and the shadow he was in split. He hissed and fled another one, sticking partially out of Ash's shadow with his spines fully extended. Karma's ears flicked in laughter. Tide barked, looking longingly out at the sea. Ash knelt next to him, getting the ice type's attention. Hey bud. Where we're going has a nice pond with some other Pokemon in there, and as long as you can avoid antagonizing them, I think I can organize you some fights with different Pokemon. What do you say? The Sealeo perked up immediately, barking softly for him. Ash grinned, petting him quickly on the top of the head. Even out of the water, his fur was slick, and his hand was wet when he was petting him. Tide chuffed, twitching his whiskers, and breathed a burst of powder snow over the ground. He slid away from Ash in an attempt to save his pride, puffing out his chest and not looking near his trainer. Ash couldn't help the chuckle that escaped his mouth, but Tide pretended not to have heard it. Rhyhorn. The ground type turned to him, rumbling softly. You remember any of this? He narrowed his scarlet eyes, peering around the town. When Ash started his journey, he had only really shown his starter his house and the path to Route 1, and he wasn't surprised when Rhyhorn shook his head. None of his others would recognize anything, although Gale might have flown by it a couple of times as a Spearow. Arceus, Gale had only been 3 minuscule pounds when Ash had caught him. Rhyhorn hadn't been big enough to ride on, barely coming up to his knees, and Scorch had only had 4 tails and was a good 5 inches shorter. Karma had been just a newly evolved Kadabra and Wraith still a collection of gas. Even Tide had changed since he'd been caught, growing bulkier from the training. They had come so far. Pallet Town residents stared at him as he passed. Leaf's parents waved a greeting and he returned it, but he didn't really want to talk right now and they seemed to understand that. Others watched him a bit warily, with the various 6 Pokémon around him. Scorch trailed behind to melt Tide's powder snow trail, but they were a collective front nonetheless, and he wouldn't deny that they were frightening. Eventually, Rhyhorn snorted and pointed. In the distance, Ash could see the curve of a roof, a soft blue beneath it. His home. A grin split his face and then he was running, his Pokémon jerking to catch up. He paused in front of the door, fist an inch away from knocking. What would he say to her? Maybe he should have warned her. And she might not have space or the structural support for his team to come inside. Rhyhorn snorted, reached forward, and gently tapped his claws against the door. Ash shot him a glare but then the door was opening. His mom stood there, blinking from whatever morning daze she was still in. A greeting froze on her tongue as she took him in. Hey, Mom. Ash. Her hugs were exactly how he remembered them, and he melted into her embrace. Though he was pretty sure he heard something crack, he tried to hug back just as tightly. She pushed him back, keeping her hands on his shoulders. Why didn't you warn me? I don't have anything ready. Oh, Ash, you're back, and so soon. And who's that behind you? Did Rhyhorn evolve? Ash filtered the questions as best as he could. Yeah, he did. Let's meet everyone in the back, okay? I don't want them breaking anything in the house. She brushed away tears in her eyes furtively, still staring at his face with the widest smile on her face. I'll get some food for you guys, you must be hungry. Oh, that's quite a big team you've there, Ashy. I did just get a berry shipment a few days ago. I'll help you, he said, turning to his team. Okay everyone, to the back. Rhyhorn, can you lead the way? Wraith, Karma, can you? No. I change my mind. Wraith, could you help? Karma's had a gleam in her eyes since she got here and I'm not having you steal any food for yourself. The Kadabra dropped her ears in faux innocence, but Ash was far too used to her to fall for it. Wraith hissed his sharp laughter, pulling himself out of Ash's shadow and turning fully tangible, which prompted a yelp from his mother before she recovered. Tide followed slowly after Rhyhorn, carefully avoiding any of the decorations in the yard. He had been on his best behavior since Ash had promised him fights with Professor Oak's Pokémon, and it was a clear difference. Scorch pressed herself against Ash's side, and she was small enough Ash shuffled her into the house alongside Wraith. She peered around curiously, padding over to the couches and sniffing at the fabric. Wraith extended his spines as soon as he entered, bloody eyes narrowed, but he adjusted to the new environment quickly. He still passed through the wall a few times to check for exits and threats, but he was remarkably subtle about it. The shipment of berries would be plenty for his team several times over, and she promised him she was getting a new one soon enough so he didn't have to worry about eating her out of house and home. Wraith took the largest container of berries for Rhyhorn and Tide, not limited by such things as mortal muscles, and Scorch fanned out 6 sturdy iron tails to balance a package on. Ash and Delia grabbed their own containers, still talking hurriedly. It felt like years since they'd been together. Rhyhorn waited patiently as Delia walked amongst them each, showing off his horn when she praised him. All of his friends enjoyed the praise she heaped on them, chests puffed out and heads tilted upward. Judging from her face, she knew exactly what she was doing. Ash laughed furiously when Gale tried to show off, lighting his feathers up with steel wing, and nearly smacked against Wraith. "I'm so proud of you, Ash," she said, sitting next to him on the outside table. A plate of nibbled on berry stems was between them, and Ash couldn't help but lean against her side and relax. It was 100,000 times better than the standard trainer's food he got on the road or on the Garrido's tooth, and he was going to plead with his mother to make him his favorite meal tonight. Rhyhorn burped, patting his armored chest and standing fully up from the large wooden bowl in front of him. Ash had run into the kitchen and grabbed several handfuls of lettuce. As a vegetarian, even despite his size, Rhyhorn ate an equal amount of greens and ground. "Are you going to visit Professor Oak?" she asked, bumping their shoulders together. Ash perked up. "Yeah. Tide wants a battle with some Pokemon, even though he's been training for the past 2 weeks, and I'd like to have him inspect my Pokemon. I'll probably stay in Pallet Town for about a week, I think, before I'm heading out to Cinnabar Island. Then I'm going to travel around Kanto for a month or 2 and train up for Giovanni. Then," he paused. "Then I don't know what. I'll figure it out." She smiled warmly. "That's my Ashie. Come on. Let's head over while we've still got daylight, alright?" His friends were slow to move from their comfy positions, but Tide blew enough powder snows that got them going. Gale had frosted over wings and a small collection of snowflakes on his crest, but Tide had only used powder snow instead of anything more dangerous. Delia giggled as the Celio barked and slapped his flippers against the ground, trying to motivate the other 5. It wasn't that far of a walk to Professor Oak's lab, and Delia kept it far from silent with her questions. Ash enjoyed reenacting several gym battles, making his team mime out their actions. Scorch and Rhyhorn exchanged a look. When he arrived, they waited in silence for nearly 5 minutes before a flustered assistant came to the door and let them in, apologizing profusely. Apparently, there had been several strange energy waves across Kanto without a clear center, and Professor Oak had been tasked with investigating them. He hadn't found a rhyme or reason for them yet, but they had collected enough data to start making hypotheses. Professor Oak appeared after another couple of minutes, hair spiked in all directions and a distinct black burn on his lower arm. He smiled warmly at Ash, welcoming the young trainer into his lab as he led the pair of them to a quieter area. "Ash. I'm surprised to see you, how's your journey going?" Ash grinned back. "Great so far, I'm sure you've seen my team and my badges, but I met a lot of people and I'm excited to go to Cinnabar next. I just want to spend a week or so here to rest, and then I'll be going off again." Professor Oak nodded, giving a gentle look to Delia. "That's good. If you're available, there are some tasks around here you might have fun with. I'd be happy to help out." His mind suddenly flashed to Tide. "Also, would you happen to know any Pokemon that'd like to battle with my Celio? I promised him a fight for good behavior, and he's held up his side so far. No one too strong, he's been training for the entire time we've been on the boat, but he refuses to accept he shouldn't fight someone." A grin spread over his face, and Professor Oak matched it with a chuckle. "I've seen Pokemon like that. My Arcanine would be fine with that, and there is a Machoke around here that likes to battle anything. And, if you can convince the old Nidoqueen that you'll be safe, a few Nidorino should be up for it." Ash grinned. "Thanks. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that." After the original bump had been crossed, conversation flowed between the 3 of them much easier. By the time an assistant poked their head back in and asked for the professor in 5 minutes, he looked far more relaxed. "What's up with the energy wave?" Jean Mathori, apologies, Giovanni's assistant, was the one who's been sending me all of the data, and we're beginning to make heads and tails of it. It comes randomly, but what I believe happened is that a group of Kadabra collided in a territory dispute and evolved to fight each other, which is why the signal is coming from everywhere. Or some type of psychic activity. It is a full moon tonight, and that can trigger powers of various types. I've sent Alakazam to try and find them, but she hasn't reported anything yet. We'll keep searching for them, but I'm going to guess they'll calm down after the full moon." The man shrugged. "I believe it is going to fade quickly, and then Goodshow will call off the search. We have more important things to focus on now. He matched the trainer's grin, adjusting his sleeves. In doing so, he exposed more of the blackened mark over his skin. It was stark and seemed fresh, a thin layer of soot staining the edge of his lab coat. "Are you okay?" Ash asked, pointing at his arm. "Oh, this?" He gestured to the burn mark, a mareepish smile crossing his face. "A Piku evolved recently, and he's quite grown to like the taste of my lab wires. He keeps getting overcharged and whenever I try and help him, I get zapped. At this point, I think he finds it entertaining." Ash grinned at that. He hadn't found many wild electric types, but Pikachu were powerful in the right hands. Maybe he'd take a look. Another assistant knocked on the door, and Professor Oak sighed. "Well, duty calls, Ash. If you'd like, you could take to the field behind the secondary pond for training if you want. Just be careful of the Nidoran herd, they like to wander there occasionally. I'll have some tasks for you tomorrow, and there'll be food for your team tonight." "Thank you," he said, eyes flicking down. "I mean, really. For everything." Professor Oak's eyes softened, and he put a hand on Ash's shoulder. "Of course, Ash. I'll see you tomorrow." The man who he had looked up to as his father for nearly 10 years of his life smiled one last time and left the room, readjusting his sleeves. Ash nodded even though Professor Oak couldn't see him, a hand falling to the empty pokeballs on his waist. It was time to work with his team. Tide looked expectantly up at him when Ash approached him, whiskers twitching. Ash rolled his eyes at the one-track mind Pokemon, but dutifully knelt slightly and started talking. "So I've got a few options for you," Ash said, popping his back. Tide watched him avidly. Arcanine, a fire type, was alright with a spar, and a Machop, fighting type, would probably enjoy it. Also, Alakazam could bring over some Nidorino dash. Tide barked to get him to stop. Ash repeated the names and Tide barked again on Arcanine's name, brown eyes narrowed in determination. He couldn't help but grin. A fire type meant they both had an advantage over each other, a fairish fight. He asked a silent question, reaching out to the brighter of the stains in his mind. Karma responded instantly with a flash of yellow-orange agreal and, in under a minute, there was the thumping of paws echoing up through Ash's legs. With a cheerful bark, Arcanine blurred out of extreme speed and landed next to Ash. He nosed Ash's side, barking warmly before turning to Tide. "He'd like a spar, please," Ash said, gesturing to the Celio. "But he's been training pretty hard for the past 2 weeks, so go easy on him. Just run away if he gets too into it." Tide barked angrily at that but subsided with a glare. Arcanine chuffed, flicking his tail behind him as he settled into a battle stance. Ash quickly left the area. He'd come back in anything caught on fire. XXX. Ash stared. The EV stared back. It yipped in confusion after a few seconds, blinking chocolate brown eyes. He knew it was large for its age, the tip of its tail twitching, and its muscles were lithe and its coat was silken. Professor Oak had told him that Gary had sent back a Pokemon for a week in order to train his new Pokemon, but Ash had expected his Pidgeotto, so he could ask his friend to let him and Gale spar, or maybe the Magnemite, who he just wanted to check on. He had not, however, been expecting an EV. Horrifically rare in Kanto, there was only a small colony in the Safari Zone that wasn't allowed to be captured except for in certain circumstances, and Bill the researcher raised them. They were more common in other regions, but not in Kanto. He heard a chuckle from behind him, and Professor Oak appeared into the room with a Pokemon food bowl. Eevee chirped and immediately dug in, happily wagging its tail as it ate. Professor Oak scratched behind its wide ears before letting it eat. How did he get an EV? Ash demanded, eyes wide. Where could he possibly catch one in Kanto Dash? Gary didn't catch one, Professor Oak calmly explained, eyes twinkling. He was enjoying Ash's jealousy. He won it. Saffron City had a tournament a month ago, and Gary entered. The prize was this little gal. Eevee yipped, but continued eating. Ash stared at the Pokemon tournaments. He had heard of them, but hadn't done much research. That was about to change. Are there a lot of them? Professor Oak scratched at his shock of hair. Well, yes, but many of them are small scale, and the prizes reflect that. Your best bet are the more tourist locations, as they try to attract more people with exotic prizes. There was even a tournament a year or two ago that had the first prize place of a Larvitar. When's the next one? Hop Town is having a competition in a week or two, but I'm afraid you can't enter that one without a grass type. Dark City is having a tag team, but that's in 2 days, and you don't have time for that. However, Cinnabar Island is having a decently large one in a month, which should be right up your alley. Ash was already rescheduling everything. He'd win the badge, scope out the area, and train there until it was time for the tournament. Tournaments are a great help for beginning trainers, Professor Oak said rather sagely. In them, you get the opportunity to see many other trainers battle, not just yourself, and using that can let you formulate strategies you might not have thought of. People learn from a new angle when they watch others battle, and tournaments often employ odd rules to hype the crowds up, such as double or triple battles, or typing rules, or even handicaps. It forces you to adapt to a different type of battle, and that can be vital for later fighting. Besides, it is good practice for the conference. I'm sure you're not quite used to having thousands of people watching you battle. Ash chuckled, a bit of a blush creeping up his neck. Not really. The most I've had is a gym battle. And those only have maybe a dozen or so. Ash nodded. So the Cinnabar tournament should be a good thing for you. Sign up is 3 days in advance, so make sure you're not cutting it too close. They haven't released anything on the prize yet, but rumors had already started to spread. Ash's blood was pumping. It was like preparing for a gym battle, except this time he didn't have a typing to prepare for or a leader to research. That only served to make him more excited about it. He could get the volcano badge in time to fight there, and then he'd be ready to go. Don't go running off yet to Cinnabar, Ash, he said with a smile. Delia would like me to tell you that she's making Toro's steaks tonight, and if you help her she'll make extra for tomorrow. Ash was practically out of the door faster than Professor Oak could finish his sentence. XXX. The day was blisteringly warm, right in the heart of summer, and he had started sweating on just the walk to the lab. His team was getting healed up by Professor Oak, the training from yesterday having worn them out, and Tide was nursing a bad burn over his back. Scorch had been able to produce a fair amount of toxic iodine, and Ash had been feeding her almost nothing but Magikarp and Kibia berries. So far, she had been able to produce a thick cloud of gray smoke, and it would only grow over time. He had thought of naming it Toxic Cloak, as that was what it basically was. Her flamethrower was nearly up to the level it was usable in battle, but she was still working on getting the power she needed for it. Ash walked into the professor's lab, a yawn stretching his lips. Only 2 more days here, and then he'd be on the road again, dealing with the definite lower quality of food and sleep. But he was itching to start moving again, to find trainers and battle them, as well as encounter wild Pokemon and possibly catch a new member for his team. Though he hadn't had Tide for a long while, he felt like he could handle another Pokemon if he did come across one. He was still missing a fair number of types, somewhere around 8 he thought, but he didn't want to catch a ton of Pokemon while in Kanto. Ash saw the back of the man's lab coat and walked fully around to face him, grinning. "Hey Professor, what's dash?" Professor Oak's face was so pale he almost matched the white tiles beneath his feet. He swayed dangerously where he stood, one hand in a death grip on the back of his chair. His eyes were wide and drained on conscious thought. Without saying anything, he pointed at the television in the corner. A woman reported on one side, face just as drained of blood as the professor's. She pressed a finger to her ear, silent for a moment, before beginning to talk. "And yes, it has been confirmed that Elite Four member Wiltsuin has been killed. The League is scrambling to get an appropriate response to this catastrophe, as it is known that the Elite Four are the most powerful trainers in Kanto. Will is, I'm sorry, was the lowest-ranking member of the Indigo League, but his Pokémon were a force to be reckoned with and had successfully won against 5 conference winners in his 9-year stay. The League has refused to release the exact location in order to assess how he was murdered, but the ranger that found his body was stationed in Viridian City. It is only known of one other killed alongside him, his starter and dearest companion, Pino, his espion. It is assumed that she was defending him as he was attacked, but again, it is impossible to know until the Indigo League decides to release an official report. Ash's mind went blank. XXX. Delia was crying when he went home. Though neither of them knew Will personally, he had still been one of Indigo's Elite Four, and had such been a very present figure on television and media. It was like losing a distant friend. And that wasn't even taking account the fact he had been killed. It wasn't old age. It was murder. Who was out there that was strong enough to kill a member of the Elite Four? Neither of them mentioned when Ash sent Wraith out on perimeter, or when Rhyhorn was at the foot of his bed and Karma alert in the corner. There wasn't much sleep to be had that night. Ash was sitting with Delia in the living room the next day, Rhyhorn snoring by their feet, when Alakazam teleported in. She only looked at him for a moment before she was extending her paw out, dull claws on Ash's shoulder, and then he was gone. Stumbling in the new environment and trying to stand up from his sitting position, he realized he was in Professor Oak's lab, the lights humming cheerfully and white tiles spotless. The man was waiting by the television. After another moment, Alakazam flashed his mom there too, and they all watched. The woman on the screen was the same from a day ago, still looking flustered but more smoothed over. The League has released their official report on the event, as well as a watered-down version of what they believe happened. Will was investigating claims on an abuse mill or farm location near Viridian City. It was thought to be owned by a man named Gideon, who bred Ponyta as a way to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, he never officially advertised the location of his Ponyta farm in the papers, and the League was somehow tricked into overlooking it during their triennial census. Will was attempting to find the abuse farm when he was suddenly attacked by over 30 dark types, judging by the prints on the ground. While normally this would be little problem, there was a second wave of an unknown number of ghosts, untrained as they were, and the two conflicting auras greatly reduced his and his team's power. Furthermore, he only had his Espion, Executor, Hypno, Xatu, Slowking, and newly evolved Golduck on him at the time, and they were caught unawares. It was odds than any would fare difficult to face, especially with the surprisingly highly trained dark Pokémon. When compared to the previous Pokémon used by villains of Kanto, these were much higher in training and power. Will himself was fighting the Pokémon until what is believed to be a dark pulse hit him, and the connection with his Pokémon went dead. That confused them until the dark types were able to knock them out. It is not known what happened to them, as their bodies were not at the site. Pino, his Espion, took a hit meant for him, but Will was attacked by nearly 50 Pokémon and was killed shortly after. The site was left completely clean from other Pokémon or trainers by the time it was found. The League is not available for question at this time, but rumors have begun to spread about who the newest member of the Elite Four is going to be. Ash's ears closed off, the woman's mouth moving up and down without a sound. An Elite Four was dead. Killed. Who would have done that? How could they have the power? Why? Ash had a funny feeling he knew the answer to the first one. What is the League going to do? Ash demanded, fists tight at his side. Professor Oak sighed, avoiding his gaze by polishing his glasses on the edge of his lab coat. The man's shoulders sagged with exhaustion and Ash probably should have noticed that, but he had flown straight past the grief stage and into anger, and Professor Oak was the first unwilling target for his frustration. Are they just going to stand around? It's been 2 days. They couldn't have gotten far with Will's Pokémon. Professor Oak fidgeted with his glasses. Ash, I don't have the answers, he said tiredly. From what I can guess, the League is going to get his affairs in order and prepare a funeral. There is also the case of placating the public. News like this won't be taken lightly. Ash puffed up like an angry gale, hackles raised. But that's not enough. Are people going to be happy with Pokemon running around with the power to kill a member of the Elite Four? And of course they will be focusing on that, Ash. His voice was sharp but it did little to the trainer. I have no doubt that Lance is going to be sending out more League forces in the area, but they are wary about someone who has that power. This Gideon, whoever he is, was discovered to have sent information to an unknown person detailing Will's location mere hours before he was attacked. The letter was nowhere to be found and the Pidgeot who delivered the message was discovered to have been killed. Gideon is their only lead and they, quite frankly, don't have the time nor resources to search for someone who could be so dangerous. His fingernails bit into his palms, and he distantly realized he was screaming. It was obviously Team Rocket. The League knows what they did in Celadon and Vermilion, why the hell don't they know this was them too? Professor Oak sked in a deep breath, and that forced Ash's anger down a level. The man looked back up at him with tired eyes, but there was steel in them that couldn't be ignored. Team Rocket is not the only villainous group in the world, Ash. There were tracks of dark Pokemon from all across the world, from Kanto to Alola. The Abuse Mills, they could have bred them. Ash tossed around for an answer even as his mouth ran more. Or poached them, or stolen them, or everything else that Team Rocket is known for. Professor Oak had taken a step back away from Ash, but the boy only got closer. Will had been killed, a member of the Elite Four had been killed, and the League he had idolized since he had been born was doing nothing about it. This isn't your fight, Ash, he warned. Good Show is making plans now, and Lance is ready to be released whenever a lead is found. Leave it to them. He wouldn't let it go. But they have to strike now. Team Rocket could be getting away. They can't be that stupid. There was blood leaking from his hands, dripping onto the floor, and Professor Oak obviously caught sight of it. The man's eyes narrowed, flicking up to see Ash's no doubt hysterical face, and then slid to the left. Ash barely had time to feel a touch from dull claws on his shoulder before the world flashed to black. In an instant, he was standing on the front doorstep of his house, flailing as he struggled for balance after the weightlessness of teleporting. It took him longer than usual to have his eyes refocus from the surprise teleportation. Professor Oak's Alakazam stood quietly next to him, removing her claws from his shoulder. Her eyes were wide and blank, but her voice was anything but. Be calm. Go inside and be with your mother and team, my trainer friend will speak to you tomorrow. And with a flash, she was gone again, only the hiss of air rushing into the spot she had been in the only sign that she had ever been there. Ash's chest was heaving, pressure building up behind his eyes. Calm down. He shouted at the empty spot. Will is dead. Who's next? There was no response. It was later than midday and in the week, so there was no one around. He didn't care. There isn't time to just sit at home. I helped in the attack at Vermilion, I could help AG dash. Teleportation. Karma. Karma could teleport, could get him to the area where Will had last been at. Fumbling at his belt, he yanked off his fifth Pokeball and clicked the button. With a flash of light, she appeared in front of him, ears perked. Immediately, the stain in the back of his mind flared to life and reached out, almost hesitantly, to touch the corners of his mind. Waves of blue-green concern rippled outward, but he ignored it for now. She stared at him, tail twitching. Her claws clicked together, shine rippling around her neck. I need you to teleport me to Viridian, he said, fists clenched by his side. Try and search for any residual psychic energy, and then hit that area. I know you can do it. But I need to stop Gideon before he hurts anyone else. Karma looked less than sure about it, ears pressed flat against her skull as she stared at him. Again, his stain reached outward. You are scared. Angry. Calm down first. He scowled. Professor Oak's dark face and Alakazam's sharp voice echoed through his mind. Not you, too. Her eyes blanked, ears and tail going still. She simply floated in front of him, almost frozen in midair. Ash's chest crumpled, a new weight building in his chest he recognized. Guilt. Karma didn't deserve that, she didn't. He reached out, as if to touch her shoulder, but stopped an inch from the golden fur. She didn't outwardly react, staring at him with black eyes. I'm sorry, Karma. I'm scared, okay? The Elite Four are the most powerful trainers in Kanto and Johto, and Will was no slacker. He knew what he was doing, and they still took him down. I want to stop him. Karma twitched her left ear, eyes still blank. She kept staring at him, and he could feel the stain rising to latch onto his thoughts, picking them apart. Karma's eyes flashed blue and her shine solidified into its active position, the touch on his mind growing stronger. It began to hurt, dragging dull claws along his thoughts as she searched. He winced but let her do whatever she was doing. Slowly, the tension in his shoulders faded, and a weight unstitched itself from where he hadn't even been aware of its existence. A pounding in his skull lessened. Ash still felt just as angry as before, frustration and fear running right alongside it, but there was some sort of a screen, forcing him to think even for a second longer before he reacted on his thoughts. Karma pulled back, ears pressed flat against her skull. Ash frowned, reaching upward to press his fingers into the curve of his skull. He could feel the hairs on his arms stand up as the psychic energy faded away, blue trickling down the side of his face. I have defended your mind, she explained slowly, searching for the proper words. Put a block. Do you still want to go? Ash opened his mouth to reply but stopped. His thoughts rose as if from water through his mind. It took him several minutes to think it over again, his natural reign of thought slowed down. It was a strange experience, but one that outlined several trains of thoughts he hadn't been able to find in his rush of anger. In the end, he came to the same decision. Yes. Karma narrowed her eyes, but he rushed to explain. The League is going to have other people search for Gideon's farm, I might as well help. I'm pretty sure I know where it should be, too, if it's the same Gideon I met in Viridian. A few miles to the southeast of Viridian, on a path of some sort to the Pokémon Center. It should be a little away from where Will was killed, but still pretty close. I think there should be some sort of Ponyta. Fire types. You've seen them before. His explanation made more sense now, even though he could still feel anger and frustration and fear thrumming through his veins as strongly as any blood. Karma inclined her head the barest of inches, eyes flashing. Ask me before yelling. Her voice was sharp, but it was a different bite than Alakazam's had been. Underneath it, there was worry and pride mixed up, but she was able to control it outwardly. I will, Karma. I promise. Her stain rose somewhat, touching along the edges of his mind, but she found her answer quickly and retreated. With a flick of her tail, her shine grew more solid, glowing vaguely from inside. Then we go. Thanks, Karma, he said, adjusting his belt. All of his team was here, he would brief them when he was closer to Viridian. The guilt in his chest lessened somewhat, but the headache from Karma poking around was there. He pushed it aside for now, there were more important things to do. Do you think you're able to teleport me? It's not that far, but we haven't tried it before. She twitched the end of her tail, a burst of yellow-green going through his mind. I can. I will sleep tomorrow. With that, she inflated her psionic bubble slightly to be on the same level as he was, before reaching forward and placing her paw on his shoulder. Closing her eyes, she bared her shine to the world with her other paw and started glowing. Karma had teleported humans before, at Vermilion, but she had been under the battle high. Now she focused on making it more smooth, slowing down the process in order to do it right. Through her closed eyelids, her pupils began to glow with an inner light. Ash closed his eyes to prepare. There was a crack like that of thunder and then Ash almost fell over, nearly face-planting onto a thick layer of grass and dirt. He caught himself at the last possible second, arms flailing and nearly catching Karma. She floated back, psionic bubble deflating before she caught herself. The Kadabra, for her part, looked confused. She reached out toward some sort of invisible barrier, her shine gleaming brightly. At once, she recoiled her paw, eyes narrowing in disgust and ears flat against her head. Ash frowned, reaching forward, but her stain flashed to almost painful life as she shoved more power through it. There, aura. Dark. Power, but weak. He caught the gist of it. There's some sort of aura here, and that's why you can't talk to me as well. She nodded, reaching out. A ball of psychic energy appearing in her palm. Her ears flicked in confusion. It seemed just as strong as normal, gleaming with fluctuating hues of blue-silver-white, but when she tilted her paw, it fizzled out of existence before it hit the ground. It's strong enough that it's affecting you whenever you try to reach out with your powers, but your natural aura is keeping it away from your body. Ash guessed, receiving a nod of confirmation. So it's a bit like when Wraith hadn't evolved yet, and he couldn't rein his aura in yet. She hissed at the memory but nodded again. Okay. That would complicate things. Already he could feel the barrier in his mind fading, thoughts running full force again, but he made a conscious effort to pull them back in, focusing on looking around. They were in the thick of the forest, though Karma had managed to aim for a semi-clearing that gave them both a relatively clear space. If the forest had been taken care of before, it obviously hadn't been so in many years. Tall, thick trees lined with the white flowers of summer ran rampant over his surroundings, and he could see scratches in the trunks from members of the Pidgey and Rattata lines. Distantly, there was what he thought might be a trail extending deeper into the forest, either one of the many man-made paths to give some sort of structure to the forest or a natural Pokemon path to a water source. Ash sucked in a deep breath, closing his eyes before opening them. It was time to go. He doubted he could find where Gideon's farm was overnight when Will couldn't even find it, but he had his backpack with him and enough supplies he knew he could at least try. From what the reports had been saying, Will had been searching the exact opposite area that Gideon had said where his farm was, and had only been searching for a few hours before being attacked. Ash was prepared to go for as long as it took. Karma twitched her tail to get his attention, then point to her ears. Ash frowned before he realized what she was miming. There weren't any sounds. Though he concentrated, he couldn't hear the chirp of flying Pokemon nor the skitter of paws against the leaf litter. The aura, he guessed again. It's pushing away the wild Pokemon. She gave a loose shrug with her plaited shoulders, black eyes rolling over their surroundings. Ash looked around again, but nothing jumped out at him. Do you think we should follow the aura, or the path? As an answer, she made his Pokeball belt twitch. Getting the hint, he released the rest of his team. Rhyhorn sensed his inner turmoil almost the instant he was released, turning to his trainer with a low rumble in the back of his throat. His scarlet eyes narrowed in on the already dried blood on Ash's palms and he pointed almost accusatory at them, lumbering closer in order to stare at them. A wild laugh rose in Ash's throat, and he let it out. Rhyhorn rumbled worriedly, drills spinning, but Ash thumped his arm with a smile. I'm fine, bud. But we've got a job to do. You remember Gideon? The ground type rumbled an affirmative, eyes still narrowed. Well, we think he was connected to who killed Will. That got a reaction from the rest of his team. Ash had spent enough nights spitting endless dreams about the Elite Four to them that they could recognize each of their names and knew how much they meant to Ash, and they had been present for the news broadcasts from the past 2 days. Scorch yipped, 6 tails flaring above her head. He answered the question. Karma just teleported us to a little away from Viridian City, which is where he's supposed to be. We're going to find Gideon. His voice sharpened, drawing on the thrum of anger in his blood. And we're going to stop him. XXX. The forest was large and unending. It seemed to thicken as time went on, trees swallowing the light. The only sun getting through was Ed amongst the green leaves in narrow slices of gold and red. Though Ash hadn't thought it possible, the ambience of the woods somehow grew even quieter, the only sound the crackle of dry branches as he and his team marched through. In the height of summer as it was, there were barely any dry leaves on the ground, but Ash still felt like it was impossibly loud from beneath his feet. It was like he was screaming his presence to everyone within a 10-mile radius. But he guessed he was going in the right direction. They were following the strange trace in the air that both Karma and Wraith were heavily subjected to. More and more, Karma had been bumping into trees, and Wraith had speared one of his hands on a branch and had to reform it. As the aura grew stronger, it was cutting off their trio abilities piece by piece. Neither could use their powers to aid their naturally poor senses. Karma used kinesis unconsciously for most of her life, strengthening her vision and hearing with psychic powers, but now her range had been brutally hacked down, and it was the same story for Wraith. The Haunter had decided to just live in Ash's shadow where he could both protect his trainer and stay safe himself. His spines had been fully extended since the first mention of Team Rocket, and they stuck out of Ash's shadow, ready to stab anything that came too near. Scorch had trouble activating her extrasensory in Rhyhorn, though he didn't give more than a light effort, couldn't summon the shadows for spite. This meant 4 of his team was impacted by the aura and Ash wasn't going to lie, that made him nervous. His anger had cooled and deep guilt had set it for the way he had treated Professor Oak, and his mother. This was a mission, a dangerous one, and he had told no one. Neither of them deserved what he had done, but it was too late to do anything. It was late night by the time he decided to set up camp. He didn't have all of the food he needed, but it was enough for now, and he curled next to Scorch for warmth with his lack of a blanket. It was a restless night for them all, and Wraith never ceased in his wary watch. As a ghost type, he didn't technically need sleep, but it helped him regain energy and concentrate better. Ash didn't have the heart to tell him to sleep. Rhyhorn shook the ground beneath him to get him up, still so used to waking him with the sun since their first day as friends. Ash woke the rest of them and fed them all quickly. Rhyhorn avoided most of his food by eating through an enormous pit in the earth, shuffling his pile of pellets over to the others. Karma helped him gather their supplies, still tired from the teleportation but more than ready to keep going. With that, they were going again. Ash guessed it was only the strange, ghostly aura that was preventing Professor Oak from teleporting in with Alakazam and dragging him back to Pallet Town. At least it was useful for something. It was by the time that Wraith accidentally went into his incorporeal form in order to avoid the weight of the aura that Ash knew they had to be close. By the way Rhyhorn's spikes rustled against each other and the ground shook more than usual, he was right. The trees began to thin along the path in the way that spoke of Pokemon training, burned fields and scorch marks on the ground from electricity. Ash was on high alert, his team the same. Now that they were getting closer, even Ash could feel something wrong with his surroundings, the prickle on the back of his neck and the narrow line up his spine. In a heartbeat, he was out of the forest and on a ledge, the entire thing opening up as if a cliff. He took a second to adjust the thick breeze rippling over him before ducking for cover beneath a protruding overcrop, gesturing for his team to do the same. They did so immediately, although Rhyhorn had to hunker down as best he could. With as small of a flash as he could, he released Tide onto the ground next to them, finger to his lips. The Celio opened his mouth to bark but abruptly snapped it closed, looking around. He ducked with the rest of his friends, brown eyes sharp. After giving it as long as he dared to make sure that no was coming toward them, he leaned upward to peer over the overcrop. Now that he couldn't rely on Karma and Scorch's passive perimeter checks, he would have to use his own, more subpar, senses to see where enemies were. It was a field, a wide one. There didn't seem to be much going for it, while it was enormous, easily the size of maybe 2 gyms laid next to each other. The only plants were sparse grass, wildflowers, and a sprawling bush in one corner, mostly separated from the forest. Random holes littered the field, and Ash guessed there had been some sort of fire type nearby rather recently to explain for the soot over one section. But there didn't appear to be anything of note. Ash frowned, almost standing, when the whir of a horn caught his attention. Rhyhorn was staring at the field with the most confused expression Ash had ever seen on his face, drills spinning periodically and various spines rustling against each other. When Ash opened his mouth to whisper a question, he merely raised one foot and stomped against the ground. A shockwave of energy spread outward, nowhere near the strength he needed for earthquake but merely a searching technique. It was only visible in the slight shudder of grass as it passed. 3 of his Pokémon reacted, Rhyhorn, Scorch, and Gale. The Vulpine whined, flattening her ears to her skull, and Gale flared his crest, but Rhyhorn only narrowed his scarlet eyes and snorted out a puff of dusty breath. All were fixated on where the shockwave had gone. "What's going on?" he murmured, sliding his gaze between the 3 of them. The rest of his Pokémon just seemed confused. Karma's ears perked and Wraith's hands were tilted to the side. Tide was still being staring at the clearing. Scorch yipped to get his attention before slowly, carefully, flicking her ears. Ash's eyes brightened. "You heard something?" The Vulpix looked to Karma, eyes flashing weakly. They were in the thick of the aura, but there was still enough power being produced by Karma to repel the basic ghost and dark energies. She floated closer, drifting to the ground to set her claws on Scorch's back. The fire-type's eyes alit again with blue, and she waved him over with her longest tail. Ash placed his own hand on her head and was instantly immersed in the world of extrasensory. He gritted his teeth, a pounding headache emerging instantly. Even as his eyes instinctually closed, the universe around him spun in a mirage of 1,000 million colors, every individual shade burning into his pupils. He could hear the rustle of each of Tide's furs, the hiss of Wraith's moving gases, the rumble of earth rippling outward. And the resulting clang of metal. Extrasensory abruptly cut off, leaving him disoriented. He opened his eyes, grimacing at the bland, dull world that emerged, but the fuzziness faded quickly. What he had heard was still sharp. "There's something in the field," he guessed. Rhyhorn rumbled and nodded his head, eyes narrowed. "You sensed it?" Another nod. "It's hidden somewhere beneath the ground. Do you know how big it is?" Rhyhorn tilted his head slightly to the side, tapping his tail against the ground once again. Another ripple, this time weaker, spread outward. Scorch flattened her ears, yipping annoyedly. After a second, he raised his arms and spread them apart, as far as he could go. Ash frowned. "Big, then." A nod. "If it's underground, then we'll need to find the entrance. They must have hidden it well to avoid the League dash." Gale squawked a warning and slapping Ash over the head with his wing. The boy fell, landing on the ground and only narrowly avoiding Scorch. But he stayed quiet, peering up at the Fiero. Gale's keen eye was not something he always used, but when he did, it was wicked useful. The flying type's crest was fully raised, even as lowered as he was. Rhyhorn growled softly but fell to all fours again, barely being hidden enough by the overcropping. Ash gave it a solid 30 seconds before peeking out from around the side. From when the clearing had been empty before, there was now a woman in it. She looked around, seemingly confused, hands on her hips. Long brown hair was tied in a tail on the back of her head and Ash could see the glint of pokeballs on her waist, but there was something more. Her uniform. Pitch black. It didn't have any sort of symbols on it, no enormous, obvious R, but it was not the outfit an average trainer would wear. Skin tight and matte, it looked a bit like a thinner version of what the police officers had been wearing in Vermilion during the raid. Ash turned his head slightly to the side. He needed answers, and there was one member of his team that was the best at getting them. Hypnosis. Wraith cackled silently, but Ash couldn't hear it clearly in the back of his mind. With a hiss, he blinked out of visible existence, stirring up the leaves as he dove for the woman below. Tall spears of grass bent as he flew past, but the woman only had time to look up before a 6-foot-tall haunter appeared in front of her. She opened her mouth to scream, hands flying to her waist, but Wraith just tauntingly shot one of his hands forward and snatched the pokeballs off. In her confusion and fear, he was able to lock her eyes with his own bloody pair and let pink waves spread through the air between them. With a sigh, she stumbled backward, and Wraith cut off the attack right before she fell. She collapsed on the ground, managing to pull herself into a sitting position but seemingly not able to focus on anything. Wraith, with a decisive flick of his claws, set the pokeballs on the ground, never losing eye contact with her. Ash stood up from behind the outcropping and began running down to the pair of them, his team following him. Tide found going downhill much easier and was able to stay even with the rest of them. Scorch found a little trouble in getting past the knotted grass, but she didn't trail too far behind. The woman focused sluggishly on him, but her eyes kept drifting. Wraith had cut off the hypnosis at the last possible second, leaving her hopefully just disoriented enough Ash could ask her questions. "Who do you work for?" He tried to keep his voice as calm as possible, but TV reports about Will kept flashing in front of his mind, anger spilling into his tone. Her gaze was sleepy, but there was a spark of consciousness in them. When she spoke, the words were quick and blank, memorized. "I'm a graduated trainer. I work for a Ponyta breeder, helping keep his Pokemon in line and making sure they don't escape. I also help him scare away Pokemon from the boundary." Ash was momentarily worried he had just captured a random trainer, but then Wraith hissed, out loud for once, and clenched his claws together. Another wave of pink floated into the woman's eyes, relaxing her muscles even further. "Team Rocket. Gideon is the leader of this base, and I answer to only him, Viper, and the boss. We breeding Ponyta for income and as a cover-up for the base below ground." Ash's blood ran hot, and he could see Rhydon narrow his eyes. "Where are the Ponyta?" "Hidden. In the base. After what happened to Will, it was too risky to be above ground, so we drove them under and are waiting until it's clear enough to come back up. I dunno how long it'll take. Gideon is going to have to change his name again and we might switch to breeding Tauros instead to avoid the publicity." He tried to remember what he had seen on shows like this. What would Lance have asked? "What do you do in the base?" "It's a Pokemon storage for Team Rocket." Her eyes stayed closed for nearly half a minute before reopening. "We help Gideon train Pokemon to make them stronger and collect and sort the Pokemon sent to us. I watch over the Ponyta and take in new shipments. We don't leave the base often or run raids. For the most part, we just guard the Pokemon here and ship them out if needed. Fight them, too. Against each other." Wraith hissed, claws scratching against each other. His spines were stabbing directly up, bloody eyes fierce in their scarlet and fangs bared. The woman stared sleepily at him, which only served to make him angrier. His gaze moved to Ash, bristled up with his eyes beginning to lose their shape in his anger, twitching into narrow slits on his ectoplasmic skin. The woman was slipping. She was still connected to Wraith via the hypnosis, and with his anger, the urge to sleep was only growing stronger. Ash tried for one last question, squatting to stare her directly in the eyes. "Where is the entrance to your base?" Her gaze was lazy, tilting further and further back as her muscles lost their fight. "Underground. It's a trapdoor." Ash's chest tightened. "Wraith, knock her out." The haunter hissed, claws extending even farther until they seemed like swords. An actual glimpse of fear flickered in the woman's sleepy eyes, shuffling partially backward even as Wraith drifted steadily forward. Spines cracked against each other, ectoplasmic skin expanding in his rage. "With hypnosis," Ash said sharply. Wraith's spines drooped as he turned his bloody gaze to his trainer, clicking claws against each other, but with a silent hiss, he locked gazes with the woman and finished knocking her out, albeit unwillingly. The woman made one last gasp and fell over. Asleep. Ash dropped fully to his knees, pulling off his backpack. There was survival rope in his largest pocket, tightly coiled up and only touched several times so far on his journey. "Rhydon, pick her up." The ground type rumbled but dutifully knelt, wrapping thick arms around her body. He needed Karma to keep her strength and Rhydon was the only one strong enough to pick her up. His horn spun even as he carried her, growling low in his throat. Ash led him to the edge of the forest, trying to find the best tree he could. It was eventually found a little off from the border, a large enough sapling he trusted to do its job but not too thick he couldn't tie the woman to it. Rhydon set her against it, standing back to let Ash do his work. His tail thrashed against the ground, sending ripples spreading outward. He tried to tie her up the best as he could, tying her wrists first and then her chest against the trunk. Wraith floated closer, offering Ash something in his outstretched claws. Ash slipped the proffered pokeballs into his bag. He'd give it to the League later. He tested the restraints on the woman, made sure she was tight enough, and stood up. The hypnosis would knock her out for probably a few hours, being stronger on humans than Pokemon. Trapdoor. He walked back out to the clearing, shooting frequent looks back at the unconscious woman. All of them, he guessed, had missed when she had come from, so it would be mostly a searching game. They looked attentively at him as he neared them, Rhyhorn marching around to stand next to his team. She said trapdoor, which means it has to be hidden. Rhyhorn, you and Scorch try to find it with your ground sense, take Gale if needed. Karma, try and reach out if you can. And for Wraith and Tide, I want you two to try and destroy the land as much as you can once Rhyhorn and Scorch have confirmed it's not in that area. Wraith, poison until everything is dead, and Tide, freeze everything you can get your aurora beams on. Make sure that if people fly overhead, they see something. We're going to do this right. Rhyhorn and Scorch immediately started together, Gale taking to the air to follow them. Karma floated higher, eyes flashing a pale blue as she tried to HRNSS her external powers. Wraith and Tide exchanged looks but didn't do anything until Rhyhorn rumbled, gesturing roughly towards a section in a far corner. Aurora beams began flying, even as Tide was sliding over to the area. Not to be one to be outdone, Wraith immediately collapsed part of his ectoplasmic skin, letting a large bust of gas escape from his center. The grass it touched immediately withered, turning black and gray, but he was able to control it enough to have it solely go where it needed to. A sticky scent reached across the clearing. Ash frowned, wandering around. In the rough center, there was a perimeter in the ground, marked by 2-3 foot holes in the ground every half a dozen feet. He knelt by one, but it didn't seem to be a Pokemon den, too uniform. Some sort of fence that had been taken down. Gale shrieked, sending a burst of razor wind to the ground. It smacked against the bush Ash had been previously ignoring. Both Rhyhorn and Scorch turned to it, Karma only a second behind. The Vulpix walked closer, ears perked and eyes glowing faintly. After a few seconds, her hackles rose sharply, tails flaring upward. A growl ripped out from her throat. Rhyhorn raised one of his paws as if to send another ripple through the earth, but she shook her head and padded forward. She sniffed at the edge of the bush, inspecting it with narrow eyes. Ash watched her, head tilted. Scorch took a step backward, raised her tails, and caught the entire bush on fire with a well-placed flamethrower. It caught far too fast, whole sections of leaves going up in plumes of flame and soot. Ash coughed as thick black smoke poured upward, forcing Gale to swerve out of the way and land. The bush eventually began to smolder, green turned to black and gray. Ash frowned and stepped closer, while the outer layers had burned, probably showing dead growth pulled from the surroundings or something like that. The interior wasn't burning. Scorch, see what's going on. She yipped, activating flash fire and stepping closer. Nosing at the burnt outer arches, she pushed further before jumping back, ears flat. She snarled softly, spitting another few embers from her tails at the mess. Grabbing something in her teeth, she ignored the fire and began to pull the whole mess out. The burnt leaves were long gone and dead, but what she was pulling was a mess of plastic, green dye melting off, and the leaves that remained were just slowly cooling piles. Scorch finally pulled the majority of it away, immediately releasing a powerful blast of fire from her mouth to get rid of the excess plastic. She hissed, shaking, before padding back over to Ash and deactivating flash fire. The bush was plastic, covered with flora pulled from its surroundings to make it seem more realistic. Ash watched as the plastic burned more and more out of recognition, becoming a molten mess of slag. Scorch jumped in twice more to pull away the vines, and when she was done, there was a metal slab in the ground. Ash grinned. It looked like trapdoors did in movies, nearly 5 feet squared and made of some sort of strange gray-brown metal he didn't recognize. Gale snapped his wings and sent the last of the vines flying further away, still burning sluggishly. Tide put them out quickly. Time to end this. He walked toward the trapdoor, careful to avoid any last remains of the plastic. He could see where there was a passage to let people come through smoothly. There was a sort of wooden structure, built as supports, that he guessed was to allow people to in and out without having to constantly ruin the bush. He reached for the large latch on one side. His starter growled, stomping forward to catch his shoulder. When he had Ash's attention, Rhyhorn spun his horn, holding his claws a foot away from the surface of the metal. Ash mimicked him, only to feel heat rolling against his fingers. Ah! Scorch's flamethrower. He shuffled back. Rhyhorn tossed his head, scarlet eyes rolling impressively. He reached down, grabbing the latch clumsily with his less than dexterous fingers, and pulling up. It didn't seem to be heavy by the way Rhyhorn overestimated the weight and nearly ripped it off. Ash peeked out from behind the ground type's impressive bulk. Rhyhorn snorted, shaking off the soot on his claws. There wasn't any S. Inside, there was a neat set of stairs that extended only 10-15 feet down before extending into a floor. Warm yellow light extended out of the door like a blade, firing into the darkness of the barn and scaring it away. Ash paused. Rhyhorn, from where he was holding the trapdoor, rumbled a question. "We're going to bust in," he decided. Rhyhorn growled, worried, and glared at his trainer. "No, really. Last time, we were able to sneak in because you were a lot smaller and there weren't any people there. But not this time. I think we need to set up a perimeter, make sure they don't escape, and go through smartly. We could do it like Lance attacked the Sevii Island a decade ago." Tide perked up at the name of his beloved combo. Ash couldn't help the slight blush over his face. He hadn't been exactly impartial when coming up with the name for that move. Rhyhorn tossed his head in a manner similar to rolling his eyes. "Rhyhorn, you're going to let all of us in and then stop up the trapdoor, cover it with dirt. That'll stop them from getting out, and you can let us back out when we're done. I'm going to try and record everything, but our main goal is to get in, get Gideon, and get out. Only Scorch and Wraith will be out for protection, which will let us sneak up on the grunts much better. Rhyhorn, you'll be the main muscle for the team, and Karma, I need you to run interference. Helping me capture the rocket members and the like. Gale and Tide, you'll be my attackers when I have enough room for you guys. Okay." He received various sounds of agreement, though Rhyhorn looked less than sure. But he nodded his head, spinning his horn once. The ground type pushed the trapdoor open farther, letting Ash and Scorch jump in, Wraith securely in Ash's shadow. Tide, Karma, and Gale were recalled, Ash meeting eyes with each one before clicking the button. Rhyhorn rumbled as he was recalled. As the scarlet mist of his starter was pulled back into the pokeball, the trapdoor slammed shut. Ash jumped. The sound echoed up the hallway, loud and crashing. Waiting a solid second as if that would do anything, he checked on both of his team members. He started down the path, pulling out his Pokédex as smoothly as he could and flicking it to the recording feature. Though his hand was less than steady, he was able to capture his surroundings. They were strangely different from what had been beneath Celadon and Vermilion. Instead of sterile white tiles and unyielding brights, this had drywall painted a soft cream. Hidden light fixtures pumped out the same light that could be found in houses, the floor faux wood paneling. It looked almost homely. Ash was beyond unnerved. This was supposed to be a Team Rocket base. The hall was only a dozen or so feet long before it turned, though he couldn't see what direction it turned. He had only gone a few steps before a shout echoed through the chamber. "Wendy! You back?" It was a masculine voice, and he could hear a mutter following it. He didn't respond. "Wendy!" Wraith reached out to touch the back of his ankle with his claws, a hiss echoing in his mind from the physical contact. Ash shook his head, nudging Scorch with his foot. She twitched her ears in response, 6 tails pointed over her head. Not 30 seconds later, 2 men walked around the corner and froze. They were tall, older than him but not by too much, and were wearing the same black uniform as the woman had. The two sides stared at each other for a second. One of the men cursed and grappled at his waist. Ash barely caught sight of 3 Pokeballs before red light filled his eyes. In an instant, 5 Pokemon were in front of him. A Graveler, Arbok, Growlithe, Coughing, and Magnemite. A hiss split his mind. The Pokemon in front of him were wild, spitting with rage, even feral. Ash narrowed his eyes, knowing his shadow was growing. One of the Rocket members jerked as Ash's shadow abruptly switched positions, stretching forward despite the lighting. "What the F dash?" he said, taking a step backward. His partner wasn't much better. Ash took advantage of their shock. Switching his Pokédex over to his non-dominant hand, he grabbed his first Pokeball and clicked the release. Rhydon roared as he was released, horn crackling with electricity. He was only half a foot away from the ceiling, nearly taking up the entire corridor, and his intimidation was only increased with the ground shaking beneath him. The grunts jumped, eyes wide. Graveler, use dash. Rhydon, charge it. The ground type bellowed, lowering his horn and beginning his charge. Arbok flattened against the wall and avoided the worst of it, but Graveler had no chance. It was thrown backward, colliding against the wall with a wave of plaster dust. Numerous commands began to ring through the air, twisting over each other. Rhydon ignored the attempted rollout and began punching. He avoided pulling up the earth in order to not destabilize the hallway, but his sheer bulk was enough. Graveler made a hollow sound of pain as Rhydon's tail slammed it back into the wall. A clawed hand emerged from Ash's shadow, grabbed a hold of Arbok's tail, and bashed it against the ground. It gave a hissing cry, hood flaring outward and teeth shining with electricity. Wraith was forced to reform his hand after it landed a Thunder Fang on it, but his other reached upward and grabbed behind its hood. He flexed his claws, stabbing the ends in between its scales for traction. It wailed, thrashing. Magnemite shuddered, groaning particularly, and fired off a crackling thunder shock. Scorch flared with flash fire and jerked out of the way. Growlithe let out a howl, charging for her. Its fangs gleamed with crunch. Scorch spat a barrage of embers from her tails, aimed at Magnemite. It groaned and floated mostly out of the way, but 2 connected and threw it backward. Black covered its silver body. Ash narrowed his eyes. Iron Tail. Knock that Growlithe back. Wraith hissed, jerking fully out of a shadow to combat Arbok straight on. The snake reared, throat swelling up before it released a wave of acid. Wraith phased out, reappearing a second later to rake his claws down its side. Rhydon growled in annoyance as Coughing floated closer, spitting out clouds of poison through its dazed expression. His horn crackled and electricity snapped out, zapping through its pores. It made a strange, croaking sound, dipping in the air before spitting another cloud. Rhydon turned fully, releasing a narrow plume of flamethrower that exploded the gas. Coughing went flying back. Ash jerked backward as Scorch's iron tail sent Growlithe flying, slamming into the wall. He retreated to a safe distance, watching Wraith grab Arbok's head and pound it into the ground. Ash frowned. Wraith's ghost moves were as weak as Karma's psychic, but his dark pulses were as powerful as always. The Haunter realized it as well, sticking to that and Shadow Punch to let his natural aura keep the energy strong. Rhydon roared with victory, snapping a powerful uppercut. Graveler's body cracked backward, arms collapsing to the ground and the rest of it soon following. The grunt cursed and recalled it, avoiding a powerful stomp that cracked floorboards where it had just been. The ground type turned his full attention to Coughing, who looked a little more nervous than it had been. Scorch saw an opportunity and took it, springing off of Rhydon's tail to launch herself in the air. Magnemite groaned, floating away, but Scorch managed to get her fangs onto one of its exposed nails. Electricity pumped through her veins but she managed to drag it to the ground. Shaking slightly from the temporary paralysis, she fought past it and released a powerful flamethrower into its side. Magnemite tried to float back into the air but fainted under the immense heat. Growlithe charged in, glowing with fighting-type energy. Scorch's chest swelled and she spat a glob of dark purple toxic directly in its face. It howled in pain, charge skidding to a stop as the poison assaulted its system. Wraith grinned, wide tongue emerging from his face to lick carefully up Arbok's hood. The snake froze, shivering, the paralysis taking quick effect. His grin widened to almost extend off his face, jagged fangs bared. He flew upward to stab his claws past its scales, leaking scarlet down its side even as it fell over. Coughing made a low shriek as Rhyhorn's horn stabbed into it, going clean in. It threw endless waves of smog at the ground type's face, but he ignored it, charging a shockwave. Electricity fried the poison type from the inside, forcing it to go limp against his horn. The grunts recalled their Pokémon, turning as if to run. At Ash's silent look, however, they never got the chance. Wraith lunged out forward with his eyes already glowing magenta. One of the grunts got the chance to lurch backward before passing out. His team looked back at him, obvious expressions of pride on their faces. Scorch deactivated flash fire with a yip, still occasionally twitching from the electricity. Wraith reformed his squashed hand, reaching up to guide the leftover poisonous gases from coughing away from Rhyhorn's face. The ground type rumbled in thanks. Ash frowned as he dug through his bag. If it was a member of the Drowsy line doing it, he could trust that the humans would be out for at least a day or more. But Wraith was a ghost type, and any psychic moves he used were weakened by his very aura, not even to mention the strange energies around. He wanted to make absolutely sure they couldn't just run away if they woke up before he contacted the League. While he had used his survival rope on the woman outside, he did have a roll of biodegradable twine for certain circumstances. It was just long enough to tie the two men's wrists to each other and then to their ankles, preventing them from moving in a coordinated manner. He straightened, satisfied. That had been almost fun to do. Ash looked around and cursed. The drywall steamed with the mist acid, scorch marks torn into the faux wood floor. Several vaguely graveler-shaped holes were pounded through the plaster, and only Wraith's concentration was keeping the ball of blue-purple gases in the corner from infecting all of them. "Let's keep going, guys," he said, shouldering his bag again and avoiding the holes in the ground. I doubt that went unheard. Rhyhorn growled but let himself be recalled, the ground groaning as his weight disappeared. Wraith disappeared back into his shadow, shaking blood off of his claws, and Scorch came back to his side. Around the corridor, there was another wall, mostly taken up by an enormous metal door. It was the same material as the trapdoor, a keypad on one side. Ash frowned, but it didn't take him too long to guess at its meaning. The woman outside, Wendy, and the two men were probably guards, and the door might have been another safety precaution in case someone got in. A keycard sensor blinked softly on the side. Ash went back to the men he had tied up, carefully searching around their pockets. He found a keycard in one of their pockets, the one that had had the 3 Pokémon. It was an off-white, no text or design on it except for the black line to be scanned and a small red dot in the upper color. He swiped it through the sensor. There was a moment of hesitation before it blinked green, the door beginning to hiss open. Scorch tensed, ready for anyone on the other side. No one. It was a wide hallway, marked with doors on each side. Several of them had card sensors, but the majority didn't. The same warm drywall, wooden floor paneling, almost homely feeling. A shiver crept up his spine. He went up to the first room, one without a sensor. Though he didn't want to check every room, he still wanted to see what was in them. Holding his Pokédex up, he peeked through the narrow window in the wood surface. A sitting room. Ash wouldn't lie. He hadn't really been expecting that. Though he knew, in the rational side of his brain, that Team Rocket members had to do something other than standing guard all the time, a sitting room seemed far too normal for that. 3 couches in a triangle to face each other, a coffee table in the middle. The walls in here were painted a light green, accented by the couch cushions. If he had seen this in a house in Pallet Town, he would have thought it was a perfectly normal room. He moved on quickly. There hadn't been anyone or much of anything inside there, and he wanted to get onto the more dangerous areas. Before he could get to the next room, however, Wraith rose fully out of his shadow with a frown on his face. The ghost bared his fangs, reaching forward. He prodded at the air much like Karma had when they first teleported, claws scratching even as his body turned to ash. The shadow in his mind flared upward, back to the level he was used to. It scratched at his consciousness after the time PRD he had had where it wasn't there, but he got used to it after a second. The aura. Wraith shuffled his spines in a manner similar to a shrug. So it's weaker, and you're able to communicate with me again. A shake of his head. Ash frowned. Wraith bared his fangs, trying to find the words. His eyes sparked. He reached forward, poking light at Ash's chest. It took Ash a moment. It's interacting with you. This one earned a nod. Good or bad? Wraith paused, claws flickering temporarily with ghostly energy as he reached back. After another second, he tilted his hands upward in his mockery of a shrug. Ash didn't know what to think about that, but he didn't want to lose the opportunity of Wraith's increased abilities. Border check. Anyone near us? Wraith rolled his eyes, baring jagged fangs, but he did extend out his consciousness, searching for the tendril of life he used to have. Within a minute, he nodded, pulling one of his hands out of the close orbit of his body to point down the hall, then jerked left. Scorch narrowed her eyes in the direction, tails flicking above her head, but she stayed by Ash's side. He touched the top of her head. Not for a while. All right. Ash nodded his head. Let's keep going then, maybe there's something we need to know about. He frowned at the sitting room and slid to the next one. His Pokédex whirred as he stepped forward, focusing as quickly as it could in Ash's shaky hands. The next, across the hall, was some sort of kitchen. Basic appliances, multiple tables for people to eat at, and a large pantry. Ash didn't see anyone in the room, but he didn't look too hard. He still didn't like the normalcy of the whole thing. A woman was sitting inside the third. She was reading a book, a cup of something on the table next to her. Wraith phased through walls, dropped from the ceiling, and knocked her out fast. The haunter hissed, flexing his claws, but didn't attack anymore. He was just as ready as Ash to get to the heart of the base. The fourth room was empty. The next room had a keycard sensor, but one with a different color, orange, than the keycard he had. Ash didn't know whether it would set off an alarm, so he didn't try it. But before he could walk past the room and check the others, Scorch stiffened. Ash frowned, had she sensed something? And turned slowly. Wraith hissed, claws rising, but there was nothing. He looked down at the fire type, only to see her mouth falling open and beginning to pant hungrily. Every one of her tails were fully extended, heat escaping from the tips and her gray-black eyes fixed on a door. His own gaze slid toward the surface, careful to step slightly away from her. She was releasing more heat than usual. There wasn't a window in this door, just a solid metal rectangle in the wall. Ash frowned, pressing the backside of his hand against the door. It wasn't hot, or anything like that, but it was locked. Wraith. The ghost turned to him, bloody eyes narrowed. Can you get inside and unlock it? He hissed, hands tilted, before abruptly fading out. Wraith took a few seconds to figure out how to work the latch, but then the door was sliding open, the keycard chirping once before going back to its silent glow. Wraith floated outside the room, corporal once again and with a narrowed expression. Holding his Pokédex up, he inched into the room. It was a storage room of some type, barely larger than a Pokémon Center's room. Half a dozen boxes were laying over the ground, creating a perimeter around the room. They were all well organized, pieces of paper attached to the outside and an empty table in the middle of the room. Ash walked to the first one, followed by an almost frantic Scorch. Wraith hissed from outside, but he didn't go back in. The ghost's pupils kept flicking out of sync, keeping watch down the hallway. The top of the box was off, neatly propped up on the wall behind it, and he was able to see it in its entirety. On the package was a label saying flare, or something similar, but it was what was inside that caught his attention. In neat, individually wrapped packages, there was a collection of smooth glass stones that burned with an inner heat. Fierce reds and oranges and yellows, all contained by what he knew to be sand melted to make glass. Fire stones. Scorch opened her mouth to howl at them, but Ash was faster and snapped a hand over her muzzle. He retreated it instantly, palms smarting from the heat, but she clicked it close and didn't make another sound. It was obvious by her eyes alone how much she wanted to jump into the box and absorb the power from every single one of them. More boxes lined the room, and he could see blue and yellow and white stones inside all of them, the tops removed presumably to check their contents. How could Gideon have gotten all of these stones? They were beyond rare in Kanto, and there looked to be at least a dozen in this box alone. Something clicked in the back of his mind, and he raised his Pokédex, focusing in on the fire stones. He could have sworn they were flashing in the stable light of the room. Scorch whined again, rearing up and pawing at the air. Her eyes burned with the light of her inner flame. Ash snapped his hand into the container, fingers wrapping around one of the fire stones. The cloth bag it was in did almost nothing to protect his hand from the heat, but he managed to rip his backpack off and shove it in. Scorch barked, reaching forward, but Ash shushed her again. "Not now," he said. "After. We'll find Gideon and then I'll let you have it." That seemed to snap her out of the strange, worship-like state she had been in beforehand. Shooting one look back at the room of evolution stones, Ash ran back out, followed by Scorch, and carefully closed the door behind him. His Pokédex whirred as he aimed it back at the hallway, trying in vain to focus on Wraith's form. Both of them looked at him. Ash was well aware what he had done was illegal. Evolution stones beside water stones were rare on the best of days and he had just taken one. But it was Team Rocket. He wasn't exactly like stealing from some collector. Team Rocket had probably stolen them, too. Ash winced as he realized he had just compared himself to Team Rocket. Shoving away the comparison, he focused back on the hallway. "Time to go, guys. Let's keep it up. I haven't seen any sign of an alarm yet, and I want to keep it that way." He received an affirming bark and hiss, though Scorch's attention was clearly elsewhere. Giving one last look at the room, he moved onward. Wraith sensed 3 more groups of Team Rocket members in various rooms, 2 of which were on guard. He was able to knock them out from the shadows before they could even sense him. There was one man, an angry spitting man who had punched at Wraith even as the Haunter knocked him out. His fist hadn't gotten anywhere close by the time the hypnosis took hold, but Ash thought he could still hear the man's angry swears. Ash was completely out of rope, but he did have clothes. Lots of them. So he rolled his shirts and pants as tightly as he could and tied their wrists and ankles together. By the time he finished, his bag was almost completely empty. He hoped he could get his clothing back at the end of this. The hallway was long, but most of the rooms were empty of people. 2 more storage rooms, this time with racks of pokeballs. Everything was worryingly organized, each was split into evolved and unevolved Pokemon, separated by types, and had a little plaque in front of it with the Pokemon names on it. There were easily more than 100 in each room. Ash was shaking by the time he finished recording it all. There only seemed to be 3 groups on guard, at least that he had found so far. He couldn't exactly ask them, as Wraith's hypnosis was getting weaker and weaker. From what he could guess from Wraith's miming, the aura was getting stronger. Wraith had hunched over, spines drooping, from the pressure. He was acting stranger than normal. Ash reached the end of the wide hallway and turned left, coming face to face with a room. And Gideon. The man looked just as he remembered him, dark hair, almost blue in the light, in gray and black clothing. A dark leather vest, a pokeball belt around his waist with a few spheres, and a leather thong with a single ultra ball, a sharp contrast from the yellow and the black. He grinned at Ash, standing casually with his hands in his pocket. Scorch barked, tails flicking upward, and settled into a battle stance. Wraith stayed silent, a blank expression on his face. Ash took a moment's glance around the room, large, spacious, seemingly some sort of formal dining room. Walking through this DMN base had been like going into a house. It was clear they had built the thing to live there for long PRDS of time. In the back, a computer blinked with a cheerful message sent. Screen, though he couldn't see anything else on it. The man shifted his weight, leaning on one of the high-backed chairs. The grin on his face stayed the same, wide and almost inviting. Gideon Jobane. Ash felt something between a scowl and a snarl build on his face, twisting his features into anger. He let it. Moving carefully, he shut off his Pokédex and slipped it onto his waist. While he would like to record a confession from the man himself, he couldn't have the thing in his hands if he needed to command his team in battles. He balled his fists. Wraith's claws extended further, but the Haunter stayed floating next to him, bloody eyes narrowed. Ash's nails bit into his palm. Ash Ketchum, he responded, almost playfully. So you do remember me. He just glared back, fingers over his belt. I won't lie, I hadn't quite expected you to be the one to find my base, Gideon sighed, pushing his hair back in such a human gesture. The grin appeared back on his face. Viperlby said. He refused to believe that anyone but the League could find it. I'm reporting you to the League, Ash said, a growl entering his voice. Gideon had hundreds of Pokémon here in his base, had maybe attacked the SS and had helped kill Will. The champion would lock him away to never see the light of day again. You're going to prison. Gideon shrugged, still casual. His eyes drifted over to Scorch, who growled. Your Vulpix is quite strong for its size, he noted, giving an appreciative nod. 6 tails, too, if you join us, I could give you a choice of the highest quality fire stones available anywhere. Ash stiffened. What? Join us. Gideon grinned at him as if it was a casual conversation despite the topic he was speaking about. Most of us stay underground as you get higher in the team, but there are plenty of jobs that let you travel around and collect badges in order to compete in the conference. In fact, we've already gotten a fair amount of trainers from your year. We might even have some of your friends. You're Team Rocket. Ash enforced the bite in his voice. You kill and murder people and Pokémon for your own gain. Gideon flapped his hand, a wan smile on his face. What group can be formed under nothing but fear and hate and anger? We came together because of a similar goal. Pokémon are lesser than humans, but that does not mean they are worthless or to be treated like scum. He sighed. I'm afraid you've seen the worst of us so far. We are much like the Indigo League, we are not an angry people, but you see the side that the public is shown. For the League, the side that is shown is one of compassion and trust. For us, it is violence and fear-mongering. What the hell do you mean, aside? Ash demanded. Then what do you have to say for the attack on Viridian? On the base you had stationed there? And who attacked first? Gideon's voice was frustratingly calm as he corrected Ash, fingers splayed to show his open innocence. If I recall correctly, it was your Lieutenant Surge and Officer Jenny who attacked our base. Will? The man laughed. If you'll notice, Ash, that news report never said who killed Will. Someone with my name was reported as helping the killer, but being an Elite Four means getting enemies. Hundreds of people in Kanto alone were very happy to hear of his death, and I was not one of them. What would we have to gain from killing Will? He protects Indigo from other regions. The abuse mills. Killing trainers. Every awful thing you've done to get your hands on Pokémon. What about all of the Geodude in Mount Moon? Or all the drags and mental mind blocks on your Pokémon? Gideon's eyes narrowed. And how would you know about that? Ash jerked his head. Wraith's strange, jagged silhouette rose higher, but it was sluggish. His hiss echoed around the room. Gideon's expression cleared. Ah. One of ours, I assume. Not anymore, Ash spat. Your words won't work on me. Team Rocket is a criminal organization and needs to be shut down. Such parroted words. The man sighed again. Why don't you ask him? Ash was momentarily confused until Gideon gestured to Wraith. The Haunter made his bloody eyes make contact with Ash's, still drooping with supposed tiredness. Ash frowned. The hypnosises he had used wouldn't have taken that much from him energy-wise, but he was reacting similarly to how he had when fighting Koga's Beedrill. Why would? Scorch jerked to attention, pointed her tails at Wraith, and released a powerful heat wave. The Haunter immediately imploded, violet gases escaping upward before beginning to gather. Gideon frowned, hand rising to his Ultra Ball, but the ghost reformed, shrieked, and dove for the man. Something dropped from the ceiling and spat a wave of darkness. Wraith instinctually blinked out of his corporal form. Ash felt a soft breeze and then the Haunter appeared by his side, mouth extended horribly wide and snarling. He was furious, all traces of sluggishness gone. The Pokémon on the ground chittered softly, clicking tiny claws together. It was mostly dark purple, only a few feet tall, and covered in leathery skin. Gleaming white-silver eyes peered from its angular head, jagged teeth releasing a cackle, ears twitching. A Sableye, dark and ghost type. It breathed out a puff of dark energy, which quickly faded into the ambience of the room. Ash could see where it had been hanging, there was a series of claw marks all over the walls of the room. Gideon sighed, a grin playing over his lips. Ah, Sableye's efforts did not go unnoticed. The dark type giggled, releasing a new wave of energy with every breath. It seemed he had found the answer behind the strange aura. In my defense, I did not tell her to influence your Haunter, he explained, brushing his hair back. She has a more mischievous side than my other Pokémon, and her every breath releases her energy to mark her territory. But your Vulpix is very perceptive. Recall your Pokémon, Gideon, or I will defeat them. You are going to the League. Ash's voice was tight. Wraith was a barely contained force of fury beside him, Sableye's aura fully pushed from his mind. Scorch wasn't much better. Well, if I suppose I cannot convince you now, I can always try later, in a much more agreeing situation. A vicious split his face, a far cry from the controlled emotions he had been showing earlier. Sableye glanced up at him, a grin splitting her features. In a split second, he had turned and ran out of the room. Sableye darted after him, much faster than he would have given her credit. Ash gaped, but Wraith reacted. A dark pulse was charged and flung across the room, exploding against the doorframe a second after Gideon disappeared through it. Drywall shattered and flew everywhere, but then Ash and Scorch were running, Wraith leading the way as he burst through the wall as if it was nothing. More drywall fell to the ground. He barely saw the tail end of Gideon's foot as the man ran to the right, and he quickly gave chase. Wraith was the fastest, but Scorch was right behind him, and Ash was the one lagging behind. But when he sprinted into the room that Gideon had gone into, he was stopped short. An enormous room, one carved into the ground above to be nearly 30 feet tall. It had to be exposed to the air above, but the ceiling was still covered. It was the biggest room he had seen so far, the size of a regular gym, maybe even bigger. Panels lined the walls, covered in different colored buttons and levers. The room was done entirely in concrete, from the ceiling to the floor. In it was a cage. Taking up nearly all of the room, enormous bars made of some sort of metal twisted in an intricate spider web design that had the center pulled down. The only breaks were two doors on either side and a wall of strange, black rooms, looking almost like storage compartments. Each could open directly into the cage. The whole thing caged in the center of the room, and where Gideon was. The man grinned, idly scratching at Sableye, who was perched on his shoulder. Wraith wasted no time. He flew right after Gideon, passing through the narrow doorway and exploding toward him. The man simply grinned and clicked his fingers. Sableye hissed, the gem in her chest gleaming even brighter, and released a powerful wave of energy. Ash didn't recognize that it was a move, just a regular attack, but Wraith still dropped to avoid it, spines flattening. Both Ash and Scorch were forced to sprint to avoid the dark energy. Wraith hissed and made a move to attack back, but Ash tried to get control. Wraith, back to me. Wait for it, bud. Not yet. Be smart, Ash pleaded to the shadow in his mind. Though there wasn't a response, Wraith slowly pulled himself to a stop, jagged claws grinding against each other. His glare was split evenly for Gideon and Sableye. Gideon, in an almost mocking manner, reached up and clicked the release on his Ultra Ball. A Rapidash emerged, fierce and powerful. Ash recognized it as the fire type from his meeting in Viridian. It was obvious that Rapidash knew the room it was in. Its mane flared to double the size when it caught sight of the twisted metal bars, but it stayed protectively in front of Gideon, ears twitching constantly. This is the training facility, Gideon said, spreading his arms. Cage fights are surprisingly motivating for Pokémon. Everyone higher than a grunt in Team Rocket has fought her, though the grunts haven't earned that right yet. Ash stalked closer, shoulders bristling. From what he knew, Gideon liked to brag, to build up a story. If he could just keep the man talking, he could release Rhydon and have him crush the Sableye. Viper entrusted me with 2 of his Pokémon ever since they were defeated in the Vermilion Raid, Gideon said conversationally. I was told to train them to new levels, to new heights, what this very room was built for. I suppose we should see how successful I've been. Rapidash whinnied on a symbol from Gideon, jerking forward to engage with Wraith. The ghost hissed, blinking out of existence to dodge the flaming horn only to reappear a second later, raking his claws over its thick fur. It turned in a second, letting its mane flare to bigger to burn Wraith's side. He hissed, dropping to the ground to slice at its legs. Scorch threw herself forward, flash fire flaring to life and quick attack blurring her movements. Sableye chittered, breathing out an immense wave of dark energy. Wraith flinched, letting Rapidash stab at him with its horn. Scorch roared, distracting it for just enough to strike its side with Iron Tail. Gideon ran backward just as Ash noticed him, Sableye at his heels, jerking open the other entrance to the cage and escaping. He barely seemed to acknowledge the fight between his Pokémon and others in the cage, circling toward a board sticking out of the wall near the cage. It was protected by a clear protective casing, but he shoved it aside and grinned mockingly at Ash. He held his fingers over the multicolored circles. Ash had just realized that the buttons over the cage might be less than optimal when Gideon slammed his hand down. Numerous clicks rang through the air. The first cage let loose a shrieking groan as the button was pressed, beginning to slide open. Gideon let out a wild laugh, honest emotion flickering over his face. Smoke began to pour out from the bottom of the gate. It was thick and fierce, covering the ground of the cage in a few seconds. From what he could see, it was probably a buildup of smokescreen, though from how long he had no idea. Rapidash let out a fierce whinny before being recalled, disappearing through the bars only to appear right next to Gideon once again, bleeding in multiple places from Wraith's claws. The Haunter and Vulpix weren't distracted by their lack of a foe for very long. More cages opened as well, mainly the smaller ones, and they opened much faster. The smallest, a mere foot by a foot, was empty. So was the next. The third was a tiny, terrified Weepinbell, who pressed itself further into its cage and didn't so much as move a leaf. One of the larger ones, right next to the biggest, stayed closer, but he could hear rattling from inside. Ash cursed. The smoke over the ground thickened, hissing like an arbok as it escaped. The enormous cage opened steadily, smoke emerging like a storm. My boss has a psychic that knows what they're doing, Gideon conversationally, safe behind the twisting bars of metal. Rapidash brayed from beside him, pawing at the concrete below. Sableye cackled. You'll be a welcome addition to Team Rocket. Your team as well. I'd ask you to recall them when they're knocked out to prevent further damage, but I imagine you'll have your hands full. His grin was jagged. The cage was half open, smoke still pouring out. Ash dimly became aware of a light in the back of the cage, flickering and occasionally going black as it was blocked by some sort of massive form. His mind flashed back to Vermilion, to a hazy room filled with shadowed energy and fire. There had been one creature, one Pokémon that refused to go down, one filled with rage and anger and power. One belonging to Viper. Charizard. He screamed, jerking both Scorch and Wraith's attention to him. Get back. Ash scrambled at his waist as the door opened further, thumping footsteps echoing from the cage that pounded their way into his bones. Gideon cackled even as he released his team, flashes of scarlet permeating the smoky haze. Rhydon immediately took notice of the threat, roaring orders to the rest of his kin as he lumbered to a position in the front. Tide slid forward to match him, Wraith on the opposite side. Rhydon's bellow echoed through the cage, and suddenly everything was silent. The Charizard inside the cage stopped moving, seemingly listening to what was going on. With a final click, the cage door opened fully, ending at nearly 10 feet off the ground. There was silence, smoke still trickling into the air and removing almost everything from Ash's vision of the other side of the room except for Tail Flame, still bright against the dark. Rhydon rumbled, spinning his horn. A blast of blue fire so hot it burnt the hair off of Ash's arms burst through the cage doors, catching Rhydon square the chest. The ground tail roared in pain, pushing back a dozen feet, but then Charizard was bellowing back, lit up by the light of its flamethrower. 9 feet tall, maybe 10. Enormous, red-blue wings double that, gleaming claws. The fire that burned on the tip of its tail was nearly the size of Ash's torso, armed with a solid white core. Fierce blue flames roared through the air, burning away the smoke as if it was nothing. Within seconds, it was like the cage was clear again, just in time for Ash to see Charizard barrel out of its crate and slam directly into Tide. The Celio was thrown backward, caterwauling as he went flying. Charizard barely seemed to notice him, charging toward Rhydon as it was. The ground type roared, slamming his tail into the ground to brace himself to meet the charge, his horn lowered and claws outstretched. He was nearly 3 feet shorter than Rhydon, but when they met, neither was able to push each other. Wraith hissed, flying up. He shrunk his body easily to fit through the bars of the cage, but before he could do anything, there was movement from Gideon's side. Sableye had grabbed onto the cage, tiny claws finding numerous holes in order to scamper up the side. Wraith had only just emerged by the time the dark type was there, forcing him back with more waves of energy. The Haunter howled his anger, reaching forward with jagged claws, but Sableye disintegrated them with dark strikes of her own paws. He retreated, spine stabbing upward in his rage. But he understood that Charizard was the threat now. Gideon, and Sableye, were for once he had defeated the fire type. Wraith dropped like a stone, claws digging into the scales at the back of Charizard's head. The fire type tossed its head irritably, exploding one of them on its horns. Wraith reformed it, only to blink out of existence a moment before Charizard lunged backward to avoid a hit from Rhydon and passed right through where he had been. Tide reared up, a bruise covering his chest. His body flashed white as he activated Ice Ball for extra protection, for crystallizing over. After a second, he fired a powerful Aurora Beam, hitting Charizard across the back. It melted almost immediately. Karma created a wall of Psybeams around her, but Ash didn't have time to look at them hit. He swerved out of the way of a charging Scorch in order to get farther back. Charizard's sheer presence was painfully hot, every movement of its tail flame inflaming the air. Gale shrieked in the distance, and Ash forced himself to turn around to see the battle. The Fiero glowed with the energy of Aerial Ace, flashing temporarily pink as he activated agility to try and speed himself up that much. Charizard roared as Gale landed a solid hit over its back, cracking scales, but Gale managed to get his talons underneath him and flap away before Charizard's Mega Punch split the air where he had just been. Karma hissed, the sound breaking through the stain in his mind, and a blur of psychic energy appeared around Charizard's mouth. Its eyes went wide, temporarily pulled out of its fight with Rhydon. With a roar, the ground type punched the ground, sending a spike of concrete jerking upward to slam into Charizard's chest. Ash frowned. That wasn't earth power. It almost looked like Stone Edge, a powerful rock attack. Charizard flared its wings out, the edges glowing white-blue, and batted tied back even as the Celio slid forward. The Ice-type barked angrily, spitting brine. He had quickly realized that ice moves did nothing but evaporate near the Fire-type's presence. Charizard twitched as it felt the water, mouth still sealed shut. It glared darkly, managing to crack its jaw open the barest of an inch. In an instant, a torrent of flames exploded outward. Karma's barrier shattered instantly as the pure blue fire roared over the battlefield, forcing Wraith to go intangible again and Gale to swerve out of the way. Charizard bellowed its victory, returning to its pummeling of Rhydon. The two were hammering at each other. Punches rained down on their respective armor, seemingly unending. Charizard seemed content to keep that up forever, ignoring the other attacks from Ash's Pokémon, but Gideon shouted something Ash couldn't hear. A gleam appeared in the Fire-type's black eyes. It stopped its punches for a split second to fire a point-blank flamethrower in Rhydon's face. Blue fire roared over Stone Keratin, burning it no matter the type advantage. Charizard bellowed in fierce pride, spinning around to slam into Rhydon with its enormous tail. Blinded by the flames, Rhydon went flying. He hit the metal bars of the cage with a crack like rolling thunder. Gale tried to cover the sudden gap in their attacking routine, darting in front of Charizard with a piercing shriek. Charizard growled, reaching forward with its enormous claws, and Gale only barely managed to activate Steel Wing in order to avoid a worse injury as he was batted out of the air. They needed a distraction for Rhydon to get back up. Wraith. The ghost dropped from where he was shielding Karma was a particularly powerful spray of flames, lunging forward with his claws lengthening. Charizard roared, teeth glowing, but Wraith blinked out an instant before the fire fong crunched into the air where he had been. The next second he was there again, launching 3 dark pulses into the Fire-type's face. Charizard's head snapped to the side, eyes going wide in shock. It opened its mouth to roar when Wraith flung his hand forward and sniped another dark pulse directly down its throat. The Fire-type bellowed, clawing at its throat. Blood welled from beneath its claws, but it barely seemed to notice, spitting out a plume of black-tinted flames that roared over the ceiling. Its eyes narrowed in on Wraith. It roared, wings fully extending to block Ash's view of anything beyond him and the ghost type. Charizard inhaled enough Ash could see its chest rise and then let loose the biggest flamethrower Ash had ever seen. There was nothing aimed about it, Charizard merely twisted its head in every direction, blazing the sky above. In seconds, all Ash could see was blue. Instincts took over. Ash sprinted backward until his back was against the bars, cold metal stinging the heat from his skin even as the flamethrower torched the air in front of him. Charizard kept up the attack for nearly a minute, but it mainly focused its attack on the Pokémon close to him. If he hadn't gotten away in the time he did, there wouldn't be much left of him. When the flames faded, leaving only a blackened ground and tired opponents, Ash could finally see what became of his Pokémon. Gale, Scorch, and Tide were huddled together, hidden behind the largest of Karma's shields yet. Her psionic bubble was deflated, pushing her close to the ground, but she had obviously gotten it up and kept it up through the entire fire attack. Ash kind of doubted it had been a flamethrower. Wraith was hidden near the ceiling, unable to escape the cage because of Sableye's aura, but his incorporeal form only exhausting him further. Rhydon tiredly pushed himself off the ground, more black than gray. But still he turned to face Charizard, roaring a challenge. He was met with a bellow and a charge. A sound came from beside Ash. Tearing his eyes off of Rhydon, he looked down to see a Bulbasaur. The grass type was tiny, incredibly so, but it growled at him without fear nor care, limbs tucked beneath it in a battle stance. One lone vine emerged from its shrunken bulb, curled over its head. Its expression showed nothing but anger. Behind it was more Pokémon. The Weepinbell, a Pidgeotto holding its left wing awkwardly, and an Oddish. All looked far more scared of Ash than he was of them, tucked as far away from the battle going on in the center of the cage. They must have been trapped in the cages, but why weren't they with the other Pokeballs in the base? The Bulbasaur seemed less scared and more set off. It growled again at him, twitching its vine like it was 2 seconds from striking him. Ash forced himself to look away fully from his friends and focus on the grass type beside him. It lasted all of a heartbeat. A crash and pained roar split the air, and Ash immediately turned. Rhyhorn was on his back, thrashing like a turned Squirtle, and couldn't seem to get up. Gale had to move in closer to distract Charizard, wings shining a fierce silver as he dove quickly. His beak speared one of its wings, but the fire type barely seemed to notice, immediately whipping around and reaching for the avian. Gale shrieked and took back to the skies, clumsily trying to avoid it in the narrow space he was in. He couldn't dodge in the cage, without an actual ceiling to use. Bulbasaur growled again, its vine striking his chest. It forced the air from his lungs. He doubled over, gasping, but the grass type just growled. His gaze flicked up as he tried to regain his breath. It jabbed at the door. "I don't have a key," he tried, hands splayed. Bulbasaur snarled, baring short fangs. Ash twisted around as best he could, staring at the opposite side of the latch. It was a bar latch, protected by a keyhole. While it wouldn't stop a solid charge from Rhyhorn, it would stop most else. Bulbasaur growled, and the vine caught him over his ribs. His breath hissed out, thick and painful, but he could understand where it was coming from and tried not to feel angry. His heart ran too fast in his chest. "Give me a second, please." The ragtag, terrified group of Pokémon were under Gideon's control, locked in cages and forced to fight in order to train other Pokémon. They needed to escape, but Ash knew Gideon wouldn't just let them until Ash and his team were unconscious. Rhyhorn rumbled, trying to drag himself up to his feet in order to get back into the fray. Ash shut his eyes for a second to breathe. He had come here to help free Pokémon. His friends could handle themselves for a second. With the click of a button, Rhyhorn turned into a burst of scarlet mist. Karma immediately flashed forward, trying to cover the break in their attacking team, but she didn't have the bulk needed. Charizard took ruthless advantage of it, blasting an enormous flamethrower toward the Kadabra. She raised a wide shield to block it, reinforcing it twice even during the attack, shine melting in her grip. Tide threw wave after wave of brine at the fire-type's undefended back. Charizard roared in annoyance, looking over its shoulder and flaring its wings. The Celio was struck by the thick membrane, pushed back a few inches, but before he could attack back, Charizard snapped its wings back together and flicked its tail. Tide was sent rolling as the flame on the end burned his face, barking furiously. Ash released his starter in front of the gate, where he appeared standing up. The ground type roared, made to charge at Charizard, but Ash kicked at his stomach until he finally slowed enough to look at his trainer. His scarlet eyes were almost feral. Electricity crackled inhibited over his horn and flames broiled in his mouth, but he was calm enough for Ash to give a command. "Break the gate down." He could barely force the words out. Rhyhorn rumbled, turned, and ran. The metal bars groaned under his attack, but they didn't break. Ash frowned, opening his mouth, but Rhyhorn was far ahead of him. Spinning his horn the fastest it had ever gone, he jabbed it into the latch. There was a crack like thunder and the entire bar exploded, bursting outward in a wave of shrapnel. Rhyhorn ripped his head backward, a chunk of metal still attached above his head. He growled and spun his horn again, tearing through the last piece and throwing it to the ground, before he turned and kicked at the shattered latch. With a bang, the door popped open. Charizard narrowed in on the ground type, roared, and kicked off the metal bars of the cage. It flew forward, throwing Gale off with a glowing wing, and slammed into the ground type. Ash fell to the ground, the wind Charizard had created throwing him back. He tried to scramble back, but he was already pressed against the metal bars. The heat scorched his skin, burning the hairs on his arm as he tried to shield his face and peeling his skin. Rhyhorn roared in agony as Charizard fired a blast of blue-green energy, Dragon Rage, scoring a clean hit across Rhyhorn's face. Stone Keratin armor cracked even as he launched a powerful shock wave into Charizard's chest, spreading instantly to its wings. A wildly fired flamethrower exploded only a dozen feet from Ash's head, throwing him to the side from the explosion with the bars. Ears ringing, he could just barely make out the shriek of pain from his side. The Pidgeotto's injured wing was on fire. It desperately tried to move it to put the flames out, but it was obviously in some way broken and it could only flap it limply. Bulbasaur sprung into action, smothering the fire with its own vine, ignoring the black spreading over the green. The group of them huddled closer together, Bulbasaur taking up position in front. But they couldn't escape. Rhydon and Charizard's fight was happening directly in front of the door. "Rhydon!" he shouted as best he could. "Get the fight back to the others, get away from the door." His throat burned. The ground type roared, multiple cracks present over his body from Charizard's attacks. He stomped on the ground, the concrete buckling beneath him. In a JRK, he shot upward, dodging Charizard's fist, and flew over its head toward where the others were. He landed heavily on the ground, partially sunken into the ground because of his weight. His impromptu flee from the up-close battle had injured him even more. But now that Charizard wasn't so close to Rhydon that his teammates could attack again without worrying about hitting the ground type. Tide blasted it with brine, though Charizard's tail flame was so powerful it just evaporated the spray before it could get close. The distraction worked well as Wraith sprang out of Gale's shadow, slamming 2 shadow punches into Charizard's chest before going intangible just as a dragon claw cleaved through where he had been. Scorch's flash fire flared to a painful, white-hot life, and she absorbed a partial edge of a flamethrower before it could hit Karma, allowing her to hit Charizard with a fluctuating rainbow of a Psybeam. The door creaked open, metal bars crunching against each other. He could see Bulbasaur started to herd its group toward the opening, but Ash distantly heard a loud cackle and then the skitter of claws on metal. Wraith! Distract Sableye! The dark type had only made it halfway over the cage when 2 hands grabbed at her hind legs. She jerked in surprise, turning to slash at them with glowing claws, but a well-aimed dark pulse exploded underneath her and threw her off the cage. She hit the ground with a crack, whining, but before she could go to attack the open door, Gideon shouted for her back. With a hiss, she slunk back over to him, raising a protect to shield him. The door was clear. A Psybeam exploded as a flamethrower caught it, bursting in a spray of multicolored light. Ash's sight left him, ears pounding from the sound, and he distantly felt his head hit the back of the cage. He slid to the ground, covering his eyes as pain split his skull. Ash was still gasping for breath when something wrapped around his arm. He jerked back, but the thing stayed around his wrist. When his eyes could adjust from the blasts of flame across the cage, he became aware of Bulbasaur trying to pull him out of the door. The rest of its group was already gone, and he could see the Oddish helping the Pidgeotto hobble out the door and disappear into the hallway. The Weepinbell was far gone. Bulbasaur growled, scarlet eyes flicking between him and the battle raging beyond. It tugged harder at its vine, forcing Ash to lurch to his feet. The grass type began walking to the door, dragging Ash behind in a manner similar to a leash. Scorch howled, spitting a fireball at Wraith. He easily dodged, but his attention was captured, and she yipped and barked her way through a plan. Wraith's bloody eyes narrowed before widening, a grin exposed jagged fangs. Carefully, he floated his hands closer to her, wrapping them around her midsection. Gale joined the plan, teaming up with Wraith's body to distract Charizard, Karma working overtime on shielding the more defenseless Wraith. The Vulpix was lifted into the air, winching as Wraith's jagged claws dug into her sides. But with another second, Wraith flung her forward, directly into Charizard's open left wing. It roared in surprise, only to thrash as Scorch laid all she had into the blue-black membrane, ripping at it with her claws and fangs. Slowly she began to slide down, though she got her claws in and dragged over a dozen slits into its wing. Karma flashed in, touched her tails, and teleported them both out a moment before Charizard launched an enormous flamethrower at where she had been. Flash fire or not, she didn't have a strong enough internal flame to handle fire power like that. Charizard bellowed in pain, wings snapping out in order to fend Gale off. But that didn't hide the enormous, gaping hole through one of them, Scorch's claws having dug directly through the membrane. Blood leaked to the ground, hot and scalding, but Charizard was past caring. But its pain gave Tide the opportunity to drench its entire form in a blast of brine, freezing it only a second later with Aurora Beam and Powder Snow. For the moment before Charizard cranked its body temperature back up, it started shivering. Gideon's face twisted. "Sheet, just lose already." An honest emotion beside casual indifference flashed across his face. Stepping closer to the wall, he began to bang on the board, the click of numerous buttons reaching Ash's ears. A low, grinding noise filled the room as something began moving. A furious bellow split the room, even above Charizard's roar of victory as it scored a hit across Rhydon's chest. The other cage, which hadn't been opened, shook fiercely, rattling in its position, before the door was forcibly shoved upward and a Tauros erupted from it. Ash cursed all the louder. Tauros bellowed again, not scanning the room for attacks before just running at the nearest moving form. It was taller than him by a foot, each twisting horn as long as his arm, and it didn't care who it attacked. Raging aggression and not much else. It was exactly how he remembered. More movement caught Ash's eyes. Gideon was standing behind Rapidash, who had a protect raised alongside Sableye. The draining skill must have been exhausting, but both of them bore it stonily, watching the battle carefully. Every time a flamethrower got too close, they raised the power behind it, letting the heat ripple of the protect. Ash had only made eye contact for a second before the man's face twisted, snapping his fingers fiercely. Rapidash whinnied, a conflicted look over its face, but then Gideon snapped his fingers again and turned toward the opening of the cage. Sableye hissed and skittered farther away, letting it pass. It jerked the door open with its horn and entered, staying to the edges. It never got closer to Charizard than it could, but the threat it posed was still there. It zeroed in on Ash's closest Pokémon, Tide, and started charging with fire flickering over its fur. Bulbasaur snarled low in its throat, yanking at Ash's arm hard enough to make him stumble. He started to pry at the vine, doing his best to avoid injuring it. "No, wait, Dash." It stopped, glaring up at him with scarlet eyes. He became aware of a thick, hideous burn over its bulb, taking up a good half of it. "My team. I've got to help them fight. Bulbasaur, get out of here. The door isn't open, but once I finish up here, I'll get it open and you can all escape." "I swear it," he said, eyes watering in the immense heat. "Please. I've got to help my team. Get out of here." Bulbasaur stared, ears twitching. With a growl, it yanked its vine back, turned, and charged toward Charizard. Ash jerked. His team jerked as Bulbasaur blew straight past them, raising its vine. Charizard's black eyes widened temporarily in surprise, only to flash with a burning flame Ash could describe. Hatred seemed to drip from the irises, emerging in vicious snarls. It raised its arm, glowing with the power of Mega Punch, and backhanded Rhydon. The already injured ground type fell over, roaring, only to have to abruptly turn and meet Tauros' charge with his claws, plates cracking under the enormous strength of the normal type. Bulbasaur hissed, a tiny thing only 2 feet tall glaring up at the 10-foot behemoth whose typing was designed to take it down. It snarled right back, glittering fangs exposed, before striking. In a flash, Bulbasaur's bulb snapped open and released a cloud of blue-white spores into the air. Charizard pulled up, wrenching back the broiling flames behind its jaw. It rose to its full height, carefully shuffling back to avoid the sleep powder. Ash narrowed his eyes even as he struggled forward. Why in the world would such a powerful Pokémon be scared of its natural prey's moves? Bulbasaur took to the offensive, running beneath the powder. Instead of outright attacking, it pulled its vine back into its bulb, only to shoot it out a second later, but it hadn't. Ash could see the difference between the two vines. While the first had looked just as any Bulbasaur's vine, if a little thin, this was blackened and short. If he had to guess, the top fourth had been burnt off, leaving a much less dexterous appendage. It whipped Charizard right across the face, forcing its head to the side. The fire type roared, feral instincts coming forward, and bit down on the offending vine with a mouth full of flames. Bulbasaur immediately began glowing. Charizard bellowed as Bulbasaur activated what had to be Giga Drain directly in its mouth, barely seeming fazed by the fire fawn on its vine. Thrashing, Charizard opened its mouth and grappled for the vine, managing to grab it and yank it out. Bulbasaur seemed to almost be glowing, so full of energy as it was, and it began running the second its vine had left Charizard's mouth. It ran underneath Charizard's right wing, the left still pressed firmly against its side, and released another cloud of spores. Charizard turned, smacking Wraith out of the way when the ghost couldn't go intangible fast enough. None of his other Pokémon seemed to know what to do. Ash needed to help Bulbasaur. Gale. Tide. Get on that Tauros, get it contained and don't let it get to the others. If it charges, stop it with Aurora Beam and then Gale, nail it from above. Karma, focus on the Rapidash. Everyone else, back on the Charizard, Scorch, focus on its wings, Wraith on its head from your height, and Rhyhorn dash, Ash stiffened. The ground type looked loyally at him, but his body didn't seem like it could follow. He had been going toe-to-toe with the monstrous Charizard for nearly the entire battle and then had taken a few of Tauros' charges straight to the chest. But he rumbled when Ash opened his mouth, spinning his horn and slamming his tail against the ground. The message was clear. He could still fight. Do what you can, bud. Try and keep it distracted enough to let Bulbasaur do its thing. All of you. Keep out of Bulbasaur's way. Only Gale had enough time for a shriek of approval before they were springing back into action, throwing their all into their assigned tasks. Bulbasaur had been busy while he had been talking. There was a solid cloud of poison powder surrounding Charizard, though none of it seemed able to penetrate its scales. It seemed less scared of the purple spores than the blue. Poison powder was heavier and couldn't float as high, and there didn't seem to be much fear that Charizard would breathe it in. It snarled, turning fruitlessly as it tried to track the desperately running Bulbasaur. The second the grass type saw other Pokémon coming back to the fight, it growled out a warning before sprinting out of the purple cloud it had created, silver claws scrabbling at the ground. Charizard zeroed in on it, great maw snapping open and released a blast of blue flame. In a flash, Bulbasaur had thrown itself to the side, released its burned vine, and pushed it into the flamethrower. When it pulled back, the top half of it was burning merrily, fiercely red and white against the green-black of its fuel. Bulbasaur circled around, having never stopped its run, and moved its vine forward. The flaming appendage hit the cloud of poison powder almost in slow motion. Ash barely had time to cover his face with his arm before an explosion roared through the cage. Stars popped in front of his eyes, a fierce ringing in his ears, and he could dimly feel concrete pressing against his back. Heat blasted above his face as Charizard shrieked, throwing flamethrowers in every direction as the explosion threw poison all over its body. Ash could feel the exact moment that his shirt caught fire. Tide! His shriek was hoarse, muffled, but the Celio heard the echoes and turned to him. Ash was writhing on the ground, trying to put out the flames crackling over his chest, but ambient heat of the air kept it going strong. A water gun threw him back onto the ground, soaking him through instantly, but the flames were put out. Ash gasped as he felt the pain over his chest. It burned in a way he hadn't felt before, thick and sharp. But it wasn't time to focus on that now. He dragged himself back to his feet, pressing one hand against the bars of the cage to regain his balance. Rhyhorn had pulled up more chunks of concrete, only having a moment to do so before he threw them at Charizard with a ferocity he didn't normally have. Charizard hit each away with Mega Punch, having to be focused on them. With every second of peace it had, it launched a flamethrower at the first moving target it could track, but Scorch was always there, absorbing the flames. Ash could barely see her anymore, just white-hot energy strkng around the battlefield, releasing endless waves of heat as she tried to alleviate the pressure within her own internal flame. Gale dove as best as he could in a cramped environment, only having enough space to spin 3 times before slamming into Tauros with the half-made drill peck. It was thrown back, only to be struck by another Aurora Beam, ice creeping over its back legs before it broke free with a bellow. The shadow in his mind flared to painful life as Wraith was blasted by an errant flamethrower, corporeal form instantly incinerated. He reformed as quickly as he could, ducking behind one of Karma's many shields as he tried to regain his energy. But after a second, he ran right back into the fray, charging 2 dark pulses before throwing them at the base of Charizard's neck. The beast's head snapped forward, giving Karma enough time to create a barrier a foot in front of its face. When it recovered and instinctually launched another flamethrower, the flames rebounded sharply into its face, blinding it further. A furious roar echoed through the cage. Ash coughed, smoke burning his lungs, but stood back to full attention the next second. He needed to end the battle in a different way. Karma. Get Gideon. Even from here, he could see the Team Rocket members' eyes widen. Oh no you don't, Gideon snarled, fierce anger covering his face. Rapid Ash, get the Kadabra. Karma had only a second of time before the fire type was barreling toward her, avoiding Tide's hastily launched water gun and stabbing its horn toward her midsection. She teleported, drips of silver sliding down her fur as she focused all of her power through her shine. Rapidash jabbed through a barrier she formed, fire crackling off of its mane and jumping toward Karma. She was forced to teleport again, firing a Psybeam as soon as she landed. Bulbasaur ran underneath Charizard's legs, reaching out with both of its vines. The fire type roared, nearly tripping, and spun around to claw at it. Bulbasaur snarled, glowing green and absorbing a second of energy from the fire type. Charizard flinched for just long enough to let it get away. Ash pressed one hand to his chest as if that could keep the burn down, standing fully and walking closer to the battle. As weakened as Charizard was, it wasn't defeated, but Scorch could now successfully absorb its flamethrowers and he felt safety getting close. It was time to finish this before any more of them got hurt. He needed another teammate, needed the other battles to end. Karma, use Psychic. The Kadabra's ears flattened at the name of the move. She was still unable to fully HRNSS, even without the dark aura produced by Sableye. But still, she held her shine up, creating a thin barrier that distracted Rapidash for the second she needed. Blue light flashed around the cage, sharp shadows striking the ground. Charizard paused for only a second to blast a flamethrower at the Kadabra, but Scorch rebounded off of Rhydon's chest in order to get high enough to absorb the attack, falling to the ground with a crack. Light shone through Karma's eyes and mouth, burning her from the inside out, before she released it in a blazing streak of light. Rapidash never stood a chance. It was thrown 30 feet back to hit the other side of the cage, horn cracking as it hit the metal bars. Karma sagged to the ground, limbs trembling. Gideon stared, open-mouthed in shock, as his prized fire type was defeated. His eyes narrowed, gaze pinning Ash like a dart. The boy glared right back, fists tight against his side. The man wouldn't accept no as an answer. Charizard. Fire blast. Charizard roared. Its eyes burned a fierce red, its tail flame decreasing slightly as it drew its power inside itself. Ash pressed fully against the cage. Fire blast in the hands of the already powerful Charizard would be devastating. He couldn't stop it. It pulled itself up, kicked Rhydon away, and released a torrent of pure white flames. The fire took the shape of a star almost, not lasting nearly as long as a flamethrower but infinitely more powerful. It roared toward Rhydon, burning brighter than the sun. A tiny figure kicked off the ground and took it. Scorch screamed. The entire fire blast was absorbed into her fur. She hit the ground with a crack and didn't move. Charizard snorted, turning back to Rhydon. It roared, chest puffing up as it made to launch another flamethrower. Ash choked. Scorch still wasn't moving, for blackening as her internal fire couldn't handle the attack it had just taken. She was burning. His hand fell to his waist. Her pokeball. A snarl split the room. Scorch ripped herself off of the ground, clutching one paw tight to her chest. She was glowing so bright Ash couldn't look at her, a spot of white yellow gold on this earth. Her tails flared upward, only visible by the heightening of her body. Charizard slammed into Rhydon's chest with a flaming fist before seemingly being distracted. Its eyes flashed in the reflected light as it saw Scorch. Ash dimly heard Gideon bellow a command. With an earth-shattering roar, a being her size shouldn't have the right to create, she released it all. A wall of fire, a perfect blue, exploded over the arena. Charizard barely had time to flare its wings to protect its face before the flames hit it, hiding its form behind the flaring boundary of heat. Ash cried out as he was torched, skin flaring up and peeling from the temperature, but nothing caught fire. The barrage lasted nearly a minute. Scorch collapsed the minute she was finished. Ash fumbled, grabbing her pokeball, only to almost drop it from the heat burning over the metal. Palm smarting, he clicked the button and jammed it back on his belt. Charizard emerged from the blast looking a bit like it had gotten in a fight with a volcano. With all the fire it had been spitting, including the enormous display from the beginning, it hadn't expected anything like all of that being thrown back in its face, and the hunched posture it held showed that. Ash shook off the pain of the heat and scrambled mentally. He reached for the shadow in his mind. Wraith responded, twitching it even as he fired a twisting nightshade at Charizard's horns. Though he knew Wraith couldn't talk to him as clearly or even at all like Karma, he could get his point across. Ash tried to think as loudly as he could, forming the plan on the go. Tail flame. Out. No fire attacks. Wraith's bloody eyes flicked downward to the behemoth's tail, thrashing about as if it was its own living thing. It had nearly caught Scorch half a dozen times, writhing as it was, and the fire on the tip was still the same burning white it had been before. Gale tucked in his wings and dove, gleaming with both aerial ace and steel wing. Charizard was barely able to dodge, but it did launch a flamethrower at his retreating back, catching the bottom of his tail feathers. Gale shrieked in pain, but he provided Rhydon enough time to start fighting again before having to go back to Tauros with Tide. Ash waved his arms until he got the Celio's attention. Aurora Beam. Rhydon took 2 hits, only sliding back a few feet, before returning with a powerful jab from his horn. Electricity crackled, jolting Charizard back. It roared in pain, wings snapping out as it focused completely on Rhydon. Now. Wraith dove like an avenging spirit, claws detaching from their usual orbit to race upward. Charizard bellowed as they covered in its eyes. It scratched at them, heedless of the damage done to itself, and kept bellowing. Wraith opened his mouth as wide as it could go and landed on the fire-type's tail. Charizard froze. Its tail flame would burn through most everything in the universe, as the source of its fire attacks, but Wraith was from somewhere else. As soon as the fire destroyed a part of him, he reformed it as fast as he could, even as the flames ate through the back of his mouth. Actual pain filtered through his connection to Ash, forcing the boy to flinch and clutch at his head, but the fire was going down. The fire type panicked. It flung itself around, reaching down with powerful claws glowing with blue-green energy, but Wraith saw it coming, prepared a dark pulse, and fired it directly in Charizard's face. It was pushed backward, momentarily distracted, and that gave Wraith the time he needed to detonate a shadow ball on its tail. As soon as the ghostly energy had faded, it was clear the tail had gone out. Charizard froze. The silence lasted only a second. Charizard screamed, trying to fire attacks but only managing bursts of air. It clawed at its throat, drawing blood, but nothing else came out. Rhydon growled, pulling himself up on shaking legs. He managed to avoid the fire-type's thrashing, ducking underneath a writhing wing. That allowed him to step forward, PP his fist back, and slam it directly into the underside of Charizard's jaw. The behemoth's black eyes widened in shock even as it toppled backward, wings beating the air. The second it landed, the earth exploded upward beneath it, tossing it 10 feet upward. When it slammed back down, it didn't rise again. Ash wanted to cheer, wanted to scream with relief, but there was more to be done. When he raised his eyes, he locked gazes with the panicked Gideon. Honest emotion was on the man's face now. His clothes were blackened by the fire attack, a few locks of hair burnt, but it was nothing compared to the shock written over his eyes. Sableye made a chittering noise, still exuding its powerful aura through the enormous gem in its chest. Ash turned, looking for the other opponents of the fight, but didn't have to look for long. Tide barked furiously from where he was sliding back over the battlefield. In his wake, there was Tauros, but completely frozen. Numerous stab wounds littered its entire body, one of its horns broken off by what Ash guessed was a steel wing. Its eyes were closed inside its icy prison. The Celio stared at him as Ash stabbed a finger toward the dark type. Tide, finish it, he growled. Gideon opened his mouth to shout a command before an aurora beam sniped neatly through the metal bars and slammed into Sableye, throwing her back. The time with current allowed his aim to nail her twice more before Gideon recalled her, though Ash wasn't sure why. Immediately, a weight disappeared from Ash's shoulder as the dark aura faded away, both Karma and Wraith's eyes brightening. The Haunter disappeared from view. Gideon's eyes were panicked, posture the same. The man jerked backward, as if he wanted to run away, but Ash wouldn't give him the chance. Wraith, do it. The ghost turned corporal a foot above Gideon's head and dropped. He shrieked as claws dug into his shoulder, forcibly spinning him around to meet Wraith's eyes. Baring his fangs, the ghost made short work of it in his exhausted form. Hypnosis lit the area a scarlet pink and Gideon sagged, one last cry strangled off. Wraith dropped him to the ground, where he collapsed. It was done. All of it. Ash tried to force air back into his lungs. It came slowly, still thick with smoke and smog, but it came. When it did, he asked his question. Where's Bulbasaur? Gale, as the most uninjured of them all, gave a low shriek and took back to the air. With all the dust from the breaking concrete and explosion still filling the air, it was only his ability of keen eye that allowed him to stare straight past it and find the collapsed green form only a little ways away from where Scorch had been. Ash stumbled toward the grass type, pulling off his bag as smoothly as he could. It was strange to dig into the thing without all of his clothes inside it, but he managed to find an empty Pokeball pretty quickly. While he wouldn't lie and say he didn't want the ferocious Pokemon, he was more focused on getting the unconscious thing healed. If it wasn't in a Pokeball, there was a much higher chance of it getting more injured. When it was healed, he would release it, if that was what it wanted. The Pokeball bounced off. Ash frowned, checking it over. There didn't seem to be any issues with it, the whole thing looked to be in prime condition. He was about to throw it again when it struck him. Bulbasaur already had a Pokeball. His starter rumbled lowly when Ash looked at him, hunched over. Almost every plate of stone keratin on his front was cracked in at least one place, and others in many more, blood oozed from between them. But the look he gave Ash, as tired as it was filled with nothing but pride. "I'm so proud of you, Bud," Ash said, bumping his head against his chest. Blood matted in his hair but he didn't care, trying to wrap his arms as far around his oldest friend as he could. "Do you think you could sense where a Pokeball would be?" The ground type rumbled, staring around. He tapped his tail against the ground, sending a ripple outward. With all the metal around making up the bars of the cage and the crates themselves, it took him nearly 3 minutes before he gestured at the board that Gideon had been at. Ash smiled. "Thank you." He rumbled back, but didn't make an effort to follow him when Ash stumbled over. Though the gate was open, he was still careful about opening it further. It had been struck by the full force of Scorch's attack. His assumptions were correct, he could feel the heat even without touching it. Pressing his arms to his sides and thinking small thoughts, he managed to squirm through the opening and make his way to the board. 6 Pokeballs were there, all neatly labeled in different sockets. He grabbed them all, clicking 2 different buttons. Tide barked as the ice shattered, Tauros freed from within it and tucked inside its Pokeball. Charizard left a thick imprint in the ground with it was recalled, the Pokeball stone cold in Ash's grip. He worked his way back into the cage to recall Bulbasaur. The little grass type was covered in light burns, one claw wrenched the wrong way, probably from catching it on the broken cement. It didn't so much as move when he recalled it, placing the pokeball on the extra slot on his waist. Ash tucked the Weepinbell, Pidgeotto, and Odisha's pokeballs into his bag. He'd give them to the league to break. Now it was time for his team. Karma was the first recalled. She had barely moved since using Psychic, Psionic Bubble almost nothing. Tide barked proudly as he was, even despite the 2 enormous, bleeding wounds stabbed into his chest. Gale let himself be recalled without complaint, Wraith much the same. Ash would congratulate them all later, when they were in a safe environment and healed. Now he just needed to get them to safety. Rhydon rumbled, leaning down to pick up the unconscious Gideon. He slung him over one shoulder, positioned just carefully enough that he wouldn't get stabbed on the ground-type spikes, but was less than caring. Ash managed a wan smile as they began to work their way out of the cage. The second gate was wide open, though the path there was not so kind. Rhydon and Charizard's earlier fight had broken most of the concrete there, leaving thick slabs sticking up in every direction, but Ash was able to pick his way through. Rhydon lumbered his way through, ignoring the numerous injuries covering his chest. Ash knew his pain tolerance was enormous, which was probably the reason he was still up and walking after fighting physically with such a beast as the one in Ash's bag. He tried not to think about that. Instead, he stepped forward, ignoring the pain in his chest even as it grew steadily worse with constant movement, clutching at the straps of his bag like a lifeline. Rhydon rumbled, concerned, but Ash brushed it off with a shake of his head. The other Team Rocket members were still tied up, though Ash couldn't help a chuckle at the angry man wrapped up in discarded shirts and pants. Rhydon growled at one who seemed to have moved, only to realize it was just from the shaking of his footsteps. Ash could feel the weight of all of their pokeballs in his bag. There was a regular Growlithe in there next to Charizard. From the outside, it was impossible to tell which was which. They reached the trapdoor. Rhydon growled, shifting Gideon to a more comfortable position and jabbed his claws upward. There was a distant rumbling roar, and then dirt rained through the sudden cracks in the trapdoor. He had a pleased expression as he held it open, allowing Ash through. Rhydon had shattered the earth near the trapdoor, removing its hinges and making it as useful as a piece of metal on the ground. Ash's legs were shaking, the pain returning. Rhydon looked no better, but he could hide it, and both of them stumbled their way out of the ground. With a rumble, Rhydon slung Gideon off of his shoulder and dropped him unceremoniously on the ground. There was a crack. And then footsteps. With a whoosh, an Arcanine blitzed in front of Ash. It barked at him, wagging its enormous shaggy tail. Rhydon growled, tail thrashing and ready to summon what variant of earth power he needed, but the Arcanine merely darted forward, liked Ash's face, and raced off. Ash frowned, reaching his fingers up to feel the saliva on his cheek. Professor Oak's Arcanine, the massive beast that had been with him since his first month on his own journey. What was it? There was a crack like thunder and Alakazam appeared before them both. Black eyes stared darkly across the clearing at the two. And, right next to her, stood Professor Oak. The man's gaze was furious. Ash felt about as small as a cater pie. But his exhaustion was winning out over his desire to flee, and so he tried to calm his frazzled nerves. He mostly succeeded. Professor Oak seemed to catch that, worry flashing over his eyes. Ash knew the burn over his chest must have been obvious and he wasn't exactly looking like he'd gone on a morning walk. League forces will be teleporting in soon. Stay where you are. Professor Oak's voice was sharp but concerned, the man's eyes flashing as he took in his whole appearance. Ash just leaned against Rhydon's side and tried to ignore the black creeping in on the edges of his vision. Now was definitely not the time. His starter rumbled, placing dull silver claws on his shoulder as gently as he could. Professor Oak stood almost awkwardly, Alakazam's eyes glowing as she communicated with him, at least until the forces started teleporting in. There were dozens of them, appearing one after another with psychic types at their sides. Ash stared around, but they were coming so fast he couldn't recognize any of them. Professor Oak was pointing at him, mouth moving. Ash couldn't hear what he was saying. A hand landed on his shoulder. Come on. A woman, narrow blue eyes and a fierce expression. With me, kid. Joy needs to see to you. Rhyhorn rumbled, stomping after him. It was only after he nearly stepped on Gideon that the woman seemed to notice the knocked-out Team Rocket member, a hiss escaping through clenched teeth. They might have walked far. Ash couldn't really tell. Pink Hair walked up to him with a bright smile, a syringe in hand. You need to sleep, she said soothingly. You're Rhyhorn as well, what in Arceus name happened to you? By the time he opened his mouth to reply, there was the prick of a needle in his upper arm, and then cool, flowing waves. Rhyhorn made a concerned croon as hands caught him before he fell, lowering him gently to the ground. His vision swam to black. XXX. Ash sat bolt upright. Wires pulled at his elbow, and he almost pulled them out on autopilot, only to look down and see a needle secured with tape on the inside of his arm. And 4 was situated only a little away from his bed. With a sigh, he lowered himself back onto the bed, positioning his head on the pillow. The pounding in his head was gone, but there was still a jagged pain in his chest that loudly proclaimed its existence with every movement he made. He looked around curiously. It was a Pokémon Center room, one of the hospital ones. White everywhere with warm yellow lights from above, helpfully dim. Ash frowned at the covered window, it was impossible to tell what time it was. How long had it been? Where was his team? The last question hit him the hardest. All of them had been pushed to their limits in the battle against Viper's Pokémon, and there was no familiar weight around his waist. He tried to imagine what they'd need, but came up blank. It only served to make his chest twist. For Rhyhorn, though, that had been the worst battle he had ever been in. Shatters over his entire chest, actually bleeding even despite his stone keratin armor, exhaustion plaguing his body from the last time Ash saw him. He sighed, leaning further back on the bed. It felt like years had gone by before the wooden door creaked open, a Nurse Joy appearing in the gap. She smiled warmly at his awake presence, a water bottle in her hand. His eyes zeroed in on it, his throat was scratchy and dry. She offered it to him as soon as she got close, and he immediately grabbed onto it with his unattached arm. Drinking greedily, he finished the whole thing and gave it back to her, collapsing back with a sigh. How are you feeling, dear? He shrugged. Fine, I guess. Are my Pokémon okay? Rhyhorn? Nurse Joy straightened somewhat, shifting into a more professional tone. All of them will recover. Your Celio is in the polar chambers and your Kadabra has been heavily sedated. I'm afraid your Rhyhorn is still in intensive care, and your Vulpix only just got out of it. A lot of his plates shattered into his skin, and we're working on getting the splinters out. Your Fiero and Haunter are doing well, just resting. A shadow crossed her face. You won't be able to have them in here, I'm afraid. They're just a little large. Ash sagged back onto the pillow. But they're going to be okay. Of course. Our team of professionals are very good at their jobs, and your Pokémon will be walking around in no time. As soon as we finish getting the splinters out of your Rhyhorn's chest, I've been authorized to use full restores on him, and he should be ready to leave the healing ward by tomorrow, or maybe the day after. The rest of your Pokémon should be free around then as well, but neither your Rhyhorn, Kadabra, Vulpix will be able to leave the Pokémon Center for at least 3 to 4 days. Time for his next pressing question. Am I okay? As good as you can be, after doing what you did. Major burns over most of your chest, mild concussion, and parts of your shirt had attached themselves to your chest. It was rather simple to detach them, just a careful procedure. You're going to have some light scarring over your chest, and we'll have to see whether your hair will regrow, but for the most part, you escaped unscathed. One sentence stood out to him. Eyes wide, he jerked his hand up, feeling the top of his head. Still covered in hair. Nurse Joy laughed, a light chuckle. I meant the hair on your chest, Ash. Not your head. He blushed, looking away. She chuckled again, turning around to set the water bottle on a metal counter behind her. When she turned back to him, he had another question. How long was I out? About 9 hours, she shrugged. Most of that was because of your own exhaustion, not the anesthesia, but you were quite determined not to sleep for too long. A smile graced her lips, though it was quickly overcome by a frown. Speaking of which, there are some people who want to ask you questions. League personnel. League personnel, Ash repeated, gaze sliding up to the ceiling. Right. He had just found and attacked a Team Rocket base. There was little doubt that some people would want to know how he had found it and how he had taken it down. When do they want to talk to me? Whenever you feel up to it, she said soothingly. They won't do anything until you say you're ready, and officially, you've been cleared for this by me. The scowl over her face would have scared Wraith, but I will increase your dosage of painkillers for the time it takes. Now, please just tell me when you want to talk to them. They can wait if you want to rest. I'll do it now. Ash rose slightly, propping himself up on his elbows. Where are they? Nurse Joy's sigh was impressive, but when she reached into her pocket, there was already a small bottle of something in it. I thought you'd say that. You trainers, she teased. You never stop to breath, do you? Ash grinned and shook his head. Nurse Joy went over to the desk, pulling out a capped syringe. She removed the cap, stuck the needle into the top of the bottle, and pulled out a fair amount of what he assumed was painkillers. Flicking it to get rid of air bubbles, she walked over to his fore and stuck it into the bag, injecting it slowly. Tossing the syringe in a marked box, she turned back to him. I'll go and tell the people you're ready. It'll be a while until they'll come for you, so the painkillers should kick in by then. Ash nodded, watching the slightly different colored liquid swirl inside the fore bag. Though he had no idea of proving it was true, he could have sworn he felt the pain lessen in his chest. Nurse Joy smiled at him one more time before leaving the room, taking the water bottle with her. Ash didn't close his eyes for fear he would fall asleep, but he tried to drown out the room with his thoughts. He had to make sure that he remembered everything that had happened in the base. Though there wasn't a clock in the room, it didn't feel like long before Nurse Joy was coming back inside, leaving the door cracked behind her. She checked his fore, humming quietly to herself. Ash could hear muffled sounds of a conversation happening just out of his sight, though he tried not to look too hard just in case she came back around the corner. The door swung fully open. Ash turned around to see who his questioner was. He was tall, nearly 6 feet, with a kind of build that filled him out without making him seem inflated. Lean muscle, but it held more power than just an average trainer. His clothes were thick and protective, mostly gray with heavy scarlet highlights. A stylized dragon face was over his chest, somewhere between a snarl and a growl. The man's hair was a reddish scarlet, brushed back into a loose tail that still managed to look intimidating. A sliver of something blue hung from his left ear. He wasn't wearing his signature blue, partially transparent cape and his hair wasn't styled backward, but Ash could recognize the sharp edges of the man's face anywhere. His mouth dropped open. Lance. The champion of the Indigo League, master of dragon types and ruler over the Indigo people, nodded as he crossed the room. He dropped into a chair opposite Ash with a grace most couldn't claim, a grin over his face. Ash Ketchum. His voice held a teasing tone in it, even past the slightly hoarse tone that came from training dragon types and being around the energy they constantly exuded. Ash nodded a bit foolishly. Yes. I mean, that's me. Lance chuckled, face settling into an easy smile. I'm here to ask you a few questions about what happened yesterday. What you found is being called the Jobane storage base, at least in the official document. Lance tossed a hand, earring swinging. Your Pokédex's recordings are being analyzed, but you stopped recording when you came across Gideon, which raises a few concerns. Ash shook his head, eyes wide. No, nothing like that. I guessed I was going to have to fight him, and I didn't want to be distracted by protecting the Pokédex. I wasn't really thinking. His heartbeat had slowed somewhat, but it was still racing. The champion. Here. And did you fight him? Yeah. He ran out of the room I found him in and then, sorry. Lance chuckled again. No, please continue. Describe the entire battle. It took Ash nearly 10 minutes to walk through the story in its entirety. Lance nodded at certain parts, and Ash found himself relaxing as he talked. His voice tightened as he described Rhyhorn's thrashing by Charizard, and he guessed Lance could sense it by the way the man's eyes softened. Even with that, Lance was one of the most intimidating people Ash had ever met. So focused as he was, Ash told Lance the complete part of how he took the Fire Stone for Scorch. Lance's eyebrows raised and Ash almost backpedaled, but he just settled for a sigh. The room was recorded. He'd just have to deal with it. Lance looked like he was fighting to keep down a laugh. And then Nurse Joy sedated me for about 9 hours. His cheeks finally had gone down from their blush, and he was able to keep a more steady face. I came here as soon as I woke up. Lance nodded, and Ash tried to get an apology in. About the Fire Stone dash. Don't worry about it. He waved it off, eyes sharp. Ash shut up. Without having to ask for it, he began updating Ash on what had happened. Charizard, Tauros, and Rapidash have been taken into League care, as well as the Grunt's Pokémon. We found 207 Pokémon in the base, mainly of the Geodude, Growlithe, Pikachu, and Magnemite lines. Data records told us they used nearly 40 various grass types to train their Pokémon to the level they're at now. Celadon, Ash said aloud, realizing. Lance raised an eyebrow. Back in Celadon. Team Rocket had a letter to their Pokémon breeders that they didn't need their grass-type shipments anymore. But I bet they still had a lot of them, so they just used them as training. Lance's eyes brightened. Ah, Project, Legendary. I remember the subtext there. That was you that found it? When Ash nodded, his voice sounded impressed. Good on you. Serge also told me you were part of the Vermilion raid. Another nod. I have another set of questions for you, but that'll be for later. I'm not the only one with questions, but we needed to know the full story before we could write a proper investigation. Lance seemed to think over something for a second, running calloused fingers through his low tail. I've got a meeting with Giovanni tomorrow, but for the day after, I'd like to talk to you again, under less pressing circumstances. The man winked, a grin over his face. You'll get the full story about what we did with the base after, and I can answer some of your questions I'm sure you have. I don't have much time today, but I should after Giovanni. Ash puffed up, pride unfolding in his chest. Yeah. That'd be cool. Lance nodded, a grin on his face. Ash returned it a bit hesitantly, painfully aware of the bandages over his chest and the white hospital sheets tucked up to his lower chest. Lance stood up, making a move to leave the room before stopping. Something flashed over his face. And don't think you won't be rewarded, either. Ash raised his eyebrows. In accordance with the law, captures made by Team Rocket have no legal standing, and the League has decided that you would be allowed to have your choice of the rescued Pokémon from the base. There are several strong Pokémon that you like, but I feel that the Bulbasaur might be the one you could help the most. If you'd like, you could ask it to be on your team. I'd confirm it with Jean first, but it sounds like it could be a strong member. His earring caught the light as he walked over to the door, twisting enough to give Ash a full view of what it was, half of a blue scale, smooth with a tiny hook on top. It deserves a good home. Ash blinked, a smile spreading over his face. Bulbasaur did. I'd really like that. I think I could help it out. Lance chuckled. I have no doubt. Another pause, this one joined by another grin. That's not all, Ash, that's just what the League is giving you. I have something else you might like as well. With that, Lance left the room. The second the door closed, Ash collapsed back onto his chair, letting out a long breath. He had just talked to the champion of the Indigo League without freaking out. If Gary was here, Ash would have shoved it in his face until Kingdom Come. Ash Ketchum. Ash blinked. He had just been released from the care ward he had been stuck in for a day, the only sounds being the beep of his heart monitor and the silence of his own thoughts. Nurse Joy had provided him with several books to read, but they weren't exactly the height of interesting for a 10-year-old trainer, and he was bored again quickly. But now he was free, allowed to wander the Pokemon Center, get his own room, and eat in the trainer room. A lengthened leash, but a leash all the same. Ash's anger and worry had nowhere to go in this contained center. Footsteps thumped against carpet. He turned around, barely managed to recognize the figure fast approaching. Professor Oak just about barreled down the hallway, bushy hair sticking up and lab coat flaring out behind him. A young trainer made an almost inaudible squeak and pressed herself against the wall to avoid him. Ash wasn't much better. Pressing one hand against the bandages still thick over his chest and another on the wall, he grinned as widely as he could toward the approaching man and tried to make himself look casual and relaxed. He doubted it worked. His heart skipped a beat. Professor Oak slowed before coming to a stop. His eyes were bagged from lack of sleep and full of concern. "Are you okay? Were you released?" "Yeah." Ash nodded his head, still trying to keep that wide, unconcerned grin up. "Nurse Joy said I won't be able to leave the Pokemon Center for a while and my team is still being healed, but I'm free to walk around and stuff." He paused for a second, still avoiding the professor's bright gaze. "I feel fine." Professor Oak released a shallow breath, shoulders sagging for a second before he pulled himself together. "May I come into your room to talk?" The man rarely asked permission like that lightly. Ash had been mentally preparing himself for this, ever since he had come to his senses in the middle of the Viridian Forest. Screaming at Professor Oak was not something you did lightly, no matter how well you knew him, and then Ash had gone and attacked a Team Rocket base. He nodded, carefully removing his balancing hand from the wall and turning to his door. His chest tightened as he swayed. Ash knew he wasn't glass, but it sometimes felt like it, as wrapped in bandages and on as medications as he was. Even walking up the stairs had brought his breath to the top of his throat. He slid his key into the lock and pushing it open. Nurse Joy had put his clothes already in it, but the rest of his supplies was still being checked over by the League, mainly because of his Pokédex recording. Professor Oak stepped inside, stepping next to the bed as he waited for Ash to come in. He did so, hobbling a bit over to the pulled-out chair and sitting down. They made eye contact, brown against brown. "Are you okay?" Professor Oak repeated. "It still hurts," Ash admitted, now in the safety of his room. His posture slumped a little more over the back of the chair. "Nurse Joy has me on a lot of painkillers, but these stupid burns are taking forever to heal." He gestured at his chest, at the barest hints of white bandages that could be seen through the collar of his shirt. She was replacing them every 3 days and said that they would be removed shortly, but Ash didn't really know. Professor Oak sighed, eyes closing. "Thank Arceus." The man seemed so tired at that moment. Ash looked away. "Now. Do you understand what you did was incredibly stupid?" "Yes." At Professor Oak's raised eyebrow, he hastened to continue. "I shouldn't have done it like I did. I didn't call anyone, or talk to you or the League, or even tell anyone where I was going. I was angry and wasn't thinking straight." "No, you were not." The man sighed again, this time deeper. "Will was killed and you were worried you or your mother would be next. In part, this is my fault. I forget that you are just 10 years old, off in the world for the first time, and you have lived with only the comforts of your Pokemon as companionship. You wanted to do something instead of just try and calm down." Ash still remembered Alakazam's dull black eyes, the rush of teleportation as Professor Oak just pushed him away. That had only inflamed him. He dropped his head again. "I cannot fault you for reacting intensely, and I understand you did good that day, but you were not correct in doing so. Let me tell you what could have and did go wrong." Ash raised his eyes, meeting the blank gaze of Professor Oak. The man was still sagged with exhaustion and concern ran rampant, but there was something harsher. Colder. This was the person who had defended Pallet Town and the League for the past decades. Rhyhorn is still in intensive care, and it has been 3 days. His plates are still shattered and they've started regrowing over his skin, trapping the splinters inside. Nurse Joy and her team are having to, quite literally, rip him open in order to get them out. Your Vulpix has been in a frozen chamber for the same time, and her internal flame has yet to calm down. It could be permanently affected. Your Kadabra has not woken up since we took her off her sedatives, and your Celio is still healing from 2 puncture wounds to his chest. As for your Fiero, he is mostly healed, but has 2 hairline fractures in his radius, and your Haunter has had to be injected with liquid max ether to regain his energy. Ash made a muffled sound he couldn't control. It hadn't been that bad. He had seen them all afterward. Rhyhorn had walked him out of the base, they had all communicated with him positively. Only Scorch had been knocked out, and she had released the pressure in her internal flame. But Nurse Joy said dash. You had just woken up after being attacked by a high-ranking Team Rocket admin. Any bad news could have sent you into shock, more so than you already were. Of course she didn't tell you. Professor Oak cut off the bite of his last statement with a click of his teeth, looking sharply to the side. Ash collapsed further against his chair, breath tight in his chest. He didn't have anything to say. It made sense, in a horribly twisted way, and Ash knew he would have broken down his own door rather than stand back as his team was in that condition. But what could he have done? Make things worse? After a moment, Professor Oak regained control, looking back over with dull eyes. And that's not excusing how injured you were, Ash. The battle you went through was intense, dangerous, and real, and I won't lie to you. If the decision was up to just my emotional side, you would be on probation before you had even woken up. I might even revoke your training license. Ash's eyes went impossibly wide. He made a motion as if to stand up, but Professor Oak waved him down, the man's gaze fixed on the wall as if it held all the answers to questions he hadn't asked. But I know that you've encountered Team Rocket or their echoes 3 times, and only one of your own volition. And each time, you've stood up to them, DMN the consequences. You and your team have grown strong fighting them. A wan smile fought past the frown on his face, softening his eyes. You are your mother's son. He paused for a moment. She fought against Team Rocket, even in the early stages of her PRGNNCY with you. Delia is a fierce warrior to the end. Ash had known his mother was a trainer, and a good one at that. Her Mr. Mime had defended his house against wild Spearow flocks since he was born seemingly without effort, and he knew she had other Pokemon. She hadn't shown them to him, despite many pleadings. But fighting Team Rocket? That was more along the lines of the Champions or the League. And me, I guess. Ash didn't know what to think about that. Professor Oak's gaze struck Ash like a physical blow. I will not be stopping you from being a trainer, Ash. But I can see that whether I like it or not, you are going to keep fighting Team Rocket. 3 is a powerful number in Kanto, Johto, and many other regions, he said, tone going soft. He didn't seem to be speaking to Ash anymore. Chance encounters rarely occur at such a rate that they would be noticed. I feel that there is more to this than just a random happening. He snapped back to focus on Ash. I will allow you to keep training. But I will be showing you how to fight Team Rocket like the villains they are, not like trainer battles. If you are serious about continuing on the path you have both set for yourself and followed from your parents, then you will do it right, or you will not follow it for much longer. There was silence. Ash swallowed. After Professor Oak's threat, he hadn't known what to expect, but this was both better than what he could have imagined and worse. Was he going to fight Team Rocket again? While it hadn't been something he had set out on his journey to do, Wraith had shown him a darker side of the Pokemon world, and he knew he would fight them. He hadn't thought about it before, not as a conscious decision, but he knew all the same. He answered his own silent question out loud. Yes. After a moment, he clarified. I'll learn how to do it right. Triple X. Jean Matori was just as he remembered her, dark hair, narrow glasses, professional suit. In fact, he wasn't positive or not whether she had changed clothes since Viridian. She looked at him over the brim of her glasses from across the room, a single eyebrow raised. He raised a hand, though he didn't wave it. Nurse Joy finished pointing at him and walked away, leaving Jean alone. She crossed the room almost stiffly, back straight, and stopped in front of him. Ash Ketchum, I presume. At his nod, she continued. And how is your Rhyhorn doing? He blinked. You remember me? Of course. Mr. Giovanni instructs me to keep an eye on all trainers that leave his gym. She looked at the clipboard in her hands, brown eyes flashing. Your personal effects have been inspected and deemed safe to be returned to you. Your clothes have been given to Nurse Joy, who is in the process of washing them. Ash thought he could detect a spark of humor in her eyes, but she didn't acknowledge it outright. He took the offered bag, scanning through its contents quickly. His biodegradable twine was gone, probably not having stood up that well to the grunt struggles, but everything else was back. He'd have to reorganize everything, which would be annoying, but at least he had everything. His Pokédex was sitting proudly in the first pocket, fully charged. That was nice. There was no bag in the second pocket, which made sense. He still couldn't quite believe that he had both taped himself stealing and then admitted it to the Indigo champion. Ash was not entirely proud of that memory. The thought that had been in his head for the entirety of the past 2 days reared its head. He looked back up her, which earned him another raised eyebrow. Champion Lance told me the league was approving me to talk to the Bulbasaur in my bag. Her expression cleared. Ah, Mr. Hebe told me of it. Ash found it a little strange that most gym leaders, like Giovanni, went by their last name, while Lance always went by his first. In fact, I have its Pokeball here. She reached into a hidden pocket, removing a shrunken Pokeball. A tiny sticker was on its surface. This process is rather similar to what you went through with your Ghastly in Viridian, Mr. Ketchum. You will be allowed to talk with the Bulbasaur, during which it will either let itself be captured or not. If it does, you will be required to get confirmation from a league official that it is allowing you to capture it. After that, you will receive a list of the requirements of its care, including how to nurse it back to health and let it recover from its mistreatments at the hands of Gideon. I would suggest letting it and your haunter spend time together. From what I have gathered, your haunter, Wraith, was it? Has managed to readapt into normal civil life rather quickly, though the fact he was under a psychic block instead of drags must come in play. The Bulbasaur will most likely not be as aggressive because of the nature of its position in the base, but nevertheless, it will take time to properly train. Ash nodded. He had predicted much of the same thing, even from his little interaction with the grass type. It seemed to be a protector, given by both its herd and its willingness to haul his sorry self out of the cage during the fight, and he doubted it would have the same vicious attitude Wraith had had in the beginning. Her suggestion was also useful. Wraith would be a good Pokemon to talk with Bulbasaur. From what he had seen, they had similar personalities, though not exactly the same. He reached out to take the Pokeball but Jean jerked it away from him, glasses flashing. Not until your team is returned to you, Mr. Ketchum. I would not like you to have an aggressive Pokemon on your hands until you can handle it. When Ms. Joy contacts me, I will give her the Pokeball. Ash sighed but nodded his head. That made sense. She opened her mouth to reply again, but stopped. Her iris lit up with an inner glow, a pale blue. She didn't talk for nearly a minute, eyes never moving from their fixed position on the wall behind him. When she talked again, it was surprisingly sudden. Mr. Giovanni requires me. I apologize, but I must take my leave. Without another word, she spun on her heel and walked off, clipboard clenched in her hands. The Pokeball was slipped smoothly back in her pocket, but Ash guessed she would hand it off later. Bulbasaur. The grass type more than deserved something better than what it had been given. He would do his best to do just that. Triple X. Ash hurriedly kicked his bag under his bed. After a moment's hesitation, he put the throw under it as well. There was no chance he could fold it in time. His Pokédex was tossed, gently, into the closet. When he finished, it was almost like his room had already been clean. A knock tapped politely on his door. "Coming!" he shouted, diving for the door. Ash prayed to his lucky stars that Nurse Joy had called ahead to tell him Lance was coming. At least he had been awake. His chest tinged lightly from the hurried movement he had put it through, but he ignored it in favor of clicking the locking mechanism and pulling it open. On the other side, Champion Lance grinned at him. The man seemed more relaxed than the first time they had met. His hair, while still in a tail, had old gel in it. It glittered in the overhead lights. Ash guessed that was how he managed to get the enormous spike he had whenever in public. His earring was in position, but now his clothing was more casual, one of the resistant-to-everything trainer outfits Silphco sold. He couldn't remember the name. After a moment, he stood back to let the man in, closing the door quickly behind them both. "Hello again, Ash," Lance said, walking over to sit down on one of the available chairs. "Hi," Ash answered back. He was very proud of how collected his voice was. He took the seat by the desk, leaning against the back and trying to exude the same level of calm that Lance did. "I don't have too long today, not enough to bring you up to snuff on what has happened." His face was apologetic. "But I wanted to bring you some words of warning. The League is very happy with what you've done, but I would also take caution." Lance sighed, clasping his hands together. "You did a good thing, but not very smartly. I assume Professor Oak has already talked to you?" Ash's cheeks colored. "Yeah. He's been teaching me what to do in those situations and who to contact." "That's good. I won't say no to you taking down more Team Rocket members if you find them, but make sure you can come out of that encounter alive. We like to avoid trading lives." There was a moment of silence. His face was dead serious. "Gideon Jobane helped take down a member of the Elite Four," Lance said, a shadow crossing over his eyes. "If you keep fighting, stick to the ones you can win." "I will." Ash nodded, maintaining eye contact. "I know that I didn't go about it right last time, but I won't make the same mistakes again. Are you planning to keep fighting Team Rocket?" Ash blinked. "The same question again." "Yes." Lance stared at him, earring seeming to pulse lightly. Ash forced himself not to look away from the man's strangely bright eyes. He couldn't pick out a single emotion from the champion's gaze. And like that, it was as if a switch had been flicked. A grin flashed over Lance's face and he leaned back, settling easily against the chair and flicking his fingers. Ash relaxed as well, but his shoulders were tight. He knew he had screwed up. If both Lance and Professor Oak dressed him down like this, there was little doubt that whatever he had done would have to change. "I met with your team," Lance said after a moment of silence. "I wasn't able to see your Rhydon or Haunter, but Nurse Joy let me see the others." At Ash's confused look, he continued. "I just wanted to see the Pokemon that brought down the Jobane storage base. Nurse Joy only let me see them through the observation windows, and I didn't bother them in the slightest." "Oh." Ash couldn't help but wonder why Wraith was unavailable. Nurse Joy had told him he was mostly uninjured. But Professor Oak had said he was still exhausted. His shoulders hunched a little more. "Your Kadabra is strong," Lance noted, a look on his face. "She has very good blocks up. From training with your Haunter?" Ash nodded. "I could sense it, even from outside the room. She's got a bright future ahead with how much power she's wielding, and I believe she'll take you to great places. Pure silver spoon, too. That must have been expensive for a starting trainer." Ash flushed. "That's what she wanted. That's how to treat your team," he chuckled. A buzz shook the room. Lance raised his arm to look at the pokenav was on his wrist. It gave another beat before falling silent. The champion sighed, tapping a few buttons on the touchscreen surface. Another beep came a second later. He closed his eyes before opening them again. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave now, Ash," he said. "Professor Oak knows what information you're cleared for, and he would be the best to talk to about what has happened after you took down the base. I'm sorry I couldn't be the one to." Before Ash could wave away his apology, a look crossed Lance's face, quickly followed by a grin. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a package a little larger than a fist. Lance ran his fingers over it for a second before tossing it to Ash, who instinctively caught it, although he nearly fumbled. "And here's my prize to you. I find myself having strange memory loss of when you talk to me, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to focus on other, more important things right now." Before Ash's confusion could fully manifest, Lance stood up, clicking his finger against his earring. A hollow note rang out, and Ash could feel something in the sound, a whisper. The champion said his goodbyes, a grin still on his face, and then he left the room. Ash waited a second before going to the package. It was heavy, wrapped in a cloth bag, and tied with a thin cord. He undid the rather impressive knot and held it upside down, letting the sturdy object fall into his palm. Immediately, it was pressingly hot. Warm red-yellow light flickered through his fingers as the fire stone was bared to the air. Ash leaned against the back of his chair and laughed. XXX. Ashy. Ash had rarely felt as guilty as he did in the current moment. Summoning a smile, he looked at his mother through the videophone. Her eyes glimmered with held tears. "Hey, Mom. Arceus, are you alright? Professor Oak just called me up and then you're here. Where did you get that burn on your neck? And your face? Ash, you're scarred. What did that Charizard do to you?" Her voice slowly faded out as she regained control over herself. Ash felt like a solid lead weight was attached to his chest. Her eyes glittered. "Please tell me," she said softly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mom. I really am." Ash felt like his voice was decidedly unconvincing. "My team is getting healed up, and Nurse Joy already took my bandages off. Just a few days of burn heals and then I'll be ready to travel again." She reached forward to touch the screen. "Travel? But Ashy, shouldn't you relax for a little bit?" He could see her toss around for something. "Come back to Pallet Town. You have plenty of time to prepare for the conference, you can take some more time off. Ash agreed to travel with another trainer for a few weeks, in order to let his team heal and recuperate. He'll be safe and protected. Ash jerked, spinning around to fully look at Professor Oak. Though the man was staring at Delia with a relaxed face, Ash could see the twitch of his lips. But the man calmed quickly, smiling warmly at Delia as she let out a soft sound of happiness. "Oh, Ashy, thank you. I don't want you stomping around right after that." Delia's voice almost cracked. "Professor, that's a great idea. Ash, who are you traveling with? Someone you know, or is it an ACE trainer?" He was a little busy glaring at Professor Oak, but he managed to fight down the frustration. Professor Oak was good, there was no chance he could turn down such an offer in front of his mother, especially when she was so nervous. He tried for a grin. "I don't know yet, but I'm hoping for Gary, or maybe Leaf." Professor Oak stiffened. "I'm afraid Gary is available right now, Ash," he said warmly, but Ash could hear the apprehension in his voice. "He's performing a task for me right now, and isn't traveling. He'll be back on the road soon, but I don't think you'll want to be the Pokemon Center for that long." "Oh." Ash frowned, but he didn't press it. He was more focused on his mother. "I guess I'll ask Leaf." Delia smiled, but her eyes were still shining. "Thank you, Ashy. I know you won't travel with her forever, but even just a few weeks would be enough. I just want you to stay safe, okay?" His chest tightened, but his returning smile was real. They said their goodbyes, and Ash didn't update her on how his journey had been going. Judging by everything, Professor Oak had already told her. The videophone clicked off. Ash turned to Professor Oak with lowered eyebrows. I agreed. He shrugged, a grin returning to flicker over his face before being replaced with faux solemnness. Well, you did, didn't you? If you really wanted to, you could have refused. Ash sighed. Professor Oak chuckled softly and patted his shoulder, smile warm. It's just until you head out to Cinnabar Island, at least if you still want to. I'm sorry you can't go with Gary, but if you want to get out of here faster, a fellow trainer would do that for you. You could rely on them in emergencies while still letting your Pokémon finish healing, instead of having to wait until they were ready to defend you. And besides, both I and Delia would feel better if you had someone to rely on and talk to after what you went through. Team Rocket isn't a regular gym battle and your team was very injured. She understands that the travel bug helps you calm down. I'm quite proud she's not dragging you back to Pallet Town right now to make sure you're safe. He chuckled at Ash's panicked expression. Yes, she did tell me that herself. All right, you convinced me, Ash groused, swatting at the man's hand. Professor Oak laughed, retracting it. Do you know where she is? Professor Oak paused, gaze flicking up as he thought. The last I checked. She was heading toward Victory Road in order to get to Tojo Falls. If I'm correct, she'll be at the Pokémon Center there, which would let us call her. A wan smile spread over his face. She has a very tight schedule. I doubt she'll be anywhere else. Tojo Falls. They were the connecting barrier between Kanto and Johto, taking the form on an enormous reserve with a bigger territory and laxer rules than the Safari Zone. While there wasn't exactly very exotic Pokémon that could be found there, they were a mix of both Kanto and Johto natives, and they were strong. But the biggest point of interest, as well as the thing the reserve had been named for, was the fall itself, a powerful waterfall that came down from the top of the mountain range. It wasn't as popular of a destination as others, but it still garnered a good following. It would be a nice training ground as he recovered. I'd like to go there. Can we call her? I see no reason not to. I'll contact Nurse Joy. If she's at the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy can reach her. Let me call her. Ash got out of the seat, offering it to the man. He got in easily, pulling up the keypad. Typing in a number with the ease of having done it many times, he dialed up the other center and waited patiently. Ash scooted around him in order to see the screen as well. It came to life after only 30 seconds, a worn face appearing in front of a cream background. Hello, you are calling the Victory Road Pokémon Center. How may I help, Professor Oak? He smiled warmly. Hello. I was wondering whether you had a Romaine Chikara in your center. Nurse Joy nodded, a little flush on her cheeks, and turned to the side. Ash knew that every trainer scanned their trainer ID when they used League trainer resources and used legal names, but it was still strange to hear Leaf's non-nickname. It had been years since he'd called her that. She's in here, just checked in yesterday. Would you like to speak to her? He nodded his head. Yes, please. Of course, right away. The screen went black again, and Professor Oak let out a small chuckle and stood back. I've worked closely with her for many years, but she still gets flustered every time she speaks with me. They exchanged a smile before Ash took the seat, Professor Oak standing back to let him in. The screen stayed black before it eventually flashed back on, revealing Leaf. She looked different than Ash remembered, which wasn't surprising. Her light brown hair, which had been shoulder length, had been neatly shorn into an almost boyish cut. Her skin was much darker with a light tan line from the hat she always wore, though it was still very pale. A narrow cut was on her cheek, probably from a branch of some sort, and it looked to be already fading. Her brown eyes brightened. Ketchum. Leaf. Ash grinned widely, another mirrored on her face. Long time no see, eh? She scoffed. Of course. Why are you calling me? Nurse Joy said it was Professor Oak. He paused, then seeked in a breath and steeled himself. It was better to just get the question out than drag it into excessiveness. I was wondering whether you'd want to travel together for a while. Even then, he said it very fast. Leaf blinked, before a cackle split the air. Crawlin' back, Ketchum. If you can get over here, I'll let you follow behind me. She lasted a second before her laugh faded into something more real. Of course. Is Professor Oak going to teleport you over? Yeah. It probably won't be for too long, maybe a couple of weeks. He scratched at the back of his neck. You're going to Tojo Falls, right? At her nod, he continued. Just up until we finish there, then I'll be out of your hair. He grinned. Not that you have much else. She sniffed in mock anger. I'll have you know that this hair has not bothered me once since I cut it. I doubt you can say the same about your unruly mane. Ash blinked, reaching up to touch his hair. It was rather long, extending past his ears, mainly because he hadn't had any time to cut it. He hadn't even realized how much time had gone by without one. His mom normally cut it every couple of months. Though he hadn't exactly looked at himself recently, he'd say it was almost long enough to pull into a tail. Maybe he'd copy Lance. Leaf snickered, and he quickly retracted his hand and pretended like nothing happened. She looked off the screen, seemingly distracted, before coming back. Why do you want to travel, though? I'm not complaining, but you seemed fine going your separate way the last time we were together. Professor Oak suggested it. He decided to give her a partial truth. I just fought a pretty intense battle, and my team is still injured. But I want to travel, and by going with another trainer, I'm able to let my team recover more naturally and not be trapped in a Pokemon Center until they're done. I just need to know that if anything happens, I'll be protected, and I'm pretty sure your Pokemon are strong. Oh. Her fierce humor faded for a moment, and she didn't mention on his compliment. How bad? Bad, Ash said after a moment. They'll recover, but it might take a while. Leaf looked away for a second, a grimace on her features. You're welcome to come over when you can. I'll be here for the next 2 days in order to let my team rest up a bit. Have Professor Oak teleport you over, and we'll head out. Ash nodded, earning himself another wide grin. Leaf kept looking off screen, and before long, they had to cut their conversation short. Someone's calling me, talk later. At his nod, she clicked the off button. Ash let out a sigh, leaning back against the chair. Professor Oak stepped back from around the corner and put a hand on his shoulder, smiling softly. Was it that bad? Ash sighed deeper. It wasn't bad, really, it's just that I left her last time. And now I'm asking to travel with her, and I'm going to be relying on her Pokemon to protect me if anything happens. Dead weight, you know. He scratched the back of his neck. I don't want to feel like I just want to travel with her because I need something. I can understand that, he said. But Leaf is your friend. Would you let her travel with you? Oh. Ash nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll make it up to her, though. Professor Oak smiled. That's fine. I'll teleport you over in 2 days, once your team has been released. For now, though, just relax. You'll be traveling soon enough. His expression slowly changed, the smile switching to a cool expression. But in the meantime, you have more to learn. The slight humor Ash had been feeling faded softly, though he didn't lose it. He nodded, determined. This was a good memory, he wouldn't forget it, but now it was time to focus. Ash wasn't going to make the same mistakes he had made before. He stood up, following Professor Oak to the training room. XXX. Gale snapped his wings down, blowing a gust of wind around the room. Ash laughed as it forcibly rearranged his hair, reaching forward to brush his fingers through Gale's crest. The Fiero squawked but let him, leaning slightly into the touch. He wasn't supposed to fly until his wings were completely healed, but Nurse Joy said he was progressing at an extremely fast rate. Ash was pretty sure it was just Gale's determination to touch the skies again. Scorch pawed at his leg repeatedly until he knelt, pushing her face into his chest. He scratched behind her ears, smoothing over the fur that she hadn't had the time to groom down properly. Heat nearly burned his fingers, but he refused to stop petting her. She chewed warmly until pulling back, letting Ash meet his other Pokémon. Karma glowed, floating into the air. Her psionic bubble was still very deflated, but she was still able to hover. She looked at him with wide black eyes, ears perked and tail twitching. Though she didn't have the strength to communicate mentally with him, he could tell what she was thinking. He nodded and answered it. "I'm okay, I swear." "Are you? Do you feel better?" She twitched her ears and inclined her head. Tide barked, slapping his flippers against the ground. Ash laughed, though he did shiver when the Celio breathed an icy burst of wind over him. Go figure that he'd be the one the least affected by fighting such dangerous opponents. Knowing Tide, he'd probably try and do it again. The ice type looked around, checking up on the other members of his team. He barely seemed to notice the 2 scars over his chest from Toro's horns. Wraith hissed, forming his hands quickly and peering over the whole group. Ash stood, turning to his 4th friend with a grin. The ghost's spines rustled with almost anxiety, claws scratching at each other, but he turned back to Ash when the boy looked at him. His shadow rose in Ash's mind. Ash touched his belt, at the missing Pokeball. Rhydon wasn't recovered enough to be released from Nurse Joy's care, but he imagined the ground type was still there, listening in with a loyal rumble. It gave him a burst of heart. "We did it, guys," Ash said quietly. They all turned to him. Wraith's bloody eyes were wide. "We took down a Team Rocket base and captured Gideon. He won't be out ever again." Karma's eyes gleamed at that, shine rippling around her neck. "When we were done, the League went in and cleaned up the base, arresting all the grunts and freeing over 200 Pokémon." Gale shrieked proudly, crest snapping up. Scorch yipped as the Fiero spread his wings out, nearly catching her side, but they were all swept up in the tidal wave of victory. Karma glowed a pale blue and redirected Tide's cheerful icy breaths, but even she looked pridefully up, ears perked. Wraith thrummed deep in Ash's bones, baritone voice whispering words he could never decipher. The Haunter didn't run around and shout like the others, but he wasn't that kind of Pokémon. He looked around, twitching his spines, before making eye contact with Ash. Pride and loyalty burned in the bloody irises. Slowly, he tilted his head down. Ash smiled, warmth unfolding in his chest, and nodded back. The Haunter abruptly pulled up and floated away. "We're going to spend a few more days here, then we'll be traveling to Tojo Falls with Leaf to recover. It's been a difficult time for all of us, and we'll be using those 2 weeks to just relax, and maybe train a little, okay? It'll be for us to recover." He paused, thinking of the bag still in his room. "Scorch, can you come here?" The Vulpix yipped and padded forward, much slower than she normally was. As she got closer, Ash nearly began sweating, heat pouring from her body. She seemed to realize that, stopping a fair distance away with a strange expression on her face. "Hey, Scorch," he said. She barked. "Do you remember the Firestone?" Immediately, her eyes lit up. She flared her tails over her head, ears fully perked, and barked again. Fire surfaced deep in her gray eyes. "Your internal flame is still too chaotic to evolve, but once you stabilize, I'll give it to you," he promised. She reared, tail stretching back to keep her balance, and stood there. Pawing at the air, she howled. It brought him back to Route 8, where a four-tailed fire type had challenged him in order to let her pack escape. "You'll be a Ninetales." She fell back to all fours, looking up at him. After a moment, she turned and darted back to her side, immediately yipping at Gale. The Fiero squawked proudly, extending his great wings. He was still proud of his evolution, and no doubt explaining for the 30th time how it felt to do so. But this time, Scorch seemed much more invested, ears twitching. Ash let them continue, the extra Pokeball heavy on his waist. Gale finished, snapping his wings back to his side and looking at Ash with his sharp eyes. The rest of his team seemed to realize he wasn't done telling them information. He let out a low sigh and prepared himself. Bulbasaur had been healed up by Nurse Joy for 2 nights, trying to fix the damage done to its vine and bulb over the time it had been in Gideon's care. There hadn't been much she could do. Most of it was permanent, having been done so long ago. Ash hadn't gotten the official report, Nurse Joy having too many other Pokémon to work on to devote her time to one, but there had been a paragraph found in the base. Judging by the professional tone, it had probably been by Gideon himself. Charizard had been released into a cage with 15 grass types for training. Most had died, but Bulbasaur had been able to evade the behemoth for a solid 5 minutes, enough for Gideon to take notice and stop the fight by using Rapidash. That allowed Bulbasaur to run back into its cage. It had fought Charizard once more before the match was again stopped by Gideon. That explained where it had picked up on little tricks to fighting the fire type. It seemed like it was a fast learner. You guys remember Bulbasaur? All of them made sounds of agreement, though Tide took a second longer than most. When Ash held up the Pokeball, eyes went wide. Wraith hissed. It's not on our team yet. We've just been given the chance to talk to it, to see whether it wants to join our team. He gave it a moment of pause. We're going to do this differently than what we normally do. I'm only going to have it speak to one Pokémon, at least in the beginning, so it isn't overwhelmed. Scorch yipped, but after a second, she seemed to realize that being the same typing as Charizard wouldn't endear her to Bulbasaur. She stepped back. Karma's eyes flashed blue, but she didn't volunteer either, no doubt she already knew who Ash wanted. Wraith, can you come here? The Haunter twitched his spines, tilting his hands to the side. He drifted closer to Ash, lowering himself to the ground to be on eye level. This Pokémon was probably born in Team Rocket like you. Wraith hissed, baring jagged fangs. It doesn't know a life outside of that base there, and I want you to try and help it. Tell it what you went through, how you combated that. Don't try to sell being a trainer's Pokémon, just talk to it about the world outside. Wraith's eyes cleared, and he nodded. With a look, he floated a little ways away from Ash. With a look of concentration, he rearranged the gas inside his ectoplasmic skin, shrinking the size of his spines and pulling his hands to his side. Though he didn't look at all unthreatening, it helped a little. He met gazes with each of his Pokémon before recalling them, fingers touching over the empty first slot. Wraith hissed, floating low to the ground. Ash nodded at him, grinned a bit nervously, and clicked the release. Bulbasaur stood in the middle of the training room, halfway between the two. It glared at them both with scarlet eyes. Turning slowly, it scanned for any other threats, but soon turned back to them. It took a few steps backward to keep them both in its sight. Hey there, Bulbasaur, he said softly, drawing its attention. It growled, but seemed to recognize him, ears flicking up. Are you feeling better? Another growl, but he thought he could hear a bit of an answer in it. He nodded, shifting his gaze to Wraith. The ghost hissed a greeting, earning a snarl in response. Despite such an aggressive sound, it didn't seem to be a threat by Wraith's reaction. Bulbasaur seemed to only growl or snarl. After a moment, it looked back at him, ears still perked despite its narrowed eyes. He took the opportunity. Are you hungry? Ash reached into the little drawstring bag he had brought and pulled out an Aka berry, which Nurse Joy had recommended. He held out the orange berry, keeping his grip loose. Bulbasaur's bulb twitched, but it didn't come close. He relaxed his hand and let the berry roll off his fingers, heading toward the grass type. It stopped it with a paw, giving a narrow glance around, before biting into it with surprisingly sharp fangs. The berry was hard, but Bulbasaur got it cracked in half and eaten in record time. It growled almost happily and looked back at Ash, ears perked up. He fed it 3 more before straightening. Ash debated for a while before choosing the direction he wanted the conversation to go. Bulbasaur didn't seem to have many fears, and he wanted to get rid of the biggest one. Charizard's gone. Scarlet eyes widened. So is Tauros, and Rapidash, and every other Pokemon you fought in that cage. They won't hurt you ever again. Bulbasaur took a step backward. Its bulb twitched, the only visible sign of its emotions. Ash waited for a few moments, letting the message sink in. Its eyes lost their wide awe and it looked back up at him with nearly the same expression as it had had before. You're free now, Bulbasaur. If you want, we could break your Pokeball and release you in the wild to live your life. It narrowed its eyes again, barely slits now. But if you want, you can talk to my Pokemon, he offered, trying to make it sound as casual as possible. My haunter, Wraith, was captured by Team Rocket, too. He can tell you what he went through after being freed. Bulbasaur waited a moment, still scanning the room, before giving a short bark. Wraith hissed back, dropping close to the ground and floating closer. Even as low as he could go, he towered above the grass type, but it seemed less than afraid. If Ash had to guess, he'd think it only hated fire and flying types. Scorch and Gale might have their work cut out for them in order to be friends. Their conversation was mostly one-sided, Wraith hissing his story as Bulbasaur growled questions. His spines kept twitching nervously, which Ash hadn't expected from the ghost, but Ash felt himself perking up as Bulbasaur's body posture relaxed more and more. It gave him a quick glance before returning its attention to Wraith. Before long, Wraith was gesturing more wildly, claws scratching against the air and baring his fangs. Bulbasaur seemed almost amused by his actions, far less scared than it had been at the beginning. Though it kept a constant eye on Ash, it focused in on what Wraith was saying. Ash stood awkwardly in the back, watching the tiny Pokemon begin to fully talk with his friend. Before too long, though, it looked back at him and growled. Wraith gently tapped it on the head, producing a shudder and snarl, but he apparently apologized and pointed toward Ash, spines lowered. The grass type started walking toward, staying against the wall but heading in Ash's direction. It settled on its haunches, staring up at him. After a long moment, it tilted its head down, jerking it up almost instantly. Ash couldn't help the wide grin that grew over his face, barely containing a cry of joy. Bulbasaur stared up at him, ears twitching. Can I scan your moves? It nodded again, mumbling something under its breath. The shadow in the back of his mind flared to life, bleeding thoughts across his own. Memories of battling Charizard, and Rhyhorn, and Karma appeared in front of him. Battle. Then a short one of Wraith rejecting a spicy berry from Scorch. The pieces connected slowly. You don't want to battle? He asked softly. Bulbasaur immediately hissed, bulb flaring open at the tip. Ash could see the tips of its vines peeking through the top, but it didn't release them, and after another second it retracted the whole thing. But the intent was clear. I won't make you battle, Bulbasaur. You can just be one of us, one of the team. If you don't want to, I won't make you. The grass type made a strange chewing sound deep in its throat, nodding its head. When Ash held up his Pokédex again, it stared upward with narrow eyes but didn't react otherwise. Ash clicked the button, watching the screen focus in. He had been assigned temporary access of Bulbasaur, in order to allow him to throw its Pokeball. The practice was used for many battling schools or more particular tournament rules, but it only lasted as long as the official owner of the Pokémon decreed. For this occasion, the League had given him 2 hours, marked by a little clock counting down in the corner of his Pokédex. He still had plenty of time to scan Bulbasaur's moves. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. Bulbasaur can often be found napping in bright sunlight. By absorbing sunlight, they create nourishments in their bulbs and can go days without eating. They store energy in their bulbs for large battles. This Bulbasaur knows the moves Tackle, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Bind, and Giga Drain. Its ability is Overgrow, which gives it a burst of adrenaline in high-stress situations. He nodded at that. It was enough to defend itself, herself, if the need arose, and he had little doubt she could handle herself. He flashed a grin at her, which she just narrowed her eyes at. But she didn't seem nearly as hostile as she had been at the beginning. "Welcome to the team, Bulbasaur. I'll do everything I can to make you happy here," he promised, staring directly in her eyes. After a moment, she nodded again and chid. "XXX." Ash jerked upright. Something was trapping his arms and legs. He tried to kick it off, but it tangled and trapped and dragged him down. Panic rose up his throat, he was stuck, he couldn't escape, there was fire coming. A steady beeping came from his side. Gideon was pressing buttons. Charizard. Nurse Joy ran into the room, taking care not to hit the door against the wall. Ash took a worryingly long time to recognize her, but once he did, he next found that the chains around his legs were just blankets and the beeping was the monitor at his bedside. He looked down frustratingly slowly at the stickers over the side of the bed, ones he had ripped off his chest in his thrashing. That must have been what caused the beeping. Nurse Joy moved closer to him, sitting on the edge of his bed. Ash growled and thumped against the cushions on his bed, eyes narrowed and angry at himself. "It's okay, Ash," she soothed. "You're okay." "I was fine yesterday," he said stubbornly, frustrated, lost. "I barely even thought of it, why did I suddenly freak out?" She squeezed his shoulder, shutting him up. Her eyes locked onto his. "Ash, let me put it this way. Less than a week ago, you nearly died. Your team nearly died. Yesterday, you found your team was still alive and happy, and that you would be gaining a new member. You were overcome with happiness, which happens to everyone. But now your brain is remembering what happened in order for that to happen to you." Ash sighed, dropping back onto the bed. Fire flashed behind his eyes. He wanted his team here. "But I can't just do this all the time. I mean, that was just Dash." He trailed off. There wasn't anything he knew how to say. "You're doing amazing, Ash," she said, voice still soothing. "How many other trainers could have done what you did? You and your team are strong, and I know you'll only keep growing. This isn't the end, it's only your beginning." Ash leaned further against his headrest, anger leaking from his body as exhaustion overtook it. "Can you tell me how Rhydon is doing? He'll be able to be released to you tomorrow just in time for you to travel, but he's still too sensitive to battle." Her voice was still that soothing, soft tone, and it both calmed and angered him. He wanted Rhydon. Nurse Joy stayed with him for a while longer, still speaking warmly, but then she had to leave. He wasn't the only patient here. There wasn't much sleep to be had that night. He got out of the room far too early, shoulders tight. Professor Oak's room was in the special wing, but Nurse Joy's assistant had seen his face enough to let him. He knocked sharply on the door, waited for 3 minutes without a response, and knocked again. The door opened a moment later. "Ash?" The professor yawned, rubbing his eyes. He had apparently pulled close to an all-nighter again. "Are you ready to go?" He nodded, tightening the straps of his bag around his shoulder. Having been alert and moving around for an hour, he was jittery and ready to go. Being trapped in the Pokémon Center for a week had done wonders to make him anxious. Ash had met with Rhydon early in the morning. In the 15 minutes they were together, he felt like an enormous weight had been rolled off his shoulders. The ground type, while sore and stiff, was the same he had always been. Ash had introduced him and the team to Bulbasaur, who took it rather easily. Scorch and Gale were treated with wariness but not hostility, and Rhydon had been acknowledged as the leader. But he needed to travel. The Pokémon Center was doing nothing for the pit in his stomach nor the restlessness of his team. They all needed to get out, to show Bulbasaur the green of the world and the sun. He brushed air out of his eyes. "Go call Leaf, and then I'll send Alakazam over." Professor Oak yawned again, jaw popping. Ash nodded and sped away, darting down to the videophones. Nurse Joy had given him plenty of burn heals, which he would take every morning and afternoon. She had been nice enough to get rid of the spray aspect of the medicine, making it just a drink. While Pokemon medicines worked fine on humans, if less effective, they could be annoying to take. Scanning his trainer ID under the videophone, he waited patiently for it to open and then immediately plugged in the number Professor Oak had taught him. It came to life quickly, revealing a smiling face. "Welcome to the Victory Road Pokemon Center, how may I help you?" Nurse Joy said, at least before she caught sight of Ash. She relaxed. "Ah. Hello, Ash." "Hey, Nurse Joy. I'm here to talk to Leaf again." Nurse Joy let out a sigh, pink hair swinging. "I'll grab her for you." Ash nodded and she put the call on hold, switching the video and audio feed off in favor of a black screen. The videophone stayed blank for a solid 4 minutes before flaring to life. Leaf stared through the camera, a deranged grin on her face. "Hey, Ketchum, sorry 'bout that. Was grabbing my bag. How soon till you're over?" "Soon." Her mood was infectious, and he could feel a grin build on his face. "Alakazam is ready to teleport me over, I just wanted to confirm with you." She snorted, waving a hand. "No need. Nurse Joy is gettin' sick of having to tell me whenever you call, and she'll be glad to get me out of her hair. Come over." She hung up with a click, the screen flashing merrily to black. Ash flicked the videophone off and immediately ran back upstairs. Professor Oak looked moderately more awake, eyes still bleary but hair combed and clothes arranged. He nodded as Ash approached, a smile on his face. "I'll be sending the last of my training practices to you. Alakazam will take you to the Victory Road Center, and I'll expect a call from you in 2 weeks, alright?" Ash nodded again, bouncing slightly. The man sighed. Without so much as a flash or sound, Alakazam appeared in the room. She blinked her black eyes, muscles twitching, as she communicated quickly with Professor Oak. With a twitch of her ears Ash knew meant a sigh, she raised her 2 spoons and aimed them at him. He closed an eyes, felt a slight pressure on his shoulders, and opened them again in a new location. The Pokemon Center was just as he knew they all looked, white, orange, and covered in glass. He looked at Alakazam, only to find her gone. She didn't want to wait around. Ash walked over to the side of the center to stay out of everyone's way, looking around. It wasn't a large town, but it was still bigger than Pallet Town. He couldn't see Victory Road past the buildings, but it was a small, quiet town he enjoyed the feeling of. The houses were made of wood and stone, rarely over 2 floors, and were lined with endless flowers. It gave an almost Celadon-like smell, but nowhere near as overpowering. After only a few minutes, the door to the center burst open and Leaf emerged. Their eyes locked. "There you are," he said, grinning. "I was waiting for forever." "Getting lazy?" She snorted. "You wish." Grabbed a few more potions just to be ready. After a moment, she nodded in the direction opposite of the Pokemon Center. "Let's get going. I want to get a good distance by tonight." "Yeah." He looked around, but if there was a directional sign, he couldn't see it. He could, however, see the shock of dark green a little ways toward where Leaf was looking. "How big is the forest compared to the others? Viridian, Fuchsia, or Vermilion?" "Route 1, she said instantly. "It's got a forest at the beginning, but everything else is mostly mountainous. Trees for the first day, mountains for the rest. Should be a max of 3 days before we reach the falls, and it shouldn't take too long for me to find a proper Poliwhirl." Ash nodded, though he did pause for a second. He knew that Leaf was a very organized person, despite what many people thought, but he hadn't thought that she had planned out all her different Pokemon to catch. But she did want to be a fighting-type master and Poliwhirl could evolve into Poliwrath. "Do you already have a water stone?" "Not yet," she said, shaking her head. "I've been saving a lot of money, got my eye on the ones in Celadon. It's been taking forever, though, which SCKS." She kicked a loose stone. They walked in about 20 seconds of silence before she started talking again. It's been a royal pain staying here, Leaf complained, hauling her bag higher up on her shoulders. I can't so much as breathe in the direction of Victory Road without being interrogated, and there are constant ACE trainers running border patrols and checking bags. These falls better be worth the struggle. Ash snorted. Why are you going to the falls to catch a polywhirl anyway? Aren't they pretty common near Vermilion? Of course they are, but Tojo Falls has a high population of the whooper line, which could potentially give me a polywhirl with the egg move Haze or Mist. Those are really handy moves, and I feel like it would be useful for a fighting type as they could hide before attacking right out. You've really planned this all out, he said, a bit wide-eyed. Why aren't you gunning for a Poliwag? Maybe you could train its fighting type side up more from the beginning. She shook her head. Nah, Poliwhirl are better. Poliwag don't have arms, and they're more focused on water attacks. Poliwhirl are the best place to start for training a fighting type. He shrugged. Alright. You know what's best. DMN right I do. She crowed, pumping at the air. I've been waiting for getting a Poliwhirl since forever, they're my second favorite Kanto fighting type. The Machop line still holds a place in my heart. Ash grinned. They kept walking, the town fading away. Signs for Route 26 appeared with rising frequency, and he grew more and more excited. Traveling again, something he had been missing for nearly 2 weeks, for if he included being on the Gyarados Tooth. Leaf gave him a curious look as he nearly started running to the start of the route, but he brushed it off, slowing down slightly. Trees rose up from the earth, only barely trimmed. The wilderness seemed remarkably thick for such a small forest, but there was no way he was complaining. Leaf grinned, cracking her knuckles, and turned to him. Teams. Ash's hand fell to his belt. Of course. Leaf practically dragged him onto the route, traveling for less than 5 minutes before they found a decently sized clearing. They both went to separate sides of it and grabbed their pokeballs. I'm going first, Ketchum. Stand back. In a flash of red light, a Machop appeared. He flexed his arms, the strange, thick veins over them shining in the light. Leaf grinned, patting her starter on the arm. He was only an inch or two shorter than her and still had plenty to grow. He grunted back, scanning the clearing. When he saw Ash, he inclined his head, thumping his chest. Fighting types were known for their honor. He looked strong, Ash said, a grin on his face. How long ago did he evolve? 4.5 weeks ago, in the Vermilion Gym. Won me the battle against Surge's Raichu. Machop flexed again, a smirk over his reptilian face. He's my strongest, but the others are catching up. The fighting type snorted. There were 2 more flashes of light a second later. A Magnemite hummed in its odd voice, floating higher into the air. Ash could feel the crackle of electricity in the air as it moved. On the opposite side, a Primeape grunted and pounded its fists together. Ash waited for a second, but noticed she only had 3 Pokeballs on her belt. He raised his eyebrows. Only 3. There's only 4 fighting type lines in Kanto, and Tyrogue are rare enough to find. But I'm going to travel to Johto at the 6-month mark to catch a Heracross and Houndour. She adjusted the brim of her hat and gave a glare to Primeape, who grunted but lowered its fists. Magnemite is to combat fairy and flying types, and when I catch a Houndour, it'll be to fight psychic and ghosts types. I've got some dream Pokemon I'll be hunting for after the Indigo Conference, mainly Ralts, Shroomish, or maybe even a Riolu. A glimmer appeared in her eyes. Did you know Bruno only managed to find a Riolu less than a year ago? He's been searching since the start of his journey. Ash didn't know that, but Leaf followed Bruno more religiously than Arceus. Alright, show me your team. How's Rhyhorn? With a grin, Ash released him. Rhydon rumbled, thudding against the ground. He looked around for a second before his gaze narrowed in on Machop. The fighting type stared up at the nearly 2 feet taller ground type, red eyes going wide before he narrowed them with a snort. He pounded his fists together, power save belt flashing once. Leaf chuckled. And how long ago did he evolve? About a month ago, too. He patted his starter's side, grimacing at the armor on his chest. The stone keratin was an obviously different color and much thinner than the armor surrounding it. It was still regenerating, still holding narrow cracks spreading over the surface. If Rhyhorn felt any pain, he didn't show it. He spun his horn, electricity crackling over the tip, and rumbled. Ash chuckled. He released most of the rest of his team. Gale shrieked, stalking rather awkwardly away in order to glare at Leaf's team from his new position separate from the others. Ash assumed it up the intimidation aspect of it. Scorch yipped, waves of heat pouring out of her before she forcibly reined it in. Karma floated next to Ash, idly tracing new designs in the bottom of her shine with her claws. Tide barked, immediately narrowing in on Primeape. The pig monkey screeched back, the manacles on its limbs clanking as it pounded its fists. He kept Bulbasaur in her pokeball. She disliked it, being as similar to a cage as it was, but he wanted to release her once everyone else had met each other. If the others picked a fight, he didn't want her to have to defend herself. He knew she would be one of the Pokémon he rarely recalled. Leaf whistled slowly, eyes flashing between Gale and Karma. Flying and psychic, eh? I've got ways around them. And 6 tails. The Vulpix of yours is releasing heat like no one's business. Her internal flame still isn't stable yet, he explained. She absorbed too much fire during the battle and is having trouble converting it over still. She can't even activate flash fire yet. A grin split his face, and he settled back, looking as casual as he could manage. But they're not the worst I have. He reached out to the shadow in his mind. Wraith emerged from his shadow, spine stabbing upward. Poison condensed on his fangs to drip into his mouth, only to be reabsorbed and recycled back into his body. Leaf jerked back, eyes wide, but she groaned, good-naturedly. A Fiero, Kadabra, and Haunter. Ash grinned back. All the more to crush you with. Wraith cackled in the back of his mind, raising jagged claws. And it had to be a Haunter, too. The ghastly line is one of the most proficient at using incorporeal forms. She sighed, giving a glance at Machoke. He was glaring fully at Wraith, red eyes narrowed. That's not even mentioning the complete hack it is that ghosts are able to avoid normal and fighting moves. Entirely unfair. Ash tilted his head slightly in Wraith's direction. I didn't know we were signed up for a lecture. The Haunter hissed in amusement, only for Leaf's head to snap in their direction. You think I'm joking? Alright, you're going to get it. Full lecture on ghost types. She marched up to him, ignoring Wraith to sock him on the shoulder. Get your team ready. I'll give it as we travel. Tide barked as he was recalled, brown eyes still fixed on Primeape. The fighting screeched again as the target of its aggression vanished, but before it could do anything, Magnemite hummed softly and released a jagged spike of electricity. It struck Primeape on the top of its head, jolting it enough that Ash could see its fur stand on end. But instead of getting mad, it just growled and calmed down. Leaf was apparently quite used to the legendary rages the Mankey line was known for. Her counter was brilliant. Karma also requested to be recalled. After finishing a narrow hatch mark on her spoon, she nodded to him, disappearing the next second. She still didn't like traveling very much. Leaf called back Magnemite, but Primeape stayed out. The fighting type bounced on the ball of its feet, stepping in line behind Machoke, who grunted at it with a swipe of his muscled arm. When Ash was sure everyone was out who was going to be out, he clicked the release on his final Pokeball, which was on the left side of his waist in the extra slot. Bulbasaur growled as she was released, looking around with scarlet eyes. Hey, Bulbasaur, he said. She looked up at him, but her attention was clearly captured by her surroundings. Green, grass, trees, nature, everything Gideon's cage and the Pokémon Center hadn't been. Her bulb twitched, seeming to draw her attention. She looked up and saw the sun. Ash couldn't help the smile on his face as she made a soft sound of awe, so different from her usual snarls. Almost immediately, she looked happier, turning to look at him. "We're getting ready to travel to Tojo Falls, remember?" She growled at him, nodding her head slightly. "I'm not going to recall you unless an emergency, but try to stay close to the group." She twitched her ears in response. Leaf paused in her checking up on Mac-Hoke and looked over. She jerked. "Is that a Bulbasaur?" She almost screamed, taking a step forward. Ash waved her away. Bulbasaur snarled, walking over to Wraith. The Haunter floated down to be next to her, hissing softly. "Yeah. I got her from an abusive trainer. She's not a battling Pokémon, just on my team." Leaf's expression cleared, and a note of pain appeared in her eyes. "Ah. I'm sorry. Did you get her recently?" "A few days ago. She's gotten used to my team and stuff, but this is the first time she's been outside, I think." Ash looked back at her. She was growling back at Wraith, who was offering her pieces of grass to inspect. It was rather cute. Leaf nodded, before she snapped back to attention. "Ghost type's time, Ketchum. I'm about to educate you on why your ghost type is one of the most annoying Pokémon you could have captured." Ash smiled, preparing the rest of his team. Wraith didn't go into his shadow, sticking next to Bulbasaur as they walked. Rhydon lumbered by his side, Scorch by his feet, and Gale immediately took to the skies. Primeape stayed behind Mac-Hoke, who was next to Leaf. Now see, the issue isn't just normal and fighting type moves. It's their energy. Ghosts aren't fully connected to the mortal plane, except when pulled forward by moves like Foresight, so whenever they're hit with a move that doesn't have tangible, powerful energy in it, it does nothing. It doesn't affect them at all. And the issue is that normal types are empty of natural tangible energy, so for ghosts, it's a bit like looking at a mirage. I'm surprised your Haunter and Fiero manage to get along as well as they do. But fighting types do have energy, but it's just not enough to hit ghosts. But it is strong enough to let natural ghostly energies interact. XXX. Tojo Falls was powerful, immense, and almost frightening. Ash heard the dull roar of the waterfall nearly half a mile before they reached it, carrying through the wide mountain pass and echoing off of the heavy rock walls. Leaf grew more and more excited as time went on, pushing them all to go faster. Bulbasaur loved the outside. Her bulb was constantly glowing green, which took Ash a little bit before discovering that she was absorbing sunlight to make into nutrients. In only 3 days, her skin had started to lighten and her stomach had begun filling out. Ash went through the League's care sheet every night, feeding her twice what her body size would normally get and always sleeping in a clearing that let her have every second of sunlight she could get. Leaf adjusted fine to it, and he knew that she was just excited to be so close to one of the Kanto starters. Though Ash didn't train much, he got to see Leaf work with her Pokémon. She actively worked out next to them, going through the punches and even mock fighting with Mac-Hoke. The fighting type never used any moves and barely seemed to tap her, but they both got a good workout from it. Primeape could fly into rages when attacking and Mac-Hoke could shatter boulders. Magnemite, while not battling much, had a wicked flash cannon that could carve furrows into the mountains. Trainers were common on the path, and Ash and Leaf split them evenly. Rhydon and Scorch didn't battle, but the rest of his team did so and thoroughly enjoyed it. Bulbasaur always sat on the sidelines, halfway behind Rhydon for his bulk to protect her from stray attacks, and simply watched the battles. She was good at that, as a not very vocal Pokémon, she mainly stuck to the sidelines and just watched. It was almost eerie at times, but she had a soft growl for when they won. Life with Bulbasaur was strange at times. When he had suggested a nickname, she had vehemently denied it. He knew Wraith had chosen one to show he was different than the others at Team Rocket, that he wasn't just a ghastly in their ranks, but Bulbasaur had snarled when he had so much as mentioned it. She ate away from the others of the group, even going so far as to find a new clearing to absorb sunlight in. Ash had given up trying to keep her close after the first time, and just sent Wraith to keep an eye on her, which the ghost never seemed to mind. Leaf grinned, twisting her hat's brim around. The roar of the waterfall grew louder and louder as they got closer, and Ash could feel the moisture in the air. Water beaded in his hair. Before too long, the road switched to cobbled brick and signs welcomed them to Tojo Falls. A league official scanned their trainer IDs in order to record the number of people who visited the reserve. The cobbled street was soon overtaken by a wooden deck, multiple other people walking around on it. The sound of the waterfall grew louder. Both Leaf and Ash gasped as they walked around the corner. Tojo Falls was a location, not just a single waterfall, but the fall was more impressive than Ash could have imagined. An enormous line carved its way down the side of the mountain, gleaming white-blue. Spray exploded up with every second, and even from nearly half a mile away Ash could feel the mist. Bulbasaur growled, pressing further behind Ash. The rest of his team was already recalled except for Wraith, and Ash was glad for it. Rhydon would be miserable with the moisture. Leaf laughed furiously, staring up at the awe of the fall. No wonder this was what divided Kanto and Johto. The League couldn't have picked a more memorable landmark. Why hadn't he planned to go here? They both walked around the deck, unable to remove their gazes. Bulbasaur growled, but she did seem to enjoy the high level of moisture in the air. Machoke grunted, stepping around another sightseer, but he stayed by Leaf and seemed to enjoy the water. Wraith didn't emerge. He was quite happy to stay dry, judging by the grumbling hisses from the shadow in Ash's mind. The deck was large, nearly the size of a gym. It was in a half-circle on the very edge of the lake, providing a good viewing platform for the fall while being far enough away to avoid most everything and being tall enough to let ships pass underneath. The deck continued backward, creating a sort of boardwalk that went to the Tojo Falls town. Ash could see the lake the waterfall fed running beneath the deck, a clear stream of fierce blue that darted off to the left in a wide river. On the side of the deck, Ash could see a path running next to the river, extending out into the forest. The continuation of route Leaf poked his side, and he nodded. Sidestepping around a fellow trainer who was soaked to the bone, they walked toward the exit off of the deck. They'd check it more tomorrow, but Leaf wanted to set up camp first. It was getting late, and the Poliwag line was not nocturnal. Route 27 seemed like they hadn't ever encountered the fall. While almost the entirety of Route 27 and a part of Route 26 was inside the borders of the Tojo Falls Reserve, only the actual fall was very closely monitored. Another League official gave them a lazy salute as they hopped off the deck, punching a number into his gear, but they didn't have to scan their trainer IDs again. The mountain retreated almost hesitantly, letting narrow trees claim the land it had once occupied. Though it wasn't truly a mountain pass, it was more difficult to traverse than other routes Ash had been on, rocks littering from smaller avalanches and exposed roots ready to trip at any opportunity. Before the night truly had a chance to fall, they found a spot. Leaf grinned, punching Ash's shoulder. The river gurgled pleasantly by their side, especially from where it expanded, ballooning out into a wide, sort of pond next to the road. They weren't the first to have camped there, Ash could see that. Enough trainers had chosen this spot that there was a permanent fire pit, but they were the only ones currently around. Machoke picked up a couple of enormous branches, probably having been carried down by the river. There weren't many trees around, as this was a pretty mountainous area, but Tojo Falls strictly forbid pulling live wood for fire pits in order to protect what little they had. He set them near the fire pit, already looking for more. "This'll be perfect," Leaf said, hands on her hips. "I've got a few hours of daylight and I want to get catching. You can just relax for a bit, or train if you don't do too much." She fixed him with a glare. "But if you scare away my Poliwhirl, Ketchum, I'm using you as bait." He laughed. Releasing the rest of his team, he shushed them before they started their general cries of welcome. Gale narrowed his eyes at the lack of suitable trees to perch on but found a good enough pile of rocks that had come down the mountain. He kept staring at the pond with an extended crest, swooping in and picking out water types was a major part of how he hunted. Bulbasaur snarled as Primeape and Magnemite were released. The fighting type turned at that, eyes flashing red as it saw a wraith right behind her. It screeched at the sight of the ghost type, pounding its fists together. Bulbasaur immediately stepped forward, the tips of her vines emerging from her bulb. Wraith hissed good naturally, floating down to be by her side. She growled at him, still tensed. Magnemite shocked Primeape again, and it turned away with a low growl. Leaf stood in front of it, hands on her hips, and held up its pokeball. Primeape stalked off and sat near the fire pit, eyes fixed on the water's edge, but it seemed to be calming down. Leaf dug through her bag, pulling out a wrapped pole. After only a minute, she had all the different pieces locked together and the line spooled up, attaching a chunk of meat to the end. The great rod whistled as the line flew out into the water, landing with a plop. Ash sighed, reaching to his belt and pulling out his Pokédex. He explained what was going on quickly, and they all moved to their own things. Gale flew back up to his perch, tucking his head under his wing. Tide glared at Primeape, also giving a longing look to the river. When Leaf caught her Poliwhirl, Tide would probably sleep in there. Karma floated to a corner, eyes burning blue as she gathered her energy. She could practice her new move without distracting Leaf or disturbing the Pokémon of the river. Wraith dove into Bulbasaur's shadow, who was exploring a clump of wildflowers near the river. She glowed with Giga Drain, absorbing energy from anything nearby. Rhydon and Scorch curled up next to Ash, the ground type providing a useful backrest as he read. Leaf pulled up a distracted Wooper who barely seemed to notice the hook in its mouth. She sighed, pulled it out, and let it go back into the pond. A Poliwag came up next, spitting water guns. Machoke punched it halfway across the pond. The second Leaf got the hook out of its mouth. There were two more of the Wooper line and a dazed Slowpoke, but no Poliwhirl yet. She sighed, throwing back a Goldeen, and gave a look of frustration to Machoke. They were nearly 2 hours in, and night was fast approaching. The next bite tugged hard enough to nearly yank the rod out of Leaf's hands. She growled and pulled back, Machoke's hands landing on her shoulders. The line whined, nearly pulling completely out of the rod, but then Leaf started spinning. After a second, the surface of the pond exploded upward. Ash only caught a glimpse of blue and white before a cloud of mist filled the air, dropping the temperature fast. Bulbasaur barreled back toward his side, dragging Wraith along with her. "Grab it!" Leaf barked. If it escaped back into the water, she would lose it, and it had already managed to get out of her hook. Seismic toss. Machoke roared, reaching forward through the haze. He disappeared for a second before a blue form emerged from the cloud and flew across the clearing, slamming into a lone tree with enough force to break several branches. Machoke ran toward it, fists glowing. Karate chop. Poliwhirl, now that Ash could recognize it, pulled itself to its feet and met Machoke's charge head-on with a spray of bubbles. Each exploded on contact, making Machoke flinch, and it was enough for the water type to snip him with several water guns. He was flung surprisingly far back. Machoke grunted, sprinting forward with another karate chop. Poliwhirl couldn't dodge, but it did glow with what Ash guessed was body slam, throwing itself at the fighting type. It was a clean hit. Machoke grunted, straightened, and slammed at its lower half with low kick. Poliwhirl gurgled in surprise and fell over. Cross chop. The fighting type sprung forward, fists glowing, and nailed Poliwhirl right across its spiraled belly. The first hit stopped its attempt at getting up. The second nearly embedded it in the ground. Machoke jumped out of the way and Leaf threw the Pokeball. It smacked against Poliwhirl's stomach and drew it inside. 1 shake. 2. Click. Leaf grinned, running forward to grab the sphere. Finally. And that was either haze or mist, I'm not sure which. Welcome to the team, Poliwhirl. Machoke grunted his approval, poking at his chest with a wince. It was strong, though not well versed in actual battling. Ash stood, petting Scorch behind her uncomfortably hot ears. That was great. When are you going to introduce it to your other members? probably tomorrow. She shrugged. I'll let it heal up tonight and then deal with it in the morning. It didn't look aggressive, more upset at being caught. Ash nodded. He had noticed the same thing. Tide gave a low whine, drawing Ash's attention. He flicked his tail at the pond, which was smooth again, the cloud of white fading into the air. With a chuckle, he nodded his head. Tide immediately dove in, disappearing beneath the surface. Leaf patted the pokeball, slipping it onto her waist. You have no idea how much easier this is going to make gym battles. I'm finally going to have some variety, which is something I've been struggling with. And did you see how well it used haze? That's perfect for what I need. Ash grinned. He understood that. You going to train tonight, or just sleep? Sleep. Leaf looked a bit mareepish. I want to meet it as soon as possible, but I want it to be at least mostly healed, and I don't want to worry about it attacking me if I try with potions. That's fair. I'll be training, but I'll try to keep it quiet. He gave a bit of a nervous grin. Leaf snorted. Are you kidding? Primeape's ability is Vital Spirit, which makes his brain shut down in tiny sections in order to rest. He can't sleep like we do. I've got the highest quality earplugs on the planet. As long as you don't practice Earthquake Dash, she gave Rhyhorn a narrowed look, and keep it away from me, I'll be fine. Ash laughed. Will do. I haven't started on Earthquake yet, so that should be fine. What? Why? Leaf looked confused. It's one of the most powerful ground moves that a Rhyhorn can learn. Ash frowned. Why hadn't he started it yet? He's got Earth Power right now, and I'm working on Stone Edge, but Earthquake is next to learn. Ah yes, that was why. It's just a little difficult to find a proper place to practice, because Dash. It can be very dangerous if not properly controlled. Leaf nodded. That's cool. See you in the morning. She gathered her Pokemon, recalling Magnemite. Apparently, the Steel type didn't like to be out when it didn't have to. Machoke growled at Primeape, who screeched back but headed off to sit next to the pond, slapping repeatedly at the water. Strengthens his muscles, she said to Ash, climbing into her sleeping bag. Her earbuds were large, metal things that looked only slightly more comfortable than hunks of stone, but she slipped them easily on and closed her eyes. Machoke sat next to her, red eyes watching Ash and his team. He didn't think the fighting type would go to sleep until Ash did. Rhyhorn rumbled, standing fully. He avoided the path, though there wasn't anyone on it, and headed just far enough away that Ash could see him but not feel the vibration spreading through the earth. After a moment, a spike of rock exploded upward, nearly 4 feet up and half across. Earth Power was about having the earth explode or move, while Stone Edge was simply summoning a stalagmite of rock. Stone Edge would reach high and be more precise, while Earth Power had more, well, power. He wasn't going to be practicing any physical moves for at least another week, and this was the first night he had been able to train. Rhyhorn had been more than ready, but Ash was strict on following Nurse Joy's instructions. Karma's ears perked up as he walked closer, tail twitching. How's Psycho Cut going? She raised her shine, eyes glowing. A blade of psychic energy formed between her extended claws, glowing a blue-purple. She moved it slowly, examining each angle. But when she took aim toward the side of the mountain, it fizzled out before it ever crossed the pond. Her ears flattened. That was good, Karma. You've got this. Her stain hummed at him, and her ears flicked happily. Have you tried making it smaller? Compacting the energy? Her tail twitched. She formed another, much tinier blade, and examined it closely. Another appeared a little aways, seemingly more sturdy. She tapped it with her claw, creating a ringing note. There was a splash, and Ash looked over just in time to see a sea king float to the surface of the pond. Tide appeared on a second later, barking proudly. The sea king was obviously knocked out, a few of its scales bruised. Ash made a move to heal it, but it fell beneath the water after another second, form fading almost immediately. Tide barked again before narrowing in on Primeape, who was still slapping the water. Before he could attack him, Ash snapped his fingers and got the Celio's attention. "Keep working on Aqua Tail, Tide," he said a bit warningly. "You can battle him tomorrow, if Leaf says okay." "Not now." Tide groaned lowly but dipped below the water again. Gale flew overhead, working on his speed, and Wraith was practicing Dark Pulse. Ash frowned. Wraith had one of the weakest movesets of his team, even if he was able to use them in creative manners. He pulled out his Pokédex and scanned through what he could learn. Ghosts had a very varied moveset, though Wraith wouldn't come into his full potential until he evolved into Jengar. But Ash's eyes lit up. The 3 elemental punches. Wraith? The Haunter looked up from where he had formed a Dark Pulse, letting it dissipate with a wince from the energy. He floated over to Ash, spines rustling. "You need another move. What's your favorite out of fire, electricity, and ice?" The shadow in his mind flared to life. Wraith's eyes narrowed, considering the different ones. A question was silently murmured. "The 3 elemental punches, you can learn them. I was planning on them for a while, but I kept getting distracted, which is my fault. But they'll give you an edge against other Pokémon." Wraith waited a long moment before answering. It was different to communicate with Wraith. With Karma, it was like she was talking to him, but for Wraith, it was more like a thought he had himself rose to the surface, pushing past the others to announce its presence. Fire. Ash had kind of been guessing that. Wraith had a tendency to attach himself to other Pokémon, given as with Bulbasaur, and Scorch was one of them, though to a lesser degree. That makes things easier. Scorch can help you, though she can't actually use fire to help. Maybe. Don't push her. A contemplative look spread over his face. Maybe ask Bulbasaur to listen in as well. Learning how fire attacks work could maybe help her get over her fear of them. Wraith hissed, eyes narrowed. His spines extended upward. Ash held his hands up. "Hey, I'm not saying force her or anything. It just might help her learn more about them. And you're the best to ask her, poison types and Team Rocket and all." Wraith hissed again, scratching claws against the air. "You don't have to." The Haunter sunk slightly, but even touching the ground he was taller than Ash. He floated over to Bulbasaur, hissing softly. After a few minutes, they both crossed over to Scorch, who had been practicing Toxic. She yipped, tails wagging as Wraith explained the situation to her. Bulbasaur glared, refusing to back down even as Scorch gave her a confused look. After a second, Scorch just shook her head and started barking to the pair of them, explaining how she harnessed her fire. Ash watched them for a few minutes, taking care in keeping a track on Bulbasaur. The grass type watched Scorch unendingly, her back to no other Pokémon, but she listened to everything Scorch said. Rhydon rumbled loud enough that Ash could hear, punching his failed attempt at a stone edge. The rock exploded to the ground with a shake that made Machoke grunt and look back at Leaf. She still hadn't moved since. Laying down. Gale snapped his wings down, crest fully extended. He flew overhead like a blur and Ash paused, staring up, but heard a furious shriek. The Fiero swooped lowly around, sagging slightly with exhaustion. He was close, so close, to breaking the sound barrier, but he hadn't managed to get there yet. Gale flew down to pick at the pile of berries Ash had left out for him before going at it again. Pidgeot could fly at twice the sound barrier, and Gale refused to be left behind. Karma's ears perked, a single blade carving a divot into the earth. Ash trotted over, sticking his finger into the hole, and grinned. Solidly deep. She thrummed happily and tugged on his shirt with a burst of psychic energy, forcing him to fall flat on his face. He chucked a pebble at her. Karma created a narrow shield and it bounced fruitlessly off. She flicked her ears and threw a small barrage of rocks at him. Ash, laughing, fled the scene. It seemed she had gotten her energy back. Frequent splashes came from the pond, but Tide only rose up once every hour or so to breathe, spending most of his time beneath. Ash didn't bother him. Though the Sea Leo was battle-hungry and never wanted to stop fighting, he knew when to hunker down and train. Aqua Tail was a good move for his bulk and Ash was ready to use it in battle when he got it ready. His eyes fluttered. They had traveled a lot today. Ash distantly saw Rhyhorn gathering the others for bed before he fell asleep. XXX. He woke in the night. His vision only showed black. Rhyhorn? No response. Ash tried to stand, but Scorch was on his lap and he couldn't push her off. She was too warm, she was burning him, there was smoke. A rumble split the air, and then Rhyhorn was by him, dull claws on his shoulder. Bud? The ground type curled up behind him, his stone keratin surprisingly not too uncomfortable. Ash relaxed slightly, he was cool to the touch, a bright contrast to Scorch's warmth. His eyes slid closed again. XXX. Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokemon. Poliwhirl are capable of living in and out of water, on their well-developed legs. They sweat whenever out of water in order to stay moist. The pattern on their chest slowly spirals, and causes drowsiness even outside of battle. This Poliwhirl has the ability water absorb and knows the moves Water Gun, Bubble, Bubble Beam, Hypnosis, Double Slap, Body Slam, and Haze. Leaf whistled lowly. Poliwhirl gurgled happily, pounding her fist on her chest. She had calmed since Machoke thrashed her in battle again, showing her the power of the fighting type. Ash had little doubt Leaf would be getting that Celadon water stone as soon as possible. She pursed her lips, already planning a training reign. Ash decided to throw in his question now. Any chance Tide could battle Primeape? Yeah, he needs the adrenaline. A grin split her face. Poliwhirl gave a soft, almost confused, gurgle. Make sure he's prepared though, yeah. Primeape goes haywall against most enemies. When Ash nodded, she waved Primeape over, explaining it quickly. Ash went to find Tide. The Sea Leo was in the pond, having finished with his meal before anyone else. He was only partially comfortable with bouncing his food on his nose around his teammates, and definitely not with Leaf's team here, so he ate it as fast as he could and went back into the pond for training. Ash threw a few stones into the water, scaring a Poliwag, before Tide came up. Hey, bud. You ready for a battle? The ice type immediately pulled himself out, narrowing in on Primeape. The pig monkey screeched, pounding his fists together. You're at a disadvantage, Tide, Ash called, getting out of the danger zone. Fighting beats ice, show him that's wrong. By the furious bark, Tide was planning on just that. XXX. The town of Tojo Falls was large, sprawling, and full of people and stores and things to do. It was a tourist town, there was no doubt about it, but it was a quieter sense than Celadon. No overpowering scent, no hordes of faux cultural apparel, no towering skyscrapers with gleaming silver windows. Ash was thoroughly enjoying it. Leaf outlined her plan for the day as they walked. The first half of a day would be for shopping, buying all the souvenirs and extra supplies they needed, and the second would be for seeing the sights of the town and everything else. Ash agreed, not that there were many other options. Leaf always had everything planned. They dropped their stuff off at the Pokemon Center. Neither wanted to leave their bags unguarded at a reserve, and they would probably be spending most of their time at the town anyway. Because it was so crowded, it was generally frowned upon to have Pokemon out while walking the streets, at least all those that couldn't just stay on their trainer's shoulder. Ash kept touching his Pokeballs as they walked out, preparing to explore. Something quickly distracted them. Ketchum, look at this. Leaf pointed at a sign posted on the Pokemon Center's wall, neatly printed in large words and colorful pictures. An enormous waterfall took up most of it, the words arranged around it. The Myths and Legends of the Tojo Falls, Tour, by Rina Manaki. Ash grinned, reading over the rest of the thing. Tojo Falls was a place with lots of connections to many places, giving it a rich sense of place as well as many myths and legends surrounding it. He'd love to learn more. Day tour or night? Leaf paused, furrowing her eyebrows. They'd both be nice, she said, rereading it. Night tour is probably less crowded, and it gets a cruise around the fall lake. DMN, costs more. Can you afford it? That's not too much, I can handle it. He patted his trainer ID bracelet. I have plenty right now. If you want to save for your water stone, I can pay for you too. She shook her head. Nah, I've got enough too. Come on, let's find this Rena. The signs were very informative, and it took the pair of them less than an hour to find their way across the entire city and locate the tour guide building. It was a regular house converted to a business building, flower boxes covered in blue and white blooms. Rena seemed to be the owner, judging by the name Manaki Tours. Who Ash assumed was Rena smiled as they entered. She had long red hair pinned back in a bun, blue eyes twinkling and casual scarlet clothes on. Waving them over to her counter, she leaned on her elbows and talked warmly. Welcome to Manaki Tours. How can I help you? We'd like 2 tickets for today's night tour, please, Ash said. Rena's eyes lit up. The tour starts at 8, right here in this building. The majority of it is about the fall, while the day tour covers more about the town. That okay? At their nods, she continued. The boat ride should continue until about 11, then I'll bring you back and have you here by midnight. We'll cover a lot about the different folk tales built up around the fall, the stories of it, and even mysteries of the legendary Pokemon rumored to be found here. They both exchanged looks before offering their wrists. She scanned them quickly, punching a few buttons. She glanced over at her screen, reading it quickly. Ash Ketchum and Romaine Chikara. The trainer winced. Leaf, please. Rena shrugged. Will do. A grin crossed her lips. See you at 8. Bring warm clothing, it gets cold at night. I'd also suggest heading down to Jose's cafe, his lepa berry smoothies can get you through the night. You'll probably need that, too. Ash and Leaf nodded. That sounded like a good thing to try. Another customer came into the store and Rena perked up again, waving her over. They both immediately struck up a conversation about the tours. Ash took the opportunity to leave, Leaf following him. She looked around, checking her watch. Smoothie. Jose's cafe had the sort of warm, cozy feeling that immediately made Ash think of his own restaurant in Pallet Town, the one filled with his mom's cooking and light perfume. The bell dinged cheerfully as they entered, showing them into a brightly lit cafe. The cashier on duty took their orders, 2 large lepa berry smoothies, and made them incredibly fast, pointing them toward an outdoor seating arrangement. They took a seat away from the other group of trainers outside. The smoothies were delicious, and Ash was warring with himself about going back for seconds. Leaf finished hers with a sigh, setting the glass down. That was good. Totally worth it. Want to come here tomorrow? Definitely, Ash agreed, patting his stomach. Leaf looked around, staring at each of souvenir shops on the block. I'm going to start buying some supplies and stuff for my family, okay? I'll probably be a few hours. Ash looked around as well. I want to go to that store, he said, pointing. It was less flashy than most of the souvenir stores, filled with more native, handmade items. That looks exactly like what I want. Leaf nodded, looking at it herself. Sounds good. You want to head there now? Maybe not, he said, a flush building on his cheeks. I want some more food from this place. I'll probably just have an early lunch here if the other food is just as good as their smoothies. No kidding. A grin spread over Leaf's face. You drank that like a dying man. All right. It might be an hour or 2 while I hit the other store, but we can shop there together. Ash's blush deepened, but Leaf just laughed, stood, and walked her way out of the cafe's seating area. He waited a solid minute before heading back inside. Time to see what else he could get. Although it took him a while to decide what he wanted, he ended up with another lepa berry smoothie in order to last the night, a muffin, and a wrap sandwich he liked the name of. Everything was just as delicious as he imagined. Ash scrolled through his Pokédex, poking in on any previous search he found interesting. Eating things slowly meant he didn't feel like he was loitering, and he bought a second muffin to give to Leaf because they were that good. He eyed the hour in the upper hand corner. She had been gone for a little over an hour, but he didn't know when she'd return. With a sigh, he returned to scrolling. His finger paused. Alola, Alola Kanto, Alola Surge, Alola Battle. Why had he searched that up? Alola was a relatively new region, one that had only just recently joined the Council of Leagues, though there were hints of a new region called Galar doing the same. He quickly found a picture of an Alolan Vulpix, staring up at him with cute blue eyes, but that wouldn't have been enough for him to search it. He already knew what they looked like. So why had he done that? Alola Surge. Two keywords he hadn't thought would be in the same area. Alola was known for having several strange magnetic fields near their mountains, similar to Sinnoh, but he doubted he'd have looked that up without even having an electric type. Yeah, Alola. They're the shittiest fighters of all the regions. Couldn't even handle their own war. Lieutenant Surge. After the Vermilion raid. He had told Ash that Gladion was from there, that Professor Kukui was nice, and how he had spent 2 years fighting in a war in Alola. A war that, according to the Indigo documents, didn't exist. Ash laid back against the chair, staring up. How could he have forgotten that? Now that he was actively thinking about it, he could remember Surge's face, the almost anxious look the normally boisterous man had held. Bright eyes. Alola was supposed to be an entirely peaceful region, having ride Pokémon and roaming packs of wild Pokémon that helped each other out in battles. But Surge had said there had been a war. Ash was confused. The memory flickered once in his brain before beginning to sink away. He grappled for it. Sluggishly, it rose back into clarity. Ash's heart beat a staccato beat in his chest. Ketchum. He looked up. Leaf was waving at him furiously from across the plaza, multiple bags over her arms and a new pair of sunglasses over her eyes. Come here. He stood up, downing the last of his second smoothie and grabbing the muffin. His thoughts slipped away. Slipping his Pokédex onto his belt, he hopped the fence and trotted over to her. You have to try this muffin, I swear, they are one of the most delicious things I have ever eaten. Leaf laughed, shuffling some of her bags over in order to grab the napkin-wrapped treat. She placed it delicately in one of her smaller ones. After we finish shopping, I'll eat it. Come on, let's go. Where are you going to put all your stuff? Ash asked, walking beside her. I mean, that's got to be 15 pounds already. Sending it to Professor Oak, she said. He'll give it to my parents, who'll distribute it to everyone. I can't wait to see what my mom thinks. I got her this little pot that's shaped like an oddish. She loves grass types. A grin split her face. She hasn't been very subtle about what she's getting for me, an honest black belt. Ordered it from the fighting dojo in Saffron. Mac Hoke is going to flip. Ash laughed. No kidding. The store was partially full, but there was plenty of room for them both to shop. Ash made his way through the different shelves. Past engraved rocks, handmade embroidered flags of blue, white, and purple, and wooden carvings of common Pokémon found in the area. Ash stopped in front of a low shelf, one with only a few items on it. He picked one up, a stone carving of the fall. The lake was colored a crisp, perfectly clear blue, and Ash almost thought he could see little painted Pokémon beneath it. A deck extended over it, though the whole model was shrunken down in order to have the deck closer to the fall. He touched the waterfall itself. There were individual groves for the streams of water, different blues making it up. The whole thing was nearly 10 pounds. It was exactly the kind of table centerpiece his mom would want. He grunted, picking it fully up, and heading to the cash register. Leaf gave him a thumbs up, holding a wooden carving of a polywhirl and an engraved stone in the same hand. The fall was rather expensive, but the cashier got it expertly wrapped and handed over in record time. "Okay, only 2 more hours," Ash said, coming back to Leaf's side. "Then we'll stop shopping." 5 hours later, Ash collapsed in his Pokemon Center room. His stone carving was back in Pallet Town, rather horribly wrapped but a present nonetheless. Leaf had sent it, he hadn't quite wanted to face Professor Oak yet. In his bag, there were a ton of berries for his team to eat, as well as a few minor things he had bought. Was it cliché to buy a Tojo Falls shirt? Maybe. Ash took a power nap, setting his alarm for 7. He woke up feeling a lot better, though Leaf still yawned when they joined back together. It felt weird to put back on long clothes in the heat of summer, but he knew that temperatures dropped near large bodies of water. Manaki Tours was easier to find the second time around, and they got there with 10 minutes to spare. Most of the buildings around it were still on, but the town of Tojo Falls didn't have much of a nightlife, and things were closing up as it grew dark. There were already a couple of people there, all dressed like they were. Rena chatted easily with them while they waited, and while the last person was 5 minutes late, they were able to set out fast. Rena led them easily through the mostly empty streets, answering any questions they had about the surrounding buildings. A tourist, a woman in khaki everything, ran constant questions about what was going on around them, and Rena answered them all with the same ease as she did everything else. Ash kind of doubted she was ever surprised. The light disappeared steadily from the sky, darkening to a rich black. As if on cue, street lamps turned themselves on, tinted as to not blind those in their houses. Orange light trickled over the street, just bright enough Ash could see where he was going but not much else. The tour group walked quietly, Rena leading them through alleys as shortcuts. They reached the edge of the town, skipping the dock and heading to the left. Ash could see a dock somewhere off in that direction, seemingly private. There were only a few boats on it, it was probably regulated in order to protect the fall lake. While he hadn't heard of much vandalization, he guessed it had happened before. The lake glittered darkly in the night. Stars appeared like burning pinpricks on the surface, dancing in their wavering position. He could have compared it to glass, but that wasn't right. It was pitch black, the mountain's reflection was swallowed by the dark. Ash was strangely peaceful, watching the lake grow closer. It looked cold. Rena's boat was a wide cruiser, probably able to fit 30 people. With the 10 in their tour party, there was plenty of space, and Ash and Leaf nabbed 2 seats near the front of the boat. Everyone kind of sectioned themselves off, content to sit by themselves. His hand fell to his waist. "Rena?" She turned to him, curious. "Yeah, Ash? What's your policy on Pokemon?" "Under 3 feet, under 50 pounds. If they destroy anything, you pay double what it costs, and I reserve the right to tell you to recall them at any time." She looked around quickly. "Normally it's 1 per person, but you can have 2, since there are so few of you guys." Ash felt along his pokeballs. Only 2 of his met the full requirements, though Wraith definitely weighed less. After a moment, he clicked the button on his left side. Bulbasaur appeared with a growl, looking around. Almost immediately, she took the path of least concern and backed up against his legs, staring around at the other trainers. Ash didn't worry about her being aggressive, she avoided picking fights like a plague, but he did worry about her, well, worrying. "Hey, Bulbasaur," he said. One ear flicked back. "We're about to go on a boat cruise near Tojo Falls. Would you like to watch?" She actually looked moderately interested, which Ash counted as a win. Stepping closer to the side of the boat, she extended her uninjured vine and wrapped it around the back of a chair, pulling herself up. Ash couldn't help a smile as her eyes went wide when she saw the shadowed water. Scorch could stay in her Pokeball, Ash would be taking her and the others to the lake later. For tonight, though, he just sat peacefully next to Bulbasaur as the grass type tried to absorb the view of the crystal waters beneath. She didn't remove her gaze from the lake despite Ash shuffling to a better position. When he looked up, he could see things were a little less calm. Two trainers had their mouths agape as they looked at the Kanto starter, eyes wide. Ash grinned a bit nervously. The tourist woman had a Meowth perched on her shoulder, and another had a Bellsprout clinging to their arm. Ash turned his gaze away and stared over the water, making out the gleaming streak of white that was the fall. Despite it being night, it ran just as strongly as it had in the day, the roar of its waters easily audible even from their distance. "Come on out," Rhyhorn called, clicking a pokeball. A Starmie agreed, groaning in an almost cheerful manner. It immediately slipped into the water, pressing its back against the ship. Though he didn't become aware of it until a second after it happened, he noticed he couldn't hear the fall anymore, and what wind had existed was gone. Rhyhorn leaned over and tapped its tallest appendage. Immediately, Ash could see the water beginning to swirl with the power of surf, brushing against the boat. After another second, it slipped smoothly off of the dock, heading into the heart of the lake. Bulbasaur growled, tightening her hold on the chair. Falling in sounded like the opposite of good. "I like to avoid using the engine, as it disturbs other Pokémon," she explained. "Besides, Starmie can create a psychic shield around the boat, which blocks wind and such. Now please, enjoy yourself for a few minutes until we get into position to start the tour." Ash and Leaf chatted quietly, the boat moving smoothly beneath them. Others talked, but kept their voices low. The night was silent around them. They passed beneath the dock quickly. It was taller from this angle, wide wooden boards extending overhead and enormous concrete pillars surging up through the water. Though Ash had been a little nervous, it came nowhere close to hitting the boat. Before too long, Rhyhorn stood back up from her position and tapped Starmie again. The water immediately calmed, sending the boat gently drifting in the black. Starmie let out another groan and sunk mostly beneath the waves. Its gem sent a pale glow through the water as it maintained the psychic shields. Tojo Falls was founded nearly 100 years before the Indigo League. It held almost the same borders, the same land, the same mountains. What you see today is very similar to what you would have seen them. Rhyhorn's voice held an almost mysterious rasp it hadn't before, sending shivers up Ash's spines. She knew how to tell stories. This land stays as it wishes through the time, though one thing has been left different, it was not under the name it is now. Originally, it was known as Katakazi. Ash's breath seemed terribly loud in the absence of wind, only the soft splash of waves against the side of the boat. He made eye contact with Leaf, who was just as fixated as he was. Even Bulbasaur had turned around to listen. Katakazi was mapped by a man named Chelan, whose last name is lost to time. He found the land, spent 10 years exploring every crevice of the mountains, every tree of the forest, every rock of the river. When he finally re-emerged into society, he spent every penny he had to buy the entire plot of land. When that was said and done, he named it Katakazi, made a shrine at the fall, and built a house on the opposite side of Kanto. Chelan never revisited Katakazi, and he died without seeing it again. Waves created a soft rhythm in the atmosphere. Katakazi sat untouched for 100 years until the Indigo League was created, when the land was investigated. Chelan had left a will, one that expressively said that his land was to be made free but not disturbed. And such, it was made into a reserve. The League wanted to protect what he had built, so they planned to move his shrine to a safe location. The stone could not be removed from the ground. Though Rhyhorn didn't say anything, Starmie came back to the surface, but Ash could see where she had kicked the side of the boat. They began moving again, heading toward the fall. The air grew colder, and Ash was thoroughly grateful for his long pants. They stopped far enough away from the fall in order to avoid the powerful waves rippling outward, and Starmie's psychic shields protected them from the loud roar of it, but Ash swore he could still hear something. Rhyhorn stood again. "The Chelan Shrine," Rhyhorn said, pointing. And there, on a narrow outcropping from the base of the mountain, was a collection of stones. He couldn't see much of anything from here, but there was definitely something, a statue, he guessed, standing over a small mountain of stones. Even from here, it looked big. Taller than him, at least. We aren't allowed closer in case we disturb it, but the League did their best and couldn't so much as move it. Rina let them absorb it a second longer. Would you like to know what katakazi means? No one said anything, but she must have seen it on their faces. Northern wind. There was a pause. The trainer across from Ash gasped softly. Yes, the northern wind. There was one Pokemon rumored to be born from the fall, that every time pure rain fell from the skies and struck the fall, a new beast was born. Though you may have heard of it, its name is something far less common, Suicune. The name thrummed in his bones, even though Rina had been whispering. Ash frowned, placing a hand on his chest. It sounded almost like when Wraith spoke to him, hearing it both through his ears and through his mind. By Leaf's reaction, she felt the same way. Bulbasaur growled softly. A smile played on Rina's lips. And now, to the other side of the lake. Despite being such a large body of water, there are surprisingly few large Pokemon to match it. There is a reason for this, and that it the fearsome Gyarados that is rumored to have been here since Chelan himself. If we travel this way, we can see a furrow in the mountain where it once practiced its hyper beam. Ash and Leaf got off the boat in silence, Bulbasaur quiet by his side. The walk back to the Manaki tours seemed faster than it had been to the lake, even with the rich darkness pressing down on them from all sides. Both of them went to their respective rooms and passed out. Ash's dreams danced around him with blue and white and beauty. XXX. They spent the next day just training and battling. Poliwhirl had a wicked bubble, and Ash kept having to limbo underneath wide, floating explosive spheres. Leaf apologized, but he found it rather fun. His team, not so much. Rhydon had nearly bathed the clearing in fire when they popped against his armor. Both Tide and Gale had thrown themselves into their respective tasks. Tide was able to release sufficient amounts of water over his tail, but he was still struggling with successfully wrapping it. Gale was close, frustratingly close, and Ash was only giving him a week before starting him on another move. It had taken him a while to decide, but Tailwind was his next decision. Gale wanted to be fast, wanted to match the Pidgey line, and Tailwind would help him with that. For Tide, his tail was his strongest weapon. Iron Tail would destroy a lot of his opponents, having more punch to it than Aqua Tail, and Ash was already thinking up a combo with the two of them. His other Pokemon were coming along fine, and Ash couldn't be prouder. He settled in that night with a smile on his face. Scorch's heat abruptly left Ash in the middle of the night. He woke slowly, a shiver running down his spine. Ash was so used to having the Vulpix's warmth that he only had one blanket, tucked in the bottom of his bag. He yawned, opening his eyes, only to come face to face with Scorch. She was dripping, pure water in a thin layer over her scarlet fur. Her eyes were confused. She made wet circles on Ash's chest with her paws. He rose to a sitting position, and she inched backward to be in his lap. It wasn't raining, and Leaf's Poliwhirl was still in her pokeball. Scorch yipped again, shaking off the most of the water. Ash groaned and covered his face with his arm, but he was still thoroughly damp by the time she finished. She woofed an apology before a strange expression crossed her face. Scorch leapt backward, sneezed, and lit on fire. Flash fire created a warm glow over the clearing, reflecting off of Wraith's bloody eyes from where he was hidden in a shadow. Ash stood fully up, all traces of sleepiness gone. Your internal flame is stable. Scorch deactivated flash fire with a flick of her ears, tails waving gently. She released an ember from her longest tail, immediately seizing control of it. It floated peacefully in front of her nose, flickering warmly until she squashed it with her mental control. With barely a flash, it went out. He knelt next to her, running his fingers through her rapidly drying fur. You know what that means? Scorch perked up, gray eyes going wide. You're going to evolve. XXX. It was early morning, bright and tipped with dew. Scorch had barely been able to contain herself that night, and she had been the one to wake Ash up. She had been glowing all day, her excitement pushing her internal flame to new heights. Ash was a little concerned about that, but he didn't tell her to stop. In all honesty, he didn't know whether he could. Scorch hadn't been this excited in a long time. The pond was calm, the only ripples from the river. It was still cool from the morning, and the last traces of mist could be seen escaping into the sky. A pollywag was swimming playfully on the surface, and a small flock of Pidgey flew overhead. Scorch ran around the clearing, chasing away Pokémon from the center of the clearing. Her tails flashed, releasing constant heat, enough to make Ash start to sweat. Because she didn't exactly have access to a volcano or desert, and her prime habitat wasn't as easy as water types, she had to try and recreate it as best she could. Tide was distinctly uncomfortable in the heat, but he stayed silent. It was Scorch's time. Rhyhorn rumbled, standing to attention. Scorch barked until he stood into a more perfect position, leaning slightly forward with his tail stretched out for a counterbalance. Ash didn't know how Scorch's internal flame had been affected by the battle against Charizard, but he didn't want to risk it. The most likely outcome was that her flame had been expanded by being forced to absorb so much heat, and there was the slightest chance that the fire stone wouldn't be enough. So he was going to have Rhyhorn use flamethrower on her while she used the fire stone so that the extra heat might be what was needed to propel her into evolution. The rest of his Pokémon were spread out in a half circle, positioned behind him. Karma had her shine out, ready to form a shield if needed, and her eyes were softly glowing. Leaf and her Pokémon weren't here. While she wanted to see the Vulpix's evolution, she understood that it was best to have an evolution occur surrounded by the Pokémon's team. She had made Ash promise to give her a complete script. When Scorch seemed satisfied with the state of the clearing, she turned back to him and barked. He nodded and pulled out the fire stone. It burned the palm of his hand, hot enough he had to switch it between hands. But he held it up to the air, letting both Scorch and the rest of his team see it. Silence spread over the clearing. Ash looked around and saw Pokémon. The flock of the Pidgey line had settled on the branches, staring into the clearing. Water Pokémon poked their eyes above the lake, though they sunk below when he looked at them. There was a soft whinny and he looked in shock as a herd of Ponyta appeared from the route, having come from behind the mountain. They watched from a distance, manes popping sluggishly. No Rapidash were among them, and for that Ash was grateful, but it was still incredible to see the sway a fire stone held over fire Pokémon. Scorch growled at them, ears flat, and the Ponyta acknowledged her power and moved backward. She stopped once they were at a respectable distance, giving a warning glance to the other Pokémon. He brought the fire stone down. The magma inside was perfectly frozen in a state of being active, unable to escape or die by the mystic powers of Entei and its volcanoes, though its heat easily trickled outward. Ash turned to Scorch and offered it. Scorch looked up at him with wide gray eyes, gratitude and joy filling her gaze, and yipped softly. Her gaze slid down to the fire stone. Red reflected back in her eyes. In a flash, she leapt forward, grabbed the fire stone, and darted backward. Her fur flared brighter. In a strange, smooth motion, she tossed her head back and bit down on the fire stone. The glass cracked, shattered, and the lava spilled down her throat. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Scorch's eyes began to glow, two slits of coal. Ash opened his mouth to say something when she splayed her tails out, pointed their tips at the ground, and released a torrent of flames. It immediately roared into the air, seeming to reach the sky in an instant. But it didn't escape, it stayed tightly contained in a roaring spiral of fire, only 10 feet wide. Rhyhorn stepped forward, and Karma created a reinforced barrier, molded around his armor. He rumbled his thanks before opening his maw and using flamethrower, his own fire spilling out to join in the funnel. The flames crackled fiercely, roaring out. Though Ash knew it was loud, it felt strangely silent all the same. The clearing was still beside Scorch. Ash heard an exuberant bark before the fire flared to nearly triple the height. He sprang backward, Karma creating a thick barrier almost instantly in front of him. The flames started red, then tendrils of blue crept outward from the center, staining the whole thing. Karma reinforced her shield as the heat increased. The fire turned white at the tips. Rhyhorn kept pumping his own flames into the mass before standing back. Whatever was going on in there, it was pretty obvious it was working. Scorch had struggled to HRNSS blue flames before, but nothing to this level, and definitely not white. A glow surfaced from deep in the vortex, somehow bright enough to be visible. He had to avert his eyes. From the corner of his vision, he could see the form of his friend, tails splayed and head thrown back. It wavered like a mirage in the desert. The energy being released from his friend redoubled. Pressure built in his mind, eerily similar to Karma and Wraith. The sun seemed to burn, redoubling its strength. Ash could barely stand to look at Scorch, and now overhead was the same way. It was like she was using sunny day. Harsh sunlight roared over the clearing. With a bang, the light inside the vortex shut off. Ash jerked, eyes going wide behind Karma's protection. All he could see now was the fire. The only sound was the roar of flames, still spiraling in the air. He frowned. Gale or Wraith hadn't taken nearly this long. A Vulpix leapt out of the fire. Ash blinked. It was the same size as Scorch, bright red with strange, reflective eyes. It stared up at him, opening its mouth, but nothing came out. It paused, as if confused, before looking up at him again. Its 6 tails wagged happily. Ash was just as confused. Had the fire stone not worked? Scorch's internal flame might not have been completely stable, and had managed to absorb the fire stone, only forcing more energy into Scorch for her to convert while not actually evolving her. But then why was the vortex still active? The Vulpix's tails fell off. Ash just about screamed. It looked back, confused, before the column of fire extended a wide, writhing tendril, and gently tapped the Vulpix. Fire flowed into the Vulpine, and suddenly it had new tails, tipped in burning white flames. It silently yipped again, beginning to prance about. The column of fire retreated into itself. It spun faster and faster, converging in on a single point not much larger than Ash himself. As it shrunk, it turned fully white, bright enough Ash could barely look. The Vulpix perked its ears up, staring at the fire. Part of its ears began to flicker like flames before abruptly switching back to fur. Without a sound, the fire retreated and revealed what was inside. Beautiful golden white fur rippled in the heat of the air, smoothed back over powerful muscles. What had once been narrow curls on her forehead was now a crest, flowing backward. 9 tails curled upward, each longer than she was tall, tipped at a streak of pure gold so bright it shone. She stared at him with glowing crimson eyes, gaze cool. Ash was filled with awe. Scorch stood in front of him. She slowly unfurled her tails, each one extending out to form a waterfall behind her. Her eyes flashed briefly and the Vulpix from before exploded into a plume of flames. It didn't go out, trembling in midair. With an almost imperceptible twitch of her ear, the fire disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Ash held his breath as Scorch started forward. She was slightly below eye level, taller than the average 9 tails, the Pokédex-filled part of his mind supplied, but she stared at him pridefully nevertheless. Her ears perked, though she never stopped looking at him. He had heard of Pokémon who were caught up in the evolution buzz of power, so desperate to test their newfound strength that they attacked anything and everything in their path. Scorch seemed much calmer than that, but there was a dangerous note in her movement, the flick of her longest tail and tilt of her muzzle. Ash stared at her, fully raising himself up. This was still Scorch, the Pokémon who got jealous of Ash's blankets and liked to jump on Rhyhorn's shoulders. He nodded his head slowly. Scorch, after a moment of pause, nodded back. He immediately broke out into a grin. Scorch's ears perked and she stepped forward the rest of the way, lowering her head somewhat. Ash raised his hand and pet her behind the ears. She purred happily, inclining her neck further to give him better access. Her fur was richly warm, thin enough he could scratch at her more sensitive skin. She was releasing heat like an honest fire, each of her tails having the air waver above them. "You're amazing," Ash said, voice full of awe. The nine tails purred.